At 20 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, Sanada Genichiro, donning a black cap and wearing a serious expression, entered the school's tennis training grounds. Everyone, cease your training and assemble before me. In less than a minute, 3 neat rows of players stood in formation. At the forefront were the principal team members clad in yellow uniforms, followed by the substitutes in ordinary training attire in the second row, and the freshmen in the last row. The slightly curly-haired Kahara Akaya, resembling a piece of seaweed, cast a furtive glance at the senior beside him and whispered, "Hey, why the sudden assembly? What could it possibly be about?" "I have no idea. We shall find out shortly," replied Marui Bunta, with his winered hair, leisurely chewing gum and blowing a bubble of moderate size. Kahara, Sanada's gaze suddenly fixed on him, his expression stern. Enough with the chattered tea that moment. The captain, Yukimura Seiichi, clad in a jacket and sporting a smile, entered the court. "Captain!" All eyes turned to him, and Yukimura offered a slight nod. Sanada inquired, "When exactly will he arrive?" "I believe it should be soon. He informed me an hour ago that he had landed," came the response, which only deepened Sanada's displeasure. "Humph, yet another latecomer." Meanwhile, the individual they were discussing was currently aboard the Shinkansen, gazing thoughtfully out the window. "Having spent quite some time in this world, I finally have the opportunity to visit the land of the rising sun. I wonder if Yukimura Seiichi's skills have improved that in the previous life. I felt regret that he couldn't secure a three-peat championship. Now that Ye Feng, am joining." Before Ye Feng could finish his musings, he was interrupted by a cacophony nearby. "Idiot, you don't even know how to hold a racket? If you want to hit a topspin, you should hold it like this, with the racket straight. Watch closely. Swish, swish, swish." Hate out a boy wearing a hat from a diagonal position suddenly looked up, a look of disdain on his face. "You're quite noisy." Ryoma, Ekizan, Ye Feng immediately recognized the boy across from him. "I was so engrossed in the scenery outside that I didn't notice he was here." Ye Feng was taken aback, but then a sudden realization struck him. Wait a moment, could this be the beginning of the first act? Suddenly, the subway accelerated and swerved, causing a slight jolt. A high school boy with orange hair, holding a racket, lost his grip, and the racket fell to the floor. As the train stabilized, the boy bent down to pick it up. Ye Feng spoke up, "By the way, the correct Western grip involves wrapping your fingers around the handle when the racket faces down." The high school boy looked at Ye Feng in surprise. "What did you say?" Ye Feng added, "Just so, you know, the method you mentioned is called the Eastern grip, which often confuses people." The boy's friend couldn't help but tease, "Sasabe, how embarrassing." As the subway came to a stop, before the high school boy could say anything further, Ryoma Ekizan stood up and departed, with Ye Feng following suit. As they walked, Ryoma suddenly halted. "Why have you stopped?" Ye Feng inquired first. Ryoma adjusted his cap. "May I ask, what is it you want?" "My name is Ye Feng. Perhaps we might meet again in the future," Ye Feng replied with a smile. However, Ryoma remained aloof, responding, "Oh, goodbye." Seeing him turn to leave, Ye Feng recalled that if he were to participate in a match, he should head towards the northern exit. After some contemplation, Ye Feng opted not to remind him, but instead made his way toward the tennis courts. Beep, beep, beep. A call came in, signaling, "Master, you have a call." Pulling out his phone, Ye Feng noted the caller was Yukimura Seiichi, causing his brow to twitch. "Hello, Yukimura, that I've just exited the subway. There's no need to pick me up, that I will arrive shortly." On the other end, Yukimura glanced at Sanada and confirmed, "He has exited the subway. He should be here soon." After hanging up, Ye Feng surveyed his surroundings, spotting several tennis courts where matches were underway. Kakagawa Tennis Garden? He quickly searched the address on his phone. Upon viewing the map, Ye Feng's heart sank that, "Oh no, how did I end up going the wrong direction? This is Tokyo, not Kanagawa." Just as he was about to call Yukimura to explain his situation, he heard a familiar voice nearby. Turning, he saw Sasabe had approached Ryoma. What a striking resemblance. Ye Feng walked over to a vending machine and purchased 4 cans of drink. 1 can in his right hand, he balanced the other 3 with his tennis racket. With that, he proceeded forward. That moment, Sasabe and Ryoma entered the court to engage in a match. Ye Feng approached Ryazaki Sakuno, extending his racket forward. "You are Ryazaki Sakuno, right? Allow me to treat you to a drink." "Who are you?" Ryazaki turned to glance at him. "Oh, it's you," Ryazaki Sakuno exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice. "You helped me on the subway." "Greetings, I am Ye Feng," with Ye meaning leaf and Feng referring to maple. "Ye Feng, Ryazaki's coach seemed to ponder, as if recalling the name from somewhere, particularly noting the racket in Ye Feng's hand. Momentarily unable to place it, she politely declined the drink. Young people enjoy these. I'm too old for this. Age may advance, but the heart remains youthful, Ye Feng replied with a gentle smile. You are quite the eloquent lad, the coach conceded as she accepted a can. At this point, Sakuno noticed Ye Feng also wielded a racket and inquired, You must be quite skilled at tennis, right? A little, Ye Feng gestured modestly. Young man, what brings you here specifically? The coach asked curiously. Why? Ye Feng pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. I believe it is to watch the match. Well, you might find this particular match to be of interest, the coach replied with a knowing smile, pride glimmering in her eyes. Grandma, want to be unfair for Ryoma? After all, he is facing high school students. Sakuno expressed concern for Ryoma on the court. Do not worry, he cannot lose. Ye Feng reassured her, placing the last can of drink on a bench and calling out to the court. Hey, Ryoma Ekizan, if you win, this can of drink is yours. Who wants it? Ryoma scoffed, though internally he mused. Could this guy be referring to our future encounter? He has in the bag, Ye Feng chuckled. Why do you say that? Sakuno asked, her curiosity piqued. Because I possess the ability to foresee the future. Really? Chapter 2. You have a long way to go, hee. Just watch the match. Ye Feng rested his arms on the bench, gazing intently at the court. The game commenced with Zazaba serving first. No need for a referee. I can judge myself, Zazaba smirked mischievously. I couldn't care less, Longma replied indifferently, beginning a light warm-up. Don and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Worry. I and Amp. Amp. Oppos. LL make it easy for you with my serve. Zazabu lightly flicked the ball over the net. Bang. A crisp and decisive return. 0-15. Hey. That Zazaba fellow better take this seriously or he LL face an embarrassing defeat, Ye Feng called out loudly. TCH, what a loudmouth, Zazaba gritted his teeth, visibly displeased. I was just a bit careless. Anyone can return a serve like that. Kid, don't let fear paralyze you. Zazaba leaped high, striking the ball with the top of his racket. Here comes Zazabu and Amp. Oppos. S bullet serve. Is that even a bullet serve? It and Amp. Oppos. S too slow. Ye Feng shook his head repeatedly. Bang. Another swift backhand return. 0-30, 0-40. Damn it, it's so noisy. I don't need you shouting from the sidelines. I know what I'm doing. One ball after another. Zazabu struggled to keep up. This guy is indeed formidable, serving fast, but compared to me, he has a fatal flaw. His height. Zazabu contemplated a countermeasure. Serving directly to the net. Bang. Longma failed to react in time and lost a point. Arin and Amp. Oppos. Do you feeling confident? Let and Amp. Oppos. See what you can do now. 15-0. 30-0. 40-0. Zazabu was just 1 point away from winning the game. How could this happen? Longzaki Sakura felt a bit disheartened. Ye Feng chuckled. It and Oppos. That's just a serve to the net. Can end Oppos. Do you simply hit a high lob? I know that without your reminders, Longma said as he prepared to serve again. Zazabu resorted to the same tactic. Pum. A high lob sailed over, landing on the baseline. The score shifted once more. 0-3, 0-4. Longma continued to win game after game. Zazabu's expression turned furious as he charged toward the net, shouting, Arrogant little brat. What do you have to be proud of? Longma. Bang. Longzaki Sakura opened her eyes again, only to see 2 rackets scattered on the ground. At that moment, Ye Feng flipped over the bench and stepped onto the court. You shouldn't enter the court during a match, Longma admonished seriously. Hey, little one, I saved you. You should at least be grateful. Ye Feng picked up a racket, flicking the other one towards Zazabu. Hey, you. Zazabu was about to retort when the racket struck his head, sending him collapsing backward. Playing against someone like this must be dull, right? Ye Feng glanced back, somewhat surprised. Wow, he fainted just like that? You hit him. It has nothing to do with me, Longma said as he prepared to leave with his racket. Wait a moment, I'll take his place and play against you. Ye Feng declared, striding toward the other side of the court, pointing his racket at Longma. I don't mind. Longma resumed his position at the baseline. Zazabu was now being carried off by his friends, dazed and mumbling incoherently. Ye Feng chose to ignore them, raising a hand to greet Coach Longzaki. We need a referee. I'll leave it to you. This kid is repaying the favor of that drink. Coach Longzaki took the referee's seat, her gaze fixed on Ye Feng. Pondering, let me see just how much you claim to know. The Longma before you is a prodigy who has triumphed in American junior competitions. Hey, little one. Ye Feng suddenly called out again. I'm not little. Longma replied, a bit reluctant. It's fine, little one. Ye Feng continued to address him this way. Then suddenly his gaze turned frosty. Are you sure you don't want to switch to your left hand to play against me? Coach Longzaki was momentarily taken aback, looking at Ye Feng incredulously, puzzled. Could he have already noticed that Longma is left-handed? Or does he truly possess the ability to foresee the future? Old fool, how could this young lad use his left hand? Surely, that and Oppo's is just a figment of his imagination. Coach Longzaki tapped her forehead and quickly reminded, Ye Feng, serve quickly. It's your turn. At that moment, Longma indeed switched the racket to his left hand. That's more like it. Let us go. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Bang. Hiss. What? Longma looked stunned. Turning back, he saw the tennis ball still spinning on the net. Thump thump. His heart raced uncontrollably, a sense of pressure enveloping him. Ugh. Before him loomed a towering figure of Ye Feng, only to morph into another person, one he had never been able to defeat before. Referee, wasn't he that ball in? 10. 15-0. Coach Longzaki snapped back to reality. Little one, pay attention. This time, I'll go a bit slower. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Feng tossed the ball high into the air. Bang. He received it. Longma felt a surge of joy. Too soft. Ye Feng's figure suddenly appeared at the landing spot. Bang. Another return, and Longma was too late to react, receiving a beautifully executed cross-court shot. 30-0, 40-0, 1-4, with consecutive scores. This game had already been claimed by Ye Feng. Next up was Longma's serving turn. He steadied his breath, preparing to serve. Is he going to use that move? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. That move. Longzaki Sakura murmured in confusion. Does Ye Feng know what other tricks Longma has? Despite her astonishment, Longma maintained his confidence. Tossing the ball, he leaped, his toes pointed forward, his arm pulled back, swinging the racket wide, flipping his wrist to strike the ball. Bang! Whoosh! Ye Feng remained still, not even blinking. 0-15. That ball actually bounced in the opposite direction. Longzaki Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. An external spin served. It seems Longma has indeed learned something from his father. Coach Longzaki turned to Ye Feng, smiling slightly. So, a 12-year-old boy can deliver such a serve. Surely you can't react to that? 0-30, 0-40, 1-5. I think we can conclude this match here. Continuing would be pointless, Coach Longzaki remarked. Wait a moment. Ye Feng raised his hand to stop Coach Longzaki from leaving her chair, then addressed Longma. An external spin serve? You're still far from it. Watch closely. Adopting the same posture, swinging the racket, even the timing was almost identical. However, the speed was greater, and the spin stronger. Bang! The sound of thumping echoed. The cap of Longma was knocked off by the ball, revealing his youthful eyes. As Longma turned to utter a few words, he noticed Ye Feng had already shouldered his tennis bag. With a glance and a smile, he said, Farewell, little one. May our paths cross again. Humph. Longma then approached the bench and picked up the can of drink. Coach Longqi also gazed at the receding figure, remarking to himself, what an intriguing young lad. Chapter 3, A Place of Stability Master. The phone is ringing. The phone is ringing. Ye Feng took out his phone and was taken aback to see the words Bank Vault Administrator glaring back at him. This was not good. The sky had darkened, and he had momentarily forgotten to report to the Rikkai University Tennis Club after just seeing Ryoma Ekizan. He answered the call, striving to maintain a smile. Haha, Dad? What brings you to call? Ye Feng, Yukimura has informed me that he waited for you all day without seeing you, and you haven't been answering your phone. Where on earth have you gone? I sent you to London to focus on your studies, yet you insist on going to Neon Country, claiming it's for your ideals. And now, you've gone missing. Do you understand how worried your mother is about this? What am I supposed to say in front of my old classmates, with this old face of mine? The barrage of words left Ye Feng only absorbing a fraction. He quickly explained, I just got held up with some matters. Enough with the excuses. If Yukimura doesn't see you in 2 hours, you'd better get your behind back to England. Beep, beep, beep. Sighing, Ye Feng scratched his head. He hadn't expected that coming here alone would be such a hassle. As night fell, he boarded the Shinkansen to Kanagawa, finally arriving at the right place. He realized it was not much different from Tokyo after all. It was, after all, a region ranked third in economic standing, situated within the Kanto area. Upon disembarking, he spotted a gentle, smiling young man ahead. Yukimura. It's been a while. Indeed, 3 years. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dark corner behind Yukimura. The man, wearing a black hat, looked up with a stern expression and said, So, this is the latecomer. Sanada. Ye Feng felt an ominous atmosphere envelop him. Since Sanada insisted on meeting the person who was always late, he had come along with Yukimura, who wore a hint of schadenfreude. Such behavior was indeed characteristic of him. Though it was unnecessary, Ye Feng thought to himself, feeling a chill run down his spine. Turning to Sanada, he threw an arm around his neck and boisterously declared, "Ah, I'm so sorry for the trouble. Let me treat you both to a late-night snack. How about a barbecue? Let us first settle your living arrangements. This is a key from your father, and the car has already been arranged for you. We'll see you tomorrow." Yukimura handed him a gleaming golden key along with a letter. "See you tomorrow." Ye Feng waved as he got into the car, glancing at the key in surprise. He had thought his father would completely disregard him, but it seemed he still had some reservations and made arrangements after all. Meanwhile, in faraway China, a handsome middle-aged man stood atop a tall building, gazing into the distance. A gentle voice from behind broke the silence. "You still can't let go of him. Can you? You can't just let him stay at someone else's home indefinitely. It's simply improper. I know you secretly hope for the day he realizes his ideals. Let us talk about it later." Half an hour later, Ye Feng finally arrived at the address mentioned in the letter. Upon entering, he was astonished to find everything had been prepared for him. "Master Ye Feng, you finally arrived." Suddenly, a voice echoed from upstairs. Tap, tap, tap. A cute girl, appearing to be around 13 or 14, appeared before Ye Feng. "Who are you?" Ye Feng was bewildered, unable to recall ever meeting this girl. He hurriedly called his father, only to receive another tirade of scolding. He finally explained. "Michiko is the daughter of an old friend of mine. I entrusted her to you before I left, and now it's your responsibility. Why don't you take responsibility yourself? What did you say? If you don't want to stay, just go back to England and study properly." "No. That is not necessary. Let us leave it at that." After hanging up, Ye Feng approached Michiko. They stared at each other across the table for a long while. "Master Ye Feng, have you been staring so long because you're hungry?" "There is no need to call me that. It's better for us to keep our distance in this household. We shouldn't have too much interaction." "Why?" Ye Feng did not respond, awkwardly smiling before dashing upstairs. "Could it be that Master Ye Feng doesn't like me?" Michiko furrowed her brows, puzzled. Exhausted from the day, Ye Feng hurried to take a shower. As he surveyed the closet brimming with spare clothes, he noticed the decor was indeed to his liking. There were some decent aspects to this arrangement. Although his current body was only 15, Ye Feng, having lived 2 lives, was well aware of many things. Adjusting to living with a young girl like Michiko was somewhat challenging. After his shower, Ye Feng lay on his bed, contemplating his future. "Finally, I can truly step into your story. Will the answers I seek lie within you? Is it Ryoma Ekizun, or Kunamitsu Tezuka, perhaps even Kigo Atobi, or you, Seishi Yukimura? Defeating you all, defeating the final Seishin Academy, should lead me to the truth." Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Then came a sweet, youthful voice. "Master Ye Feng, the late-night snack is ready for you." "Oh, I'll be right there." As a foodie, Ye Feng couldn't resist the allure of late-night snacks. Sitting at the dining table, he gazed at the lavish spread before him, the aroma wafting through the air, leaving him astonished. "Did you make all of this?" "Yes, since I didn't have enough time to prepare. Some of it is quite simple." Michiko propped her chin on her hands, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled. "This is simple?" Ye Feng counted and found 12 dishes laid out before him, truly extravagant. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would have doubted whether this girl possessed magical abilities. Even more astonishing was that not only did it smell divine, but it also tasted exquisite. Gradually, Ye Feng began to accept Michiko's presence in his life. Just as he was enjoying the meal, Michiko's big, sparkling eyes suddenly fixed on him. What is it?" "I have one more thing to tell you, Master Ye Feng. I have applied to be the manager of the Rikkai University tennis club, and I've been accepted," Michiko said innocently. "Oh, what?" Ye Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. "Does that mean I'll be under your management?" "I will take good care of you, Master Ye Feng. Forget it, get some rest." Ye Feng set down his food. Returning to his room, he lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling as he pondered life. Ryoma Ekizun wasn't strong enough yet. It seemed he only began to find his footing during the Kanto tournament. The thought of it felt so troublesome. Perhaps it would be best to report officially tomorrow. Ye Feng soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 4. Strength Speaks. Awakening from a restful slumber, Ye Feng rose to greet the gentle morning light. The weather was pleasantly warm, and Michiko had already prepared a delightful breakfast, as delectable as the evening meal. What a splendid cook she is, Ye Feng mused softly. After enjoying their breakfast, the two set off for school together. The morning classes were relatively simple, a mere trifle for Ye Feng, a former academic prodigy. As he listened, his thoughts drifted to the upcoming tennis practice in the afternoon. Finally, the awaited time arrived. Today, Sanada once again instructed the team to line up. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Yukimura led Ye Feng and Michiko onto the court. What an adorable girl! Who is that behind her? Ah, it seems today will be quite entertaining. Yukimura stood before everyone and introduced, "These two are our new students. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Michiko, a first-year student. From now on, Michiko will serve as the manager of the tennis club." The announcement stirred excitement among the members. Yukimura then turned his attention to Ye Feng. Aware it was his turn, Ye Feng spoke. "Greetings, I am Ye Feng, a longtime friend of Yukimura. Starting today, I will lead you to achieve a three-peat for Rikkai." What arrogance! With a Rikkai and Appo's strength, a three-peat is a certainty, scoffed Kahara, his expression one of defiance. To make such a bold claim, he must possess considerable skill, mused Nayu, scrutinizing Ye Feng with keen interest. Snap! Ye Feng raised his hand and snapped his fingers, silencing the crowd. "Do not rush. Today, you will have ample opportunity to witness my abilities. One game each. Is that not reasonable?" Ye Feng glanced at Yukimura. At Rikkai, indeed, strength prevails. Yukimura squinted and smiled, showing no objection. "All right, let me go first." Kahara could not contain himself and jumped forward. All others retreated outside the court, while Yukimura took his seat as the referee. "You all may serve." Ye Feng relinquished the serve. Kahara, slightly irked, pouted, "I don't care who you are. Let me show you my prowess." It's a finger snap serve. Is this kid trying to make an impression right off the bat? Kahara tightly squeezed the tennis ball and tossed it into the air. This serve. Not even I can predict where it will bounce. Bang! The ball flew through the air, its erratic trajectory already chaotic. It matters not that you are unaware. Ye Feng swiftly appeared in the ball and Appo's path, a devilish smile gracing his lips. "I know." Wham! With a crisp, decisive backhand, he sent a straight shot flying. Kahara attempted to chase, but he was already too late. 0-15. He actually returned it in one stroke. And it was perfectly placed along the sideline. Who is this individual? The crowd ceased to underestimate Ye Feng, their curiosity about him intensifying. Ye Feng, still smiling, addressed them. "Do not relax. Unleash your true strength." Damn it. Kahara served once more, but this time it was a simple serve. Left, Ye Feng declared as he struck the ball in the indicated direction. Kahara still could not catch up. 0-30 left. Again left. "I told you I would hit left." Huff, huff. Kahara panted, his eyes turning progressively red. "No good, Kahara. Stay calm." Observing Kahara's growing agitation, Ye Feng remained unfazed. "Little seaweed, red eyes are a sickness that needs curing." Ah. Kahara unleashed another finger snap serve, but this one was even fiercer, with greater variation. Left. Ye Feng continued to strike toward his left-hand side. This time, Kahara managed to catch up. "Do not underestimate me." With fury, he swung his racket, his eyes filled with a ferocious glint. This shot was powerful, swift, and aggressive. Yet, in Ye Feng's eyes, the ball's trajectory was already laid bare. Hiss, hiss. Kahara collapsed onto the ground. The ball returned to his half of the court, resting on the edge of the net. A zero slice? That's the captain of Saigaku, Tezuka Kunamitsu's signature move. Could it be that Ye Feng possesses national-level prowess? Even Sanada furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Yukimura observed Ye Feng calmly, recalling 3 years prior. 3 years ago. "You used this very technique to leave me utterly defenseless. Just how powerful are you now? Yukimura, my old friend, shall I truly witness your abilities?" Sanada, too, felt a stirring within him, eager to test himself. Yukimura nodded. He too wished to reacquaint himself with Ye Feng. "Let us see what you've got." Oh. Sanada, the vice-captain, is stepping up. Could it be? Is Ye Feng truly that formidable? As he watched Sanada Jenniker approach, Ye Feng remained composed, though a hint of anticipation flickered within him. "Sanada? I genuinely wish to witness his wind, forest, fire, mountain, and thunder techniques." But he likely won't reveal them easily now. Ye Feng remembered distinctly that Sanada had sealed his thunder-like movements and elusive style for Tezuka. At this moment, he surely would not easily unleash the secrets of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain. As Sanada prepared to serve, Yukimura offered a reminder. "Sanada, do not underestimate him." After that single remark, it was evident that Sanada's demeanor shifted. Whoosh. In an instant, Sanada's swing and the ball's departure seemed to vanish. The onlookers, though familiar with Sanada's serves, were still astounded. The vice-captain's swing was incredibly swift, barely perceptible. Yet, Ye Feng took a step forward, drawing back his racket. This is serious. The speed is impressive. Bang. He returned the shot. Sanada quickly reacted, darting to the left. This is intriguing. Ye Feng readied himself for a backhand. Bang. Another counterattack. Suddenly, Sanada gripped his racket with both hands, resembling a samurai wielding a sword, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Before the ball even descended, Sanada's hands slashed forward. An entirely new force infused the ball with spin, propelling it toward Ye Feng at an accelerated speed. You wish for a direct confrontation? As you wish. Ye Feng stepped back, delivering a powerful strike. Bang. The ball soared like a bomb toward the front court. Sanada. Yukimura called out. Invasion like fire. A flame seemed to ignite in Sanada's gaze. The ball surged forth, akin to a roaring blaze, charging toward Ye Feng with ferocity. Quite impressive. I can feel your intensity. Ye Feng stood firm, waiting for the ball to bounce, his pupils narrowing instantly. However, you cannot ignite me yet. Bang. Unmoving as a mountain. This was Sanada's first defensive ultimate move. Chapter 5. Officially joining the team. Bang. The ball struck the net and failed to cross the halfway mark. Was the vice-captain's steadfastness truly shaken? Kahara, regaining his composure, shook his head in disbelief. To think that aside from the captain, there exists someone capable of disturbing the vice-captain's mountain-like presence. This Ye Feng is formidable. Marui Bunta paused his chewing of gum, astonishment evident in his eyes. As the sole female in attendance, Michiko wore an expression of pure admiration. Master Ye Feng, you are simply too dashing. After several intense exchanges, only one round remained. Sanada. Shall we continue? Ye Feng inquired. As he returned to the baseline to serve, Sanada showed no signs of conceding. He sent the ball to Ye Feng's south side of the court. Bang. Receiving the ball, Ye Feng understood this was an invitation for him to serve. Without hesitation, he approached the baseline, preparing to serve. Sanada, in response to you, let us see if you can intercept this ball. He tossed the ball into the air, bending his waist like a bow. In a moment of leap, his body shot forth as if propelled by an arrow. At the instant of impact, his racket angled downwards, his arm rotating inward, maximizing the explosive power from his core and the friction of the racket face. So swift. In the blink of an eye, the ball soared over the net. At this moment, Sanada's eyes sparkled with the desire to counterattack. The trajectory of the ball became clear to him, and he anticipated its landing. It's as swift as the forest breeze. Kahara exclaimed. Sanada, unleash your ultimate technique. It was the Lin from the Wind and Fire Mountain. This move could neutralize the spin, transforming chaos into tranquility. Also smiled, but a sense of worry crept into Marui Bunta. Although the Lin could dissolve the spin, it could not yield a quality return. Sanada, well done. Ye Feng was already at the net. The ball, having ceased its spin, appeared to descend slowly. It seemed like a returnable shot for anyone, especially for Ye Feng. Bang. 0-15. Despite deploying all his techniques from the Wind and Fire Mountain, Sanada could not secure a single point against Ye Feng. Even with multiple exchanges, it felt as though they were facing an insurmountable mountain, utterly unshakable. At this moment, a mysterious aura began to coalesce around Sanada. Sanada. Yukimura leaped from his position, gripping his racket as he stood before Sanada. Yukimura, you in an instant. Sanada regained his composure, the aura dissipating swiftly. That's sufficient. It's not yet time to unleash everything. Yukimura then turned to Ye Feng, sharing a knowing smile. Now, it is my turn to greet an old friend. I leave it to you. Sanada stepped back with profound trust. Even the captain was entering the fray. Could they win? Kahara began to harbor doubts about Yukimura and Appo's strength. It's hard to say. I cannot gauge Ye Feng's true capabilities. Widened his eyes, fully focused. Why are we starting to doubt the captain? He is the child of God, undefeated in 3 years. Remarked. Nevertheless, Ye Feng's displayed prowess instilled a deep sense of strength within them, reaching a level that could indeed threaten Yukimura. It has been 3 years since our last encounter. Ye Feng raised his racket, pointing forward with anticipation. Let us play just one ball today. Come forth. Standing at the baseline, he prepared to serve once more. Would he unleash that ultra-fast, highly spinning serve again? Is it called the spiral arrow? Yukimura was taken aback. Bang. The moment Ye Feng's racket made contact with the ball, Yukimura's pupils contracted, fixating intently on the approaching shot. No matter the speed or intensity of the spin, it could be countered with a keen eye. Yukimura smiled calmly, returning the ball with a backhand. The ball, spinning in reverse, hurtled forward. plunging sharply just after crossing the halfway line. Ye Feng accelerated, lightly tapping the ball over the net. Yukimura, too, rushed to the net, and they engaged in a flurry of rapid exchanges. What a fast rally. It was almost mesmerizing. Bang! The ball suddenly sailed past Yukimura, appearing behind him. Had it ended? This technique no longer worked against me. With a swift turn, Yukimura executed a high lob. Ye Feng dashed back for a powerful smash. But Yukimura had anticipated this, countering with a forehand drive to the diagonal. It seems you have indeed grown significantly. I have awaited this day for a long time. Ye Feng's face radiated joy as he responded with a backspin shot. The zero-spin slice has appeared. Kihara gasped in astonishment. Futile. I want to let it touch the ground. Yukimura charged towards the net. He caught up. Truly the captain. A short drop shot at the net seemed impossible for Ye Feng to reach from the backcourt. Master Ye Feng. In the next moment, Ye Feng's figure appeared instantaneously, as if teleporting. Yukimura, you have a flaw. What? Bang. A fierce strike at the net soared over Yukimura, landing decisively at the backcourt baseline. Yukimura attempted to recover, his jacket slipping off in the process. However, his body felt slightly sluggish, and as he watched the ball roll on the ground, he halted. Captain. We lost, could it be? This was Yukimura. After all, everyone stood frozen, unwilling to accept this reality, though it was merely a single point. Ye Feng had shattered the myth of invincibility they had held in their hearts. I say, Yukimura, not even a single point. And you refuse to unleash your full potential. How ungracious. Ye Feng relaxed immediately, teasingly stating, You have won. Yukimura confirmed with a nod. Ye Feng, welcome to Rikkai Dai. Oh, your welcome ceremony is rather casual. Ye Feng shook his head, pretending to ponder before suggesting, How about you relinquish the captaincy to me? If you desire. Then let us play another round. Yukimura smiled with narrowed eyes. Just kidding. I won't play anymore. I'm feeling a bit empty. And it's time to head home. Ye Feng promptly took Michiko by the hand, leading her off the tennis court while waving goodbye. See you tomorrow. As they watched Ye Feng depart, everyone was engulfed in myriad thoughts. Sanada approached Yukimura and asked, If you were to unleash your full strength, what would your chances be? 50%, perhaps, Yukimura replied, his tone uncertain. I wish I could face him properly. Yet in the next moment, Sanada's demeanor turned serious again. Regardless, if this guy is late tomorrow, I want to let him off easy. Achoo. Ye Feng sneezed, quickly rubbing his nose. Who is criticizing me at this moment? What a nuisance. Beside him, Michiko's face was still filled with adoration. Master Ye Feng, you were so impressive today. Ye Feng nodded nonchalantly. Yes, I know. I must remain discreet. Chapter 6. The persistent old friend at 8 o'clock in the evening. The night was tranquil, the moon bright yet stars sparse. Ye Feng lay alone on his bed, feeling little inclination to sleep. For him, the hour was still too early. He took out his phone and found a long-neglected number. A thought brewing in his mind. Without hesitation, he dialed it. Buzzing. Within a villa resembling a palace, a youth with golden short hair and sea-blue eyes, marked by a tear mole, remained indifferent to the sound. Soon, an elderly butler approached, opened a drawer, and retrieved the soul-vibrating phone. He walked a distance away before answering. Hello? Is this a Toby? You wouldn't be avoiding my call, would you? Ye Feng inquired. Who is this? Oh, it's Shanji. I'm Ye Feng. Please hand the phone to a Toby. At this moment, a Toby had noticed the butler approaching. He glanced up and effortlessly took the phone. A Toby. Let us go out for some fun. Ye Feng, I heard you win a Rikkai. Isn't Ice Emperor enough for you? Ice Emperor is fine. But I don't wish to call you minister. Where are you? I've sent you the address. I'll be waiting. After hanging up, Ye Feng quickly changed his clothes, grabbed his tennis bag, and headed downstairs. Young master, where are you going? Meiji asked. To meet an old friend. You should get some rest at home. Ye Feng replied with a faint smile as he opened the door and departed. Half an hour later, Ye Feng arrived at an outdoor tennis court, which appeared rather quiet with few people around. After waiting for a while, he spotted a black Maybach pulling up to the curb. This guy really has no sense of subtlety, Ye Feng thought, shaking his head in resignation. Young master, Shanji said, opening the car door for Atobi. As Atobi stepped out, he immediately caught sight of the familiar face. Atobi, long time no see, Ye Feng greeted with a smile. Let's chit-chat. Let us get ready, Atobi replied coldly. TCH, Ye Feng took his racket and walked to the opposite end of the court. You haven't changed a bit. It's just like when we were in Britain. Yet, you understand me well. I'm not the same Atobi from 3 years ago. If you're not prepared, you may find yourself unable to laugh soon. Atobi remarked indifferently. That's fine. I'm eager to see how much you've improved over these 3 years. Ye Feng said, pulling a ball from his pocket and bouncing it on his racket before sending it to the other side. Thwack! Catching the ball. Atobi recognized this as Ye Feng and Oppo's favorite tactic, serving while simultaneously gauging his opponent and Oppo's skill. Without wasting another moment, Atobi moved to the baseline, his long eyes flashing with intensity. Let me show you my current self. With those words, Atobi unleashed a powerful serve. Boom. The speed of the ball was rapid, unlike a typical serve, with intense spin. Though it appeared to be a straightforward serve, it showcased a solid foundation. However, Ye Feng merely shook his head. Atobi, it seems you really haven't changed at all. Boom. With even greater force, Atobi's return was swift, yet he found himself unable to react in time, watching helplessly as the ball flew past him. Feeling as though he couldn't swing his racket in that fleeting moment. This guy. Atobi began to sense something amiss. In 3 years, Ye Feng's strength seemed to have escalated. Just as Atobi prepared to serve again, Ye Feng suddenly pointed his racket toward the front court and said, "Don't hesitate. Unleash your full power." Atobi, looking into Ye Feng's eyes, sharp as a blade, realized it was time to take things seriously. With a calm smile, he replied, "Peth. Let yourself be entranced by my exquisite techniques." Boom. Once again, Atobi delivered a rapid serve, then charged the net. Observing his movement, Ye Feng swiftly retracted his stance and executed a slice. Opportunity. Atobi stepped to the right, launching a powerful forehand strike. The ball sped faster than before. Imbued with strong topspin, Ye Feng deftly lifted the ball high into the air, neutralizing the spin entirely. At that moment, a gleam sparkled in Atobi's eyes. As if he had already foreseen everything, completely in control. As he leapt high, a triumphant smile graced Atobi's lips. Prepare for the demise of the waltz. Bang. A forceful smash. The ball descended rapidly, heavy as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down. Yet, Ye Feng felt no threat. Instead, he took 2 steps back. What? After the ball landed, Atobi prepared for a second leap to complete the ultimate smash, only to witness Ye Feng evade the ball with remarkable speed, which, upon bouncing, spun towards Ye Feng's forehand. This left Atobi momentarily stunned. Seeing this, he recalled a long-desired rival, Tezuka Konomitsu. This technique bore striking resemblance to Tezuka's domain. Yet, Ye Feng's control appeared even more masterful. Bang! An ordinary strike pierced through Atobi's defense. 30-0, Ye Feng declared, reporting the score himself. As Atobi returned to the baseline to serve again, a newfound seriousness glimmered in his eyes. Bang! This time, Atobi opted for a high-speed serve once more. Then advanced to the net. Are you going to try again? Ye Feng asked. Just as you wish, Atobi retorted, repeating his powerful smash. Both the strength and speed were unchanged. However, Ye Feng continued to manipulate the ball's spin at will. From the very first strike, he had applied tremendous spin to the ball, and Atobi's smash only served to enhance that spin, as if it was directed precisely to Ye Feng's desired location. 40-0. I say, Atobi, why are you still so stubborn? Ye Feng teased. Humph, quit your prattling. Atobi snapped, serving once more. Again, the same nearly identical moves and techniques unfolded. 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0. The score continued to escalate, but Atobi had yet to score a single point. Ye Feng, unable to bear it any longer, paused and said, Atobi, how long will you remain obstinate? No matter how many times you attempt it, the outcome remains unchanged. At this moment, Atobi was utterly exhausted, his clothes soaked with sweat, his once flowing hair now damp and lacking volume. Even beads of sweat clung to his eyelashes. His vision seemed somewhat obscured, yet it compelled him to focus intently on a singular point. As he tossed the ball into the air, a fervent glow emanated from his pupils. Bang! Ye Feng sensed something different about this serve. It felt noticeably heavier in his hand than before. Hiding his strength, perhaps? He sent a high lob back to Atobi. Without hesitation, Atobi leapt up, unwavering and without complaint. Let yourself be entranced by my exquisite techniques. Boom. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ball unexpectedly bounced away upon touching the ground, escaping Leaf Maple's domain. 0-15. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Atobi tossed his hair back, laughing triumphantly with his head held high. Chapter 7. A great responsibility bestowed. Becoming the minister, you've done remarkably well. It appears you have indeed changed from 3 years ago. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement. No matter how many times it takes, I will always return the favor. A confident gleam sparkled in Jibu's eyes. However, at that moment, the heavens turned unkind, and rain began to fall. The butler promptly stepped forward to open an umbrella. Yet, Jibu insisted on continuing. Ye Feng, less resolute, shook his head and replied, "I would rather not get drenched. We can continue another time." Seeing Ye Feng put away his racket, Jibu did not press further. After escorting Ye Feng home, Jibu gazed at Ye Feng's retreating figure and remarked, "This year, you must be cautious, Rikkai Dai. I shall await you." Ye Feng waved goodbye. At that moment, Michiko promptly opened the door, anxiously checking on Ye Feng. "Young Master Ye Feng, you didn't get caught in the rain, did you? I shall prepare a bowl of hot tea for you." "No need. Please go rest," he replied. Once in his room, Ye Feng lay on his bed, recalling Jibu's final shot. The power and determination exhibited in that moment represented a significant qualitative leap. The ability to break through the constraints of the domain was truly impressive. Such rapid transformation within a short period filled Ye Feng with anticipation for the future. "Jibu, I am waiting for you." Meanwhile, on the way home, the butler unusually commented, "Young Master Jingwu, it seems you are more concerned today than usual." Young Master Ye Feng is indeed formidable. He is an unfathomable opponent, but I will surpass him eventually, Jibu replied, narrowing his eyes, his words laced with unwavering confidence. The butler nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I believe in you, young Master Jingwu." That night, the rain did not cease, washing over the entire world. Upon waking the next morning, everything felt rejuvenated. Ye Feng opened the window, inhaling the fresh air, and gazed at the clear world outside, filled with delight. It was the weekend, and he intended to arrive at the tennis court for training earlier than usual. Noticing the time, he hurried downstairs, where breakfast was already prepared. "Young Master Ye Feng, come eat your breakfast. We mustn't and oppose, be late for training," Michiko reminded him. Late? The thought of being late sent a shiver down Ye Feng and Amp Oppo's spine as he recalled Sonata and Amp Oppo's stern expression. "Ah, if I and Amp Oppo's am late, Sonata will surely reprimand me." He quickly gobbled down his meal and grabbed his tennis bag to leave. Michiko chased after him. "Young Master Ye Feng, your car is ready." "Oh, right," he replied, calming down upon seeing the driver waiting. The journey to school would only take 10 minutes, so there was no need to rush. Once in the car, Ye Feng yawned nonchalantly. Meanwhile, at the Rikkai Dai tennis training facility, Sonata had already begun basic training with the players. Yukimura was supervising while awaiting Ye Feng's arrival. After glancing at the time, Yukimura smiled calmly. His smile radiated purity, making him seem almost ethereal. Beside him, Ryuzaki narrowed his eyes and remarked, "It seems he will be late again." En route, Ye Feng could not foresee that a 10-minute journey could encounter traffic. "Michiko, you can arrive later. I will head on foot." Ye Feng decided to exit the vehicle and sprint towards the school. "Oh, what is that?" Ye Feng sped up, disregarding the onlookers. The players in training suddenly noticed a figure racing towards them, their eyes widening in surprise. With a cloud of dust swirling around, Ye Feng finally arrived. "Hi," he greeted with a wave. Sonata and Oppo's gaze found him, fixing intently as he prepared to speak. However, Ye Feng quickly adjusted his stance and, with a serious expression, interjected, "Ahem. I'm not late. In fact, I was warming up half an hour ago." "Warming up? What do you mean by that, senior?" Kiyoshi asked curiously. Ye Feng feigned mystery, leaning against the net, adopting a profound demeanor. "It is a remarkably secretive and extraordinary warm-up routine, essential for my continued growth." "Oh, is that the secret to your strength, senior?" Kiyoshi exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, Kiyoshi, do you wish to become stronger?" Ye Feng turned slightly, his gaze intense. "Absolutely." Kiyoshi was utterly captivated, completely believing Ye Feng's words. Suddenly, a forceful hit sent Kiyoshi sprawling backward. Sonata's piercing gaze bore into Ye Feng. This was the solemn gaze of Rikkai Dai, the tennis emperor. Before Ye Feng could elaborate further, Sonata issued a command. "Rikkai Dai has its rules. No one is exempt. 30 laps around the court. I am not late. I was warming up. Do you see the sweat on me?" Ye Feng pointed to himself. Yet, upon inspection, it was evident that he was completely dry. Perhaps had he claimed this sooner, someone might have believed him, but after a few minutes, the notion of sweat had vanished. As the reality of being penalized with laps loomed, Ye Feng suddenly grew serious. "Sonata. Rikkai Dai speaks through strength, does it not?" At that moment, Ye Feng's gaze appeared even more intimidating than Sonata's. His eyes, as dark as an abyss, exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure, compelling even Sonata to divert his gaze towards Yukimura. At this juncture, Yukimura declared, "Rikkai Dai honors the powerful. I hereby announce that Ye Feng shall become the new minister of Rikkai Dai. Ye Feng expressed surprise. Initially, he merely wished to avoid being labeled late and to escape the punishment of lapse, yet unexpectedly, he was bestowed the title of minister. However, he had never been fond of excessive formality, and the responsibility felt daunting, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Yet, upon meeting Yukimura's steadfast gaze, he realized he had no choice but to accept. Very well, I accept the position of minister, but in return, you must also adhere to my training and arrangements. What do you say? Training Yukimura, the minister? Everyone gasped in astonishment. To them, Yukimura seemed nearly perfect. Yet, recalling yesterday and Appo's events, they began to anticipate the nature of Ye Feng's training. No problem, Yukimura agreed willingly. Excellent. Now, I command you to undergo a medical examination and report back to me afterward. Ye Feng issued the directive without hesitation. Why? Yukimura looked perplexed. Yukimura, are you hiding something from us? Sanada was the first to show concern. Minister, what is the matter? Kiyoshi asked anxiously. Subsequently, everyone turned their attention to Ye Feng. He offered no further explanation, simply stating, get checked, and you will understand. Inform me of your findings tomorrow. But, I am the minister now. This is an order. Chapter 8. The stern minister. With those words, I leave this to you. Yukimura ceased to linger on the matter and acquiesced to Ye Feng's arrangement. After Yukimura departed, Sanada furrowed his brows, instructing everyone to continue their training while he stepped aside with Ye Feng. What is going on? Is there something wrong with Yukimura and Appo's health? The matter remains unclear for now. I am merely considering his well-being. Ye Feng sighed, his mind racing. 3 years ago, when I first met him, a medical elder had suggested this, but I never had the chance to discuss it with him before he was taken away. So, 3 years have passed, and Yukimura's condition may have worsened significantly? Sanada's concern deepened. I hope it is not serious. If there is an issue, I will arrange treatment for him promptly, Ye Feng assured. In truth, he was fabricating a story to pass the moment. The reason for Yukimura's examination was rooted in his memory of Yukimura collapsing during the Kanto tournament. Since I have appeared and am a teammate of Yukimura, I must not allow such suffering to befall him again. Noticing Ye Feng's sudden solemnity, Sanada felt an increasing sense of mystery and depth about him. At that moment, Ye Feng inquired, by the way, when do the regional qualifiers commence? Lu Lianair replied, next Wednesday, but everything has already been arranged. What is the strength of our opponents? Ye Feng expressed curiosity. After all, he had not previously encountered descriptions of Rikkai's adversaries before the Kanto tournament in the world of Prince of Tennis. Sanada looked at Ye Feng oddly and said, the regional qualifiers do not require the main team's intervention. The second team will handle the matches. Ye Feng nodded and asked, what about Kanagawa? Are there any noteworthy opponents? None, Sanada thought for a moment and responded, but during the Kanto tournament, there will be some formidable opponents. Ye Feng fell into contemplation, murmuring, during the Kanto tournament, we are likely to encounter Aoyama or Ice Emperor, as well as Futami. Lu Lianair provided a detailed analysis, based on last year's circumstances. The most probable encounter this year will be with Ice Emperor. Ye Feng nodded slightly. Indeed, it should requires attention, but I wonder if Aoyama and Appo's current situation aligns with my thoughts. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Lu Lianair became somewhat concerned and asked, Minister, you seem particularly interested in Aoyama. Is it because of Tezuka Kunimitsu? Ye Feng did not shy away and candidly replied, I am indeed keen on monitoring Tezuka Kunimitsu. He possesses remarkable strength. Yet he is currently injured and unable to perform at full capacity. Ye Feng, why do you seem knowledgeable about everyone yet also appear uncertain? Sanada voiced his inner doubts. Ah well. Ye Feng scratched his head and hurriedly explained, it's because before arriving at Rikkai, I conducted extensive research. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle, haha. Observing Ye Feng and Appo's awkward smile, Sanada remained skeptical but refrained from probing further. Instead, he began directing everyone to intensify their practice. As it was Saturday, the morning consisted of fundamental training, while the afternoon was dedicated to full team practice. Ye Feng also engaged in supervising the training. After observing for a while, he felt it insufficient. Thus, he called for a halt. All right, everyone. Pause your movements and gather around to hear what I have to say. This exclamation might lead one to think a charlatan had arrived. However, everyone promptly assembled, awaiting instructions. Ye Feng glanced at the two beside him and said, Sanada, Lu Lianair, join the team. After surveying the crowd, Ye Feng, with a serious expression, stated, "I have observed your training, and it is lacking. To excel in tennis, one must possess ample physical stamina. Therefore, we will set aside all techniques and focus on physical conditioning with me. Minister, you yourself are reluctant to run laps, yet you expect us to train our stamina?" Chidahara had transformed from a gullible state to one of skepticism, his face betraying doubt. "If you wish to grow stronger, then obey my directives." Ye Feng replied with a piercing gaze. Gulp. Chidahara immediately pressed his hands against his thighs and stood at attention. "Yes, Sonata, keep a record, starting today. Every individual must complete 50 laps of 400 meters in odd weeks and 60 laps in even weeks, followed by strength training. Duck walks, 30 meters per set, 10 sets in total without rest. Toe jumps, 30 meters per set, 10 sets without rest. Furthermore, there will be cross steps, side slides, backward steps, and quick steps, each consisting of 5 sets. And there is more." This barrage of commands left everyone feeling overwhelmed, yet they did not anticipate Ye Feng would continue. At this moment, as the minister, Ye Feng exhibited no mercy, continuing, "What I just outlined was merely lower body training. We will also focus on upper body strength and core stability. I will compile everything into a document for Liu Lianair to oversee." Initially, one might have thought the formidable trio of Rikkai was strict enough, yet the seemingly unorthodox Ye Feng proved to be even more intense. Despite their complaints, training remained relentless. At that moment, Sonata looked at Ye Feng with newfound trust. This training perfectly aligned with his inner convictions. "All right, let us begin with my instructions. 50 laps, starting now." Ye Feng commanded, initiating a light jog. "Minister, are you joining us?" Ren Wangyasi gazed at Ye Feng in disbelief. "Of course, everyone is included. You must keep pace with me." With Ye Feng's call, the entire team felt invigorated. The sensation of the captain leading the run was entirely different. The first lap. "Don't tell me you are already fatigued. Accelerate." "Too slow." "It's only the 10th lap. Still too slow." The continuous sprinting left even Sonata feeling strained. Yet, observing Ye Feng at the forefront, he seemed to exert no effort, his breathing remarkably steady. 50 laps. Congratulations on completing your first day's task. Minister, what kind of creature are you? With practice, you too can achieve this." Ye Feng smiled faintly, retrieving a small notebook from his backpack. "While recording," he said, "today, only Sonata and Kuwahara pass. Those who fail 3 times in a row will face a penalty." "WH? What penalty?" Chidahara's pupils dilated, gripped by an unknown dread. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes with a smile. "It's a secret. You'll discover it when you face the penalty." Chidahara shook his head repeatedly, panicking. "I don't want it. I don't want it." Ye Feng wagged his finger. "If you don't want it, then run faster. Completing the laps within an hour and 30 minutes is passing." After speaking, Ye Feng began contemplating, "Should I go to Aoyama and seek Kiyoshi's guidance?" Chapter 9. I wish to learn the dry juice subsequently. Ye Feng addressed Sonata, stating, "I have important matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shall leave the training in your capable hands. Additionally, once the results of Yukimura's examination are available, please inform me." Sonata readily agreed, understood. After organizing these arrangements, Ye Feng made a phone call. On the other end of the line, Tezuka, who was engaged in conversation with Otsuyushi, suddenly paused. Upon checking his phone, he noticed that it was Ye Feng calling, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Upon answering, he inquired, "Calling at this hour? Are you eager to continue last night and Oppo's match?" Ye Feng, without responding to the question, directly asked, "You know the way to Seishin Academy, Don and Oppo's, TU?" Tezuka chuckled softly, replying, "Ah, so you have set your sights on Seishin? If you wish to challenge Tezuka to a duel, at the very least, I should be a witness, don't you think? However, I doubt he will agree to a private match with you." Ye Feng replied, "Don't concern yourself with that. Just take me there tomorrow." Tezuka responded coolly, "Ye Feng, when seeking favors, one must adopt the proper demeanor." Ye Feng smiled. "Very well, since it seems troublesome. I shall take the initiative to confront Tezuka Gaku myself. Alas, you shall not witness this battle." Tezuka maintained his aloof demeanor, stating, "Tomorrow at 2 p.m. I will have Yamazaki personally come to fetch you." After hanging up, a confident smile appeared on Ye Feng and Oppo's face. "Tezuka, you truly care about Tezuka." The next day, under Tezuka's guidance, Ye Feng arrived at Seishin Academy. The campus was expansive and picturesque, embodying the essence of youth. As it was the weekend, the school was relatively quiet, with only a few members engaged in club activities. As they walked towards the tennis court, Tezuka could not help but ask, "Ye Feng, Are you truly going to challenge Tezuka? In response, Ye Feng playfully teased, "What? Are you afraid that if he loses to me, you shall no longer be considered his rival?" Tezuka chuckled lightly. Enough of that. Tezuka and Appo's strength is not as simple as you perceive. Besides, you Haven and Appo's T even brought your racket. What exactly are you planning to do? Ye Feng did not provide a direct answer, merely revealing a mysterious smile. Guess. As they conversed, the pair arrived at the tennis court, where the Seishin players were engaged in practice. Ye Feng immediately shifted his focus, intent on locating Kaji Shinji, which was the primary purpose of his visit. Coach Ryazaki recognized Ye Feng at once and approached with a puzzled expression. Aren't you that kid from the other day? Ah, Coach Ryazaki, it has been a while, Ye Feng greeted with a smile. Ryazaki inquired, what brings you to Seishin? Why is Tezuka from Ice Emperor accompanying you? Suddenly, Kikumaru Eiji exclaimed, Oishi, look over there. Oishi Shuichiro turned to see, who is that? Tezuka from Ice Emperor, and someone I haven't seen before. Ekizan Ryoma also noticed. Recognizing the unfamiliar man, Ye Feng, Tachibana Taka heard Ekizan and became excited. Ekizan, do you know that guy? It's rare for you to remember someone else's name. Ekizan quickly retorted, I don't know him. At that moment, upon learning that Ekizan was there for academic exchanges, Coach Ryazaki did not intervene, calling out to Kaji, Shinji. Come here for a moment. Kaji, busy documenting data, was puzzled, adjusted his reflective black-rimmed glasses, closed his notebook, and walked over slowly. Ye Feng observed this man, who was of similar height and sported a crew cut, and immediately sensed the aura of knowledge surrounding him. Kaji adjusted his glasses once more and asked, Coach, what is it? Coach Ryazaki replied, this is Ye Feng, who has come specifically to discuss academic matters with you. Although it was training time, it would be disrespectful not to acknowledge his visit. Ye Feng extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself. Hello, I am Ye Feng, the current captain of the Rikkai Tennis Club. Hello. Kaji's hand hovered mid-air, becoming somewhat stiff. Numerous pieces of information flashed through his mind. He then feigned calmness, opening his notebook, and stated, as far as I know, the current captain of Rikkai should be Yukimura Seishi. Ye Feng maintained a calm smile. That was before yesterday. From now on, I am the captain of Rikkai. Kaji curiously inquired, so what do you wish to discuss with me? At this, Ye Feng and Appo's eyes brightened, and he gazed earnestly at Kaji. Could you teach me how to make dry juice? Tezuka, standing nearby, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Ye Feng had come for this. Little one, what are you planning to do? At this moment, Ekizan Ryoma stepped forward, his eyes brimming with a fierce desire to win. Ye Feng, let us have another match. Coach Ryazaki immediately intervened. Ekizan, do not act recklessly. Ye Feng smiled gently. Coach Ryazaki, rest assured, I am not here to cause trouble. I merely wish for Kaji to teach me how to make dry juice. Coach Ryazaki became intrigued, asking, Shinji, what is dry juice? Kaji explained, it is a functional beverage I am still developing, capable of significantly replenishing various elements required by the human body. How did you come to know about it? Ye Feng awkwardly laughed, realizing he had forgotten that Kaji had yet to perfect the dry juice. However, since he was already there, Ye Feng thought of an explanation and said solemnly, Kaji, do you believe in fate? Kaji, indeed, fate has guided me. The future of dry juice is promising. You must succeed in its development. I will support you. This exchange left the Seishin members bewildered. They thought, if this person is not somewhat eccentric, he must possess some unique abilities. Ye Feng left his phone number with Kaji and was about to depart when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind. It was a distinct presence, already established in its own right. Realizing this, Ye Feng knew without looking that it was the man himself. Tezuka Kunimitsu, even now, had already gained recognition in the professional tennis world. Tezuka, this is Rikkai's new captain, Ye Feng, Coach Ryazaki introduced. Tezuka extended his right hand and nodded slightly. Hello. Tezuka, it seems this your Seishin has gained a particularly intriguing newcomer. I look forward to encountering you at the national tournament, Tezuka remarked teasingly. Ye Feng, undeterred by Tezuka's jest, solemnly advised, no, Tezuka, I recommend you first focus on healing your injury. At this moment, Tezuka's brow twitched slightly, and he subconsciously glanced at his left elbow. He could not comprehend why Ye Feng had suddenly made such a statement, yet at that instant, a faint sting emanated from his arm, causing him to pay particular attention to Ye Feng's words. Chapter 10. Advice for Tezuka. However, Tezuka Kunimitsu swiftly regained his composure and calmly replied, thank you, but my hand is perfectly fine. Yet, Leaf Maple felt compelled to persuade him further. If Tezuka Kunimitsu could not compete at his full capacity, then battling him would be futile. Thus, Leaf Maple turned his gaze towards Coach Ryuzaki. I have a friend who had to withdraw from the tennis world due to delayed treatment. If you seek timely intervention now, it may still be salvaged. Whatever is needed. Both Itobi and I will assist wholeheartedly. Coach Ryuzaki looked at Tezuka with a questioning expression. Tezuka's tone remained resolute. I have no issues at all. Leaf Maple chuckled and pressed on. Isn't the captain of Seishin Academy confident in his teammates' abilities? Without you, can they even win a match? This statement evidently struck a chord with Tezuka and made Coach Ryuzaki uneasy, although she did not understand why Leaf Maple offered such assistance. She was aware of Tezuka and Appo's old injury and had assumed it was no longer a concern. She promptly ordered, Tezuka, you should go to the hospital for a thorough examination. At that moment, even Itobi chimed in intentionally, Tezuka, if you can prove you're fine, why not have a match with this guy? What? Everyone displayed astonished expressions. This was the captain of 3 schools, challenging a private match. Tezuka hesitated for a moment, then stepped onto the court and retrieved his racket. Tezuka. Oishi's concern was palpable, and he sought to dissuade him. Oishi, right? I will ensure your captain acknowledges his mistakes, Leaf Maple said with a faint smile. Everyone vacated the court, moving outside to spectate. Meanwhile, Leaf Maple turned to Ekizan Ryoma. Little one, why not be our referee? You really know people, said Tachibana Wataru. I refuse. Ekizan Ryoma declined the request. Seeing Ekizan and Appo's reluctance, Itobi eagerly volunteered. Leaf Maple, I did say that if you challenge Tezuka, I should witness it. Leaf Maple took another glance at Ekizan Ryoma but did not press the matter. Instead, he turned to the ever-smiling Oishi Shuichi and inquired, Oishi, the prodigious youth of Seishin Academy, may I borrow your racket for a moment? Oishi did not refuse and handed over his racket. Take it. At the moment Leaf Maple grasped the racket, his smile momentarily froze. In a tone only the two could hear, he said, Oishi, keep your eyes wide open and observe each shot closely. A surge of electricity flashed through Oishi and Appo's mind, leaving him astonished. This remark prompted him to open his eyes wide. After reaching the other side of the court, Leaf Maple instructed, you serve first. The match commenced, with Tezuka serving. Tezuka held the racket in his left hand and slowly tossed the ball into the air. Bang! The speed was impressive, a powerful serve. Leaf Maple remained motionless, merely observing the ball's landing point. 15-0, Kikomaru Eiji. The captain is indeed formidable. Tachibana Wataru, as expected of the captain, scoring directly on the serve. Haitani Karu, ugh. So noisy. Coach Ryuzaki displayed no excitement. This was merely an assessment, and this youth named Leaf Maple was not to be underestimated. Tezuka served again, maintaining the same toss height and swing timing, as if this had become his habitual stance, a testament to perfect muscle memory. 30-0, 40-0, 1-0. For consecutive serves resulted in direct points, winning the game. Tezuka and Appo's expression remained impassive, devoid of words. The players switched sides. Kato Katsuro looked on with admiration. Tezuka, you're incredible. Hori bluntly stated, this doesn't seem like someone with issues at all. Haitani turned to silence them. Sure. The two fell silent. Kato continued recording the match with his camcorder. At this moment, Leaf Maple looked across and queried, Tezuka, that last serve wasn't to your full strength, was it? How much longer will you stubbornly endure? Tezuka remained silent. Leaf Maple snorted coldly, tightening his grip on the racket, his expression turning serious. Boom. 0-15. Tachibana widened his eyes in astonishment. What was that just now? Coach Ryuzaki narrowed her gaze and said with conviction, now, this is the strength he ought to display. Kato appeared somewhat dazed, murmuring, so fast, like a flash of light. Even my camera couldn't capture it. Tezuka, if your hand is indeed fine, you wouldn't miss such a ball, Leaf Maple intentionally remarked. On the second ball, Leaf Maple exerted force again. Boom. This time, Tezuka reacted. After reading the ball's trajectory, he stepped forward, drawing his racket back. He returned it. All right, send it back just like that. Leaf Maple stood still, not moving as the ball bounced, followed by a heavy strike. Tezuka, don't overexert yourself. Another forehand stroke came, but Tezuka ignored every word Leaf Maple uttered. At this moment, Leaf Maple pivoted on one foot, effortlessly controlling the incoming ball. On the other side, Tezuka also unleashed his domain. The two stood at the center line, unmoving. It seemed to devolve into a ball-holding contest, with the ball exchanged back and forth over a dozen times. Observing Tezuka recklessly exhausting his arm, Leaf Maple could no longer restrain himself. He sidestepped and executed a slice. Though it was anticipated, the ball plummeted rapidly after clearing the net. Hiss! When it finally halted, the entire venue fell silent. A zero slice? ISNT the Tezuka's signature move. Even Tezuka frowned, taken aback by this shot. 0-30. Atobi's expression was nuanced. Leaf Maple, how much strength are you concealing? Even Ryoma tilted his cap slightly, becoming unusually serious. Coach Ryazaki, however, appeared unfazed. To become the captain of Rikkai, Leaf Maple's strength is beyond doubt. These techniques aren't exclusive to Tezuka. They merely require sufficient skill to master. Boom. Another crisp serve. Despite Tezuka responding, the next moment, the ball returned to his half of the court without warning, a slice that was effortlessly controllable. In that instant, Tezuka finally felt a sense of helplessness. Leaf Maple reiterated, Tezuka Kunimitsu, do not forget the purpose of your pursuit of tennis. Your future is long. Do not jeopardize it lightly. Yet, Tezuka stubbornly swung his racket. This was the first time he relaxed his stern expression, shouting, my future is now. It is Seishin. Leaf Maple and Amp. Oppos. gaze turned icy, applying more force. Then let us see how long you can withstand this ball. The crowd clearly saw Tezuka and Oppos' face contort in determination. Bang. Crash. Tezuka collapsed to the ground in agony. His trembling hands unable to grip the racket. Tezuka, quickly, get him to the hospital. Chapter 11. The idea of a friendly match without hesitation. Ye Feng arranged for the finest treatment for Tezuka Kunimitsu, contacting a renowned orthopedic specialist from Germany for his care. Although Tezuka had persistently insisted that he harbored no issues, he could no longer maintain his facade after undergoing examination. Once everything was organized, Ye Feng turned to the hospital bed and said, next time, I hope to see a complete Tezuka Kunimitsu standing before me. Just as Ye Feng was about to leave with an air of nonchalance, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared at the door. Ye Feng, what brings you here? It and Oppos. Su, Yukimura. I didn't and Oppos. Expect to see you here. The two exchanged awkward glances. To their surprise, all of Rikkai and Oppos' key players had arrived as well. Chitose peeked out from between Yukimura and Sanada, wearing an expression that suggested he was eager to watch the unfolding drama. Captain, you seem quite suspicious, he teased. Thud. Sanada delivered a light tap on Chitose and Oppos' head. At that moment, they noticed Tezuka seated on the hospital bed. Their eyes met, and Sanada stepped forward, saying, it's been a while. Tezuka replied in kind, indeed, it has. The atmosphere grew tense due to the dryness of their exchange. Yukimura stepped forward to greet Tezuka as well. Ye Feng quickly inquired, by the way, how did you all end up here? Yukimura replied matter-of-factly, you asked me to come for a checkup, didn't and Oppos. To you? The best hospital is here, after all. Ye Feng scratched his head, that and Oppos. That's true. So, what were the results? Yukimura responded, I was just about to head up. Then let us go quickly to check on your condition. Although he was still unaware of the specifics, Yukimura didn't and Oppos feel the need to delve deeper. The rest of Rikkai followed suit, leaving together. Sanada lingered behind for a moment, gazing at Tezuka in silence before saying, I am still waiting for you, Tezuka. As Sanada departed, Atobi interjected, do not forget, your opponent is me, Tezuka. Meanwhile, Yukimura upstairs began a thorough examination. The members of Rikkai awaited quietly in the corridor, hoping for no complications with Yukimura and Oppos' health. To them, Yukimura represented the very spirit of Rikkai. An hour later, the doctor emerged, his expression noticeably grave. They spoke privately for half an hour. Yukimura appeared unfazed, smiling as he asked, surely, there are no issues? The doctor, however, silently shook his head, indicating, your body has developed serious complications. Immediate surgical intervention is required. Otherwise, it will worsen, making recovery more arduous. Yukimura furrowed his brow in disbelief. How could this happen? The doctor pointed to the examination screen, explaining, your nerve roots and peripheral nerves have sustained damage. While it has not yet reached a critical stage, it is perilously close. You are at risk of developing Guillain-Barré syndrome, so prompt treatment is advisable. Hearing this, Yukimura felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. What puzzled him further was his inability to feel anything amiss. Why could Ye Feng perceive it? Yukimura, increasingly bewildered, inquired, what is the success rate of the surgery? How long will recovery take? After a moment of contemplation, the doctor replied, given your current state, a minimum of 3 months will be necessary. Yukimura calculated the time. It was March, which meant he could return in time for the Kanto tournament. Although he was no longer the team captain, he still wished to contribute to their victory. Fortunately, With Ye Feng and Amp, Oppo's addition to the team, Yukimura felt less burdened about their affairs. Thus, he decided to proceed with the surgery. As Yukimura exited the hospital room, he wore a reassuring smile. It's nothing serious. I just need to take a 3-month leave. 3 months? Everyone was taken aback, their expressions turning to concern. Sanada immediately pressed, what exactly is the situation? Seeing the urgency in their faces, Yukimura promptly explained his condition. Expressing gratitude to Ye Feng, while entrusting him with the team. Ye Feng, I leave Rikkai in your capable hands during this period. Ye Feng extended his right fist. Yukimura glanced at it and reciprocated with a fist bump. Ye Feng then smiled confidently, rest assured, no one can take away Rikkai's 3 consecutive championships. Chitos eagerly chimed in. If Yukimura is absent, I shall take over the singles position. Thud. Another tap on the head came from Sanada, who admonished, it's not your turn yet. Chitos looked aggrieved, rubbing his head as he stepped back. On the way out of the hospital, Ye Feng suddenly had an idea. Since our main players won't be available before the Kanto tournament, how about we organize a friendly match? Yukimura looked puzzled. A friendly match? With whom? After careful consideration, Ye Feng suggested, how about Seishin Academy? Sanada frowned slightly. Tezuka from Seishin is hospitalized. Who else is worth testing against? Ye Feng shook his head. Do not underestimate Seishin. We will find out once we play. He hoped that this friendly match would unveil Seishin's potential, making it all the more interesting. Though uncertain about Ye Feng's idea, Yukimura expressed his support, saying, you are the captain, it is your call. With Yukimura and Oppo's agreement, Sanada reluctantly concurred as well. Ye Feng then turned back, waving his hand. You all head back. I will go speak with Seishin's coach. In haste, he returned to the hospital. Upon seeing Ye Feng again, Coach Rizaki curiously asked, what is going on? Do you have something to discuss? Coach Ryazaki, let us arrange a friendly match. Ye Feng stated plainly. Is that so? Coach Ryazaki pondered. Then turned to Tezuka, asking, what do you think, Tezuka? After a moment of contemplation, Tezuka replied, let us consider it a practice match. With their consensus, Coach Ryazaki and Ye Feng began discussing the timing and location of the friendly match. To facilitate arrangements, Ye Feng called Atobi. Having just returned home, Atobi hesitated to answer. But upon hearing from the butler that it was about a friendly match, he quickly picked up the phone. You wish to borrow my venue? In return, I presume you intend to finish that match with me, correct? Atobi inquired. Ye Feng readily agreed. No problem. Prepare for the day after tomorrow. With everything in place. Only the lineup remained to be determined. Despite it being a friendly match, they still aimed for a serious approach. The next day, Ye Feng gathered the players to outline the lineup. First, for doubles 2, he decided on Yayu Hiroshi and Nio Masaru. For doubles 1, he arranged Marui Bunta and Wolf Kawahara. In singles 3, Ye Feng looked at Chitosakaya. For singles 2, it was Yanagi Sawarinchi. And in singles 1, Sanada Janikura was appointed. Once the lineup was finalized, Ye Feng gazed up at the sky, wondering how things were faring on Seishin and Oppo's side. Chapter 12. The friendly match begins what? A friendly match with Rikkai Dai? Isn't that a bit sudden? When Coach Ryazaki announced this news, everyone was taken aback. Indeed. It was proposed by Ye Feng, and Tezuka had also agreed, Coach Ryazaki explained. The moment everyone heard that Tezuka had consented, their spirits surged with enthusiasm. Momo, great. Who cares about Rikkai Dai? Let them see the power of my vertical smash. Kato hiss. Just don't lose too terribly. Momo, hey you snake. What did you say? Hiss. Oof. The two began to bicker off to the side. Daisuke stepped forward and asked, Coach, how should we arrange for the friendly match? Daisuke, you are now the acting captain of the team. It's up to you to decide on the lineup, Coach Ryazaki responded. Daisuke, feeling somewhat uncertain, pointed to himself and asked me, can I really do it? Of course. I believe in you. And this is also Tezuka's instruction, Coach Ryazaki nodded. Daisuke scratched his head. In that case, I'll rely on everyone's support. Coach Ryazaki nodded. All right, submit the lineup to me before today's training ends. The friendly match is the day after tomorrow. With self-doubt and heavy pressure weighing on him, Daisuke began analyzing each member of the tennis club. He borrowed materials from Kaneda and compared them with Rikkai Dai and Oppo's strengths. After a long afternoon of research, Daisuke submitted his findings. Coach Ryazaki reviewed them carefully and, finding no flaws, stated, let us proceed as you've outlined. Doubles, Daisuke and Eiji Kikumaru. Doubles, Momo and Takashi Kawamura. Singles 3, Kato. Singles 2, Ryoma Ekizan. Singles 1, Shuji Furukawa. As for Kaneda, he voluntarily relinquished his chance to be listed, valuing the opportunity to gather data. Me and Senior Takashi playing doubles? Momo felt somewhat uneasy. He also questioned Kato's placement as singles 3. However, Daisuke had his reasons and explained, both you and Takashi are power players. Perhaps combining your strengths will yield explosive results. Kato muttered from the side, you're being long-winded. Momo immediately retorted, what did you say? Doubles is doubles, you snake. If you lose singles 3, you'll regret it. With the match lineup confirmed, Coach Ryazaki contacted Ye Feng to finalize the last details. Lying in bed, Ye Feng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he gazed at the ceiling, still finding everything a bit surreal. It was truly about to begin. Entering their world, communicating with them, and competing against them. Each moment felt dreamlike. Yet, after living in this world for 15 years, Ye Feng hoped this dream would never end. The truth of tennis was still on the horizon. Yet he had already begun to develop a fascination with everything in this realm. As he lay in bed, Ye Feng gradually drifted into a deep, enchanting slumber. Day of the friendly match. Except for Yukimura, all of Rikkai accompanied Ye Feng to the Itobi residence. Saishin also arrived at the destination under Itobi's arrangements. Meanwhile, the main players from Hyodai Academy awaited their arrival, eager to witness the clash between the two teams. This place was truly like a palace, excessively luxurious. Was this the strength of the Itobi family? A private tennis court at home, indeed an enviable location. Listening to the numerous praises, Itobi wore a proud smile. With a snap of his fingers, he silenced the crowd. Everything is ready. Let us fully enjoy the match. According to the match rules, both sides confirmed their lineups. Coach Ryazaki would serve as the referee for this event. First match, doubles, Eiji Kikomaru and Daisuke versus Masaharu Nayo and Hiroshi Yagyu. Second match, doubles, Momo and Takashi versus Bunta Marui and Kojiro Seki. Third match, singles 3, Kato versus Chiaki Kisaragi. Fourth match, singles 4, Ryoma versus Rinji Yanagi. Fifth match, singles 5, Shuji versus Genichiro Sanada. The match was set as a best-of-5 series. And now, let the games begin. Kikomaru and Daisuke stepped onto the court, while Naya and Yagyu gradually made their way to the field. Are we starting with Saishin's golden doubles? Ye Feng mused with a slight smile. Saishin seems prepared. But Rikkai Dai will not lose, Yanagi squinted. They say those with squinted eyes are certainly monsters, Ye Feng thought, glancing at Yanagi, finding him rather amusing. Which side? Nayu asked, positioning his racket at the net. The front, Daisuke replied. Let us begin. Nayu started to spin his racket. The speed was astonishing, and he tilted it forward. Upon closer inspection, the letters on the racket's base were upright, indicating Saishin would serve first. The court was thus established. Daisuke moved to the backcourt while Kikomaru took his position. I cannot afford to lose against such formidable opponents, Daisuke silently reminded himself. Bang. The ball was standard yet executed with precision. Naya returned it effortlessly to the baseline. Daisuke countered with a backhand, sending the ball diagonally. After a few exchanges, Nayu suddenly played a drop shot. What? Don't forget this is doubles. Kikomaru performed a backflip, intercepting the shot midair with a backhand smash. Bang. 15-0. Well done, AG. Daisuke beamed with pride. Here it comes, Kikomaru's special shot. Momo exclaimed, exhilarated. Nayu and Yagyu remained composed, offering no response. On the second serve, Daisuke executed a familiar play, directing the ball to the inner corner. Naya returned it to Kikomaru's side. Bang. Another net interception, but Yagyu was well prepared this time. Executing a forehand straight shot, Daisuke, near the baseline, responded with a backhand cross-court shot. The rally continued, and Daisuke suddenly unleashed a high-quality return, forcing Yagyu into an awkward defensive lob. Kikomaru's eyes lit up. This shot is mine. Boom. Another stunning smash aimed at the center's opening. 30-0. As the match progressed, Daisuke and Kikomaru began to find their rhythm, their pressure alleviating. 40-0. Game, Saishin Academy 1-0. The sides switched courts. Rikkai Dai is not as formidable as I thought. It seems we, Saishin, are winning this match. Momo declared with pride. It's not that simple. Kaneda adjusted his glasses and remarked, Rikkai Dai hasn't truly unleashed their potential yet. Damn it. Are they underestimating us? Momo clenched his fists, feeling indignant. Idiot. Kato couldn't help but scoff. Game, Saishin Academy, 2-0. Game, Saishin Academy, 3-0. The tide of the match seemed overwhelmingly one-sided, and the situation appeared grim. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly spoke with a serious tone. If you two continue to play like this, tomorrow's training will triple. Chapter 13. The court fraudster. Upon hearing that the training would triple, Renwang shivered involuntarily and immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He turned to Yuxing and stated, "The captain has spoken. It's time to get serious." Yuxing tugged at his collar and sneered, "The game ends here." With a swift motion, he served the ball and suddenly assumed a peculiar stance. Kikumaru, at the baseline, hesitated momentarily at the sight of this odd posture. Whoosh. 0 to 15. What speed? What is that? Yuxing and Amp, Oppo's ultimate move, the laser beam. This is a technique designed for swift resolution, propelling the ball at an extraordinary speed towards the court, executing a passing shot. Bang, bang, bang. Game, Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku, 3 to 1. Game, Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku, 3 to 2. Game, Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku, 3 to 3. Rikkai Daigaku is truly formidable. Daisher stood at the baseline, somewhat bewildered, bowing his head in an effort to concentrate. At that moment, Kikumura stepped forward, observing Daisher's conflicted expression, and extended his right hand. Snap! He flicked Daisher and Amp, Oppo's forehead with his index finger. "You can end Amp, Oppo's sulk during a match. You must enjoy it." Daisher nodded, regaining his composure. Indeed. Kikumaru served, and then dashed toward the net. However, Renwang also appeared at the net. The ball continued to circulate in the backcourt. Yuxing unleashed the laser beam once more. "Daisher, I want to let it pass this time." Hiss. "What is that?" Daisher's moon volley. The ball arced gracefully in the air, resembling the moon in the sky, spinning rapidly as it landed precisely at the intersection of the left corner baseline. Thud. 15 to 0. The match returned to equilibrium. Once again, a laser beam. Daisher executed the moon volley once more. But this time, Yuxing intercepted the ball. Bang. He returned it. He caught Daisher's signature move so quickly. This is the prowess of Rikkai Daigaku. Kikumaru, at the front, returned the ball with a backhand. Renwang suddenly began swaying side to side. Bang. 30 to 0, 30 to 15, 30 to 30. How is this man moving like a window blind, utterly obscuring Yuxing and Oppo's movements? Kikumaru furrowed his brow. Just then, Renwang suddenly leaped to one side with a powerful forehand shot aimed at him. "Eiichi!" Daisher shouted. In a split second, Kikumaru raised his racket, shielding his face. Tap, tap, tap. The ball rebounded into Rikkai's half. 40 to 30. That was close. If I had been a moment slower, it would have hit me. Kikumaru patted his chest in relief. He then turned and made a yay gesture. Seeing that he was unharmed, Daisher instantly relaxed. However, that last shot could be deemed a stroke of luck. The match and Oppo's circumstances remained daunting. Kikumaru served. The two sides resumed their prolonged rally. In the face of Renwang's defense, Kikumaru began to hop side to side, utilizing his quick footwork to find an opening. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though several Kikumaras had appeared. What nimble footwork! No wonder, Kikumaru Eiichi. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Yuxing delivered a rapid counter. Kikumara cleverly dodged. Daisher executed the moon volley. Yuxing responded with a backhand. Kikumaru rolled continuously, accelerating his backhand shot in midair. Game, Seishin Academy, 4 to 3. It's Kikumaru's beam. The seniors are truly impressive. Is that level of leaping shot possible? Renwang narrowed his eyes, then glanced toward the sidelines where Marui was blowing bubblegum, chuckling softly. Compared to our Rikkai player, the liveliness is still lacking. The sides exchanged courts. Yuxing served. The players engaged in a tug-of-war at the baseline. Kikumaru was searching for an opportunity. But Renwang and Oppo's gaze suddenly sharpened. Bang! A backhand kill. 0 to 15. Yuxing of Rikkai has already showcased his prowess. Yet Renwang seems to be holding back. Zhengxi's eyes glinted with a bright light as he gazed at the data recorded in his notebook. On the page for Renwang Yazu, aside from basic height and age information, there was almost nothing else. Even for Korizaki Zhengxi, Renwang's data remained an enigma. For he was exceedingly mysterious and elusive. Bang! Suddenly, another beam of light streaked across the court. What? Renwang has unleashed a laser beam as well. No way. Isn't that Yuxin's specialty? The situation left both Kikumaru and Daisher increasingly incredulous. At different moments, the stance of the laser beam created immense confusion, even giving the impression that there were two Yuxings on the court. Renwang is truly mimicking him to perfection, Kiryu remarked smugly from the sidelines. Is that the legendary fraudster of Rikkai? Korizaki promptly recorded this information. Game, Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku, 4 to 4. Game, Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku, 4 to 5. Phew. Daisher. I'm running out of steam, Kakumura said, exhausted, leaning heavily on his legs, struggling to lift his head. Sweat dripped incessantly from his chin. Kakumuru and Appo's stamina had reached its limit. Observing this scene, Coach Ryazaki promptly noted the need for special reinforcement in that area, despite Daisher always having his back. When Daisher too began to falter, Kakumuru's weaknesses became more pronounced. To contend in the national tournament, these flaws must be rectified, Ryazaki silently pondered. Bang! With the final strike of the laser beam, Kakumuru collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. The match concluded, Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku 4-6, victorious. After the match, Renwang and Yuxing exchanged glances and then smiled at one another. As per tradition, victory meant no punishment would be imposed. However, Ye Feng coldly remarked, "Not taking the match seriously and losing 4 games? You'll run 50 laps around the court. See, Captain? You can end Appos. Be serious. I have never taken anything lightly. Giving your all is a sign of respect for your opponent. Do you understand?" Under Ye Feng and Appos' piercing gaze, even the typically carefree Renwang didn't dare to slack off. The two immediately began to jog around the court. The next match was already in preparation. Takanobu, holding his racket, leaped over the coach's bench, confidently pointing toward the court. "No matter your strength, bring it on." Kawamura, smiling, obediently stepped onto the court. At that moment, Fuji squinted and smiled. "Ah, Ron, you forgot your racket." "Oh, my apologies." Kawamura took the tennis racket Fuji handed him, and in an instant, his demeanor transformed dramatically. Flames ignited in his eyes, enveloping him in a fiery aura. Running. Chapter 14. The gap in strength. The members of Seishin Academy appeared visibly exhilarated. Marui Bunta strolled leisurely onto the court, acutely aware that complacency was not an option. "We must remain vigilant," remarked Sanada. Having witnessed prior experiences, both players understood that Ye Feng was an exceedingly strict captain. They sensed that this friendly match also served as a test and evaluation of their capabilities. After a brief deliberation, Seishin Academy opted to serve first. "Prepare to experience my prowess," exclaimed Tachibana. The serve was delivered with remarkable speed, showcasing considerable impact. Indeed impressive, yet still insufficiently swift. Sanada effortlessly returned the shot. "Do not underestimate me." Tachibana countered with a powerful forehand. The backcourt was continuously maneuvered until an opportunity presented itself. Kawamura and Appos' arm surged with energy. Running. The heavy strike was formidable, prompting Marui to instinctively evade. Sanada executed a deft backhand lob, creating a prime opportunity. Tachibana surged to the net, leveraging his exceptional vertical leap. "Behold my vertical smash," he proclaimed. The ball ricocheted rapidly, the smash exhibiting tremendous force. 15-0. Well done, Tachibana. The atmosphere within Seishin Academy surged with enthusiasm. Riding this momentum, Tachibana pushed forward further. Kawamura unleashed a series of explosive forehand shots, followed by consecutive vertical smashes. The synergy between the duo was remarkable, displaying an impressive rapport that belied their recent partnership. In this collaboration, the power players excelled splendidly. Game, Seishin Academy, 1-0. As the teams switched sides, Seishin Academy maintained their lead. However, this time, Ye Feng was far from silent. He barked, "Lose another game, and you will run 100 laps." Marui Bunta was taken aback, startled by the sternness of the captain's words. Already feeling fatigued, he was not eager to endure such a punishment. He turned to Sanada, urging, "Let us finish this quickly." Sanada nodded, and they served once more. Their expression shifted dramatically, shedding any semblance of jest and adopting a serious demeanor. Tachibana and Kawamura furrowed their brows, sensing the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, Tachibana pressed on with his aggressive play. Kawamura intensified his efforts. Running. Sanada suddenly declared, "Forgive me, but I must heed the captain's orders." The fire mouse cannon was unleashed. Bang. What? Tachibana and Kawamura exchanged bewildered glances, unable to react in time. The previous shot had been executed at an astonishing speed. 0-15. Observing the faint mark left on the ground, Tachibana and Appos' mouth twitched slightly. Subsequent fire mouse cannon shots came in rapid succession, leaving them unable to counter amidst the swift movements. On the sidelines, Draijinji offered an explanation. The fire mouse cannon employs high-speed movement to deliver a spinning intercept shot. To counter this technique, one must anticipate the timing accurately. Tachibana appears rather anxious. "This could be perilous," noted Fuji Shusuk, stroking his chin. 0-30. 0-40. Game, Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku, 1-1. The score was abruptly equalized. Rikkai Daigaku, now serious, exhibited a disparity that was still overwhelming for Seishin Academy. Tachibana ran desperately, but could not find a means to counter. Kawamura's strength indeed surpassed that of Marui, Bunta, and Sanada, yet without the ability to strike the ball, his power was rendered moot. As the match progressed, this disadvantage became increasingly evident. 0-40, a marvelous technique, walking the tightrope. The ball inexplicably lingered on the net before dropping, rendering it impossible to return. Tachibana's confidence waned further. Rikkai and Oppo's prowess was undeniably formidable. Was this truly the Rikkai that had claimed consecutive national titles? The faces of Seishin and Oppo's members were etched with frustration, yet they felt helpless against such absolute strength. Even the spectators from Hyodai Academy were astonished. Marui and Oppo's recent technique was one that few could aspire to match. It was undoubtedly the product of genius. Although Seishin possessed its own prodigy in Fuji, Rikkai and Oppo's strength loomed larger. What kind of team could fail to instill fear and trepidation? As the match concluded, Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku emerged victorious with a score of 1-6. Throughout the bout, Marui Bunta remained composed, his rhythm unperturbed. Fairly acceptable, yet prolonged exertion may lead to complications. Additional training is necessary, Ye Feng remarked, half-joking yet instructive. Captain, surely not? Marui Bunta felt a chill run down his spine. His chewing gum halting mid-bubble. 30 laps, commence immediately, Ye Feng declared sternly. This was already a leniency. After all, one cannot rush the process of improvement, lest one risk injury. The newly appointed captain of Rikkai is truly intimidating, Tachibana gulped nervously. As the defeated, we must not let our guard down. 100 laps, exclaimed Oishi, regaining his fervor. Oishi, you cannot be serious. 100 laps, on your mark, get set, go. As Seishin and Oppo's members began their extra training, Ye Feng smiled. The upcoming singles match between Kato Kaoru of Seishin Academy and Chiharu Akaya of Rikkai was poised to be a highlight. Both possessed distinct characteristics and an indomitable spirit, ensuring an enthralling contest. Should they clash in a true competition, this battle would determine the ultimate victor. For Kato, the stakes were paramount. For Chiharu, it presented an excellent opportunity to showcase his abilities. However, Rikkai and Oppo's principle was unwavering. They must never lose, regardless of the circumstances. From a distance, Tachibana and Oppo's voice rang out in encouragement. Stinky snake. Don and Oppo's, till you dare lose. What an annoying idiot, Kato scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, Chiharu prepared to take the court. Turning to Ye Feng. Captain, if I finish the match within 10 minutes, will there be a reward? Can you accomplish that? Ye Feng inquired. Absolutely. I will keep time. Exceed the limit, and it's 200 laps. Complete it, and I will provide you with specialized training, Ye Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Chiharu was momentarily taken aback. But soon his eyes sparkled with anticipation. As he entered the court, Chiharu provocatively remarked, Seishin, whoever you are, I won and Oppo's. Hold back. Serve quickly. Another fool, Kato frowned. The serve was swiftly delivered. Chiharu smirked, too slow. I expected more from you. Bang. 0-15. Come on, stop wasting time, serve again. Chapter 15. The disparity between Che-Yuan and Haidang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but continued to serve. Bang. It was still too slow. Che-Yuan effortlessly returned the shot to the far corner. Haidang quickened his steps, catching up to hit a backhand down the line. Everyone says you're too slow. Bang. Che-Yuan had already prepared his forehand, once again sending the ball to the distant corner. Bang. 15-15, watching the ball roll to the side. Che-Yuan was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had seen someone produce such a return. The curve of the spin exceeded normal limits, and upon landings, the ball accelerated in the direction of its spin. It was a return that was exceptionally difficult to anticipate. Quite intriguing, Seishin Academy, Che-Yuan mused with a slight smile. The two resumed their baseline rally. Che-Yuan appeared somewhat exhilarated. Hey, try hitting that kind of ball again. Humph. Haidang scoffed, but, feeling provoked by his opponent, had no choice but to respond. Snake ball. Haidang utilized a half-knee squat, swinging his racket from low to high to unleash a powerful spin ball that twisted dramatically. Upon seeing the incoming ball, Che-Yuan was visibly excited. I've completely figured it out. I received it. Bang. With a forehand strike. He entirely negated the spin of the snake ball and instead hit an even stronger return. Haidang, caught off guard, could only watch in astonishment as the ball sailed past him. 15-30. Haidang, did you ever think your snake ball would be so easily countered? Coach Ryazaki glanced at his student with concern. However, Haidang quickly regained his composure, undeterred by the counterattack. He returned to the baseline to serve again, taking a deep breath. Bang. No matter how many times, the result of your snake ball remains the same. Qi Yuan instantly charged to the net. Haidang felt a surge of adrenaline and unleashed another snake ball. Bang. Before the ball could curve behind him, it was violently smashed back. 15-40. The snake ball. Haidang unleashed his signature move once more. Yet, this spin posed no threat to Qi Yuan. Haidang Katsu, is he really so easily defeated? Ye Feng squinted, still hopeful. Bang. Haidang barely managed to save a ball, rolling on the ground. The situation looked dire. His headband came loose, falling aside. Upon rising, Haidang had already sustained a scrape on his forehead. The match was paused to tend to his wound. Ye Feng immediately called for a halt. Get the doctor over here. Itakubo ordered without delay. After a simple treatment, Haidang was eager to return to the court, his expression serious and silent. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan was quite concerned about the time. Continuously asking, Minister, how much time is left? It should still be a lot, right? 9 minutes remain, Ye Feng replied. Back on the court, after the changeover, Qi Yuan became increasingly excited. Adjusting his stance, he said to Haidang, I'm sorry, but I must end this match quickly. Bang. The knuckle serve. The ball trembled in an unusually erratic manner, landing and bouncing towards an unpredictable location. In that moment of uncertainty, one must make an extremely quick judgment about the ball's trajectory. Haidang's pupils contracted, and his body reacted instantly. Do not underestimate me, Haidang Katsu. With a roar, a long-buried strength erupted from within Haidang. Still in the snakeball stance, this shot seemed even faster and more ferocious than before. The wind. The ball curved past the net at an incredible angle. Such spin. Haidang Katsu had indeed achieved new growth in this match. Do not underestimate me either. Qi Yuan grit his teeth, chasing after the high-speed ball that shot to the side. He lightly placed a drop shot. But by now, Haidang and Oppo's figure had already appeared at the net. Boom. A straightforward smash secured the point. 15-0 darn. Qi Yuan felt a pang of annoyance. He hadn't expected such a sudden improvement. Yet he retained his confidence, stating, Do not celebrate too soon. That was merely a moment of negligence on my part. Returning to the baseline to serve, anger was evident in Qi Yuan's eyes. This time, the knuckle serve would be even more forceful. Likewise, the variations became increasingly elusive. But at this moment, Haidang's gaze was exceptionally focused. Almost the instant the ball bounced up, his feet reacted. He caught up. With a forehand like a great rock spreading its wings, Haidang directly confronted Qi Yuan. They engaged in a fierce exchange, each forehand keeping the other pinned at the baseline. This guy, if this continues, we will run out of time, Qi Yuan thought anxiously. Suddenly distracted, he left an opening for Haidang. Bang. 30-0. Watching the previous ball land just behind him, Qi Yuan felt an even greater irritation as he glared at Haidang, his eyes brimming with fury. Another knuckle serve. However, such a shot posed no threat to Haidang. After an easy return, Haidang dashed towards the net. Qi Yuan's backhand return unexpectedly landed directly in Haidang's forehand zone. Oh no. Realizing the danger too late, Qi Yuan aimed to seize the moment. But Haidang's volley at the net came far too swiftly. Bang. 40-0. Saishin's Haidang Katsu has actually managed to suppress that guy Qi Yuan? Lu Ren'er smiled faintly. Although Qi Yuan had been chasing, his physical condition was undeniably faltering. Indeed. Compared to Haidang, Qi Yuan was lacking in various physical aspects. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. On the court, Qi Yuan was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, despite having repeatedly utilized powerful snake balls, Haidang still appeared remarkably composed. In terms of physical conditioning, Qi Yuan was still far behind. Darn it, what snake ball? All of them can go back. Haidang struck again. Another snake ball? Oh no, it's a high lob. Qi Yuan quickly retreated, but the ball descended even faster. Stumbling, Qi Yuan fell to the ground. Game, Saishin Academy, 4-1. This guy, could it be he is going to do that again? Ryazaki, the coach from Rikkai, asked with concern. Chia. Haha. Suddenly, an eerie laugh echoed. Once Qi Yuan stood again, his eyes had indeed turned blood red. His state had undergone a tremendous transformation. Witnessing Qi Yuan in this condition, despite his overall enhancement, it was also perilous. His body would inevitably endure significant harm. Onlookers like Sonata remained observant, while Ye Feng sprang into action. Bang! He caught the ball that Hai Eng had returned with his bare hands. Then, a swift chop struck the back of Qie Yuan's neck. Within moments, Qie Yuan felt dazed, and his flushed state returned to normal. Minister Ye Feng disregarded him, gesturing with his hand to declare, in this match, Rikkai University forfeits. Chapter 16. The unique skill of Lu Lianair. Before long, Qie Yuan awakened, exclaiming, "Ah, what about the match? How's it going?" At that moment, Lu Lianair, squinting slightly, replied with a faint smile, "You have forfeited. The next match is mine." Seishin Academy's Ekizan Ryoma versus Rikkai Daigaku's Lu Lianair. A stranger's face, new to Seishin, perhaps? Lu Lianair contemplated as he glanced across the court. Ekizan Ryoma slowly approached the net, raising his racket, inquiring, "Which side do you prefer?" "I choose this side," Lu Lianair responded. The rackets rotated, their positions unchanged, and Ekizan served first. The match officially commenced. Noticing that he was using his right hand, Ye Feng promptly warned, "Ekizan Ryoma, I advise you not to underestimate your opponent. Your right hand cannot secure victory." Ekizan frowned, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Feng. He then switched his grip to his left hand, taking Ye Feng's advice seriously. Was he underestimated? Lu Lianair smiled faintly. Thump. Thump. Ekizan initiated the first serve, executing a powerful topspin serve. Bang. Lu Lianair was momentarily surprised, but quickly retreated a step and returned the ball with a forehand stroke. What? He returned Ekizan's topspin serve on the first try. Inui was astonished. Remarkable. You have indeed grown stronger, Lianair. Kane's glasses glinted as he took out his notebook to record the match. The two formed a prolonged rally. Suddenly, Ekizan dashed towards the net. Was he attempting a net interception? Lu Lianair's gaze shifted to the right corner. That's where it would go. Bang. Ekizan halted his advance abruptly. The ball sailed through the defensive zone, impossible to reach. 0-15. From a casual beginning to losing that point. Ekizan began to regard his opponent with newfound seriousness. That strike was certainly not a mere passing shot. The timing and placement of the return were remarkably precise. Achieving such skill undoubtedly required extensive training. Returning to the baseline to serve, Ekizan this time advanced to the net immediately after serving. Lu Lianair maintained his calm demeanor. Calculating. You aim for an unexpected victory? The probability of you executing a drop shot is 30%. While the chance of deceiving me into chasing a lob is 70%. Bang. A forehand drive returned. Upon seeing the trajectory, Ekizan was ready, positioning himself to intercept. A backhand appeared as if he intended to execute a drop shot. Anyone witnessing this scene would instinctively think of rushing to the net for a block. Yet, Lu Lianair delayed his reaction by half a second. In that fleeting moment, Ekizan made contact with the ball, seemingly preparing for a cut shot. But at the last moment, he employed a lift. Just as Ekizan imagined he was about to score, Lu Lianair materialized at the baseline. First year student from Seishin. Are you expecting something? Lu Lianair raised his racket high. Bang. A resounding smash. Ekizan hurriedly swung his racket to return the ball. But its trajectory was so intricate that it merely grazed the edge of the racket frame. 0-30. Ekizan seemed to be under Lu Lianair's control, as observed by Fuji. Kane nodded, stating, in this situation, Ekizan and Apos' habits and characteristics will gradually be exposed. Lu Lianair will continuously refine his strategy, making the match increasingly challenging. 0-40 game. Rikkai Daigaku. 0-1. After one game, Ekizan had gained no advantage. The situation was becoming dire. Lu Lianair and Apos' serves appeared simple, yet they were laden with strategy. Left side. Forehand drive, center, topspin ball, drop shot with backspin. Each step had been anticipated. In reality, this analysis stemmed from information gathered in a brief time. Now, let's see this. Lu Lianair suddenly declared. What? Ekizan questioned, perplexed. A seemingly ordinary serve was met with Ekizan's relaxed return. However, in the next moment, Lu Lianair's return was astonishing. A fierce, diagonally spinning cut shot zipped over the net, aimed straight for Ekizan and Apos' abdomen. The power was formidable. Ekizan could only sidestep. By the time he attempted to retaliate, the ball had already fallen behind him. 0-30. At this moment, King closed his notebook, his gaze fixed on the court as he spoke slowly. Kamaitachi. Fuji, intrigued, inquired, Kamaitachi. Is it Lu Lianair and Apos' signature move? Kane began to explain. As seen earlier, it is a high-speed cut shot with diagonal spin. In legend, Kamaitachi attacks its targets with swift claws, so quickly that the victim does not feel pain at first. Such a powerful technique made Fuji uneasy. Meanwhile, Lu Lianair was ready to serve from the baseline, while Ekizan remained momentarily stunned by the previous blow. One of Lianair and Appo's signature moves, Kamaitachi, could suffice for victory. The first-year student from Seishin was already on the verge of defeat, asserted Sanada confidently. Ye Feng, however, was less certain, his gaze still filled with anticipation. Lu Lianair tossed the ball into the air, and at the moment of his swing, the power was meticulously controlled. Bang! Ekizan, not yet completely defeated, rallied his spirit and returned the shot. Here it comes. Kamaitachi re-emerged, transforming the tennis ball into a creature of legend. A fierce wind howled past, forcing Ekizan to retreat 2 steps. He could retreat no further. It was time to respond. The racket in his hand was meant to return the ball. Ekizan, fueled by this thought, struck back fiercely. Bang! A cloud of dust erupted as the ball rocketed toward Lu Lianair's side of the court. Yet, when the dust settled, all eyes turned back to the court. The ball had landed in Ekizan's court, rolling twice before coming to a stop. In that fleeting moment, Lu Lianair had executed an entirely different stance. What was that? Fuji wondered aloud. Utsasimi, Kane explained once more. It is a short slice that does not bounce. Similar to Tezuka's 0-degree slice, but with a different rolling direction. Lu Lianair from Rikkai Daigaku truly was formidable, praised Fuji. Indeed, the 3 monsters from Rikkai Daigaku each possess top-tier skills on a national level, Kane remarked with a serious expression. Now, the pressure had shifted entirely to Ekizan. Yet, remarkably, he appeared unfazed. Coach Ryazaki observed from above, finding the situation quite amusing. This kid is even smiling. Ekizan Ryoma suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Lu Lianair, and stated, "Hey, let me try that shot again." "Go ahead," Lu Lianair replied with a slight smile. "It's always the same." Chapter 17. Infallible Data Bang. Another effortless serve. Ekizan returned the shot but still found himself at the net. However, this time, when Ryazaki unleashed his scythe-like strike, Ekizan deftly evaded the frontal assault, delivering a precise volley. Yet, the ball hurtled towards Ryazaki's backhand with even greater velocity. It appeared that he had anticipated this outcome all along. In the next moment, Ryazaki positioned himself behind the ball and Appo's landing point, executing an upward flick. The high-speed, topspin lob soared swiftly over Ekizan and Appo's head. Thud. 0-15. Ryazaki remained unthreatened. He had meticulously calculated every move in his mind. Kanyu frowned. Ryazaki's data collection capabilities were formidable. As long as Ekizan adhered to his original style, he could not escape this predetermined fate. Fuji nodded slightly, remarking that altering one's strategy on the court seemed exceedingly challenging. Was the outcome already sealed? Yet, Ekizan refused to surrender so easily. The score fluctuated, but it consistently lacked any inclination towards Ekizan's favor. Every calculation, every return, struck at his vulnerabilities. Game. Rikkai Dai. 0-4. Everyone watched the match intently, observing the struggling Ekizan with hope, yet reluctant to witness his continued suffering. Tachibana shouted, "Ekizan, this is not your limit." At that moment, Ekizan, breathless and fatigued, endeavored to regain his composure. He adjusted the brim of his cap and stated firmly, "The match has only just begun." The first-year student from Seishin Academy seemed intent on not learning from past lessons. Ryazaki returned to the baseline, ready to receive the serve. Bang! Another outside spin serve. Boom! Suddenly, Ekizan lunged forward, leaping before the ball touched the ground. A powerful topspin shot. With such a diving force, his swing became more vigorous and rotational. Bang! 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 What was that move? Eiji stared, bewildered. Did the Seishin boy just unveil a new technique in the match? Atobi smirked, finally finding the match intriguing. Ye Feng smiled subtly, satisfied. The game began to return to a stalemate phase, and Ekizan was closing the score. 15-0, 30-0. Game, Seishin, 1-4. Game, Seishin, 2-4. It seemed he had found his rhythm. Ekizan's attacks grew sharper, and his returns more stable. Yet, Ryazaki appeared unfazed, his expression betraying no sign of concern. Game, Seishin, 4-4. Good. Let's win this match. Eiji exclaimed joyfully. However, it was likely not that simple. Kanyu's gaze shifted towards Rikkai Dai, yet he saw no signs of worry among them. Clearly, they remained confident in their current position. Ryazaki maintained his calm demeanor, and since earlier, he had not employed his other signature technique, the empty cicada. Could it be? Kanyu suddenly considered a possibility, feeling a sense of urgency. Fuji noticed Kanyu's shift in demeanor and inquired, "Kanyu, what's the matter?" Adjusting his glasses, Kanyu's gaze fixated on Ryuzaki. If I am not mistaken, Ryuzaki is deliberately allowing Ekizan to unleash his potential. His data collection prowess enables him to further analyze Ekizan's potential for growth. Fuji comprehended. So, Ryuzaki has already accounted for Ekizan's forthcoming changes? Kanyu nodded, affirming, indeed, this match should be drawing to a close. Bang! Suddenly, the tide shifted. Ryuzaki unleashed his scythe once more, but this time with increased speed and a more deceptive angle. Ekizan's previous return became ineffective. Following closely, the empty cicada re-emerged. Alternating between the two signature moves, Ryuzaki and Appo's intricate calculations rendered Ekizan akin to a programmed automaton. Every return and Appo's direction and landing point had been meticulously predetermined by Ryuzaki. 0 to 15. Ryuzaki is getting serious now, said Sanada. 0 to 30. 0 to 40. Game. Rikkai die, 4 to 5. Little one, Eiji remarked, his expression somewhat forlorn. Ekizan, perhaps it is still too early, after all. He is one of Rikkai Dai's aces, Daisher sighed. In Ekizan's eyes, Ryuzaki appeared as a towering giant, his condescending gaze sending shivers down his spine. An invisible wall of data loomed before him, ever-changing yet insurmountable. Ryuzaki and Appo's data was infallible. Kanyu closed his notebook once more. Bang! The final return passed through Ekizan's defenses, a beautiful passing shot. Game, Rikkai die, 4 to 6, victory. Although the opponent triumphed, Coach Ryuzaki maintained a professional perspective, offering enthusiastic praise to the victor. As the match concluded, the two players approached each other, exchanging a friendly handshake. You played remarkably well. I hope our next encounter isn't an official match, Ryuzaki complimented. Ekizan paused for a moment before raising his head confidently, declaring, next time, I will not lose to you. The battle between the two players left the spectators thoroughly entertained. Despite the loss, the atmosphere in Seishin remained lively. Ryuzaki approached Ye Feng, and before Ye Feng could speak, Ryuzaki initiated, I know, 100 laps. Ye Feng smiled faintly and nodded, go ahead. Seeing Ryuzaki face immediate punishment after the match, Tachibana shook his head. The new captain of Rikkai Dai is truly formidable. Daisher commented, this might explain why Rikkai Dai has dominated for 2 consecutive years. Eiji, looking somewhat worried, asked, Daisher, you wouldn't want us to continue, would you? Daisher crossed his arms over his chest, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. While this approach is not incorrect, it may not necessarily suit us. Upon hearing this, Eiji enveloped Daisher in a hug, exclaiming joyfully, I knew you wouldn't and Appo's be that cruel. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through. It and Appo's. It's about time for me to take the court. Fuji. Everyone turned their attention to Fuji, the prodigious talent from Seishin Academy. With his tousled flaxen hair and icy blue eyes, he appeared distinct from anyone else, embodying a delicate yet unique aura. On the other side, standing on the court is Rikkai Dai's vice-captain, the so-called emperor of junior high tennis, Sanada Janikura, also readied himself. From that instant, only victory resided in Sanada's eyes. Undoubtedly the most serious player among them all. Chapter 18. Genius versus Emperor. This marks the first encounter between the two individuals. In the preceding 2 years, there had been no opportunity to meet. Ye Feng gazed intently at the court and Appo's player, Fuji Shusuk, murmuring, let us take this seriously from here on, Fuji. Sanada wore a solemn expression, stating, Fuji Shusuk from Seishin Academy, show your true strength. Fuji maintained his crescent moon smile, replying, let us begin. The two engaged in a service game, with Sanada winning the serve. Bang! Sanada inhaled deeply, preparing to serve. Just then, Ye Feng suddenly called out, Kenichiro. Do not grant any opportunities. Upon hearing this, Momoho Takehiko became displeased, exclaiming, hey, don't assume your victory is assured. Fuji is our genius from Seishin. Sanada slightly adjusted his stance, replying, I'm sorry, but the command from the captain of Rikkai is absolute. Momoho, somewhat taken aback, asked, what kind of stance is that? Oishi commented, it appears as if his body is entirely aligned in a straight line. Thunk, bang. 0 to 15. Fuji stood still, unable to move. The trajectory of the ball was imperceptible, leaving no room for a reaction. Kikumaru rubbed his eyes, questioning, am I seeing things? Oishi remarked, it's strange, I can't even see the swinging motion. Momoho wondered, is this the power of Rikkai's vice-captain, Sanada? Fuji pondered, since I cannot see the swing, I shall focus on my own court. Sanada, without hesitation, tossed the ball high into the air. In the moment it descended, it was as if a gust of wind swept through. The timing of the serve was undetectable. and the direction remained uncertain. However, this time, Fuji concentrated, fixing his gaze on his half of the court. Bang! At the moment the ball hit the ground, Fuji's footwork reacted. He saw it. The ball headed towards the outer corner, and Fuji executed a forehand straight shot. But Sanada swiftly positioned himself directly in the ball's path, returning it with a backhand aimed at Fuji and Oppo's backhand corner. Momoho exclaimed, "This is bad." Fuji was still in pursuit, refusing to concede the point. Bang! 0-30. Fuji returned to a ready position, looking across the court, murmuring, "Phew. I'm still a bit short. His power is indeed formidable." Sanada acknowledged. "You managed to receive the second serve. You certainly possess some talent. Let us see if you can keep up." Buzz. 0-40. Fuji shook his head. The speed of this serve was beyond his expectations. It surpassed the limits of his reflexes, and his body struggled to keep pace. With that serve, Sanada claimed the first game. Kahara smirked. "What is this? They call him a genius, yet he pales in comparison to the vice-captain." Ye Feng shook his head, stating, "There is indeed a gap, but Fuji has yet to take this seriously." Kahara, puzzled, scratched his head and asked why. Is he deliberately concealing his strength? Even so, he wouldn't win, would he? Ye Feng crossed his arms and smiled slightly. "You and Amp, Oppos, LLC as it unfolds." At this moment, Coach Ryazaki, seated at the umpire and Amp, Oppos, chair, also held expectations for Fuji. "Fuji Shusuk, it's time for you to face this challenge." During Fuji's service game, he executed what seemed to be an ordinary serve. Sanada's return was powerful and ferocious. His forehand accelerated the ball's momentum as it surged forward, creating enough force as it soared over the net to cause the net itself to ripple. Bang! Fuji's return was equally crisp and decisive. The two engaged in a dance near the baseline, skillfully maneuvering each other's footwork. Suddenly, Sanada's eyes gleamed with intent. "It's time to conclude this." Bang! Bang! Whoosh! 15-0. "Fuji, you're magnificent." Kikumaru couldn't contain his excitement, exuberantly cheering. Fuji's signature move, the swallow return, seemed to have worked wonders. Oishi remained composed, observing the narrow, scorched mark left on the court. Sanada's expression remained largely impassive as he glanced at Fuji before silently returning to the baseline. At this moment, Fuji's demeanor shifted. His eyes, which had previously squinted like a crescent moon, now fully opened. Those icy blue irises, captivating yet radiating an unusual danger, were finally visible. Observing the change in Fuji's expression, Ye Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. At last, there is something to behold. Fuji served again, with Sanada standing firm at the baseline, showing no signs of readiness to return. But as the ball approached him, Sanada transformed into a gust of wind, his stance resembling that of a swordsman. Clang! A swordsman, of course, strikes with ever-increasing speed and sharpness. Sanada's swing was akin to that of a master swordsman, his movements almost imperceptible. The yellow-green tennis ball vanished like a flash of sword energy. Fuji's pupils constricted at that moment, feeling a dryness in his eyes. Oishi gasped. "What? I can't even see the ball now." Kato displayed an unusually serious expression, exclaiming, "So fast. Senior Fuji." Meanwhile, the quiet Ekizan murmured Fuji's name, drawing attention with his soft voice. Yanagi squinted, stating, "Sanada's swiftness is the result of his relentless sword training. The speed of his serves even surpasses my Kamaitachi." Kahara looked up at Sanada with admiration, declaring, "Vice-Captain Sanada, I will surely catch up to you." Fuji continued serving. Sanada remained unmoved, maintaining his previous stance. However, after experiencing the first serve, Fuji was fully alert. Clang! Another invisible return, its speed astonishingly rapid. Yet, Fuji did not falter. He drew back his racket and adjusted his stance. Bang! Upon contact with the racket, the ball exerted immense force, causing the strings to tremble under the impact. Fuji frowned, sensing impending danger. This is heavy. With a determined grit, he summoned all his strength and finally returned the ball, but then realized a greater peril was imminent. It was over. Sanada leapt towards the net, his exceptional leap making him appear to soar through the air. Witnessing Sanada's swift response, Fuji immediately readied himself for a counterattack, fully aware of the high likelihood of a smash. As the ball reached its apex, Sanada's arm descended in a powerful strike. Boom! Watching the ball plummet diagonally toward him, Fuji's eyes sparkled with resolve. He stepped forward, his back facing the net, and his racket traced a graceful arc. Like a bird taking flight, a whirlwind erupted as he centered the ball on his racket, spiraling it with immense force over Sanada's head. The triple return maneuver landed perfectly. Hmm? For an instant, Sanada appeared surprised. Yet, this astonishment lasted only for a fleeting moment. Bang! 15-15. As he observed Fuji, who had yet to recover from the ball's trajectory, Sanada remarked coldly, indeed, a remarkably imaginative technique, but merely superficial flair. At this moment, the reflective lenses of Kyone's glasses could not conceal the awe in his gaze. Sanada of Rikkai truly was a formidable opponent. Chapter 19. The genius falls into the abyss. The capture of the brown bear by Fuji was achieved through the manipulation of centrifugal force, allowing him to control his racket and counteract the force and spin of the smash. After numerous practices, Fuji had mastered the skill of neutralizing most of the spin. In essence, the last ball should have dropped straight down with almost no bounce or rotation. However, as he spoke, Kain Sadaji glanced at Sanada, adjusting his glasses with a sigh. Sanada's smash possesses a power and spin that surpasses the techniques employed by Fuji, making it impossible to completely neutralize. Fuji, who had utilized 2 of his 3 counterattacks, had thus far only managed to score a single point with his Yin Hui flash. Yet, a lurking sense of foreboding whispered to Fuji that something more harrowing was about to transpire. Returning to the baseline, Fuji prepared to serve, his mood suddenly turning grave. Sanada unleashed another swift attack, the ball soaring over the net at an extraordinary speed. This time, however, Fuji observed with heightened clarity and had already devised a method to receive it, finding the return far less arduous than the previous one. Yet, Sanada and Oppo's next strike came at him with rapidity once more. Fuji assumed his stance, drawing back his racket. Whoosh! The Yin Hui flash appeared. Bang! In an instant, the yellow-green light ricocheted back. However, the Yin Hui flash lost its efficacy, as before the ball could touch the ground, it was struck back by Sanada. The lightning-fast return shattered Fuji and Oppo's confidence once again, as 2 of his counterattacks were rendered ineffective. Momentarily, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Then, a gentle breeze swept across the court. This sudden change caused a slight smile to grace Fuji and Oppo's lips. The wind had picked up. Sanada murmured, "Do you have any plans?" At this moment, Ye Feng appeared to be invigorated. With the direction of this wind, it seems Fuji is about to employ that move. That move? Minister, how do you seem so well acquainted with Aoi Academy? Chiyuhara inquired curiously. Realizing he had let slip too much, Ye Feng feigned ignorance, saying, is that so? Perhaps it and Oppo's just the fame of Aoi Academy that I and Oppo's heard of. Minister, you seem quite suspicious. The tennis club of Aoi Academy has hardly made waves in the past 2 years, Chiyuhara retorted with a skeptical expression. With a swift motion, Ye Feng dodged and promptly delivered a playful smack to Chiyuhara and Oppo's head. Donning a pair of reflective glasses with a serious demeanor, he pushed them up with his fingers and solemnly stated, "Focus on the game. There is still much for you to learn. Don and Oppo's, lose your concentration. Where did you get those glasses?" Chiyuhara asked, astonished. Meanwhile, the dazed Yagyu Harushi stood there, his gaze unfocused. "Can someone tell me what just happened?" Ye Feng hurriedly returned the glasses and replied, "Yagyu, you got a bit too excited and knocked them off. Be careful." Thank you. Was I really that excited?" Yagyu asked, his face full of confusion. Returning to the match, Sanada maintained a commanding lead, with the score at 0-3. Fuji served once more. Sanada stood steadfast at the baseline, awaiting the return. To him, this match appeared devoid of suspense. Swift as the wind, another gale swept through, the ball hurtling forward like a streak of light. At that moment, Fuji opened his eyes once more, his ice-blue gaze revealing wisdom and intensity. As a flash of white light appeared, Fuji struck the ball. Yet, this shot seemed to vanish before the eyes of the spectators. All eyes were fixed ahead, oblivious to the fact that the ball had ascended into the air. With the sun shining brightly, anyone looking up at that moment risked being blinded by the brilliance. Kakumaru exclaimed in bewilderment, "Where did the ball go?" "Up in the sky." Chiyuhara shouted suddenly. Thud. As it landed, the ball ricocheted back towards Fuji's half of the court at high speed. Fuji extended his left hand, signaling his readiness to receive. Declaring, the third counterattack, White Whale. In an instant, Sanada dashed forward with remarkable speed, comparable to his racket swing. The ball was about to cross the net. A powerful smash approached as anticipated. Bang. 0-15. A look of shock spread across the faces of all Aoi Academy members. Sanada remained impassive, standing amidst the gentle breeze. Gazing forward. I have stated before, these are merely ostentatious techniques. Your posture in waiting for the ball is foolish. You are merely performing tricks, not playing a match. This time, Sanada showed no mercy. Fuji found himself ensnared in a predicament, as if he had plunged into an abyss devoid of light. Here, nothing existed, and no escape could be found, suffused with confusion. Thus, all three counterattacks had been declared nullified. To neutralize it after merely seeing it once, impressive indeed, Kenichiro. Ye Feng remarked with a faint smile, satisfied. Witnessing Fuji's dejected expression, Oishi was filled with concern. This is the first time I've seen him so completely dominated. Kai and Sadaji shook his head. Perhaps this is the end. We are currently incapable of contending with Rikkai. At this moment, myriad images flooded Fuji and Appo's mind, echoing Sanada's words repeatedly. It was as if a door within his heart was being ever so slightly pried open, allowing a faint white light to seep through. Though it was insufficient to liberate him from the dark abyss, it nonetheless illuminated a path forward. Suddenly, Fuji regained his composure and returned to the baseline. His gaze had transformed, now imbued with an unwavering determination. Kawamura Takashi noticed. Look at Fuji's serving stance. Kai and Sadaji pondered for a moment and remarked, a low serve? Is Fuji planning to concede? Abruptly, Fuji gripped the ball in his left hand, spinning it before letting it drop freely. Bang! A seemingly ordinary low serve was executed. Sanada paid it little mind, preparing to counter. This ball will disappear. In that instant, a mischievous smile danced on Fuji's lips. As the ball landed, Sanada swung his racket to strike, but the ball slipped through his racket as if it had truly vanished. Tap, tap, tap. When Sanada looked back, the ball had already bounced several times upon landing. 15-15. All right. Kakumaru exclaimed, racing over to Yuichiro, cupping his face with both hands. Yuichiro, momentarily speechless, allowed Kakumaru to tease him. Ah, I see now, Sanada murmured with a knowing smile, seemingly deciphering the secret behind it. One more ball. Another ball. The Aoi Academy players rallied in support of Fuji. Having tasted a hint of victory, Fuji resolved to execute the same serve again. However, Sanada suddenly bellowed in frustration. Don't be ridiculous. How long do you intend to play with such trivial antics? Gulp. The Aoi Academy members fell silent, startled. Fuji, too, was momentarily taken aback by Sanada and Appo's seriousness. Yet, he held steadfast to his resolve, furrowing his brow as he served. Sanada and Appo's pupils constricted as he took a half-step back, shouting. A ball does not simply vanish without reason. Boom. A thunderous return left a profound mark on Fuji's half of the court. The impact and spin of this shot are at least 3 times stronger than before. A cold sweat trickles down Fuji's forehead. 15-30, 15-40. Game. Rikkai University, 0-6, victory. Chapter 20. The challenge of Atobi. The friendly match between Seishin Academy and Rikkai Dai has concluded. This time, apart from Kihara's forfeiture, Rikkai emerged victorious in all matches. As the new league season approaches, Seishin faced a tremendous setback, having witnessed the prowess of the reigning national champions for 2 consecutive years. This was precisely the outcome that Ye Feng sought. Only by accelerating Seishin and Appo's growth could he uncover the truths of tennis amid formidable adversaries. At this moment, Ye Feng approached the still downtrodden Ni, who had yet to leave the court. Standing before him with hands in his pockets, he inquired, Ni, do you wish to win? The mere 3 words sent Ni and Appo's heart racing, resonating with an unfamiliar yet profound echo within him. His body seemed to revel in this heightened heartbeat. Yet his subconscious vehemently resisted the notion. Do you wish to win? Ni conversed internally, but the answer remained uncertain, as if requiring further contemplation. To excel in tennis, one must possess strength. He must strive to become stronger. After speaking, Ye Feng patted Ni on the shoulder and turned to leave. Subsequently, he approached Oishi, saying, While Tezuka is absent, I entrust you with the responsibility. Do not slacken your efforts. Oishi instinctively straightened his posture, feeling the weight of Ye Feng's formidable aura, which left him momentarily awestruck. What is this? It feels as if I am part of Seishin, muttered Tachibana, somewhat disgruntled. He speaks the truth, Coach Ryazaki remarked with a smile. To achieve victory in the upcoming matches, we must exert greater effort. At this juncture, Atobi was prepared. Having donned his sports attire and gripped his racket, he gazed at Ye Feng and declared, Now, it is time for our grand performance, is it not? Upon hearing this, Tachibana quickly shifted his gaze. Was the captain of Hyodai about to engage in a one-on-one duel with Rikkai and Appo's as captain? Although they had witnessed Atobi's strength during the match against Ye Feng and Tezuka, every member of Seishin believed that encounter did not count, as Tezuka had not performed at his full potential. The forthcoming match between the 2 captains would be the true contest, an opportunity that could not be missed. Kanzenji eagerly approached, notebook in hand, ready to document this rare opportunity for data collection. Kanzenji, are you still at the stage of needing to take notes? Asked Ryuan, appearing suddenly behind him. Well, a good memory cannot replace a poor pen, Kanzenji awkwardly replied with a smile as he explained himself. Atobi glanced toward the sidelines, raising his right hand. The victor is Hyodai. The victor is Atobi. With a snap of his fingers, the audience fell silent. Atobi tossed his coat aside and proclaimed, It is I. Kawada caught Atobi's outerwear, standing silently at the sidelines. Kahara gulped and turned to Sanada, stating, Though this is not an official match. The atmosphere of Hyodai's cheer squad is still quite intimidating, isn't it, Vice Captain Sanada? Observing this, Sanada sighed. Atobi remains as he always has. This match promises to be quite a spectacle, Tachibana exclaimed, nudging Kato beside him, reminding, You better watch closely. There is much to learn. Humph, Kato retorted, casting a glance. The one who will lose is you, monkey. The two began to bicker again. Bang, bang. Coach Ryazaki interjected, delivering a firm fist to each of their heads, sternly admonishing, Focus on the match. At this moment, Ye Feng turned his gaze toward Atobi, a smile gracing his features. Atobi, have you truly considered this? Atobi, brimming with confidence, rested his left hand on his brow, fixating his gaze ahead, declaring, I have seen through you completely. Such arrogance, however, may come at a price. Ye Feng sent the ball towards Atobi. Thud. Atobi caught the ball barehanded but refrained from returning it. This time, let you serve first, he stated. And Ye Feng made no further objections, slowly approaching the baseline. Gripping his racket firmly, he glanced at Atobi, adding, Then, I shall not hold back. Sanada, will you serve as the referee? Is that acceptable? Of course, came the response. With everything in place, Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly. It was about to begin. Oishi felt a wave of tension wash over him. Zing. Bang. A brilliant yellow beam flashed, rendering Atobi momentarily immobile. Sanada immediately called out the score, 0-15. Beep. Kanzenji glanced at his handheld speed radar, his hand trembling involuntarily. What is wrong, Kanzenji? Kakumaru inquired, leaning closer. Upon catching sight of the displayed speed, he exclaimed. What is that? Oishi joined them, astonished. 208 kilometers h. Is this for real? Kawamura wore an expression of disbelief. The Rikkai players, upon hearing the speed of the serve, gathered around, increasingly awed and respectful of their captain. What is the matter, Atobi? Where is your drive? Ye Feng provocatively prepared for the next move. Humph, well done, but do not become overly complacent, Atobi replied with a confident smirk. Is that so? Ye Feng served again. Zing. It was still remarkably swift, laden with extraordinary spin. Yet, Atobi seemed to have anticipated the ball's trajectory. Bang. Good, but not sufficient. Ye Feng positioned himself ahead of the ball's landing point, executing a forehand drive, faster and more powerful. Thud. This shot aimed at Atobi's backhand, devoid of any embellishments. Merely a pure, high-velocity return. At first glance, the shot appeared ordinary, yet it concealed a potent underspin. Atobi attempted a short return with his backhand, but found his racket unexpectedly heavy. His expression shifted as he harnessed his core strength to swing his racket. I'll return it, shouted Hirakawa. I didn't anticipate it would be this challenging, acknowledged Akutsu. The new captain of Rikkai should not be underestimated, remarked Nanjiru. On the court, the two had exchanged 8 volleys. Despite the apparent strain, Atobi managed to return each shot successfully. It seems Atobi has found his rhythm, noted Hayoshi. No. Look closely at his feet, Nanjiru corrected. Suddenly, the players of Hyodai realized that Ye Feng had remained at the center line, never straying. Meanwhile, Atobi was constantly on the move, seemingly toyed with. Isn't that Tezuka's domain? Questioned Hinata. Indeed, only Tezuka had employed it before. But it is not a technique exclusive to him. At that moment, Atobi's irritation flared, and he intensified his effort, exclaiming, Do not assume this tactic will work against me. Reverse spin. Would it succeed? Chapter 21. The final chapter of the Shattered Waltz? It has been shattered. At the edge of Ye Feng's territory, Jibu's return shot struggled and ultimately veered towards the outer angle. Consequently, Ye Feng had to hastily move his feet, racing towards the ball's landing point. With a deft left-handed forehand, he executed a beautiful straight shot. By the time Jibu attempted to reach it, it was already too late. 0-30. Ninzayushi remarked, Though the territory has been broken, can he still not win? Akutsu replied, Indeed, a formidable opponent. Ye Feng commented, Jibu. If you have only made this small progress, perhaps it's best to reconsider. Do not underestimate me. Prepare to receive my challenge. Jibu smirked confidently. Without further ado, Ye Feng unleashed another high-speed serve. Jibu, now adept at returning such serves, exhibited an increasingly precise timing and quality in his returns. As they engaged in a prolonged rally, Ye Feng refrained from utilizing his territory again. Yet, each strike seemed to carry greater weight. Jibu's expression grew increasingly strained, and the tremors in his arm became more pronounced. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly played a high ball. "You've been waiting for this, haven't you?" Ninzu Yushi exclaimed in surprise. He deliberately played a high ball? Nichija Yashiki added, "Jibu's opportunity has arrived." "Serious," Sanada murmured. "Jibu, can you truly pose a threat to him?" Unperturbed by whether the ball was intentional, Jibu tightened his grip on the racket, sprinting forward and leaping. In midair, illuminated by the sun, it appeared as if golden wings unfurled behind him. "Ye Feng, do not become too enraptured by my exquisite technique," he declared. "Here it comes." The shattered waltz. With a resounding smash, he targeted Ye Feng and Appo's racket handle. This smash was not merely about power. It was a precise control of force, a technique only someone with extraordinary vision and strength like Jibu could execute flawlessly. Yet, faced with such a maneuver, Ye Feng remained remarkably composed. He stood still, as if awaiting this very moment. As the ball neared his racket handle, Ye Feng's figure seemed to vanish in an instant, taking a half step back and offering a slight smile. "Jibu, your technique is indeed commendable, but it holds no effect on me." With a powerful forehand kill, the ball zipped past Jibu, landing just as it struck the ground. 0-40. Observing the shot, Jibu did not appear surprised. Instead, he smiled calmly, as if he had perceived something deeper. It seemed still insufficient, but Appo's too early to concede. Ye Feng continued to serve. Bang. Game. Rikkai die. 0-1. Ninzu Yushi noted, though Jibu is now familiar with this serve speed, returning it remains a challenge. Hinata Yahito questioned, "What kind of serve can the new captain of Rikkai Dai execute?" As they glanced at the data recorded by Korizumi Sadaharu, everyone was astounded. The final ball clocked at 213 km/h, exceeding the capabilities of an average high school player. Such high-quality serves at this speed are rare even in professional matches. As they switched sides, Jibu adjusted his stance and swiftly served a high-speed inside-out ball towards the inner corner. Ye Feng returned it effortlessly with a straightforward backhand. This seemingly simple shot exhibited remarkable precision, spinning intensely towards Jibu's backhand corner. "Is that all? Your abilities should extend beyond this," Jibu taunted as he retaliated. "Since when did you become so verbose?" Ye Feng struck towards the same direction again. In a series of exchanges, Jibu found himself unable to escape his backhand position. No matter the type of ball sent his way, Ye Feng returned it to the same spot. Although Jibu did not need to run back and forth, he was unable to utilize his skills, feeling tightly confined. This frustration became unbearable for Jibu. He abruptly pulled back half a step, bending forward, and executed a beautiful slice drop shot. With its rapid spin, it seemed to defy gravity, gliding through the air with an unpredictable trajectory, and its speed appeared astonishingly slow. Yet, as the ball crossed the net, the advantage of its downward spin became evident. The ball plummeted rapidly, seemingly relinquishing its struggle against gravity. Just then, Ye Feng had already positioned himself beneath the descending ball, poised and smiling. Jibu, realizing the situation, quickened his steps towards the net. Bang! Suddenly, a yellow beam whizzed past his cheek, stirring a breeze that ruffled his slightly tousled hair. By mere inches, that shot could have left a mark on Jibu and Appo's face. In that fleeting moment, he sensed not only the rush of wind, but also the warmth generated by the friction with the air. 0-15. Sanada continued to assess the score accurately. This ball landed precisely on the baseline, a beautifully executed shot. "Jibu," Ye Feng called softly. "Did you truly think I was going to play a drop shot just now?" Jibu scoffed, a hint of pride in his demeanor, opting not to respond. Ye Feng shook his head with a smile. "This is why you are still not strong enough. You cannot anticipate every move of your opponent." Every move of the opponent? This statement astonished all present. Even Sanada, seated at the umpire's chair, pondered this question. Could one truly reach such a level? Typically, unless there is a substantial disparity in skill, it is unlikely anyone would dare claim to control the game entirely. Yet, Ye Feng seemed to emanate an unusual energy. At that moment, Ye Feng raised his racket, pointing at Jibu, and said solemnly, "If you wish to witness my entirety, then exchange it with your all." This declaration invigorated Jibu. His gaze ignited with fervor. He then chuckled softly, "Do not become too enraptured by my splendid technique. Allow me to show you the final chapter of the Shattered Waltz." The final chapter of the Shattered Waltz. The members of Ice Emperor were taken aback. Since knowing Jibu, they had never heard of him innovating his signature move. In that instant, the team members harbored expectations. The captain's growing strength naturally uplifted the team's morale. The victor will be Ice Emperor. The victor will be Jibu. Chapter 22. A serious strike snap. Tezuka snapped his fingers once more, and silence enveloped the court. His gaze was fixed on the poised Ye Feng as he approached the baseline, preparing to serve. Ye Feng, in turn, awaited the unfolding of events with eager anticipation. Bang! The ball soared forth, a high-speed straight shot directed towards the outer corner. Ye Feng, with nimble footwork, had already prepared himself, swiftly positioning behind the ball's trajectory to unleash a backhand return. Tezuka countered with a backhand, lofting the ball towards the far corner while swiftly moving towards the center line. The angle of this shot was notably acute, requiring an extensive defensive reach to return. Yet, he was acutely aware that Ye Feng would undoubtedly intercept it, anticipating that it would be a high ball ripe for a smash. With a faint smile, Ye Feng executed a high lob infused with side spin. "Let me witness your growth once more." As if in response to his unspoken wish, Tezuka lunged forward, leveraging his momentum to leap. Spiraling upward, he unleashed a smash that was akin to a tempest, powered by the rotational force of his torso. The ball, imbued with fierce spin, resembled the eye of a storm, poised to obliterate Ye Feng's half of the court. A tremendous force was transmitted to the ball, now aimed directly at the racket's face rather than the handle. Bang! A wave of pressure surged forth, complicating the return. The awkward stance required for such a passive return made it challenging to find a suitable point of power without prior preparation. Before Ye Feng could fully harness his strength, the ball rebounded with overwhelming force, its height and angle perfectly set for another smash from Tezuka. Boom! Though this was a second smash, the distinction was palpable. Not only was the power amplified, but also the ingenuity and technique required were several times greater than before. To maintain precise control over the force while under his own rotation was no small feat. Sanada inhaled deeply, recognizing Tezuka's growth into a new phase. Gazing at the mark left by that strike, Ye Feng wore a broad smile. Applause erupted from him as he offered Tezuka a thumbs up. "Well done, indeed a commendable shot." Tezuka, equally pleased, turned to Sanada and queried, "Referee, wasn't that point invalid?" Sanada promptly regained his composure. 15-15, on the sidelines. Oniwa Yuji also provided his appraisal of Tezuka and Appo's shot. The once fading waltz was now a technique inspired by Tezuka and Appo's feelings as he listened to the waltz. The essence of the waltz lay in the weight of the first beat. Now, Tezuka had genuinely captured the spirit of the waltz with his spin. Although the spectators struggled to comprehend the connection, they were nonetheless filled with admiration. Scoring against Ye Feng and exerting pressure was no trivial feat with this point. Tezuka's confidence surged. Each strike was executed with increasing aggression. The current Tezuka had transformed from a playful manner into a proactive offensive mode. Every shot was delivered with sweat and unwavering effort. Intriguingly, Ye Feng sensed this intense desire to win. In an instant, a surge of power erupted from his hand. Drawing back his racket, he focused intently on the moment the ball would bounce. Boom! The ball ignited with fervent flames, hurtling towards Tezuka. Despite sensing the impending threat, Tezuka chose to confront it head-on. The ball felt heavy, akin to a boulder, distorting Tezuka and Appo's movements. Attempting to return the ball with one hand was no longer feasible. Tezuka gripped his racket with both hands, gritting his teeth and pouring every ounce of strength into the return. "Yes!" Akiho exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. Oniwa adjusted his glasses, stating in a low voice, "It's not over yet. In just 2 days, your transformation has indeed left a profound impression, Tezuka." Ye Feng praised him initially, but soon his arm and Appo's muscles bulged again, signaling an even stronger strike. At that moment, Ye Feng resembled an emotionless harbinger of doom. "Tezuka, let us see how you handle this." With a thunderous shout, he channeled a torrent of power into his arm. "My serious strike." Boom! The ball detonated like a bomb, stirring up a cloud of dust as if it aimed to uproot the entire court. Yet amidst the haze, Tezuka remained undeterred. His figure accelerated, pursuing the ball with unwavering determination. Both hands firmly grasped the racket. The crowd held their breath in anticipation of a miracle. As the dust settled, Tezuka stood resolutely, his expression fierce as he prepared to return the ball. "Go, Captain Tezuka." never concede easily. Almost everyone in attendance rallied behind him, even the members of Rikkai displaying admiration for Tezuka's relentless spirit. All his strength converged into a singular point. At that moment, Tezuka and Appo's muscles surged. A powerful beam surged back towards Ye Feng's south half of the court, producing a sizzling sound as the air ignited from friction. The explosive force of this shot transcended Tezuka's existing limits. Boom! The ball landed at Ye Feng's feet, leaving a charred mark behind before embedding itself into the netting. The intense spin nearly melting the wire. A wisp of smoke rose. Witnessing this, all fell silent. Ye Feng chose not to return the shot. Sanada, momentarily dazed, regained his senses. 30-15. Oh! The entire Ice Emperor team erupted in jubilant cheer, as if victory was already theirs. At that moment, Tezuka had expended all his energy, his consciousness wavering as he swayed dangerously. Observing this, a figure rushed into the court, supporting Tezuka from behind. Hada! Tezuka, dazed, took a deep breath, recognizing who was behind him. He then closed his eyes, reassured. Half an hour later, Tezuka finally regained consciousness. All the Ice Emperor members stood, exclaiming, "Captain." Tezuka slowly approached Ye Feng, and to everyone's astonishment, he respectfully bowed his head. "I apologize for making this match less engaging." "Tezuka," Ye Feng replied, rising to pat Tezuka's shoulder with a smile. That last shot was formidable. Seeing Tezuka in good spirits, the others refrained from interrupting. Ultimately, Ye Feng and Tezuka exchanged a knowing smile. The friendly match had officially concluded. As he observed Ye Feng's departing figure, Tezuka felt a renewed ambition within. He turned to his teammates and declared, "This year, the Ice Emperor's goal is the national championship." Chapter 23. The inquiry at the well. A few days later, this year's middle school tennis league officially commenced. From regional qualifiers to the district competition, and then to the Kanto tournament, the journey to the national competition was long for the teams in the Kanto region. However, for Rikkai University, the objective was crystal clear. Only the championship would suffice. Within the Rikkai campus, a figure leapt down from the wall, poised to make a hasty retreat. At that moment, a pair of sharp eyes had already locked onto him. "Kahara Chiaki, this marks your 9th tardiness this semester. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" The headmaster's face was ashen, clearly incensed by Kahara's repeated offenses. Just then, Kahara was about to conjure an excuse when he spotted a familiar figure swaggering into the campus. Evidently late as well. Without hesitation, he pointed behind the headmaster. "Sir, do you see who that is? Enough. Even if you possess extraordinary talents today, you shall not escape punishment." The headmaster's fury was palpable. But as he seized Kahara by the nape of his neck, Ye Feng approached slowly, inquiring, "Kahara, what are you doing here instead of attending class?" "Minister, please save me." Kahara looked at Ye Feng with a pitiful expression. Upon seeing Ye Feng, the headmaster and Appo's previously angry demeanor softened. "Ye Feng, how have you been adjusting to school? Is there anything you need assistance with?" "Thank you. Everything is going well. Might I trouble you to hand this young man over to me?" Ye Feng gestured towards the beleaguered Kahara. "But he has repeatedly violated school regulations." The headmaster hesitated. "Fear not. I shall ensure he faces his punishment and that he will not err again, or else he will be expelled from the tennis club." "Minister." Kahara trembled at the thought of being expelled from the tennis club. Seeing Ye Feng's firm stance, the headmaster relented. "Very well, you may go. Thank you once more." Ye Feng replied, leading Kahara away while imparting, "Being late is not a commendable habit. Should it happen again, you will no longer be part of the tennis club." "But you were late too," Kahara muttered under his breath. Ye Feng, overhearing him clearly, replied sternly, "If you can achieve full marks in all subjects as I have, I believe the school would grant you some privileges. To grow stronger, one must hold oneself to high standards." Kahara lowered his head in submission, daunted into silence. Noticing his newfound compliance, Ye Feng softened his tone, reassuring him, "The future of Rikkai belongs to you. Do you wish to become stronger?" "Of course." Kahara responded without hesitation. Nodding, Ye Feng continued, "If that is the case, will you follow my instructions without fail?" "Absolutely," Kahara affirmed once more. Pleased, Ye Feng nodded. "Excellent. From this moment forth, focus on your studies and refrain from participating in this month's competition." Kahara was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Why?" Ye Feng's expression grew icy. "There is no reason. If you refuse to heed my words, you may as well withdraw from the tennis club." At that, Kahara quickly yielded. I will follow the minister's arrangements." Yet, he cautiously inquired, "Minister Ye Feng, will I be able to return next month?" Ye Feng shook his head slowly. That depends on your performance. When you can maintain your composure, I will consider it. With that, Ye Feng departed. And Kihara attempted to follow, but was met with a stern glance that compelled him to turn back. Go to class, Ye Feng instructed. After resolving Kihara's predicament, Ye Feng proceeded directly to the school's indoor gymnasium. At this hour, he could only practice using the training machines. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Feng struck the ball repeatedly. 5 machines opposite him activated simultaneously, each with a different time delay. For an entire hour, he did not miss a single shot. Every return landed within a circle less than 30 centimeters in diameter, leaving a clear imprint. Just then, Ye Feng sensed an additional presence in the gymnasium. After returning the last ball, he hit the switch of the machine and turned to the entrance. A tall man, sporting a buzz cut and dressed in a striped shirt, walked in. Surprised, Ye Feng remarked, "It's been a while, Inoue. May I have a word with you?" "Of course," Inoue replied, and they settled down. "I never expected you would find me here. It seems you have been keeping tabs on my whereabouts," Ye Feng began. Inoue scratched his head with a smile. "I and Oppos. We only been back for a year, working at a newspaper, and I happened to hear about you." Without further ado, Ye Feng inquired, "You must have a reason for seeking me out?" Inoue nodded earnestly. "I am eager to know why you have come to Japan. You have already qualified for professional matches." Faced with such a question, Ye Feng refrained from giving a direct answer. Instead, he stood and told Inoue, "I believe the person you most wish to hear from is not me." Hearing this, Inoue lowered his head and replied solemnly, "Indeed, you resemble him. He once had the chance to reach the pinnacle of the tennis world, only to withdraw at the last moment. I find it difficult to comprehend." "I see the same potential in you. Why is that?" Ye Feng shook his head. "Is this answer truly essential to you?" Inoue nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. It is crucial to me. Please, tell me." He even knelt in his desperation for an answer. Recognizing his earnestness, Ye Feng softened. After all, they had known each other for 3 years and shared a bond of friendship. "If you seek answers, perhaps that man would be a better target for your inquiries. He is in Japan." "You mean, Ekizan Nanjiro has returned to Japan?" Inoue exclaimed, taken aback. Ye Feng nodded, smiling. "If you know of my whereabouts." "How could you be unaware of this?" Inoue sheepishly scratched his head. "I was careless. I did not realize he had returned." "Thank you." "You're welcome. I believe if you go to Seishin Academy, you will uncover more information." Inoue's excitement was palpable. After expressing his gratitude once more, he made to leave. But just as he reached the door, he turned back to ask, "Ye Feng, will you return to the professional circuit?" "Certainly. You shall see me again." "I understand." Chapter 24, the one entrusted by Yukimura. After bidding farewell to Inoue, Ye Feng intended to resume his practice. However, a phone call interrupted him. Yukimura's surgery had been scheduled for the following day, coinciding with Tezuka's operation, though their ailments were different. It was indeed a twist of fate for both to undergo surgery on the same day. Consequently, Ye Feng hurried to the hospital to inquire about the details. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Yukimura's spirits lifted considerably. He asked, "How's the team faring?" "Everything is normal. I've instructed Kihara to take a break from training for the time being," Ye Feng replied. Yukimura squinted and chuckled. "I knew you would help him adjust his mindset. I must rely on you during this period. You'll have to depend on me afterward as well. After all, I am the captain of the team," Ye Feng retorted. The two shared laughter, and a gentle breeze wafted through the window, adding a touch of serenity to the tranquil atmosphere. At that moment, a figure slowly approached from outside. Ye Feng turned to find it was Tezuka Kanemitsu. He felt no surprise. After all, both were esteemed captains at a national level, and naturally, they would have common ground to discuss. Tezuka acknowledged Ye Feng and Oppos' presence and took a seat without further ado. Suddenly, a silence enveloped the room. The three found themselves at a loss for words, a rare occurrence indeed. After a lengthy pause, Tezuka finally spoke. "Thank you." Ye Feng lightly rubbed his forehead, finding the situation amusing. "You, with your icy demeanor, say thank you, and it carries no weight at all." Yukimura couldn't help but chuckle at this. Yet Tezuka maintained his serious expression, appearing far from the demeanor typical of a junior high student. Once upon a time, 3 monks had no water to drink. Now, 3 captains found themselves with nothing to discuss. While there were plenty of topics between pairs, the trio in a shared space felt an unusual awkwardness. Realizing the conversation was stagnant, Ye Feng remarked, "You two should focus on your recovery. After all, we shall meet in the finals of the Kanto tournament." "Oh? Are you so certain that Seishin will reach the finals?" Yukimura inquired, somewhat surprised. Tezuka remained composed but affirmed the notion. Saishin's goal this time is the national championship. Well, I had to even informed you, and you're already aiming for the highest target, Ye Feng said, giving Tezuka an approving thumbs up. He then added, I am eagerly anticipating your first match upon your return in the Kanto finals. At this, the two exchanged glances. Yukimura suddenly interjected, by the way. There is something I would like to ask of you. Upon hearing that name from Yukimura, Ye Feng felt a twinge of confusion. It was a name he scarcely recognized. Yet, Yukimura held this individual in high regard, seemingly having contemplated this request for some time. Since it was Yukimura's wish, Ye Feng had no objections. He then bid farewell to the two and returned to school. Upon arrival, the team was already in practice. Ye Feng refrained from saying much and instead sought out a student training diligently at the far end, second-year student Tamagawa Yoshio. Noticing Ye Feng and Appo's approach, Tamagawa merely glanced over before continuing his practice, executing his strokes with precision. Seeing his calm demeanor, Ye Feng said, Tamagawa, pause your training and come with me. Tamagawa, puzzled, nodded and followed. Many onlookers became curious about the unfolding situation. Kahara Akaya's gaze was particularly intense, sensing trouble. Who is that white-haired guy? He asked. He's a new transfer this semester. He joined the reserve team after passing Yukimura's assessment, replied Nio Masaharu. Kahara, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked. No wonder I and Appo's never seen him before. Looks like he is in for a lesson from the captain. At that moment, Kahara felt a shadow looming before him. Turning around, he found Sanada's stern expression fixed on him. Duong, another smack to the head. Since you're here, train seriously. Kahara grimaced. Yes, I understand. Outside on the court, Ye Feng asked Tamagawa. Tamagawa, I hear you admire Yukimura? Tamagawa nodded eagerly yes. I aspire to become the captain. I wish to be an excellent tennis player like Yukimura. Ye Feng smiled faintly. Am I not excellent enough? Tamagawa quickly shook his head, his eyes resolute. No, Ye Feng, you are equally outstanding, but once I set a goal, I will not waver. Intrigued, Ye Feng began to form an impression of Tamagawa. His personality was indeed more composed, a quality Kahara should learn from. It was no wonder Yukimura viewed Tamagawa differently. After a brief introduction, Ye Feng declared, I am offering you a chance to prove yourself. I've heard you excel at high lobs. Give it a try. Tamagawa inquired, is it a match? Ye Feng glanced towards the training area, rest assured. Your opponent is not me. It is Akaya. Akaya? Tamagawa responded, taken aback. Meanwhile, Akaya, engrossed in training, remained unaware of the impending challenge. Ye Feng then halted the practice, bringing Tamagawa forward before the team. Second year, Tamagawa Yoshio. Though a newcomer, he possesses commendable skill and will train according to the standards of the main team starting today. Everyone was puzzled, yet filled with anticipation. At Rikkai, strength was revered, and with skill came opportunity. However, Kahara, still unconvinced, stepped forward, questioning, Captain, who is this guy? Ye Feng replied, Tamagawa Yoshio, a second-year student like you. Kahara remained dissatisfied, saying, why does someone I've never heard of get such treatment? At this, a smirk formed on Ye Feng and Appo's lips. The moment had arrived. He had been waiting for Kahara to voice his discontent. Are you dissatisfied? Kahara, despite feeling somewhat intimidated by Ye Feng and Appo's serious demeanor, boldly stated his thoughts. I am not satisfied. I want to face this guy in a match. Ye Feng readily agreed. All right, I will serve as the referee. This smooth exchange left Kahara Akaya wide-eyed, realizing he might have been tricked. Yet, having voiced his challenge, he could not back down. However, Tamagawa hesitated, appearing reluctant to compete. Ye Feng, aware of his situation from Yukimura, understood that although Tamagawa had considerable skill, a significant psychological barrier loomed, his fear of losing. This was not a healthy mindset. Ye Feng hoped Tamagawa would adopt a more carefree attitude towards victory and defeat, much like Fuji, without granting Tamagawa an opportunity to retreat. Ye Feng, with a serious expression, stated, if you aspire to reach Yukimura's level, your first step is to give your all. Tamagawa nodded earnestly, yes. Kihara scoffed derisively. What a joke. This guy, who looks so unremarkable, thinks he can rival Captain Yukimura. Ye Feng admonished, stop with the idle chatter. Did my words fall on deaf ears after our morning conversation? You are to train on the court immediately. Chi-Yi and Appo's face paled in an instant as he hastily bowed his head in apology. Director, I truly cannot refrain from playing. Please allow me to train. Ye Feng maintained his stern demeanor and replied, prove your worth by winning first. Chapter 25. Yuchuan versus Ye. All the players paused their practice to witness this match. Sanada turned to Ye Feng and inquired, "Is this Yukimura's intention?" Ye Feng affirmed, "Yuchuan is indeed favored by Yukimura. However, whether he can seize the opportunity depends entirely on him." Ryorinji smiled faintly, seemingly comprehending Ye Feng's implication. He remarked, "After all, Rikkai must rely on strength to assert itself." Ye Feng nodded slightly and took his seat at the referee's table. The match was about to commence, with both sides choosing their sides, and it was Chiye who served first. Grasping the ball, Chiye and Appo's eyes reflected disdain. "Let me teach you a lesson." Chiye and Appo's fingers tightened around the ball, squeezing it intensely, and as he tossed it upwards, its deformation was evident. With a sharp swing, the ball soared towards Yuchuan's outer corner. In midair, the ball's oscillation increased, growing ever more pronounced after crossing the halfway mark. This was a serve whose rebound direction even Chiye could not predict. Sakura was taken aback. He directly employed a knuckle serve. Yet, Yuchuan remained unfazed in the face of the incoming ball. It was difficult to ascertain whether it was due to his temperament or his utter lack of fear. Yuchuan fixated on the ball, murmuring, "An unpredictable trajectory?" Thud. The instant the ball struck the ground, it ricocheted off in an exceedingly peculiar direction. At that moment, Yuchuan sprang into action. With a powerful forehand, he effortlessly returned the ball. Hunta blew a bubble and chewed. Surprised, he returned it in one go. Yuchuan indeed possesses some skill. Yagyu's glasses reflected the light, obscuring his eyes, yet a hint of a smile graced his lips, indicating his admiration for Yuchuan's abilities. His fundamental skills were undeniably solid. Chiye, too, found Yuchuan's return unexpected, yet he did not relent in his offensive approach. Each return aimed for the far corners, striving to exhaust Yuchuan and render him vulnerable. This torturous style of play matched Chiye's character perfectly. Thud. 0-15. After a prolonged rally, Chiye finally secured his first point. Frustrated by the stalemate, Chiye muttered, "Damn, this guy can really run." Sanada couldn't help but admonish, "Chiye, do not let your guard down." Yes, the match was just beginning. And after being reprimanded by Sanada, Chiye felt compelled not to lose. Another knuckle serve ensued. Yuchuan's return remained impeccable, showcasing his strong fundamentals. His footwork and swinging motion exhibited no signs of distortion. In contrast, while Chiye and Appo's athleticism was superior and his rhythm more varied, his foundational skills paled in comparison to Yuchuan and Appo's. Nevertheless, Ye Feng watched the court with eager anticipation. Thud. Following a powerful strike, Chiye dashed towards the net. Ye Feng chuckled softly, "Chiye, it seems you have forgotten what I mentioned." At that moment, Yuchuan seized the opportunity, stepping forward just as Chiye lunged. He executed a high, spinning lob with impressive acceleration. What? Chiye was caught off guard, abruptly halting his forward momentum to chase the ball, which was poised to land near the baseline. To his dismay, the ball descended faster than he had anticipated. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he could not reach it. He lunged forward, helplessly watching as the ball grazed past the tip of his racket. Thud. 15-15. Infuriated, Chiye felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. This was the last scenario he wished to encounter. Rising to his feet, his blood boiled, and his eyes threatened to turn crimson as he slipped into a state of fury. "Chiye," Ye Feng barked, commanding, "if you cannot control your emotions, get off the court." Tch. Chiye was disgruntled but dared not disobey Ye Feng. Gradually, he regained his composure, the redness in his eyes dissipating. It was the first time Chiye had recovered his demeanor so swiftly. Nio was astonished. This young man had been so easily awakened by Ye Feng. Yagyu adjusted his glasses and praised, "Indeed, Ye Feng possesses a unique charisma." Once calm, Chiye prepared to serve again. Thud. This time, Chiye opted for a standard slice serve rather than a knuckle serve. The ball traveled at a speed of approximately 120 km/h, but its spin was fierce and potent. Yuchuan, somewhat taken aback, quickly positioned himself and returned the ball towards the center. Confronted with a straightforward return, Chiye made more accurate judgments. He continuously maneuvered Yuchuan, forcing him to run laterally while employing a strategy of suppression. He relentlessly targeted the baseline, preventing Yuchuan from straying far from it. Hunter remarked, "Chiye seems to have become considerably smarter." Ryorinji added, "Even without succumbing to fury, he can execute high-quality pressure shots. Chiye has improved." Sanada commented, "He is still too lax." Nio quipped, Sanada, you truly are strict with Chiye." Sanada, under his serious gaze, had everyone attentively watching the court. One game concluded. and Ye secured the first service game. Nevertheless, Yuchuan's performance in that game was commendable. That high lob indeed dazzled the spectators. Yet, Ye Feng, seated on the coach's bench, wore a solemn expression, his gaze towards Yuchuan piercing. Yuchuan, if you continue like this, it seems you are not yet worthy to contend with Ye. As Yuchuan prepared to serve, expectations ran high for him to unveil a signature move. However, he ultimately resorted to a standard serve. Hey, is such a serve truly acceptable? Ye scoffed. Soon after, he unleashed a powerful forehand return. Yuchuan remained steadfast, responding with unwavering consistency. Every action mirrored the last, exhibiting remarkable stability. At this juncture, Ye found the exchange monotonous and advanced once more, executing a slice shot. Hey, what is your name again? Are you looking forward to this? Indeed. Yuchuan was anticipating the opportunity to unleash a high lob. The moment had arrived. Without hesitation, Yuchuan lowered his racket face, accurately awaiting the ball's descent. With an expansive upward swing, he controlled both the spin and force with precision. Thud! The ball landed in the left rear corner behind Ye. This time, Ye anticipated the timing more accurately. Thud! Regrettably, the space for the return was insufficient. His movements became distorted, and the ball struck below the net. TCH. Still a bit off. 15-0. Thud. 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 Ye continued to deliver slice shots, advancing to the net, compelling Yuchuan to lift the ball and execute a high lob. This game was successfully claimed by Yuchuan, with both players maintaining their respective service games. Chapter 26. Gradually entering a good state thus far, the match has appeared evenly matched. Yet Ye Feng harbors a differing perspective. As time elapses, the score fluctuates. The game stands at 3-4 in favor of Ye, with the match at its midpoint. Neither side has established complete dominance, both players retaining their service games. On the sidelines, Lu Lianer inquired, Xianyi Lang, what are your thoughts? Sonata maintained a serious demeanor, remarking, Ye's footwork remains too lax. At the baseline, Tamagawa swiftly serves the ball. Ye directs it back to the opponent's back line, hastening towards the net, presenting Tamagawa with an excellent opportunity. Without hesitation, Tamagawa unleashes his signature high lob. With unwavering determination, he swings his racket, exclaiming, bring it on. This time, a different light shone in Ye and Apos' eyes. Ye Feng and Apos' lips curled into a slight smile, sensing the potential for change. Catch up, return it, little seaweed. With a swift lateral movement, Ye positioned himself behind the ball just as it bounced. He unleashed a powerful forehand drive. The ball sped away like a bullet. It was heavy. Tamagawa's expression twisted momentarily as he struggled to receive it. In that instant, Ye reappeared at the net, employing quick footwork to adjust his rhythm. He executed a powerful overhead smash. Bang! Tamagawa gasped, unable to keep up. 0-15. Ha ha ha. Ye laughed triumphantly, pointing at Tamagawa and declaring, game over. For the first time, dissatisfaction flickered across Tamagawa's face. This marked his first true contest with an opponent, and a wave of fear regarding failure surged within him. He stood rigidly, lost in thought. His eyes vacant. Tamagawa, it and Apos, your serve. Tamagawa? Ye Feng called several times, yet received no response. The others around them exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, Tamagawa loosened his grip, his racket slipping from his hands. Clang! As the racket hit the ground, Ye Feng leapt from the umpire's chair and rushed to Tamagawa. Slap! Without warning, he delivered a sharp reprimand to Tamagawa, chastising, what are you doing? This is a match. Instantly jolted, Tamagawa came to his senses, cradling his face in pain while gazing apologetically at Ye Feng. I'm sorry, Minister. Ye Feng barked back. I don't care how afraid you are of losing. I want you to complete the match, even if you lose. Yet Tamagawa remained somewhat immobile, breathing heavily. The teammates watched with concern. As Ye Feng and Apos' imposing presence rendered them speechless. After a prolonged silence, Tamagawa spoke with self-doubt. Perhaps, I shouldn't be here. Tamagawa. Ye Feng and Apos' voice deepened. Sakakibara has high hopes for you. Do not disappoint him. Tamagawa was taken aback, his pupils constricting. The mention of Sakakibara triggered a profound change within him. Gradually, Tamagawa regained his composure and bent to retrieve his racket. Minister, the match isn't and Apos' over yet. Ye Feng smiled faintly, satisfied with this outcome. He tossed his long, flowing hair back and returned to his seat in the umpire and Apos' chair. The match resumed. During Tamagawa and Apos' service game, his serve remained standard. Yet his gaze reflected a noticeable shift, more focused, imbued with a desire to win. Chiya, too, was more invigorated. Both players were striving for victory, with Chiya's shots becoming increasingly aggressive, while Tamagawa sought greater control. One employed a bold approach, while the other aimed for precision, reminiscent of Sakakibara's style. While Chiya and Appo's play echoed the earlier sonata, still requiring refinement. Game, Chiyuan Chiya, 4-6, victory. Not bad. Ye Feng smiled contentedly. This result was the best thus far. Tamagawa and Chiya shook hands. Curiously, Chiya asked, Tamagawa, surely you have more formidable skills than just high lobs? Tamagawa shook his head, not for now. Chiya, upon hearing this, grew even more excited, laughing, then you should train with me. Finally, someone else to endure the grind. Haha. Duong. Just as he finished speaking, Chiya was met with a paternal smack from Sanada. Chiya, looking aggrieved, exclaimed, Vice Captain Sanada, why did you hit me? From his elevated position, Sanada commanded. Your footwork is too lax. 50 laps start now. What? Chiya's face fell, utterly reluctant. At this moment, Ye Feng surveyed the entire court, issuing a decree. Everyone. 50 laps. Gulp. If anyone is ruthless, it is Ye Feng, as 50 laps commenced without hesitation. Though they grumbled, all players quickly formed an orderly line. Knowing Ye Feng would partake in the foundational training. Everyone shout with me. Rikkai Dai, 3 consecutive championships. Rikkai Dai, 3 consecutive championships. Rikkai Dai, 3 consecutive championships. How embarrassing. Chiya and Appo's voice dwindled as he sought to evade detection. Duong. Ye Feng suddenly appeared beside him. Chiya raised his voice. Rikkai Dai, 3 consecutive championships. Ye Feng nodded approvingly. Returning to the lead position, glancing at his hand, he flashed a mischievous grin at Sanada. Hey, Sanada, why didn't you tell me sooner? Sanada, puzzled, asked what? Ye Feng, brimming with excitement, replied, delivering that little rascal Chiya a good whack feels quite liberating. Sanada's expression darkened instantly. Woe is me, the minister is too much. Chiya, drenched in cold sweat, felt utterly wronged. This day was exceptionally fulfilling, resolving numerous issues. Ye Feng felt increasingly adept in his role as captain. Upon returning home after school, the little maid, Michiko, promptly prepared a feast. Such a life can only be described in 2 words, indulgence. However, this comfortable existence would not endure for long. The growth of their rivals would soon exert pressure on Rikkai Dai. Just as Ye Feng relished his meal, a phone call interrupted him. To his surprise, the caller ID displayed a long-lost number. Hello, what prompted you to call me? Ye Feng asked casually. A deep voice resonated from the other end. Am I unwelcome? Not at all. What is the matter? Speak swiftly. I heard you departed from Great Britain. The Han's kingdom welcomes you. Ye Feng felt a touch embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated the invitation. Nevertheless, he declined. Sorry, I want to be pursuing a professional career for now, but we will meet soon. Indeed. It seems Neon Country has what you desire. See you at U17. No problem. Chapter 27. Spectating Seishin Academy and Ice Emperor as time flowed. A little over a month swiftly passed. Rikkai Dai had successfully advanced to the Kanto tournament. The first opponent worthy of attention was the newcomer in this competition, Futamine Junior High School. This team had previously been unheard of, lacking any renown, and no one knew their capabilities. However, this year, under the leadership of their new captain, Tachibana Kippei, the entire team had significantly improved. Tachibana was a figure of particular interest to Ye Feng, while others were oblivious. Ye Feng knew well that Tachibana was one of the duo known as the Kanto twins, alongside Chiba from Shiten Hoji, who had previously dominated the Kyushu region. His playing style had once been ferociously aggressive, but after inadvertently injuring Chiba's eye with a special move, he developed a profound psychological shadow. This incident led him to depart Kyushu and join Futamine. This man harbored many thought-provoking tales and was indeed a person deserving of respect. At this moment, Ye Feng was deep in contemplation, strategizing on how to arrange his players to counter Futamine. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Ryuinji, inquiring, Captain, can you confirm this lineup? Ye Feng snapped back to reality and glanced at the list of players for the first-round match against Jinhua Junior High School. Although they had faced them a few times, their prowess paled in comparison to Rikkai Dai, rendering them akin to a weaker team. After scrutinizing the lineup, Ye Feng decided to have Kahara and Tamagawa take the court in the second and first doubles, respectively, while entrusting Ryuinji and Yagyu Hiroshi to lead the 2 players. As for the singles positions, he allocated them to the strategist, Nayu Masaharu, with the names of Bunta and Kajitsun Kuwahara affixed to singles 1 and 2. Very well. Let it be so, Ye Feng declared. Although the lineup might appear somewhat haphazard, it was, in reality, a manifestation of trust in his teammates. After more than a month of training, the team and Appos' abilities had seen significant enhancement, with each player refining their unique skills. Kuwahara had gradually tamed his emotions, and his demonic alter ego no longer manifested easily. Tamagawa's high toss had gained more spin and confidence, overcoming his fears. Yagyu Hiroshi and Appos' laser beam serve had become faster and more powerful than before. Naya Masaharu's mimicry had reached a deeper level, able to bewilder opponents' eyes. Ryuinji, seemingly unchanged, had nonetheless significantly improved his physical attributes. Bunta's stamina had notably increased, though he still clung to his pre-match sweet indulgence. Kuwahara's sense of rhythm had intensified, and his returns were more forceful. Sanada was constantly honing himself, discovering new breakthroughs through practice with Ye Feng. Despite still being in the experimental phase, he was far from negligible. This was a completely renewed Rikkai Dai team, having taken a step forward compared to before. The strength they could now showcase was at a national level. During a training session, someone rushed over to Sanada, whispering something. Sanada slowly approached Ye Feng and informed him, Jinhua Junior High School has their full roster ready. Oh, what a pity. It seems we won't have the chance to dominate them. No, we won't be able to train effectively, Ye Feng lamented. That's fine. Our next opponent appears to be Meiji Gakuen High School, so we should proceed with this lineup, Ryuinji suggested. Ye Feng nodded affirmatively, stating, no problem. If anyone loses a single point, they and Appos' be required to run an additional 5 laps during training next week. Wow. We absolutely cannot afford to lose even 1 point. Indeed. The captain does not jest. The team had grown accustomed to Ye Feng and Appos' stringent expectations, confident that they would not allow their opponents to score even a single point. The situation at Rikkai Dai was quite favorable, as their primary rivals, Seishin Academy and Ice Emperor, were formidable forces in the upcoming Kanto tournament. Since their previous friendly match, both teams had been relentlessly training. Ice Emperor's Tezuka was particularly intent on catching up to and surpassing Ye Feng, constantly refining his skills. Seishin and Appos' Ekizan Ryoma and Fuji Shusuk had also made notable advancements. Rumor had it that Ekizan had developed numerous new techniques, while Fuji had unveiled an upgraded version of his triple return. Ye Feng found himself eagerly anticipating their matchups. With this thought, Ye Feng suddenly realized that, since there was no match for them, it might be worthwhile to observe the contest of others. He called to his team, everyone, pause for a moment. Let us go watch the match between our rivals. Watch their match? Who is it? Seishin and Ice Emperor? It was evident that everyone had guessed correctly. They were indeed heading to spectate the duel between Seishin and Ice Emperor. Let us go, Ye Feng gestured, mimicking the pose of adjusting his glasses, reminiscent of Tezuka. Sanada rolled his eyes, commenting, this guy is just like Tezuka in this regard. The entire team promptly made their way to the courts of the two teams. Upon arrival, they were surprised to find that the match had yet to commence. Ye Feng scanned the surroundings and noticed the absence of Seishin and Appos' vice-captain, Oishi Shuichiro. He approached and inquired, Fuji, why has your match not begun yet? Where is Oishi? Oh, it seems Oishi has been delayed by some matters, but he is currently on his way to meet us. Fuji replied. Ah, that incident, Ye Feng recalled suddenly. At that moment, Oishi was likely dealing with the aftermath of an accident involving a pregnant woman, which had led to him injuring his hand. Aware of this situation, Ye Feng promptly suggested, it seems that we shall need to have Tachinoko step in for Oishi. He then approached Ice Emperor and Appos' side and whispered a few words to Tezuka. Tezuka did not decline Ye Feng and Appos' request and quickly arranged for a vehicle to fetch Tachinoko. With 10 minutes remaining before the match was set to begin, if Seishin could not commence on time, they would be declared losers in the first round. A significant setback for them. Fortunately, after some assistance, Tachinoko arrived at the court, donning Oishi and Appos' wrist guard. All eyes were upon him. Tachinoko had already run part of the way, ensuring he was adequately warmed up. He made it just in time, and the match could proceed as planned, with Tachinoko taking Oishi's place to compete alongside Kikomaru Eiji in the doubles match. This arrangement is quite commendable, Ye Feng remarked as he approached Coach Ryazaki. You, of all people, have come to watch the match. Are you not wary of us, Seishin? Coach Ryazaki smiled faintly. Ye Feng remained silent, opting instead to observe the court intently. Both teams took their positions, and the referee prepared to start the match. Now, let us commence the doubles match between Seishin Academy and Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor. Chapter 28 The Growth of Rivals. What is going on? How many members does the Ice Emperor have? Complained Tachibana on the court. The imposing presence of the Ice Emperor was indeed overwhelming. Since the addition of Itobi, the Ice Emperor Tennis Club had swiftly expanded to become the largest organization in the school, boasting over 200 candidates, all captivated by Itobi's charisma. In contrast, the cheers from the Seishin Academy cheerleading squad seemed significantly diminished. This atmosphere was rather displeasing, sighed Eiji. The Ice Emperor triumphed, while Seishin fell. With the thunderous cheers of the cheerleaders, the two players from Ice Emperor, Nanjiru and Hirakubo, simultaneously made their appearance. They exuded an aura of confidence, their eyes brimming with self-assuredness. The cheers from the cheerleading squad continued unabated. Nanjiru glanced at Tachibana and, puzzled, asked, "Are you really a member of the school team?" Hirakubo pointed to the side. "Hey, Nanjiru." Nanjiru shifted his gaze. Hirakubo continued, "This guy is Kikumaru, renowned for his exceptional shot-making abilities." Faced with such taunting and provocation, Eiji felt somewhat irked. Hirakubo remained quite self-satisfied, sneering, "Let us show him what it means to be outclassed." Meanwhile, outside the court, Ye Feng shook his head and remarked, "No wonder Itobi and Appo's team is so similar to him, even in style." Akira then quietly said, "Captain, it seems you are not much different, are you?" Ye Feng smiled slightly. Turning his head, "Kombu, are you dissatisfied with 100 laps and wish to double that?" Gulp. Akira immediately swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Captain, I was just joking, don't take it seriously." However, Ye Feng had already contemplated a more effective method than running laps. His gaze fell upon Kiryu, who had recently developed an excellent green juice. After this match, he would ask for the recipe, he thought with a grin. The match was about to commence. Seishin served. Tachibana stood at the baseline, his gaze resolute. He opened with his signature move. Bang! The ball sped off, the sound akin to a bullet being fired. Hence it was dubbed the bullet serve. Yet, Nanjiru showed no signs of underestimating the situation. He quickly positioned himself to intercept the ball. "Well done. That serve was quite impressive," he remarked. In the moment Tachibana was momentarily distracted, Nanjiru had already set his stance, turning his words into a taunt. "Unfortunately, the placement is rather poor." Bang! A beautiful return. But in the next instant, Eiji appeared even faster in the trajectory of the return. With a backhand volley at the net, just then, Hirakubo suddenly leapt into the air, astonishingly flipping his body upside down. It was Hirakubo and Appo's moon return. An acrobatic, spinning, inverted smash. The ball landed right by Eiji's feet, seemingly set to pass through his backhand. At that moment, Ye Feng chuckled. "Don't underestimate Kikumaru, Eiji." Sure enough, the corners of Kikumaru's mouth lifted slightly as he executed a backhand, behind the back shot. The ball sailed past Hirakubo, while Nanjiru quickly pursued the ball, his eyes fixed on an open spot ahead. Tachibana recognized the opponent's intent and instantly repositioned himself, seeing that he had missed the opportunity. Nanjiru swiftly adjusted his racket and struck a high lob. Although Eiji reacted in time, the ball was simply too high. I can't reach it." The ball ultimately fell in the right rear corner. 0-15. How intriguing. Both sides displayed commendable form right from the start. Ye Feng smiled. This was precisely the progress he wished to see from both teams, and it greatly satisfied him. The Ice Emperor seized an early lead, igniting another wave of cheer from their supporters. Nanjiru sneered as he looked at Tachibana. "Don and Appo's surprised me. It turns out you can play doubles. Last time you claimed you couldn't was that merely modesty?" Tachibana remained unfazed, calmly replying, "Thank you." At this moment, Tachibana was also reflecting on that previous ball, seeking to identify his shortcomings. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred. Hirakubo was equally invigorated by Eiji and Appo's remarkable shot, his fighting spirit ignited. Nevertheless, it was still too early to make any conclusions. Itobi stood up, a charming smile gracing his face. The Ice Emperor duo continued to exert their strength. This round was won by the Ice Emperor, leading the score to 1-0. Haha, the Ice Emperor's strength remains just as it was last year. Renji couldn't help but retort. Ye Feng shook his head slightly. There is indeed a difference. The Ice Emperor's prowess should not be underestimated. However, we, Rikkai, are the strongest. As the captain of Rikkai, Ye Feng naturally refrained from excessively praising others. This match and Appo's outcome remained uncertain. Yet, it appeared that Eiji had expended considerable energy. As the team switched sides, Hirakubo suddenly began to taunt again. Hey, Kikumaru, are you still jumping? Damn, annoying guy, Eiji thought. The atmosphere was entirely dominated by the Ice Emperor. The match situation seemed decidedly unfavorable for Seishin Academy, placing them in a precarious position. Akira then curiously asked, Captain, do you think there is any other possibility for the match? Ye Feng did not reply directly but turned to the previously silent Tamagawa, inquiring, Tamagawa, what do you think? Me? Tamagawa appeared somewhat flustered. Nervously, he adjusted his demeanor and analyzed. Both sides are performing well. Although the Ice Emperor currently leads, it feels as if Seishin has yet to unveil their full potential. Perhaps a reversal is still possible. Well said. But I wish to see the Ice Emperor demonstrate unexpected strength. Ye Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. His gaze then shifted to Atobi, sensing someone was observing him. Atobi turned to meet Ye Feng and Appo's gaze. His brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing, murmuring, Ye Feng, just watch. The Ice Emperor and Appo's strength has surpassed your imagination. Subsequently, both returned their attention to the match. The game resumed, and the Ice Emperor maintained a rhythmic control over the play. Tachibana could no longer contain himself. I can end Appo's to let you dominate any longer. Watch this. He executed a vertical jump shot. The ball became heavier, infused with the power of his core. It soared like a flame, its momentum fierce. Hirakubo attempted to counter with a moon return, but this particular shot was far too heavy, contorting his expression. Though he managed to return the ball, it transformed into a high lob. Yet, Tachibana had been waiting for this moment. This was the bait he had set up for his vertical smash. Go for it, Tachibana-senpai. Bang! The smash was powerful, imbued with immense force. But in that instant, a chill swept across the court. Even the usually half-closed eyes of Fuji widened. A swirling gust of wind coalesced on the racket, forming a formidable barrier akin to a tornado. With a flash of blue light, the ball landed precisely on the baseline. The brown bear has been captured. Chapter 29. Unleashing power, could it be? They actually managed to trap the opponent with a brown bear move, shattering the vertical smash. The members of Seishin Academy were utterly astonished. At this moment, Atobi displayed an air of pride and satisfaction. Nanger Weisher, indeed a prodigy of Ice Emperor. Oh, Ice Emperor and Appo's Nanger Weisher, he appears to possess quite a skill set. Akaya too felt a surge of excitement. Clang. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand from Sanada echoed, silence. Under the weight of Sanada's authority, Akaya quickly fell into line. Meanwhile, Ye Feng glanced towards Seishin's side, where Fuji cast an appreciative gaze at Nanger Weisher. After all, witnessing one and Appo's signature move employed by another, especially against one and Appo's own teammates, certainly evokes a different sentiment. However, this still did not quite meet Ye Feng and Appo's expectations. After all, Fuji had already developed 3 upgraded versions of his return, while Nanger Weisher remained anchored to the basics. Are you all not planning to unleash your true potential? Ye Feng murmured to himself. Ice Emperor, Ice Emperor, Ice Emperor. The cheerleaders remained spirited. Yet, Seishin appeared unfazed. Tachibana and Appo's lips curled into a smirk, disdainfully declaring, what is this? I thought they were formidable. Huh? Nanger Weisher looked puzzled. Did you think this was all we had? Tachibana turned to Eiji, remarking, Kakumura-senpai. Isn't it about time to reveal your strength? Indeed, we cannot let Oishi down, Eiji grinned, his smile radiating warmth. Don and Appo's, get too cocky. Don't think you can fool us. Hinata scoffed. With Ice Emperor's formation, they served the ball. Tachibana's counterattack surged with power. Bang. The sound of the return resonated like a cannon shot. When Nanger Weisher attempted to retaliate, he felt an overwhelming weight in his racket. The strength in his one-handed grip faltered. Caught off guard at the outset, he failed to unleash his full force, suffering the consequences. Ugh. Nanger Weisher strained, forcing a return. Thud. The ball struck the net, failing to cross the halfway mark. 15-0. What is happening? Weisher, are you alright? Hinata turned, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. Nanger Weisher shook his head. However, his right hand gripping the racket trembled noticeably. Never underestimate your opponent's strength. That is the lesson here, Ye Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. It seems Ice Emperor's Nanger Weisher will struggle to continue, Yanagi analyzed. Nanger Weisher served swiftly once more. Yet, Tachibana returned the ball and raced toward the net. Eiji prepared for a counter. As Hinata readied his response, he caught a glimpse in Eiji's eyes and momentarily panicked. Bang, bang, bang. with a succession of powerful returns coupled with Nanjur Weisher's wrist condition deteriorating. Saishin swiftly widened the score gap. This game concluded with Saishin victorious, the score standing at 1-5. Ice Emperor had lost its chance. Damn it. To be so thoroughly overwhelmed by Saishin, I will not allow you to remain arrogant. Hinata's expression turned fierce. Clang. At that moment, Nanjur Weisher's racket fell to the ground. His wrist injury, exacerbated by repeated returns, had become unbearable, swollen, and bruised. Weisher. The main players of Ice Emperor rushed onto the court. The game was paused. Atobi addressed the referee directly. We forfeit this game. Nanjur Weisher reached for his racket. Unwilling to concede. No, I can still go on. I haven't shown my true strength yet. Enough chatter. That is my command, Atobi asserted decisively, leaving no room for dissent. The coach Sakaki also endorsed this resolution. Nanjur Weisher was escorted to the hospital by his teammates. Meanwhile, Oishi had arrived at the sidelines early. Though the victory was secured due to the opponent's forfeit, Saishin had already established a significant advantage. Oishi-senpai, they called out, exchanging fist bumps from a distance. How dull. Yet it seems Saishin has indeed improved, Akaya remarked, boredom creeping in. If we faced them again, we would still emerge victorious. One-Tai proclaimed confidently, blowing a bubble. Next would be the doubles match. However, before it began, Ye Feng approached Atobi. Atobi appeared surprised by Ye Feng and Appo's approach. And Coach Sakaki wore a puzzled expression. At that moment, both sides noted Ye Feng and Appo's actions. Horiuchi, that's the captain of Rikkai. What does he want? Tachibana inquired. Is he going to instruct Ice Emperor on tactics? No, Ye Feng does not strike me as the type to do such things, Fuji mused, stroking his chin. At this juncture, Ye Feng offered counsel to the soon-to-be players, Anu Aki and HCH Tar. You should unleash your full strength from the very beginning. Otherwise, should you lose embarrassingly, I will be quite disappointed. Anu Aki frowned, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction in his heart. Yet, Ye Feng and Appo's commanding presence rendered him hesitant to voice his objections. Atobi, as captain, stepped forth, stating, Ye Feng, you are overstepping your bounds, aren't you? Ye Feng and Appo's gaze gleamed with intensity as he questioned, Atobi, do you not wish to enter the national tournament? Atobi paused for a moment, then settled back with confidence. You, my friend. The match has yet to commence, and the victor will still be Ice Emperor. Let us hope so. Do not become complacent, Ye Feng responded, turning to leave. Sonata, it seems the captain has borrowed your catchphrase, Yanagi chuckled, narrowing his eyes. Humph. Sonata snorted softly, remaining silent. The players prepared on both sides. Ye Feng returned to Saishin's resting area, greeting Coach Rizaki. Old man, you seem quite spirited today, he remarked. You too, young lad, Coach Rizaki replied with a smile. At this moment, Ye Feng shifted his tone, offering advice. Next up will be Kiyomizu and Cade, right? Don't lose. Hiss. Cade emitted a snake-like sound. Kiyomizu adjusted his glasses without responding. As they took to the court, Kiyomizu turned to Cade. No need to hold back. Unleash all the fruits of your training. On the other side, Anu Aki encouraged HCH Tar. Let them witness the exceptional technique you've honed through hard work. Both sides brimmed with determination and a fierce desire for victory. Ye Feng returned to his teammates, anticipating the forthcoming changes in the match. Akaya, curious, asked, Captain. What did you say to them? Ye Feng smirked, teasing, I mentioned your eagerness to challenge them, and I would be sending a formal challenge. Akaya immediately perked up. Oh, really? I want to lose. Let us watch the match. The game commenced, with Ice Emperor serving first. Chapter 30, a swifter serve. Feng Chang'ao positioned himself at the baseline. His eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. A gentle breeze swept past as he tossed the ball into the air. One ball in, the soul. Bang. This serve erupted like a flaming cannonball, its searing energy clashing with the air. Boom. The force of this shot seemed capable of blasting a gaping hole in the court. Qianjinji was entirely caught off guard, rooted to the spot. The gust from the ball sent his shirt and hair fluttering. Turning to glance at the ball and Appo's landing point, he was astonished, so swift. The spectators were equally taken aback, completely unprepared for the Ice Emperor's astonishing opening serve. Chi Ye's eyes lit up as he turned to Ye Feng. Captain, this serve bears a striking resemblance to yours. On the other side, Aoi from Saishin Academy also looked towards Ye Feng, his previously narrowed eyes now wide open. This serve is nearly at your level, isn't it? At that moment, Atobi from the Ice Emperor and Appo's bench wore a smug expression of appreciation. What do you think, Ye Feng? This is a skill that Feng has meticulously honed since that friendly match. His goal is to surpass you. Even the umpire felt the pressure of this serve. Yet, upon observing the landing point, the score was called 10-15-0. Feng Changtao was in superb form, once again standing at the baseline. Bang! Another powerful serve. Saishan Academy remained incapable of responding. While you're still processing this, let us clinch it. Feng Chang'ao shouted. Bang! 40-0. The consecutive scoring from serves left Saishan Academy in a defensive position, while the Ice Emperor dominated the game. At this juncture, Ye Feng calmly remarked, "It still lacks a bit. 212 kilometers H is not quite up to the speed I achieved last time." "How did you discern that, Captain?" Qi Yi asked curiously. Circling around Ye Feng without spotting any speedometer, Ye Feng slowly raised his hand, gripping Qi Yi and Apos' neck and bringing him close. "My eyes suffice for that." Qi Yi, somewhat skeptical, replied, "How could that be? That is quite impressive." As Ye Feng spoke, Sanada and Apos' brow twitched slightly but quickly returned to calm as he continued to observe the match. Ye Feng scrutinized Feng Changtao on the court, narrowing his eyes slightly. Though not yet sufficient, he had made considerable progress. It seemed that stimulative training had indeed borne fruit. Had this match occurred before Ye Feng arrived in this world? Feng Chang'ao and Apos' serve would not have reached such heights, nor would his control have been so precise. But now, he had already taken a step forward in his growth. At present, the Ice Emperor maintained a commanding position. Serve points! Serve points! Serve points! The cheerleaders were as energetic as ever, continuously amplifying the momentum. For Saishan Academy, this match had become perilous. Qian Jinji remained composed, advising Haidang, "Let us observe this serve a bit longer. Those guys are unbearably loud." Despite feeling somewhat unsettled by the serve, Haidang heeded his senior's words. However, Haidang had also undergone rigorous training. In Saishan Academy's service game, bang! Qian's rapid serve. The ball sped forth, transforming into a streak of yellow-green light. Yet, Akutsu did not seem surprised, taunting, indeed swift. "But I've been returning Feng's serves at nearly 210 kilometers H daily. You're not there yet. Is that so?" Haidang understood. "Let us silence them now." At this moment, Haidang stood poised near the baseline. As he observed Akutsu and Apos' ball landing in the backcourt, it appeared to be a commendable return. However, such a return was precisely what Haidang had been anticipating. Hissing, with his racket dragging on the ground, his body bent slightly as if a serpent poised to strike. The moment the ball bounced, Haidang unleashed his deadly attack like a viper revealing its fangs. The spinning snake ball. Whoosh. The ball zipped through the gap beneath the umpire's chair, curving into the Ice Emperor's backcourt. Bang. This shot left the Ice Emperor's players utterly astounded. How could anyone execute such a shot? Did you see that? The ball flew right beneath the umpire. Atobi was also taken aback. Saishan's Haidang can perform such dazzling techniques? 0-15. The umpire had been repeatedly startled during this match and would likely need to consult a psychologist afterward. Hiss. Haidang maintained his post-swing posture, his gaze sharp. This undoubtedly placed immense pressure on the Ice Emperor. As he prepared to serve again, Akutsu reassured Feng Changtao, "Do not fret. Focus on the ball and Apos' spin, and you will discern its flaws. Our service game is the most stable." Just as the captain of Rikkai had stated, it was indeed time to showcase their prowess. Qianjinji adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. In the stands, Ye Feng smiled faintly. "Here it comes, an even swifter serve." Qi Yi was taken aback. An even swifter serve? The waterfall cascades. Boom. Qianjinji extended his arm backward, utilizing his towering height to unleash a formidable high-arching serve. This shot descended like a rushing waterfall. In that instant, the Ice Emperor's half of the court seemed entirely submerged by the deluge. Boom. Akutsu stood frozen, unable to react just as Qianjinji had moments before. This serve was not just fast, it bore tremendous force and an intimidating momentum. As the ball struck the ground, the whirlwind it generated sent Akutsu's shirt flailing wildly, nearly causing him to lose his balance. 218 kilometers H, Qian is quite impressive. Ye Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, finding the situation increasingly entertaining. Wow, Senior Qian's serve is so cool. The pressure shifted back to the Ice Emperor. Saishan Academy possessed not only Haidang and Apos' spinning snake ball but also Qianjinji and Apos' waterfall serve. Whether in serving or defense, they held significant advantages. If the Ice Emperor could not conjure any extraordinary tactics to counter this, the inevitable outcome would be defeat. having already lost one set. The Ice Emperor could not afford another loss. After experiencing failure, Akutsu was determined to prove himself in this match. He could not afford to lose. While Feng Chang'ao also required this match to solidify his position in the team, a fierce rivalry ignited between the two. As the clash between Seishin Academy and the Ice Emperor escalated into an irreconcilable confrontation. Chapter 31. The Clash of Strength. Both sides exchanged powerful serves that were impossible to return, significantly shortening the duration of the match. The scores fluctuated as they rose. The only possible determinant of victory now appeared to hinge on who could maintain their form. In this round, Seishin Academy triumphed with a score of 5-4. However, in the overall contest, Hyodai still held a certain advantage. Kanjuro's serve was impressively swift, yet due to it being his first use in an official match, it lacked stability. Compared to Fuchodaru, his errors became more frequent. The match concluded with Hyodai emerging victorious, the final score being 6-4. This outcome did not exceed Ye Feng's expectations. Hyodai would not easily concede 2 matches in a row. The two teams returned to an even playing field. Singles 3 featured Hyodai Academy's Kawachi facing Seishin Academy's Kawamura Takashi. Kawachi stepped onto the court first, exuding an imposing stature. "Well, is this guy from Hyodai really a high school student?" remarked Eiji. "He certainly appears formidable," responded Fuji. At that moment, Kawamura Takashi also made his entrance onto the court, albeit lacking in vitality. "Do you think Takashi can truly handle this?" Horio asked, his face etched with concern. "Hiki, please take care of me." Kawamura scratched his head in a somewhat awkward manner. Suddenly, Fuji called out from the sidelines. "Iran, you forgot your racket." "Oh, I'm truly sorry." Kawamura replied sheepishly while taking the racket from Fuji. In that instant, it felt as though a surge of power coursed through his body, igniting an overwhelming urge to unleash this newfound energy. With fiery determination in his eyes, he roared, "Burning! Ignite, my treasure! Regardless of whether you are a deity or a mere mortal, I shall bring you to your knees." Horio observed. Senior Kawamura is indeed like a beast sealed within a racket. Fuji, noticing Kawamura's fervent spirit, smiled with satisfaction. "Seishin remains as spirited as ever," remarked One-Tai. "It seems both sides may end up forfeiting this match," Ye Feng predicted with a faint smile. "Why is that?" Akaya asked, perplexed. "Do you think the captain has already discussed this with them?" "What do you think, Tamagawa?" Ye Feng inquired, glancing at Tamagawa Yoshio. Both seem to be power players. "Perhaps injuries are the reason for a potential forfeit?" Tamagawa analyzed. "As expected of someone favored by Yukimura, your insight is commendable," Ye Feng replied, pleased. "You're quite right. It depends on whether they both seek victory. I've heard that Kawamura has developed a charging wave shot beyond his original capabilities. As expected of the captain." "You are well informed," Akaya said, eyes filled with admiration. "How do you have such comprehensive information, Ye Feng?" asked Ryoichi, astonished. As a member of the intelligence tennis team, he believed he had gathered the most information at Rikkai, yet compared to Ye Feng, it seemed trivial. He had never witnessed Ye Feng absent from Rikkai's training, leaving him to question where he acquired such up-to-date data on their adversaries. Anticipating Ryoichi and Appo's inquiry, Ye Feng had already prepared his response. "I have a friend who is the leading reporter for a sports news agency, so I've received quite a bit of advance information." "I see," Ryoichi nodded. "The captain is truly impressive." Akaya seized the moment to flatter him. At that point, the match commenced. Kawamura served first. "Let us burn together," he roared. Bang! The ball erupted like a blazing fireball. It was a show of sheer power, a formidable serve. Boom! Kawachi failed to react. Though the speed did not exceed 190 km/h, the force made the ball bounce at an even greater velocity. 0-15. Eiji raised his hand in jubilation. "Wow!" Aaron and Appo's serve scored directly. Momashiro clenched his fists, equally excited. "Senior Kawamura, your special training has finally paid off. Keep it up." Could Seishin and Appo's Kawamura possess such raw strength? Atobi raised an eyebrow, his gaze focused on Kawachi. "However, my Kawachi will not yield so easily. Will he?" Indeed, Kawachi seemed to respond instinctively to Atobi and Appo's unspoken challenge. Kawamura remained in a heated state, rolling up his sleeves to serve once more. Burning. Ignite. Yet this time, while Kawachi maintained his stoic expression, his body was in motion. Had he returned the ball? Aaron. Kawamura paused momentarily, then stepped right, his arm muscles bulging prominently. Each muscle fiber was distinctly visible, portraying an exceptionally robust physique. "Behold my burning." He struck the ball back, this time with even more heat and weight. "Kawachi," Atobi called softly. Yes, Kawachi responded as if receiving a command, his body reacting with remarkable agility. At that moment, Kawachi appeared weightless as he hastened to chase the ball. In an instant, the pressure from the ball caused his arm to tremble, but the next second, he exerted force and returned the shot. Bang! 15-15. The Seishin team gasped in astonishment. Kawamura stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend how that previous shot, which had doubled in power, had been returned. This signified that Kawachi and Appo's strength was even greater. Nevertheless, Kawamura remained undeterred, believing this was not his limit. He served again, maintaining his aggressive wave serve. Kawachi and Appo's returns began to appear effortless. Kawamura stepped forward once more, bending his arm as his muscles swelled, channeling power into his arms. Take this, burning. The fiery ball expanded even further, reaching a new level of ferocity. Kawachi, expressionless, seemed to see nothing more than a routine return. At that moment, he mimicked Kawamura's earlier action. What? Boom. An even more explosive and powerful strike detonated at Kawamura's feet. Caught off guard by his opponent's own skillful return, Kawamura found himself momentarily at a loss. Chapter 32. The persistence of a direct confrontation 30-15. As the referee announced the score, Takashi Kawamura still found himself lost in thought. Aaron, Aichi attempted to call out. Kawamura snapped back to reality, his expression clouded with solemnity. The strength he had always prided himself on, the body he had relentlessly honed to become stronger, seemed to dissolve into mere illusions at that moment. This outcome was difficult for him to accept. Yet, it was still too early to concede defeat. Kawamura focused his mind, determined to combat strength with strength. Burning. Once again, he unleashed a powerful explosive wave shot. The ball grazed the net, nearly igniting a fire. However, in response, Hayata remained impassive. To him, this was hardly a formidable maneuver. Mimicking Kawamura's movements, he sought to retaliate in kind. Hayata's muscles surged dramatically, his face contorting into a fierce expression. This shot ignited a fervor within him. Boom. I will not let you succeed easily. Let it burn. Kawamura summoned his strength once more, delivering another explosive wave shot with one hand. This was undeniably a move that could inflict serious harm upon himself. Excessive use could lead to wrist pain. Nevertheless, this time, Kawamura was all in. Hayata, too, showed no signs of yielding. The two continued to exert their strength, the ball growing increasingly heated between their powerful forces. Boom. 30-30. Kawamura let out a furious roar. Bring it on. The intensity escalated, each shot heavier than the last. Even the spectators were swept up in the palpable atmosphere of power. I will not surrender. Kawamura pushed forward again. The burning serve continued to blaze. Hayata, with a stoic expression, utilized his formidable strength to return the ball. Yet this time, an irregular tremor was evident in his arm. Simultaneously, a flicker of struggle crossed Kawamura's face. Both were relentlessly challenging their limits, a display worthy of admiration, praised Ye Feng. How dull, they could easily employ technique. Chiya disagreed somewhat. Duong. Sanada gave Chiya a light tap on the head, his expression serious. Now, this is true combat. After being chastised by Sanada, Chiya wore a look of grievance, quickly switching places with Tamagawa. The match had entered a stalemate. What should have been a swift conclusion had dragged on to this point. Half an hour had passed, yet they had only reached the second set. Sweat had thoroughly soaked their clothes, blurring their vision. Yet, the more entangled they became, the more their fighting spirit blazed fiercely. Aaron, as always, truly moving, remarked Bu'er, who had now opened his eyes. Go for it, Takashi, shouted Taken. Ao Gaku, go. They rallied in unison. In this moment, Kawamura felt the strength of his comrades envelop him in a fiery red flame. Burning, he swung his waist once more, unleashing a powerful explosive wave shot. The searing flame bombarded Hayata's side of the court. Hayata, return it. Akutsu issued his command with utmost seriousness, unwilling to witness Hayata's defeat. Yes. This time, there was a flicker of emotion in Hayata's eyes. Anger surged within him as he channeled all his strength into his arm. He had long forgotten fatigue. Casting aside the pain, driven by the pursuit of victory, he aimed to send the ball back, intent on making his opponent submit to his power. Another explosive wave shot met Kawamura's own explosive wave shot. The flames burning in the air seemed to transcend their limits, crackling audibly. Aaron, Takashi, Kawamura, disregarding everything, felt his arm muscles trembling. Yet, for the sake of victory for his team, he swung his racket fearlessly in direct confrontation. He poured his heart and soul into it, unleashing his final burst of fervor. Burning. Hayata was equally determined. Both were giving their all, harboring no regrets. Though the battle was simple, it instilled awe in all present. Damn it, I absolutely cannot lose. Kawamura gritted his teeth. The visible tremors in his muscles increased, veins bulging. His complexion flushed. He was surely nearing his limits. Yet the fight persisted. Even Akutsu, who had previously found it tedious, now held a different view. Truly, they are formidable. The growth of both Ice Emperor and Ao Gaku is indeed impressive, Ye Feng remarked with a gentle smile. Such undeniable progress is not to be underestimated, Sanada concurred. To earn the acknowledgement of someone as meticulous as Sanada was indeed a commendable achievement. In just over a month, both Ice Emperor and Ao Gaku had reached a level of competitiveness that caught Rikkai Daigaku's attention. Ye Feng's arrival was the pivotal factor in this transformation. Today, regardless of who emerged victorious, they were worthy adversaries, and everyone steeled themselves. Ye Feng instructed. Yes, Rikkai's team replied in unison. At this moment, the match had extended to an hour. Both players were undeniably exhausted. Every movement and reaction had become markedly stiffer than before. Kawamura staggered slightly. He still insisted on using the wave shot. This strike lacked the power of previous ones. Good opportunity, Hayata. Yes. Although he responded. Hayata and Appo's voice was heavy with a palpable burden. Clang. Hayata and Appo's arm could no longer lift. His grip on the racket slackened, allowing it to fall. Bang. This round concluded with Ao Gaku's victory 4-4. Both sides had reached the final stage. Hayata from Ice Emperor could go no further. Akutsu furrowed his brow. It's already the limit, after so many wave shots. Coach Sakaki, I request a concession immediately. On the other side, Coach Ryazaki echoed the sentiment. Kawamura slowly walked to the sidelines, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. However, Coach Ryazaki admonished sternly, you've been reckless, there cannot be a next time. Actually, it's not that bad, Kawamura chuckled. Hiss. Coach Ryazaki suddenly poked Kawamura and Appo's right arm. The sharp pain in his muscles made him gasp. Look at you. Hurry to the hospital, Coach Ryazaki instructed, then approached Ice Emperor, addressing Coach Sakaki, let that child go along, we cannot delay his treatment. Then, I'll entrust that to you, Coach Sakaki replied, rising in gratitude. Chapter 33, The Genius and the Three Types of Counterattacks. Aaron. May I borrow your racket for a moment? Fuji suddenly inquired. However, Kawamura Takashi reluctantly set his racket down, the handle stained with the blood from his palm. Yet, Fuji was pleased as he accepted the racket. It and Appo's all right, I can sense the strength you have imparted to me. Coach Ryazaki glanced at Oishi and instructed. I'll leave this to you for now. I shall return shortly. Understood, Oishi nodded. Ryazaki then turned to Fuji and said, play freely, do not hesitate. The next match would be Ice Emperor vs Seishin Academy's Singles 2, featuring Akagawa Jairu against Fuji Shusuk. Akaya was somewhat excited. Oh, that guy from Seishin is about to take the court. You seem quite interested in him, Ye Feng remarked, casting a glance his way. Akaya grinned proudly. After all, he is hailed as a genius. Defeating him personally will prove that I am the true genius. He then weakly added, besides, even Vice Captain Sanada has beaten him. I want to give it a try too. Ye Feng found it amusing and agreed, if Seishin reaches the finals, and you Haven and Appo's lost a single point before that, I'll let you face him. Really? Akaya's excitement grew, and he began to cheer joyfully. Meanwhile, Fuji had already stepped onto the court. On the other side, Ice Emperor and Appo's Akagawa appeared somewhat dazed. It and Appo's time to wake up, Jairu, Atobi called out. I know, Jairu yawned, still looking sleepy. Even as he entered the court, his gaze lacked the intensity of combat, his demeanor lethargic. On Seishin's side, with Coach Ryazaki taking Kawamura and Owada to the hospital, there was temporarily no one to supervise. Ekizan Ryoma leaped down and took a seat on the coach's bench. Hey, Ekizan, you little brat, Momashiro exclaimed. However, Fuji simply smiled. It's all right, we can watch from here. As the match commenced, it was Fuji's serving game. Fuji Shusuk, let me see how much your strength has grown, Ye Feng squinted, filled with anticipation. Right from the start, Fuji executed a slice serve, using the rotation of his wrist to impart a strong spin to the ball. What is this? Trying to catch me off guard with that move? Akutsu sneered. The ball rapidly struck the ground, and upon bouncing, it seemed poised to collide directly with Jairu. This ball will vanish. Fuji's eyes sparkled with a smile. Jairu, wake up! Atobi shouted. Jairu finally opened his eyes, sensing the incoming ball was anything but simple. However, This was not the first time encountering Fuji's disappearing serve. Since that friendly match, Ice Emperor had gained a fundamental understanding of Saishin's capabilities. Jiraiya prepared for a counterattack, swinging his racket with force. To his surprise, he missed entirely. Instantly, he began to praise Fuji. What an incredible shot. He excitedly bounced over to Atobi, exclaiming, "Atobi, look. He is truly amazing." Atobi wore a look of exasperation. "I told you to take this seriously." "All right, here I come." Jiraiya was fully alert now. But at that moment, Fuji maintained his calm demeanor, executing another disappearing serve. Jiraiya's eyes glinted with determination, and as the ball bounced, he stepped back slightly, pulling his racket further behind. Boom. The second shot is successfully returned. Well done. But Fuji suddenly unleashed a powerful forehand. Swish. Is that the Phoenix return? No. Ye Feng assessed. The speed of descent on this shot is far greater than before. Fuji's expression grew serious as he slowly declared, 3 types of counterattacks, Phoenix return. Jiraiya's pupils widened, momentarily forgetting his next words. Coming to his senses, he could only exclaim repeatedly, that's amazing. Momoshiro was ecstatic. Incredible. Fuji-senpai's upgraded version of the 3 counterattacks has been unleashed in the official match. Eiji joined in, eagerly turning to Oishi. Did you hear that? It's called the Phoenix. The Phoenix. Oishi chuckled softly. The match continued. Fuji executed another disappearing serve, but this time it was no longer the focal point. Jiraiya quickly approached the net. Here comes Jiraiya's specialty, the net intercept. Akutsu acclaimed triumphantly. Yet, in that instant, Fuji struck a high lob. Jiraiya swiftly retreated, his footwork agile. This one be difficult for me. Boom. A powerful smash. He scored. Ice Emperor exuded confidence. But just then, Fuji assumed a backhand posture, reminiscent of a bear preparing to pounce. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Thump. In the blink of an eye, the ball soared past Jiraiya, crashing heavily onto the baseline. Fuji rose slowly, his gaze sharp, stating, 3 types of counterattacks, Chilen landing. From Phoenix to Chilen, Fuji had elevated his skills to an extraordinarily high level. Fuji Shusuk. Truly deserving of the title genius. Saishin's Fuji Shusuk had indeed grown to a formidable degree. Yanagi Renji opened his previously narrowed eyes. Akaya was even more exhilarated. That is fantastic. I absolutely must face off against such a Fuji. Meanwhile, Sanada, who had battled against Fuji before, remained expressionless and silent. Yet, from his focused gaze, Ye Feng perceived ample affirmation. On the court, Jiraiya was now completely unsettled. He had believed himself sufficiently talented, yet he found himself facing an even more formidable genius. The moves displayed were beyond his imagination. However, this was only 2 of the 3 types of counterattacks. The final one had yet to be revealed. Would Fuji's third return, the White Whale, undergo a new evolution? Atobi held expectations while reminding his cherished teammate, Jiraiya, it's time to take this seriously. Jiraiya understood, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. This indicated his full recognition of his opponent and Oppo's strength and the immense threat it posed. Just then, a gentle breeze began to stir. The wind is picking up. Fuji smiled faintly, prepared for what was to come. He swiftly served the ball. And as Jiraiya prepared to return and approach the net, Fuji executed that move. The ball soared high, appearing akin to a faulty out-of-bounds shot. Yet, those familiar with the technique knew it would not easily go out. Jiraiya, Atobi softly called. Jiraiya instantly reacted, quickly retreating to the side. But in the moment he shifted his feet, the ball plummeted at an incredible speed. Boom. Like a magnificent white dragon descending from above. The 3rd type of counterattack, White Dragon, Fuji declared languidly. Gulp. Those present were left astonished and in awe at the sight of this shot. This was undoubtedly a technique that only a genius could conceive. Even Ye Feng could not help but commend such a splendid skill, and quite impressive. The match concluded with Seijo's Nairo Shuji emerging victorious, the final score being 6-0. Chapter 34. The competition of the 2 successors. Currently, Saishin Academy holds the advantage. With 1 match rendered void, Saishin has secured 2 victories, while Hyodai has managed to win only 1. Should Saishin win another match, it will signify the conclusion of the competition. Ye Feng cast a glance at Tezuka, pondering inwardly, will you take the court against Saishin's Ryoma Ekizen? According to the previous narrative, this should have been the stage for the showdown between Tezuka and Tezuka, a clash of captains. However, my presence has altered the course of events. Tezuka has entered his recovery phase prematurely, and with Oishi injured, Saishin is down a player. If Tezuka were to step onto the court and emerge victorious, it would lead to a tiebreaker, thus enhancing Hyodai's chances of winning. especially since they still have a substitute. The second-year student Nikara Kujishi, who aspires to surpass Tezuka and become captain. Ekizan, are you ready? Oishi inquired. All I need to do is win, Ryoma replied confidently, lowering his hat's brim and picking up his racket to take the court. Meanwhile, a member of Hyodai stepped forward. Tezuka did not take the court. He had completely excluded himself from the lineup for this match. Fixing his gaze on Nikara Kujishi, he said, do not underestimate him. Just play your game. Understood, Nikara Kujishi nodded. However, upon realizing his opponent was Ekizan, he did not regard him as a significant threat, believing that only a player of Tezuka and Appo's caliber could pose a challenge. At this moment, Ye Feng comprehended the situation. Tezuka still yearned for a direct confrontation with Seishin's Tezuka. In that case, let your decisive battle with Tezuka await the national tournament. Ye Feng mused with a faint smile. As the match was about to commence, both sides took their positions on the court. Ryoma prepared to serve. Go for it. Little one, Eiji shouted excitedly. Ekizan, show him your strength. Momashiro added enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Fuji remained composed, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Ekizan won to lose. At this moment, Ryoma did not serve immediately but turned his gaze over his shoulder toward Ye Feng. Noticing this look, Ye Feng felt a twinge of surprise. Captain, that kid seems to be looking at you, Akira remarked. Interesting. Let me see your current strength, Ekizan. Ye Feng chuckled softly, looking down with eager anticipation. With a resounding thud, Ryoma aimed to execute a topspin serve. Tossing the ball, he jumped, drew back his racket, and struck. His movements mirrored his previous style, appearing decisive yet seemingly infused with some subtle changes. The ball's spin had intensified. Bam! In that instant, the ball soared at a blinding speed, nearly striking Nikara Kujishi in the face. 0-15. The expression on Nikaido's face revealed astonishment. That ball sprang up to his face. The speed is incredible. Anju pushed his glasses slightly, observing, Seishin's Ekizan appears to be quite formidable. At this moment, Ryoma raised his right hand, pointing his racket at Nikara Kujishi with an air of triumph. You're still far from my level. Eiji was elated, dancing with joy. That's it, little one. Momashiro was equally unable to contain his excitement. Well done, Ekizan. The atmosphere amongst Seishin and Appo's players shifted to one of lightheartedness and joy. Nikara Kujishi felt quite dissatisfied, facing such a setback right from the start. He was eager to regain his composure. Another topspin serve followed. Having undergone rigorous training, Nikara Kujishi's reflexes had significantly improved. As he observed the incoming ball, he quickly discerned its trajectory, retreating a step. At the moment the ball bounced, he swung his racket, directing it toward Ryoma's far corner. However, Ryoma was already prepared. Having anticipated the ball's drop, bam! With a forehand shot, he claimed another point. 0-30. The match seemed to be under Ryoma's control from the outset, while Nikara Kujishi found himself being led by the nose. Damn it, Nikara Kujishi's emotions wavered. Tezuka, however, remained composed and silent, his gaze fixed on the unfolding action. On the third ball, everything appeared normal, but at that moment, Nikara Kujishi's posture shifted. What stance is that? The Seishin players felt utterly perplexed. Bam! This shot was quick and succinct, nearly impossible to predict its trajectory. 15-30. Ryoma merely smiled at Nikara Kujishi's shot. A match with challenges is what piques his interest. Without hesitation, he executed another topspin serve. Nikara Kujishi and Appo's eyes gleamed with intensity, declaring, your serve no longer affects me, little brat. Bam! Nikara Kujishi unleashed his strength, responding with rapid speed and a stance that exuded an ancient essence. From that moment, the match entered a stalemate. The two players consumed nearly 20 minutes during this one rally, seemingly with boundless stamina. These two had not scored since the fourth ball. Akira expressed surprise, feeling bored. In truth, they are both exhausted. They simply refuse to let the opponent gain the upper hand, Ye Feng observed. Eiji voiced his concern, little one. Why are you suddenly struggling so much? On the sidelines, Kiyoshi pulled out a notebook, recording new data while exclaiming, I never anticipated Hyodai harbored such a talent. Yet I have no records of him. Fuji continued to smile. It seems even Kiyoshi has his gaps in knowledge. The battle was fiercely contested, with both sides exerting every ounce of effort. 30-40. Finally, a new score emerged. If this continued, one could only wonder if the match would conclude before nightfall. It was undoubtedly shaping up to be a protracted contest, with both competitors fully prepared. It felt like a battle between the successors of two schools. How fortunate to witness this match, Sanada mused. Are you truly watching with your eyes? Akira skeptically observed. Duong. Without a doubt, yet another blow to the head was received. Hey, kid, I can still play 10 more games. Nikarakujushi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Huh, I want to play 20 more. Ryoma countered, equally spirited. Both had reached a fever pitch. Their emotions soaring. This match had seemingly transformed into a game between the two. Their faces radiated unrestrained joy, with each return infused with palpable enthusiasm. However, a match is still a match. There will always be a victor and a vanquished. As the match concluded, Seishin's Ryoma Ekizan emerged victorious with a score of 6-4. The entire match ended with Seishin triumphing. Chapter 35, Leisure Time Seishin. Not bad at all, Ye Feng chuckled lightly. The Kando tournament had only just commenced, and the upcoming matches were of paramount importance for all teams. After watching the match between Ice Emperor and Seishin, the players from Rikkai University had garnered numerous insights. Their opponents could not be underestimated. To maintain Rikkai's dominant position, they must continually enhance their strength. Next, Rikkai's adversary would be Meisher Gakuin. Although they appeared to pose no threat, Ye Feng did not allow the team to relax. While walking, Sanada suddenly remarked, both Ice Emperor and Seishin have some impressive newcomers. You mean Hirakawa Yashiki and Ekizan Ryoma, right? Ye Feng inquired. Sanada nodded, affirming, indeed, they are formidable opponents. It was not easy to earn Sanada's recognition. At that moment, Ye Feng turned to his side and asked, Xiao Haidai, what do you think of these two? Caught off guard, Chia paused momentarily, but remained confident. Even if they possess some skill, I can still end the battle within 15 minutes. Do not be overly complacent, Ye Feng admonished. Oh, Chia replied, somewhat aggrieved. In the next match, no one is allowed to concede any points. Ye Feng declared sternly to the group. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. As the captain, Ye Feng's authority was indeed impressive. Even Sanada gradually began to trust Ye Feng's leadership capabilities. However, after a brief moment of seriousness, Ye Feng proposed, while training is essential, one must balance work and rest. Tonight, let us indulge in sushi and enjoy a hearty meal before returning. Great. Most of the team members brightened at the mention of food. This was Ye Feng's first leisurely outing with the team. Thus, they set out to find a sushi restaurant nearby. After some inquiries, they discovered a highly rated sushi establishment. Ye Feng checked its exact location on his phone. 30 minutes later, they finally arrived. The shop appeared modest in size, yet it was impeccably tidy, emanating an air of antiquity. It looked quite authentic. Upon entering, before the staff could greet them, a familiar voice rang out. Ah, you all are here too? Ye Feng was slightly taken aback, but soon realized this was Takashi Kawamura's family restaurant. At that moment, Kawamura's father saw Ye Feng and the others and warmly welcomed them. Ah, Takashi, these are your friends, right? Since you and Appos. Here, please take a seat. Kawamura replied earnestly. Yes, they are from Rikkai University. Although aware they were not from Seishin, Kawamura and Appos' father remained exceedingly hospitable. Oh, I remember Rikkai is from Kanagawa, right? It must be quite a journey. I apologize for the trouble. We are quite hungry ourselves. Ye Feng said, patting his stomach, which seemed to echo its hunger. Please, have a seat. We are grateful for your visit, Kawamura's father insisted. Clearly, the Seishin and Rikkai members seated themselves in two distinct groups, with Ye Feng serving as the sole bridge between them. At that moment, Ye Feng initiated a conversation, complimenting. Fujisaki, today's match was impressive. Your 3 types of returns have evolved. Would you care to compete with me? Fujisaki's eyes suddenly widened, seeing the rare fighting spirit in him. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, but this was precisely the reaction he had hoped to elicit. However, he did not rush into a challenge. Let us wait. Perhaps an opportunity will soon present itself. Indeed, Fujisaki smiled, narrowing his eyes. Now is not the time for competition. Kawamura's father had already prepared a generous amount of sushi, which looked incredibly appetizing. Come. Everyone seems to be in good spirits today, so eat as much as you like. Yay. The group cheered. Plates of sushi were brought to the table. Wow, this one. Eiji immediately became excited and reached for a piece. But in the next moment, the sushi he coveted was snatched up by Haidang, who popped it into his mouth. Eiji's expression fell. Ah, Haidang, you know my favorite is the star eel. Looking around, he noticed everyone was devouring their sushi with gusto. Ye Feng, with his mouth full, teased, Eiji, if you don't hurry, we might finish before you get a chance. Ah, such a crafty fellow. Eiji exclaimed, witnessing the sushi battlefield of Seishin quickly being cleared. Eiji then approached Ye Feng, pouting, hey, It's not fair for you to eat sushi rolls all by yourself. Look over there. Ye Feng turned to comply, and seizing the opportunity, AG swiftly stuffed the sushi in front of Ye Feng into his mouth. But after a few chews, he couldn't take it anymore. What are you eating? AG exclaimed, covering his mouth, looking quite distressed, his face flushed. Oh, I apologize. I may have added a tad too much wasabi, Ye Feng chuckled. Quick, give me some tea, AG shouted, rushing away. At that moment, Fujisaki noticed Ye Feng and Appo's fondness for wasabi sushi. Squinting at him, he smiled. It seems we share a taste. Seems so, but the next piece is mine, Ye Feng declared, quick as lightning. Fujisaki was equally determined. The two suddenly found themselves in a playful competition over a plate of wasabi sushi. Fujisaki, it appears you are eager for a contest here. I shall not hold back. With a gleam in his eyes, Fujisaki readied his chopsticks. In an instant, a shadow flitted past. Huh? When did that happen? Ye Feng was momentarily stunned by the sight of Fujisaki's chopsticks. Yet as Fujisaki prepared to execute his technique again, Ye Feng had already reacted. With a swift motion, he deftly knocked Fujisaki and Appo's chopsticks aside. In the blink of an eye, 10 pieces of sushi were stacked upon one another, forming a towering structure. Incredible. This is too strong. When Fujisaki looked back at his side, he discovered that what had been his sushi was now completely gone. Ye Feng's speed had surpassed his expectations. Fujisaki, your spin is indeed impressive, but alas, the pursuit of technique's elegance cannot guarantee invincibility, Ye Feng remarked, plucking a sushi from the top and savoring it. Captain, you're eating so much on your own, share some with me. Chiya rushed over. Duong, I shall win it back. I too shall not concede. Even against Seishin's Fujisaki. In that moment, the gazes of Fujisaki and Chiya intersected, neither showing any sign of retreat. A palpable tension arose between Seishin and Rikkai, causing the atmosphere within the restaurant to thicken. However, after a brief pause, Ye Feng stood up and declared, the time is drawing near, we should take our leave. I look forward to meeting you all in the finals. Chapter 36. The finals of the Kanto tournament commences. Another month has elapsed, and the Kanto tournament is approaching its conclusion. The semi-final outcomes have been determined, with Rikkai Daigaku triumphing over Futamine and Seishin Gakuen advancing past Rokaku. The two teams have arrived as scheduled. The most intriguing aspect of this match is the official return of both Yukimura and Tezuka. Prior to the match, Ye Feng had meticulously crafted the roster. Doubles 2, Marui Bunta and Kuwabara. Doubles 1, Yagyu Hiroshi and Rinji Yushir. Singles 3, Kaio Harachiya. Singles 2, Sanada Jinichiro. Singles 1, Yukimura Seishi. Seishin Gakuen's lineup has also been disclosed. Doubles 2, Tachibana Wataru and Heido Keiru. Doubles 1, Kikumaru Eiji and Oishi Shuichiro. Singles 3, Fuji Shisuke. Singles 2, Ekizan Ryoma. Singles 1, Tezuka Kunimitsu. The fervor surrounding this year's Kanto tournament is exceptionally high. The venue is already brimming with reporters and spectators eager to witness the event. Rikkai Daigaku will surely win. Seishin Gakuen will prevail. It seems today will be quite lively. Akutsu leisurely approached the front of the stands, taking a seat in the most conspicuous spot, accompanied by the elite members of Hyodai. Meanwhile, the representatives from Rokaku, Yamabuki, and Futamine have also arrived to observe the match. With both team captains returning, anticipation is palpable. Who is mightier? The esteemed Tezuka Kunimitsu or the so-called child of God, Yukimura Seishi? Hearing the surrounding discussions, Akutsu's expression darkened slightly. After all, Hyodai's defeat against Seishin Gakuen barred them from the finals. As both teams took their positions, the roster was finalized. The head referee stood at the center, holding the list, and declared, Captains, step forward. Ye Feng and Tezuka promptly advanced. Let and Appo's have a good match. Indeed. After exchanging cordial handshakes, Ye Feng smiled slightly and remarked, Tezuka, I apologize, but Rikkai Daigaku will be claiming the championship title today. Tezuka responded confidently, Seishin Gakuen has come solely for victory. Then let our skills speak for themselves. Ye Feng replied. Exactly, he continued, turning to his team with a calm demeanor. There's nothing more to say. Let us secure the victory. Yes, came the unified response from his team. Dryan adjusted his glasses, casting a glance towards Rikkai Daigaku, as the moment to compete on the court was finally upon them. Tezuka and Appo's gaze remained resolute. All right, let and Appo's proceed without reservation. Fuji, with a smile, mused, it's a pity that Rikkai and Appo's new captain, Ye Feng, ISNT playing. Hey, Viper. Are you ready? Better than you, fool, retorted Tachibana and Hato, bantering before the match even began. Coach Ryazaki observed the unfolding dynamics with satisfaction, addressing Ye Feng. Even if Rikkai Daigaku is formidable, Seishin Gakuin possesses tremendous strength as well. The finals of the Kando tournament commenced with the match for doubles too. Players, please take the court. Marui wiped cream from the corner of his mouth and eagerly seized his racket, exclaiming, "Here we go." His opponent appeared quite intriguing. Marui then blew a large bubble. "Let us wrap this up quickly," Kuwabara nodded in agreement. On the sidelines, a drowsy figure stirred, stretching lazily. Observing the scene, he inquired, "Akutsu, has it begun?" "Kairu, so you're awake," Akutsu replied with a faint smile. "If you wish to watch, come sit with me." Without hesitation, Akutsu and Appo's companion settled beside him. This was a rare moment of clarity for Kairu, especially outside the court. As soon as he sat, his gaze locked onto Marui Bunta with admiration. "Marui, today you must perform splendidly for me." Akutsu sighed. Exasperated by Kairu and Appo's unexpected lucidity sparked by a player from the opposing team. "Hey, can you remove those strength training wristbands?" Tachibana interjected. Marui chuckled lightly. "That depends on whether you have the ability to make us." He then blew another bubble. "Wow, Marui is undeniably cool," Kairu exclaimed, starry-eyed. Tachibana felt a twinge of irritation as both sides took their positions. The match commenced with Seishin and Appo's Tachibana serving. The first ball soared high as Tachibana shouted, "I'll make you remove them immediately." Bang! What a swift serve. The power behind it must be formidable. Heh, Marui chuckled softly, countering with ease. "Hit it, Hato." Swoosh. Hato's return was of exceptional quality. Marui, unfazed, lofted a high ball. At that moment, Tachibana leaped. "Watch this." Thud. The ball plummeted with incredible speed, spinning ferociously upon landing, creating a crater and emitting wisps of white smoke. Behold, Tachibana's new signature move, the Inzen Smash. 15-0. Hooray. We scored first. Let us go. The atmosphere among Seishin ignited with excitement. Tachibana was equally thrilled. After a series of exchanges, another opportunity arose as the ball targeted the right rear corner. "Good chance, Hato," Tachibana commanded. "Let us go." A powerful and spinning snake shot raced towards the back line. The rally concluded with Seishin leading 1-0. Tachibana and Hato exchanged triumphant fist bumps. "Fantastic, Hato." Both players appeared to be in excellent form. The spirit among Seishin soared, with AG dancing exuberantly, declaring, "With our strength, there's no way we can lose to Rikkai." The teams switched sides. It seems Seishin has indeed grown stronger. Indeed, they surpassed my expectations. Our captain is truly remarkable. Marui served. Bang. The quality was high, and the speed was impressive. Tachibana was momentarily taken aback. After all, Marui didn't seem like a player of such power. As both sides continued to rally, Hato executed a forehand drive. Marui surged toward the net, but opted for a high lob instead of a drop shot. Great opportunity. Tachibana leaped again. Here it comes, the Inzen Smash. Bang. The racket produced a muted thud as the shot descended like a heavy bomb. Yet Marui remained unfazed. "If that's all you've got, then bang." A swifter forehand drive returned the descending smash, soaring past Tachibana. Hato. All right. Near the baseline. Hato's signature move, the spinning snake shot combined with explosive force. This shot zipped forward like a constrictor, arcing gracefully past the net post. Yet in that fleeting moment, Hulang Sanjiwan had already anticipated the trajectory of the ball. There it was. Bang. The shot aimed for the far corner, and Haidang sprinted after it, only to watch helplessly as the ball grazed past. 15-0. Astonishingly, in just one stroke, they shattered the signature move of Taoqing and Haidang. The prowess of Rikkai Daigaku is truly a source of formidable awe. Chapter 37. The hard-fought contest. Do not concern yourself, Haidang. It appears that my lethal shots, along with your spinning snake serve, have proven ineffective against those two adversaries. Both of their signature moves have been thwarted. Yet, they seem to exhibit no genuine fear. Rather, a smile graces Taoqing and Appo's face. However, the true spectacle is still to unfold. Haidang also offers a slight smile, thinking to herself that this is a sentiment she ought to express. The match continues. The players engage in a back-and-forth exchange. As before, neither the smashes nor the spinning snake serves pose a threat. Any ball directed toward the backcourt, regardless of its nature, is accurately returned by Hualong Sangyuan, who places it at angles that are difficult for Haitang to pursue. Huolong Songyuan's defense is as formidable as a wall of steel. Furthermore, Marui and Appo's half-volley possesses considerable power as well. The round concludes with the score at Rikkai 1-1. This combination of offense and defense reveals no apparent flaws. Their level of synergy could be deemed among the finest across all teams. Bravo! Marui is truly impressive, Silong exclaims, looking like an enamored fan. Even Itobi, standing nearby, finds himself rendered powerless. Heh! Yukamura suddenly lowers his head with a smile. Eiji, somewhat perplexed, remarks, "You're smiling at a time like this? Our momentum is faltering." Yukamura raises his gaze to the court, noting that the seniors have yet to showcase the fruits of their training. "All right, it's time." Hiss. Huolong Sengyuan serves. Taoqing returns with a forehand. Marui, calm and collected, sends up a high lob. "I am not merely this." Taoqing and Appo's body fully extends, leaning forward for the shot. "Oh?" Marui looks surprised, sensing the ball and Appo's intensity. Yet, he does not alter his stance. Thud. As the ball meets the racket, pressure descends. For a moment, Marui is unable to execute a half-volley and instead directs the ball toward the far corner. At this juncture, Haitang swiftly advances, positioning herself with purpose. "I too shall make my move." Ah, that posture. Cameo from Futamine immediately turns to his teammate Ishida. This distinctly resembles the stance for the wave ball, albeit with slight variations. Bang! The ball snakes around the pole like a python, yet it carries a more formidable force. Huolong Sengyuan prepares to return from the baseline. However, at the instant the ball contacts his racket, the immense spin and gravity render him incapable of maintaining his grip. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The racket flies from his grasp, spinning on the ground several times. Bravo! It is Haitang Senpai's wave snake serve. All right, Haitang, let us continue this winning streak. Kawamura Takashi cheers from the stands, waving his flag enthusiastically. The situation shifts, yet it does not catch Rikkai off guard. After blowing a bubble, Marui chews thoughtfully for a moment, then smiles at the sidelines where Ye Feng stands. Ye Feng nods in agreement. "I believe it is time." The two remove their gravity training wristbands from the sidelines. Fujimoto finally opens his eyes. They have indeed discarded those items. Sanada lowers his hat slightly. "I did not expect Aoyama to push them to such seriousness." Yukamura, rarely, allows a refreshing smile to surface, complimenting. Aoyama has proven to be a formidable opponent to reach this stage. Akaya's lips curve into a slight smile, yet he muses that the match may conclude here. Ye Feng's gaze is fixed on the court. "Let us wait and see." Rikkai, Marui serves. Huh. The tennis ball strikes the outer corner like a beam of light. Taoqing's eyes widen in surprise. Haitang is similarly taken aback. Such formidable power. However, it is not entirely unreturnable. On the second service return, Haitang unleashes a spinning snake serve. Marui effortlessly counters with a high lob. Taoqing exerts himself once more. Are we to repeat this? How redundant. Marui instantly responds, executing a powerful spinning intercept with his backhand. Haitang. Huh? The ball fails to clear the net, striking it and sliding sideways before plummeting. This is a stroke only a genius could conceive, walking the tightrope. Such a shot had never been witnessed before. The match becomes increasingly intriguing. Bang, bang. Both sides exert every effort to return the ball. With each swing, they strive to showcase their finest forms. Behold, another spinning snake serve. Sengyuan. Marui glances backward. Understood. At the backhand position, Sengyuan retaliates with a reverse spinning snake serve. Bang. The ball seems to be forced back along its original path. What? Haitang is momentarily stunned. Her snake serve has been countered with a snake serve of its own, leaving her somewhat shaken. Taoqing pursues with all his might, yet despite leaping, he still falls short. After a heavy tumble, his knee sustains a scrape, blood oozing down instantly. Yet, rising again, Taoqing promptly calls out to Haitang. Haitang, what are you dawdling for? Show them who the true viper is. Hiss. Haitang silently smiles, removing her headband and handing it to Taoqing. Here, take it. Humph. While the headband is quite dirty, it is better than having none at all. What are you saying? Let us win this. The match resumes. Huolong Sengyuan serves. Taoqing and Haitang's returns become increasingly aggressive. The battle intensifies suddenly, with a sustained exchange draining their stamina. This match has transformed into a grueling tug-of-war. The once brisk pace dissipates. After being countered by the snake serve, Haitang relentlessly unleashes a variety of snake serves. Relying on her tenacious endurance, she compels Marui and Sengyuan to scurry left and right. Huff, huff. Both sides are exhausted, their energy reserves depleted, yet they persist. Haidang, we must win. That is assured. A powerful wave snake serve is unleashed. Marui, drained of energy, stumbles while attempting to receive the ball. Another high lob. Got it. Touching leaps high, radiating brilliance under the scorching sun. This shot is not merely for victory, but also a testament to their conviction. Bang. Under such circumstances, they can still deliver such a powerful smash. Marui and Sangyuan are too fatigued to keep up. The match concludes, with Aoyama emerging victorious, 7-5. Hooray! We have triumphed. The Aoyama team erupts in excitement. This victory has come at a considerable cost. Oh, it seems that Sanada must inevitably face off against the little one. Ye Feng remarks with a hint of amusement. Akaya exclaims animatedly, Captain, we lost, and you still find reason to smile? It is now our turn, Yagyu. Ah, indeed. Chapter 38. The strength of Rikkai Dai now. Let us commence the second match of the Kanto tournament finals. It is a showdown between Aoi Academy and Appos, S. Oishi and Kikumaru against Rikkai Dai Fuzhong and Appos, S. Yagyu and Nio. The doubles match officially begins, and the atmosphere in the venue grows tense. However, given the current circumstances, many teams have high hopes for Aoi Academy. Securing victory in the doubles 2 match at the outset has significantly increased their chances. Aoi Academy's duo is indeed a golden combination, yet they are up against Rikkai Dai's formidable pair. It is said that Yagyu and Nio have not tasted defeat since forming their partnership. What kind of performance will Aoi Academy's doubles put forth? At this moment, Eiji squints at Kanjir and inquires, Hey Kanjir, have you recorded their latest data? Kanjir adjusts his glasses and replies, Don't mention it. Their defenses are too stringent. Oishi and Eiji exchange glances. It's about to begin, Eiji. We can start at any time. Bang. A successful serve. 15-0, 30-0, 40-0. The first game concludes with Aoi Academy leading 1-0. The situation seems entirely under Aoi Academy and Appos' control, yet this atmosphere places immense pressure on the other spectators. Oishi and Eiji dare not let their guard down. During the changeover, Yagyu, looking at Nio, instructs, Did you see that clearly? You have 15 minutes. Understood, Captain, they respond. Removing the weights from their legs. Aoi Academy, do not presume that only your strength has improved. Nio exclaims angrily. Whoosh. So swift. 15-0, bang. The game ends with Rikkai Dai equalizing at 1-1. Let me show you something, Nio declares. Laser beams. Bang. Rikkai Dai takes the lead at 3-1. Rikkai Dai 4-1. The tide of battle shifts dramatically. Yagyu and Nio's speed and power have soared. Under Ye Feng's rigorous training, their physical capabilities have surpassed previous levels by several folds. At this moment, Ye Feng glances to the right, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Aoi Academy, you have underestimated the challenge. Rikkai Dai and Appos' championship winning streak will not be so easily broken. The first round of doubles was indeed lost fairly. The unique combination of Haidang and Tachibana showcased an extraordinary level of play. However, the golden duo seems to have remained relatively unchanged. Ye Feng is acutely aware of this. Damn it, we will not concede so easily. Oishi exclaims as he drags his racket along the baseline, executing a lunar intercept. A high-speed spinning ball strikes the baseline with precision. Nio's expression suddenly shifts. It appears as though he is transformed into Oishi. Bang. The ball follows the same trajectory and lands in Aoi Academy and Appos' half of the court. The match concludes with Rikkai Dai leading 6-1. How could this be? The arena falls silent. Aoi Academy and Appos' defeat seems to exceed expectations. Compared to the first game, the difference is like night and day. Rikkai Dai is indeed formidable. This is likely the reason why those two have remained undefeated. Rikkai Dai forever victorious. Rikkai Dai forever victorious. Rikkai Dai forever victorious. Now, the tide has turned. The momentum has shifted back to Rikkai Dai's control. It appears that I must secure the next victory. Fuji slowly removes his jacket. It's my turn, Captain. I shall defeat that Fuji with my own hands. Akaya is equally exhilarated. Akaya, do not let your excitement cloud your judgment and risk losing, Tamikaze warns. Hey. What are you saying? Akaya glares back. Ye Feng promptly restrains Akaya, advising, do not underestimate him. Fuji is not as simple as you think. Got it. Akaya nods in agreement. Both sides take to the court. Now, I shall bring you down. Bring it on, Fuji replies as he prepares to serve. Both players retreat to the baseline. Oh. Akaya's stance has retreated an additional 30 centimeters compared to before. Clearly, he respects Fuji as an opponent. Fuji's stance is somewhat unconventional. Is he preparing that serve? A low spin serve. Previously, he had only seen such serves, but never faced one directly. Akaya feels exhilarated. Will it disappear? I am eager to see. Observing his opponent, Fuji realizes that his trajectory has been anticipated. Did you read my first shot? Impressive. But, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ball trembles and shifts, speeding past Akaya and Oppo's racket. What? Ye Feng chuckles. Fuji SHG, you are indeed a genius, having innovated upon the original concept. Fascinating. Akaya remains smiling, undeterred by the setback. On the side of Futamine, Tachibana watches the unfolding match with concern for Fuji. Fuji, that kid and Oppo's strength is not merely this. In the match between Aoi Academy and Futamine, Tachibana vividly recalls how Kahara rallied from 2 rounds down to seize victory. That momentum and the displayed prowess linger vividly in his memory. Let us have another go. Kahara smirks slightly. Apologies, but I will not fall for that trick again. Bang. He receives it. What quick reflexes. In that instant, Fuji's eyes widen. A sharp glint pierces forward. The pursuit of victory may not yet be his absolute desire, but a goal has begun to take shape. Bang. Whoosh. Akaya is taken aback. Upon landing, the ball does not bounce but glides straight across the ground. Here it comes. Fuji-senpai's Phoenix Flash. The round concludes with Aoi Academy leading 1-0. Intriguing. You truly are an opponent who excites me. Akaya and Oppo's enthusiasm grows. Kahara serves. In a heightened state of excitement, his serve becomes quite explosive. This ball spins fiercely, creating a whirlwind as it hurtles toward Fuji and Oppo's face. While it appears similar to an outside spin serve, it carries a much more aggressive intent. However, Fuji remains remarkably calm. I have faced such balls countless times. The two players engage in a series of back-and-forth exchanges. Akaya unleashes a powerful spinning lob. Fuji leaps, preparing to smash, but the ball curves sharply downward. It suddenly alters its trajectory. Fuji performs a backhand return mid-air. 15-0. This return once again ignites excitement in Kahara. You're quite the remarkable opponent. Naya remarks, Akaya seems to have found his rhythm. Sangyuan, it should be about time. We are about to begin. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly exclaimed, Chia, if you lose, there will be a specially concocted leaf juice awaiting you. What? Leaf juice. The members of Qingxue were immediately taken aback, turning their gazes towards Qianjinji. It is a beverage developed from my experiences, recently innovated. Qianjinji adjusted his glasses and remarked, speaking of which, I have yet to taste it myself. Chapter 39, Beyond One and Oppo's limits, just in time. I brought some along for you to try. Ye Feng retrieved a transparent jar from his backpack. Gulp. Qianjinji instantly swallowed hard, lowering his head to earnestly jot down notes, murmuring, Yes, this is it, Xie Yuan and Oppo's forehand return. In a flash, Ye Feng appeared before Qianjinji, pouring a small cup and saying, Qian, if you wish to drink, just do it. Observing the dark green liquid still bubbling, Qianjinji felt as if he was staring at a cup of certain poison. Sensing the dire situation, Qianjinji had a sudden epiphany and shouted, Oh, what a good shot. His attention instantly shifted to the court. However, he soon realized that the surrounding stones and haidang had him ensnared. Such a delightful concoction. Qian should definitely give it a taste. No. Wah! Qianjinji perished. The commotion on the sidelines alerted Qi Yi, who silently vowed, I absolutely cannot lose. Meanwhile, Bu Er appeared somewhat intrigued. Yi juice? I'm quite eager to try it. Bang. Qi Yi and Oppo's serve intensified. Yet, Bu Er and Oppo's response remained remarkably steady, making it difficult to determine the outcome between the two. Suddenly, Qi Yi spotted a flaw, right there. Not bad at all. Bu Er quickly matched his steps, but, bang, whoosh. The Phoenix Flash surged once more. The round concluded, Saigaku, 3-1. Damn. Qi Yi felt the pressure mounting. If this continued, he would truly experience the horror of Yi juice. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Noticing Qi Yi and Oppo's troubled state, Bu Er smiled slightly. You seem quite concerned about Yi juice. Are you eager to taste it? Not at all. I refuse. Fear flickered across Qi Yi and Oppo's face. Bu Er and Oppo's smile turned mischievous. A flaw. Bang. 15-0. You rascal. Qi Yi was incensed. Well then, let Oppo's do it again. Bu Er maintained his smile. This time, after receiving the ball, Qi Yi charged to the net. Air effortlessly executed a high lob. She exhibited a triumphant expression. Heh, you and Amp. Oppos, V fallen for it. Retreating swiftly, he had anticipated this move. A powerful smash. Not so easily. A flash of white light raced past, the ball crashing vehemently behind Chi. 30-0. The score widened again. Air from Saigaku proved to be quite formidable. Perhaps Chi was still lacking just a bit. It seemed there was no way out. Bang. The round concluded, Saigaku, 5-2. This match had settled into Air and Oppos' rhythm. Chi, exhausted from his efforts, could not find a breakthrough against the defense. Every return was met with Air's impeccable technique. Continuous physical exertion had plunged Chi into a state of emptiness. At this moment, his gaze had become somewhat dazed. Is it really over? I and Oppos am so tired. Ye Feng's attention shifted back to the court as he shook his head. Still lacking in skill. Little Kelp's limits were insufficient. I'll go warm up first. Sanada rose to leave. Meanwhile, Ye Feng called out. Chi, do you not wish to surpass your limits? If you win, you will have the opportunity to become the next captain. Limits, captain. Chi's fatigue remained unabated. He barely managed a high lob. It was over. Air was about to deliver a smash to conclude the match. But in that instant, Chi's eyes sparkled with determination. Am I really going to lose? Did I not wish to surpass my limits? To transcend limits, it must be done here. Suddenly, a blazing aura enveloped Chi, as if it could warp the very surroundings. Bang! A forceful strike returned Air's smash directly. The impact created a gust of dust. Observing the mark left behind, Air's gaze grew serious. Ye Feng felt gratified, nodding. Have you finally reached that point? In the blink of an eye, Chi and Amp, Oppos' serve landed in Air's half. Yet, it left him utterly unprepared. Just moments ago, he had been unable to discern Chi's swing. That was Sanada's vice captain's swift strike. When did this kid learn that? While everyone from Rikkai was astonished, Chi tossed the ball high once more. Was it too fast? Let us slow it down. Bang. Air still failed to receive it. The round concluded, Rikkai 5-3. Tao Ching shouted, Air, give it your all. Tezuka watched the court intently, murmuring, Air. Bang. How fast. That shot is. Rinji's sickle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Da. Ah, my marvelous technique, walking the tightrope. Next, this stance is. Laser beam. Bang. The round concluded, Rikkai 5-5. The faces of Saigaku's members turned ominous. They had managed to catch up in an instant. This is troublesome. Air-senpai. For Saigaku, the current situation was dire. They desperately needed to devise a strategy. Yet on the court, Air appeared somewhat overwhelmed. The rapid changes in tactics rendered him unable to predict what would happen next. Rikkai, victory is ours. Rikkai, victory is ours. Rikkai, victory is ours. From this moment forth, the momentum displayed an overwhelming advantage. Rikkai and Amp, Oppos' victory was tantalizingly close. What a fearsome opponent. Air clenched the ball, filled with reluctance. Ye Feng observed this demeanor closely. Feeling quite unsatisfied, are you, Air? Then grow stronger and challenge Rikkai again. He then commanded Chi, ensure our victory. The match concluded, Rikkai emerged victorious, the score standing at 7-5. At this moment, Chi was thoroughly exhausted, and after relaxing his nerves, he promptly lost consciousness. Fortunately, Ye Feng quickly stepped forward to support him, leading him to the sidelines for rest. At this time, Sanada had returned from his warm-up. On the other side, Saigaku's Ekizan Ryoma also returned to the sidelines. Air-senpai, did you lose? Ekizan furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat surprised. Ekizan, secure the victory. Tezuka's expression was grave, filled with expectation. Adjusting his cap, Ekizan removed his jacket in preparation. Meanwhile, Ye Feng spoke to Sanada. Do not hold back any strength. Make it a swift battle. Sanada raised an eyebrow, initially contemplating restraint, but after glancing at Tezuka nearby, he nodded. I understand. Next up is the singles match between Rikkai's Sanada Janikura and Saigaku's Ekizan Ryoma. Please have the competitors take the court. Yukamura. Your match with Tezuka can wait until the national tournament. Ye Feng turned his head to glance at the side where Sakuraba stood. Now, it all hinges on whether Saishin can advance to the finals, he remarked. Sakuraba replied with a confident smile. Chapter 40. The victor, Rikkai Daigaku. As the match commenced, Ekizan served. Prior to his serve, he cast a fleeting glance at Ye Feng, then switched his racket to his left hand. Ekizan was determined to showcase his prowess. especially considering his opponent was the vice-captain of Rikkai Daigaku. Go for it, Ekizan. With a resounding thud and a swift whoosh, Ekizan tossed the ball high into the air. Bang! Was that a topspin serve? Sanada pondered as he observed the incoming ball. Hiss. Upon landing, the ball did not immediately bounce up but instead spun fiercely, hurtling towards Sanada's face at the moment it rebounded. Humph, just a trick. With a sharp clang, the ball zipped past, landing right beside Ekizan's feet. That instant felt interminably long yet left one with little time to react. 15-0. So fast, even quicker than before, remarked Fuji, astonished. How can we return such a ball? Motuji exclaimed anxiously. Sanada's return was not merely a matter of drawing back his racket. The trajectory itself was nearly impossible to discern. Ekizan felt the weight of pressure, sensing a lack of control over the situation. At this moment, Sanada lifted his gaze. Ekizan Ryoma, unleash your full potential. Humph. Ekizan chuckled softly, serving again. Yet it posed no threat to Sanada. Bang. 30-0, 40-0. The round concluded with Rikkai Daigaku leading 1-0. Losing his serve in the first game was an ominous sign for Ekizan. The ensuing service game from Sanada would prove to be an even greater challenge. Damn it. Eiji clenched his fists in frustration. Rikkai's strength is formidable. Oishi mirrored his concern, urging, come on, Ekizan. Perhaps it's too soon for Aoyama's Ekizan to challenge Rikkai. Atobi mused quietly, his gaze drifting towards Ye Feng. Bang. 40-0. Another serve as swift as the wind. Sanada's prowess was equally unfathomable. Ye Feng surveyed the unfolding scenario with a glimmer of anticipation. Ekizan, have you yet to reach that level? The final ball of the round was served high into the air. It was fast as lightning. Thud. 40-15. This time. Sanada was taken aback as the ball returned with doubled force. Ekizan not only discerned the trajectory, but also discovered a method to counterattack. When Sanada glanced at Ekizan once more, he abruptly recognized a similar aura emanating from him as that of Chihayafuru. However, unlike Chihayafuru, Ekizan was enveloped in a more enigmatic energy. No matter how much you evolve, the match will not change. Sanada served again, enhancing both power and speed. Yet, Ekizan still found a flaw in his delivery. The retaliatory strike was incredibly potent, nearly overwhelming even Sanada. Incredible! Both players kept each other at the baseline. Such astonishing progress. Ekizan had grown stronger. All right, let us keep it up, Ekizan. The atmosphere of Aoyama revitalized, instilling new hope for victory. Tezuka's expression was grave, but his eyes were filled with visions of Ekizan. Ekizan, become Aoyama's pillar. Look, Ekizan's running distance is diminishing. It's Tezuka's zone. Sanada observed as Ekizan employed Tezuka's technique, his eyes flashing with determination, followed by a fierce shout. Stop joking around. Bang. This shot shattered the zone's allure. The intense spin broke free, flying towards the outer edge. Ekizan instantly capitalized on a kutsu and Appo's running posture, positioning himself behind the landing point. The energy within him gradually transferred to his arm. That is, the wave snake ball. With this added force, Ekizan's wave snake ball possessed immense power. Sanada, caught off guard, barely managed to return a high lob. What an opportunity. Motuji cheered. Bang. The Izumi-style smash. Don't get too cocky. Sanada swiftly pursued and executed a short return, dissipating most of the power. Hiss. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, the ball concluded with a B-shot. 40-30, after a brief pause to catch his breath. Sanada regained his composure, recalling Ye Feng's words before the match when confirming the lineup. Sanada, why don't you face Tezuka? Let Renji handle the first year. Sanada. Do not underestimate Ekizan. If you continue to hold back, you may regret it. Indeed, he possesses talent, but it seems insufficient for that level. If you doubt it, try it on the court. Don't blame me if you lose. I hope he truly possesses that level of strength. At that moment, Sanada comprehended Ye Feng's sentiments and accepted the arrangement wholeheartedly. Then allow me to show you. Fuji suddenly furrowed his brows. Did you all feel that? Eiji asked, perplexed. Kayasumi's gaze sharpened, murmuring, I fear Ekizan's match may be perilous. Boom. The round concluded, Rikkai Daigaku, 1-0. What was that just now? All spectators were astounded, as if witnessing a flash of lightning in broad daylight. On the court, Ekizan had no opportunity to react. Sanada cast a cold glance at Ekizan. It's over. As both players switched sides, Ekizan maintained his previous state, yet the outcome was far worse than he anticipated. In that moment, he attempted to mimic Sanada's serve, striking the ball. Your imitation skills are commendable, but this shot is still too slow. Sanada gripped his racket tightly, moving with lightning speed. He struck the ball with the power of thunder. Crack! The force of the thunder was not easily countered. Ekizan. The gap remains too vast. Despite his teammates' hopes for Ekizan to advance further, Sanada completely dominated the match. It was not a contest of equal caliber. Every ball, Ekizan endeavored to keep pace, seeking to return each shot. Unfortunately, he faced an unrestrained Sanada Kenichiro. At this moment, Ekizan Ryoma was not yet equipped to overcome such formidable strength. Boom. The match concluded. Rikkai Daigaku triumphed with a score of 6-1. I declare, the champion of this Kendo tournament is Rikkai Daigaku. Hooray! Akai awoke from his stupor, exuberantly gesturing in celebration. Victory had finally been secured, and Rikkai Daigaku continued its dominance over the Kendo tournament. The team shook hands in mutual respect. A pleasure. Ye Feng exchanged a handshake with Tezuka. During the national competition, I hope to witness an even more formidable Seishin Gakuin. Tezuka replied softly, certainly. Chapter 41. Beach Holiday. The championship of the Kanto tournament has come to a close. Meanwhile, the contest for third place has also reached its conclusion. With all uncertainties resolved, all participating teams gather as the representatives take the stage to announce the results. Now, we shall reveal the final standings of this year's Kanto tournament. In third place, we have Futamine Junior High. The most surprising underdog of this tournament has undoubtedly been Futamine. From obscurity to a top 3 finish, they are a team not to be underestimated. The arrival of Tachibana Kippei has played an instrumental role in this success. At the moment of receiving their medals, the entire Futamine team is invigorated. All right. Let us strive for greater heights in the national tournament, they exclaim. Yes. Next, in second place, we have Seishin Academy's junior high division. The members of Seishin feel a tinge of regret at this outcome, yet it also fuels their motivation to advance. Tezuka casts a glance at Ye Feng, exchanging a brief look with Kunamitsu. Everyone in Seishin deserves this honor. It is the fruit of their hard work. And now, the champion of this tournament is Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku. Ye Feng smiles lightly and pats Chie on the back, saying, "Go on, receive the first championship medal." Me? Chie exclaims in surprise. But joy fills his heart. Congratulations, Rikkai Daigaku, champions. Chie leaps and twirls, waving the medal in his hand. The entire team then receives their medals. Tezuka gazes ahead, declaring, "This year, we, Seishin, will continue to enter the national tournament as challengers, aiming to seize the championship title from your hands." Everyone from Seishin responds, "Yes." Tezuka, Rikkai Daigaku. We will focus entirely on defeating you in the national tournament. Eiji, indeed, we won't lose so easily next time. Kisarazu, the chances of victory next time are. Thus, the Kanto tournament officially concludes. However, the vacation belonging to these athletes has only just begun. 1 week later. A holiday by the seaside is truly delightful. Chie exclaims, sipping on juice while enjoying the caress of the sea breeze. He glances over at Ye Feng, who is currently basking in the sun with his eyes closed. With a mischievous grin, Chie stealthily places an ice cube from his drink onto Ye Feng and Appo's stomach. Ah, that's so cold. Ye Feng jumps up instantly. Little Kombu. The two engage in a lively chase along the beach, filling the air with exuberance. Kunimura watches this scene with a faint smile and asks Sanada, "What do you think of Ye Feng as the captain?" Before Sanada can respond, he glances at the playful Ye Feng, snickering, "Humph, still too lax." However, his leadership skills are beyond question. Kunimura nods in satisfaction. "It seems you have accepted him. He should step up during the national tournament." Sanada expresses a hint of skepticism, perhaps. He truly is an enigmatic fellow. "Look, it seems like Rikkai Daigaku's people are here." Just then, a familiar voice reaches their ears as a group approaches. Seishin Academy? It seems they are not alone. Another group follows, led by Itobi, who retains his elegant and regal demeanor. "Ah, it appears you all understand my intentions quite well," he remarks. Sanada, looking exasperated, replies, "Who wants to understand you?" "Oh dear. With so many people around, shall we have a match?" A match. Everyone turns to the elder from Rokaka Junior High. He is now dressed in casual beachwear, alongside Ryazaki, the coach from Seishin Academy, who is similarly attired. The two stand back to back, looking quite harmonious. Ryazaki smirks, adjusting his stylish sunglasses. "Indeed, beach volleyball it is. Well, in that case, I shall showcase my skills." Ye Feng abruptly halts in front of everyone. "What?" Ryazaki scoffs. "You seem quite confident in your beach volleyball abilities." With a proud grin, Ye Feng retorts, "Old lady, would you care to try?" Ryazaki raises an eyebrow. "Old lady?" It seems time to teach you youngsters a lesson. The elder becomes energized as well, striking a pose for a duo formation. Daiichi looks worried. Are we really going to have a match? Momashiro declares, all right, this time. Saishin will not lose. Atobi smirks. Humph. Let yourselves be enraptured by my exquisite skills. Kinemura notes, this seems quite interesting, Sanada. Sanada retorts, too lax. The championship belongs to Rikkai. Tezuka commands, Ekizan, focus fully. Daiichi questions, Tezuka, why are you joining in? Seki suggests, then let S quickly form teams. Kisarazu adds, let me explain the rules of beach volleyball first. First, it's pairs, chosen at will, with no substitutions allowed. Due to the large number of participants, we will play to 11 points, with a 2-point lead required to win. I shall serve as the temporary referee. Additionally, I must emphasize, at this moment, Kisarazu's glasses gleam with a reflective shine. The losing team will face a special punishment, a unique concoction of dried sardine juice. Rinji smirks, Kisarazu. I didn't expect you to come up with a new product so soon. Daiichi recalls the terror of being subjected to such a punishment. I refuse to drink that. Ekizan states, I absolutely won and oppose. Drink it either. Tezuka, let S team up. Kisarazu thinks, Ekizan is cunning, picking Saishin and oppose, S strongest, Tezuka. Right from the start. Are you ready? If we don't start soon, we'll run out of time, Ye Feng calls out. Atobi asks, Ye Feng, would you like to team up with me? Sanada retorts, Atobi, you're overestimating yourself. Is there no one left in High ODI? Atobi responds, what are you talking about? Humph, let us defeat you then. Shall we, Kawachi? Indeed, Kawachi agrees. Thus, the Elders Cup Beach Volleyball Challenge officially commences. The first match features Ye Feng and Sanada against Coach Ryazaki and the Elder. Ye Feng serves. Coach Ryazaki twists his body provocatively, taunting, hey, Leaf Boy. Don't be too careless. Losing means facing the penalty of the Elder's charity seat. Daiichi warns, Ye Feng, don't go too hard on the elderly. Ye Feng smiles lightly. Hiki, don't underestimate them. Here it comes. Bang. Ye Feng unleashes a powerful spinning serve, creating a gust of wind. Not bad. Little Leaf. The ball is coming. Chapter 42. The Indomitable Beach Volleyball Champion, Ye Feng. Prepare yourself. The old man clenched his fists, lifting the ball. Coach Longqi leapt high into the air, executing a swift attack. Bang. The ball hurtled directly toward Ye Feng's face. Not bad at all, old lady. Ye Feng chuckled softly, stepping back to cushion the ball. Sanada seized the opportunity to lift it again, and Ye Feng charged towards the net. Watch closely. This is the true swift attack. Boom. Oh dear, you. Young man, you truly lack respect for your elders. Coach Longqi watched the imprint left by the ball on the sand, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. Ye Feng brushed aside his bangs that had fallen over his eyes. Don't think I haven't noticed. Both of you are members of the Evergreen Club. Truly impressive. The captain of Rikkai University. After all, he is a transfer student, proving himself as a formidable champion. Hearing the praises, Ye Feng naturally accepted them without reservation. I, the little tyrant of beach volleyball, shall claim victory in today's match. Wow, the captain of Rikkai University is so cool. Chizuru gazed at him in admiration. Then turned to ask, what do you think, Atobi? You fool, I will never lose to that guy, Atobi replied, arms crossed, his eyes gleaming with pride. Bang. The match concluded. Ye Feng and Sanada emerged victorious. Coach Longqi and the old man scratched their heads in disbelief at the match's swift conclusion. This young man is truly extraordinary. Yet, how could Kayasumi Daisuke let such a splendid opportunity slip away? He immediately appeared before the two elders, holding a can of sardine juice. Coach Longqi trembled, attempting to decline. I think that won't be necessary. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Coach Longqi was left with no choice. In the end, Coach Longqi and the old man succumbed. Eiichi shuddered. That sardine juice is terrifying. I absolutely refuse to drink it. Tachibana Kippei remarked. Is that even something a person can drink? The next challengers, Tezuka Kunamitsu and Ekizan Ryoma. All right, little one. Give it your all. Ye Feng smiled faintly, his eyes already foreseeing the outcome. Ekizan Ryoma concentrated his strength in his arm. It was an outside spin serve. Bang. Hisses. The ball plummeted to the ground in an instant, rebounding from beneath the net. 1-0. Ekizan sneered arrogantly. Humph, you're still far from it. Everyone pointed at Ekizan. It's you, right? Now it was Tezuka's turn to serve. With remarkable jumping ability and core strength, he launched a powerful strike. Boom. Truly, Tezuka's prowess was not to be underestimated. Sanada effortlessly received the ball. Ye Feng accepted the pass again, Sanada's eyes glinting with determination. Tezuka. I've awaited this moment for a long time. Bang. 2-0. Ye Feng prepared to serve. Little one, don't get frightened. Boom. The ball ignited as it soared, nearly melting the net with its intense heat. Ekizan's eyes blazed with fury. Bang. Ekizan. Little one. 3-0. Next was Sanada's serve. Tezuka, you are too complacent. Another powerful serve struck. Ekizan, still dazed, was hit squarely in the face, causing him to stumble. Well done, Ekizan. Tezuka leaped in response, poised to seize the opportunity. Perfect timing. Sanada prepared to intercept, but Tezuka had yet to make his move. What? A time lag attack. Tezuka, you seem to have underestimated the situation. Yet, as Sanada descended, Ye Feng was right behind him. Boom. Another counterattack. 4-0. 5-0. Ye Feng and Sanada triumphed, 11-2. Cameo exclaimed, incredible. The captain of Rikkai University has completely overshadowed Tezuka. Ninzu, truly, the captain of Rikkai University possesses unfathomable strength. Akaya cheered, hooray. Captain Ye Feng and Vice Captain Sanada have won again. The next match featured Kiora Akaya and Fuji Shisuke. Akaya, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, all right, let me defeat you. Fuji simultaneously opened his eyes, declaring, I also wish to see if I can win. Little seaweed, don't you dare cry, Ye Feng teased provocatively. Sanada served. Don't become too complacent. Bang. Fuji retaliated swiftly. Akaya leapt high. Watch me. Too slow. Ye Feng anticipated the play, positioning himself to intercept the spike. 3 returns, Kirin. Destroy the Kirin. In that instant, Fuji was taken aback. Turning around, he saw Ye Feng utilizing his aerial ability, yet he had not spiked the ball. Boom. The ball struck Kiora, sending him flying. 1-0. Fuji frowned, as expected, still so powerful. Akaya rose in anger. Damn it, I will bring you down. The ball came flying. It struck Akaya's face again. Before he could react, Akaya, like Ekizan, fell dazed. The ball rebounded back to Ye Feng. But Sanada was already prepared for another spike. This is bad. Fuji was left to fend for himself, the situation looking dire. It's over. Ye Feng and Sanada won. 11-0. Gulp. Everyone swallowed nervously. With Ye Feng's strength combined with Sanada's, they appeared to be an insurmountable team. At that moment, Ye Feng glanced aside, pointing at Atobi. Oh, weren't you saying you'd come to defeat us? Atobi smiled confidently, snapping his fingers. Humph, let me mesmerize you with my splendid skills. Sanada couldn't help but retort. Atobi, you're still as boastful as ever. The match commenced. Ye Feng tossed the ball into the air. Atobi, see if you can receive this. Bang. Atobi remained unfazed by the taunt, smiling calmly. Is that all you've got? Hawadi. Yes. Hawadi adjusted the ball to a comfortable position in an instant. Atobi soared into the air, his eyes filled with delight, as if his pupils were changing colors like a rainbow. Is this the waltz leading to the finale? Bang. A forceful spike. Sanada took a step back, immovable as a mountain. Well done, Sanada, a decisive blow. Ye Feng leapt, using Sanada and Appo's shoulder to propel himself further. This jump seemed to reach for the sun. Damn it, I can't look up. Ye Feng glimmered with brilliance. Boom. 1-0, Sanada served. Atobi found another opportunity to spike. 3 returns, the Kirin lands. Ye Feng retaliated fiercely. This guy. 2-0, 3-0. All matches concluded. The champions. Ye Feng and Sanada. Qianjinji announced the results in a loud voice. However, at that moment, Ye Feng grasped Qianjinji and Appo's shoulder and said, wait a moment. It seems that you and Lian Air have yet to take the stage. Qianjinji adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly, according to the data calculations. The probability of Lian Air and me winning is 0%. Ye Feng revealed a charming smile, and before anyone knew it, 2 cups of sardine juice had appeared in his hands. Then, you should have a drink too. Qianjinji and Lu Lianair met their end. Chapter 43, The First Encounter with Nanjiro Ekizan. After the match concluded, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a peculiar figure emerged in the distance. Ye Feng immediately noticed the presence, yet chose not to speak at once. Instead, he gently tapped Sanada on the shoulder. I'm stepping out for a moment. I leave things in your capable hands. Before Sanada could respond, Ye Feng had already departed. Approaching a patch of grass, he began to whistle. Oh dear. I wonder if it's the drinks that made me feel this way. Just then, he caught sight of something unusual. Is someone in there? If not, I suppose I can be rather carefree. The figure that had initially attempted to conceal itself abruptly stood up, clad in bandages and carrying a wooden box. It evoked the appearance of a mummy. Yet, thanks to those distinctive eyes and the sneaky demeanor, Ye Feng instantly recognized the identity of the individual. "Oh, it's you, old man." "What? You know me?" Nanjiro Ekizan stammered in confusion. "This seems to be our first meeting, doesn't it? I'm merely a pastry seller here. Would you care for a treat? I can offer you a discount." Ye Feng was not easily deceived. A sly smile crept across his face. The former prodigy, on the brink of becoming the #1 in the tennis world, Nanjiro Ekizan. The father of Ryoma Ekizan, how could he not recognize him? "What are you talking about? I don't understand. If you're not interested in pastries, then so be it." Nanjiro chuckled nervously, attempting to make a quick exit. However, Ye Feng was determined not to let this enigmatic figure slip away easily. "Ekizan Ryoma, your father has come to see you," he shouted. "Wait, what do you intend to do?" Nanjiro quickly halted him. Seeing the concern etched on Nanjiro's face, Ye Feng realized he had the upper hand. Without hesitation, he expressed his desire. "Old man, let us have a match." "Oh?" Nanjiro was taken aback by the request, scrutinizing Ye Feng's appearance and physique with curiosity. "You, young lad, don't seem to be from the same school as my foolish son, do you?" "I'm Ye Feng, the captain of Rikkai Daigakyo. This time, Saishin Gakuin was defeated by us." Ye Feng spoke candidly. Yet, Nanjiro feigned ignorance once more. "You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Nanjiro, nor do I play tennis." Attempting to evade, he was evidently a tricky character. Ye Feng was not one to easily concede. With a glint in his eye, he whispered in Nanjiro's ear, "If you play against me and win, I can gift you the latest photo book." Gulp. Nanjiro swallowed hard. "You wouldn't be deceiving an old man, would you?" "That depends on your skills." Ye Feng replied. "Youngster, don't boast too much," Nanjiro cautioned. 15 minutes later, the two found themselves on a specially arranged tennis court nearby. "Old man, aren't you going to warm up?" Ye Feng inquired. "If it's just for a bit of fun, there is no need for all that fuss," Nanjiro replied casually, stretching with confidence in his abilities. However, Ye Feng was not one to remain silent. With a swift adjustment of his stance, he tossed the ball high into the air. "Old man, don't underestimate me." Smack. 15-0, quite the amusing young brat, Nanjiro chuckled, a rare smile dancing in his eyes, evidently acknowledging Ye Feng's prowess. "Keep your eyes peeled for the next ball." Smack. "Honestly, you don't know how to let an old man have his way." As he spoke, Nanjiro effortlessly returned Ye Feng's powerful serve, exhibiting a level of strength and spin that was notably superior. Ye Feng furrowed his brow. The weight of the shot was considerable, intensified by its spin. "Here goes," he exclaimed, managing to return the ball, albeit feeling somewhat unprepared for Nanjiro's strength. Seeing the ball come back was no surprise for Nanjiro. "All right, let us see how you handle this." Boom. The return appeared devoid of any technique. Yet as it soared over the net, it accelerated forward, an undeniable display of raw power. "Ugh, that is heavy." The moment he received the ball, a wave of impact coursed through him. Yet, after the second ball, Ye Feng gradually adapted. The two began to engage in a rally, initially moving with great intensity. But soon their movements stabilized within a confined space on the court. However, Ye Feng decided to break the stalemate, rushing to the net. "Old man, don't you find this style of play a bit dull?" He executed a volley at the net, but to his surprise, the ball remained entrapped by Nanjiro's spin. "What? Young man, if you're too impatient, you may find yourself at a disadvantage," Nanjiro chuckled softly. Smack. "Now it's 15-15. Let us go again. I'll give it my all this time." Boom. A radiant golden light flashed as the ball embedded itself deeply into the court, still emitting hot white steam. "Now it's 30-15. You are indeed remarkable. Even after so many years away from the court, you maintain such a level of skill," Ye Feng praised. Nanjiro smiled faintly. "Tennis, as long as you keep playing, you will undoubtedly grow stronger. Even if your opponent is merely a wall. The extent of your growth depends on how high and thick that wall is. So, since you no longer see a wall of greater height and thickness before you, you've chosen to exit the tennis world in hopes of building your own wall to conquer?" Ye Feng responded with a grin. Nanjiro stroked his chin, his smile widening. "You truly are perceptive, young lad." Ye Feng immediately probed further. "So, what does tennis mean to you?" "Above all, it is joy. Don't you find happiness in playing tennis?" "Is it joy?" "Certainly, but is that all there is to it?" "Farewell, young man. Do not forget the promise you made." "Wait, I haven't lost yet." At that moment, Ye Feng glanced back and spotted Ryoma Ekizan, suddenly understanding why Nanjiro had been so eager to escape. Shaking his head in disbelief, he sighed. What a peculiar pair of father and son. Captain, what are you doing here with a racket? You aren't playing against someone, are you? Chiaki approached excitedly. Hey. There's a ball stuck in the court. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Could it be that you were playing against yourself? The onlookers began to conjure up strange images, their imaginations running wild. Meanwhile, Ryoma gazed intently at Ye Feng and the deeply embedded tennis ball. A faint suspicion forming in his mind. Ye Feng put away his racket, appearing entirely different from the fierce competitor he had been moments before. It's getting late. Let us call it a day. See you at the national tournament. Chapter 44. The national tournament commences a month later. The much-anticipated moment has arrived. In the Tokyo Gymnasium, a multitude gathers, their expectations palpable. The host stands at the forefront of the venue, announcing the commencement of the national tournament and inviting the contestants to enter. All teams assemble one by one. Ye Feng, having experienced such formalities numerous times, finds himself reminiscing. Following this, the drawing ceremony will take place, with representatives from each school congregating under one roof. It is rumored that a school called Qingxue dares to challenge Rikkai University, displaying a remarkable lack of awareness. After all, they are merely a weak team. Encountering us would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. Two mocking voices reached Tezuka's ears, prompting him to rise immediately. Is it from Rokirichu and Aichi? You dare speak those words before me? The two were taken aback, stammering in response. Tezuka? Is he truly a middle school student? Enough, Kai, Tezuka remarks, casting a sidelong glance at Okinawa and Oppo's captain, Kitayama Yashiro, who adjusts his glasses. This year, the championship of the Kyushu region has indeed gone to Okinawa. Representing Kanagawa, Rikkai University has arrived. Ye Feng announces as he slowly rises and descends the steps. Who is this person? One wonders. I hear he is the new minister of Rikkai University, Ye Feng. Stop talking nonsense. Ye Feng is nothing. I'll simply use my super tennis to deal with him. Atobi swiftly pours cold water on that notion. Stop boasting, Mako. You won't last even 15 minutes. He glances at his companion. Right, Hachi? Indeed, Hachi obediently replies. However, as everyone's gaze is fixed on Ye Feng, a dark-skinned youth seated near the aisle extends his right leg, attempting to trip him. Noticing this, Ye Feng continues his stride without hesitation, walking leisurely forward. He initially intended to disregard such trivial antics, but the individual raises his leg once more. Lacking awareness, you shall have to face the consequences. Ye Feng muses with a smile. It appears casual, yet Ye Feng's footwork is astonishing. This incident will likely leave the other party incapacitated for at least 3 days. After passing, Ye Feng casts a fleeting glance at the individual. Your legs are rather long. The other, now in pain, cannot muster a response. A terrifying presence. That must be the new minister of Rikkai University, Aoi remarks. Rikkai University has gained yet another monster, Chisato adds. This year and Oppo's Rikkai University seems even more formidable than last year, Shirashi Kazunari observes. As the drawing ceremony concludes, all teams have their brackets established. Rikkai University receives a bye in the first round, with their next opponent being either Okinawa's Higa Middle School or Chiba's Rokaki Middle School. They may very well encounter the Ice Emperor in the third round, followed by potential matchups against Shiten Hoji Middle School, which piques Ye Feng's interest. Meanwhile, after a bye in the first round, Qingxue is set to face Rokirichu Middle School, with their greatest rivals likely being Nagoya's Saider and Yamanaka Middle School. Due to their first-round bye, the entire Rikkai team attends the match between Higa and Rokaku, serving as a means to observe their next opponent. At that moment, they spot the Qingxue team. What brings you Qingxue here? Ye Feng inquires. Of course, we are here to cheer them on, Eiji replies excitedly. After all, we have no matches today, and gathering information is crucial, Seijiro states seriously. At this point, both teams have prepared for the match, and the first round is about to commence. Chiba's Rokaku Middle School faces Okinawa's Higa Middle School. The opening match features Rokaku's Aoi against Higa's Chinen. The rules of the national tournament have undergone modifications. This time, a special format will be employed, alternating between singles and doubles. The first match mandates that, regardless of the outcome, all 5 matches must be played, thus allowing for considerable information to be gathered. Aoi steps forward to shake hands, stating, I look forward to your guidance. However, Chinen appears distracted, glancing around. Aoi, feeling awkward, raises his voice again. I am here. Please take care of me. Only then does Chinen cast a brief glance before turning away dismissively. Oh, you're too short. I can hardly see you. The decisive round begins, with Rokaka's always serving. Attack. Chinen-senpai. Watch this. Chinen strikes with power, sending the ball rapidly to the corner. Bang. 15-0. Oh, that tall player possesses impressive strength and control. Ye Feng remarks with a subtle smile. What's this? Minister, you always praise others. That level is hardly comparable to yours. Akaya cannot help but retort. Duong. The long-awaited whack lands squarely on Akaya's head. Stop chattering and watch the match. Yes. Always struggles to return the shots. Unable to keep up with the speed, quickly becoming exhausted. The opponent's first year is too weak. This level is hardly worth noting, Kai mocks. Let them say what they will. Aki, Kenta must also showcase his true strength. On the court, Always suddenly adjusts his grip on the racket. Bang! The ball strikes the net, ricocheting to the opposite side and heading for a potential score. Aoi beams. Humph. If you underestimate me based on appearances, you shall suffer greatly. Yet, in the next moment, Chinen dashes to the net, retrieving the ball with an underhanded scoop, coolly stating, "The one who will suffer is you." Bang! Akaya is astonished. What? How did that guy manage that? That individual just teleported, right, Doku? Aoi as every volley fails to evade Chinen and Amp, Appo's, pursuit, time and again. Utterly unable to gain the upper hand. As the match concludes, Higa Middle School triumphs with a score of 6-0. Higa Middle School? This is truly exhilarating, isn't it? President Ye Feng? Akaya and Appo's eyes gleam with excitement. Observing Akaya and Appo's enthusiasm brings comfort to Ye Feng. Minister, is there a connection between Higa Middle School and Okinawan martial arts? Tamagawa suddenly inquires. Ye Feng nods in explanation. Indeed, they have integrated Okinawan martial arts into their tennis techniques, rendering their offensive maneuvers utterly unpredictable. As the competition deepens, Rokaka Middle School has yet to secure a victory. Now, they find themselves in the final match. Rokaka's Siki faces Higa's Kai. Siki, bewildered, wonders why they find themselves at the net before he even realizes what has happened. The shrinking earth technique, Ye Feng observes, while Rokaku and Appo's coach utters the same three words. Out of respect, Ye Feng smiles slightly, relinquishing the opportunity to explain. The old man continued. This is a method of approaching the opponent in Okinawan martial arts, executed under the veil of invisibility, because the opponent cannot perceive the moment of action, and due to the static position of my head, it creates an illusion of instantaneous movement towards the net. Chapter 45, The Team Selection Match. The moment the old man finished speaking, Kaiji from Higa High School was momentarily taken aback. In the next return, a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. He shifted from a one-handed backhand to a two-handed powerful strike. Whoosh! The ball hurtled towards the old man seated in the coach and Amp, Appo's chair. Sensing danger, the old man slightly turned his head. At the moment of collective terror, the ball was intercepted by a racket. Ye Feng and Appo's expression appeared disdainful yet tinged with anger. Captain, if you intentionally bully the elderly, you shall descend into the abyss. Boom! Kaiji and Amp, Appo's pupils dilated. An instinctive fear compelled him to raise his hands. Yet the ball whizzed past him, the fierce wind knocking off his cap. The ball embedded itself deep into the protective netting. Ye Feng wore a troubled expression. Oh dear. I was too merciful. I intended to strike you in the face. Regaining his composure, Kaiji angrily stepped forward to confront him. What did you say? Where do you think you're going? Siki blocked Kaiji's path. What do you intend to do? Why are you still here? Kaiji's face was one of disdain. The match isn't over yet. I must settle this with you. Siki's gaze was resolute. With only Siki remaining from Rikkai and given the other side's outrageous behavior, he felt compelled to speak up. However, Ye Feng still advised, Siki, if you wish to win at your level, simply prevent him from approaching the net. As the next rally commenced, Siki recalled the words of the old man and Ye Feng. Kaiji was entirely suppressed at the baseline, unable to unleash his skills. Sensing the precarious situation, Kaiji erupted with a newfound strength, gripping the racket backwards and striking with the handle's base. Pirate's horn. Siki, to the left. Ye Feng directed from the sidelines. Initially intending to pursue the observed rightward trajectory, Siki chose to heed Ye Feng's advice. Whoosh! This shot, indeed, spun powerfully in the opposite direction, just as Ye Feng had predicted. This must end. Bang! Wah! What? The members of Higa High were momentarily stunned. They could hardly believe that Kaiji's special move was so easily countered. The match concluded with Siki from Rikkai emerging victorious, the score reading 6-4. Great. We finally won. The Rikkai team erupted in joy. As Siki descended from the court, he nodded at Ye Feng. Thank you. Subsequently, the entire Rikkai team expressed their gratitude to Ye Feng. Had it not been for Ye Feng's timely intervention, the old man would have faced dire consequences. What's the big deal? Even with this victory, they've already been eliminated. Some grumbled. What is there to be proud of? It's merely a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, the team captain of Higa, Muti Yashijiro, cast a glance towards Ye Feng, his eyes harboring unfriendly thoughts. So, it's you, the captain of Rikkai, Ye Feng? Our next opponent shall promptly extinguish your so-called dominance. At that moment, Ye Feng happened to look over, merely smiling faintly, waving his hand as he addressed his teammates. It's time to return and prepare for the first match. Yes. Half an hour later, the entire Rikkai team returned to their designated training facility, a venue specially rented by Ye Feng. Oh, Ye Feng, you finally made it. Sorry to keep you waiting, Inoue. Inoue waved his hand with a smile. No problem. As long as we can gather more coverage, waiting a bit longer is worthwhile. This is my assistant, Shirari. The girl beside him, with her vibrant orange hair and camera in hand, beamed brightly. Hello. Upon seeing the reporter from the press, the Rikkai team was somewhat taken aback. Ye Feng. What is this about? Sanada inquired, puzzled. Mr. Inoue is an old friend of mine. He is here to conduct a special interview for Rikkai, Ye Feng explained. An interview? Will it be broadcast on television? Akaya queried excitedly. Yes, a portion of the highlights will be submitted to the sports channel, Inoue nodded. So, what is the purpose? Sanada asked. Ye Feng chuckled. Nothing much, just documenting our journey to the championship. We are about to begin the selection for tomorrow's lineup. Each round will consist of 3 balls to determine the victor. The top 3 based on the net score will play singles, while the others will either play doubles or cheer. I refuse to be a cheerleader, Akaya exclaimed eagerly. All right, I'm keen to try singles as well, Marui added, unusually enthusiastic. So, does that mean I will be challenging the captain? Rinji's expression turned serious. 3 balls to determine victory. First round groupings. Ye Feng vs. Sanada Genichiro. Kurkuraseishi vs. Rinji. Yanagisawa Ruji vs. Akaya. Yagyu Hiroshi vs. Marui Bunta. Holu S. Jin vs. Tamagawa Yoshio. Second round groupings. Ye Feng vs. Kurkuraseishi. Sanada Genichiro vs. Akaya. Yanagisawa Ruji vs. Marui Bunta. Yagyu Hiroshi vs. Holu S. Jin Rinji vs. Tamagawa Yoshio. Third round groupings. Ye Feng vs. Akaya. Kurkuraseishi vs. Tamagawa Yoshio. Sanada Genichiro vs. Holu S. Jin Yanagisawa Ruji vs. Rinji. Yagyu Hiroshi vs. Marui Bunta. Alright, I shall be your referee, Inoue announced as he approached the judges and Oppos table. He instructed Shirari, make sure to capture everything well. Understood. Shirari raised her hands, brimming with excitement. Noticing Shirari's arrival, Ye Feng nodded slightly. Yes, this feels right. I always sensed something was missing with Inoue. The match commenced. In the first round, Ye Feng faced Sanada Genichiro. Wow, right from the start. It's the clash between Captain Ye Feng and Vice Captain Sanada. This is thrilling. Akaya cheered. Perhaps Vice Captain Sanada will transition to doubles. According to the rules, if someone achieves a net score higher than Vice Captain Sanada, there's a real chance. Hee, this is getting more interesting. Everyone focused their attention on the court as Sanada prepared to serve. At this moment, Sanada was fully in the zone, his eyes burning with a desire for victory. Ye Feng, let me show you my current prowess. Sanada tossed the ball into the air. Bang. A rapid draw. An invisible serve. Oh, starting off serious, are we? Ye Feng maintained his composure, smiling as he swiftly moved to the side. Then bring it on. So swift. Captain Ye Feng's footwork appeared light. Yet the power unleashed upon striking was utterly formidable. The court witnessed a relentless exchange as Sanada shouted, unleashing his full strength. Here it comes, Vice Captain Sanada's thunder. Boom. The speed and power surged significantly. Ye Feng couldn't and Oppos, help but praise impressive. Bang. Yet, this ball was still intercepted by Ye Feng and Oppos' keen perception. In that moment of counterattack, it felt as though it struck back with the force of thunder itself. Chapter 46. The ultimate technique sealed. Sanada did not concede defeat as he pursued the ball with fervor. Swiftly positioning himself behind the drop point, he retaliated and opted to rush the net. At that moment, Ye Feng also advanced to the net, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange at the forefront. The sound of the ball echoed loudly. A relentless volley that was almost too swift to comprehend. The intensity of their exchanges was spectacular, With both players refusing to yield, their pace escalating. Yugawa exclaimed, "So powerful." Akaya added, "Both Minister Ye Feng and Vice Minister Sanada are incredibly strong." Marui remarked, "It's too fast. It's straining my eyes." The team held both players in high regard for their prowess. Suddenly, Ye Feng executed a feint, prompting a response from Sanada. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng unleashed a high, ultra-fast spinning lob. "Ah, that's it." Yugawa gasped, recognizing the similarity to his own move. Bang! Not yet finished, Ye Feng. As Sanada retreated at breakneck speed, he struck back with a slicing shot. "You are truly tenacious," Ye Feng remarked with a slight smile. Bang! Another powerful forehand smash. Akaya, puzzled, queried, "Why? Why would Minister Ye Feng choose to counter instead of finishing the point?" This exchange also resonated with Yukamura. Perhaps Ye Feng sought to defeat Sanada using his own style. Humph! Sanada scoffed, already anticipating the trajectory of the ball. He unleashed his thunder once more. At that moment, Ye Feng exuded an aura that seemed to ignite. He then flashed a devilish smile. "Sanada, allow me to borrow your thunder." Boom. 1-0. In that instant, Sanada felt astonished, unable to react. This thunder was swifter and more formidable. Unlike their first exchange, this time Ye Feng truly employed Sanada and Appo's thunder against him. When Sanada looked up again, he noticed that Ye Feng and Appo's gaze had transformed entirely. It was filled with an insatiable desire for victory, and that aura was strikingly familiar to Sanada. He murmured to himself, "The realm of selflessness?" Akaya and Appo's focus sharpened. Minister Ye Feng has finally begun to take this seriously. Ryoma shook his head. Perhaps this is just the beginning. Yukamura maintained his calm smile. Indeed, the aura Ye Feng has adopted in this state of selflessness is entirely different. He is truly an elusive opponent. The second ball. Ye Feng served. Tap, tap, tap. After a few bounces on the ground, Ye Feng found his serving rhythm. He tossed the ball high, bending deeply at the waist. As he leapt, he resembled a spring, his eyes radiant with brilliance. "Sanada, do not be frightened. Consider this a taste." Boom. 2-0. The ball was so fast that even Inoue, seated in the umpire and Appo's chair, could scarcely follow it. Only the dust rising from where the ball landed provided any indication. Marui was utterly astonished. Did you all see that?" Akaya shook his head repeatedly. What speed was that? Even faster than before. Even the usually nonchalant Nayu was struck by disbelief, his demeanor turning serious as he fixated on the ball's landing spot. The ball had landed right by Sanada's feet, yet he could not react in time. It was a speed he had never encountered before, rendering even Sanada unable to return it. Yukamura nodded silently in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Sanada gritted his teeth, feeling both anxious and exhilarated by such a serve. Faced with an opponent like Ye Feng, his body instinctively yearned for battle, craving to spar more with him. It was as if a ferocious beast within him sought to break free. Ye Feng pointed forward. "Sanada, I know you possess more than this. Come at me." After a deep breath, Sanada readied himself to serve once more. In that moment, he calmed his entire being, recalling the poise he maintained while practicing kendo. That mindset allowed him to uphold his mental equilibrium. Once fully composed, Sanada delivered a rapid serve. Bang! Upon receiving the ball, Ye Feng initially sensed no significant change. However, his arm felt a heavier force, necessitating greater strength to counter. "Oh?" A smile spread across Ye Feng's face as his arm muscles tensed. "Ha!" Sanada unleashed his full power, aiming to drive the ball towards the baseline. "Vice Minister Sanada, are you initiating a tug-of-war at the baseline? At this rate, both of you will exhaust yourselves." "No. Entering the realm of selflessness will consume even more energy. Sanada is placing his bet," Yukamura explained, well aware of the intricacies of the selfless state himself. It was precisely for this reason that Yukamura chose to seal away such an ability. As the rally extended, Sanada began to feel fatigue, his arm grew slightly sore, and his knees bore the burden of repeated, thunderous returns. Yet, when he glanced at Ye Feng, he noticed that not a single bead of sweat had fallen from him. How terrifying. After all this time, Minister Ye Feng remained so composed. In that moment, Ye Feng directed the ball towards Sanada's backhand before suddenly charging to the net. Sanada seized the opportunity to execute a straight-line passing shot, anticipating Ye Feng to falter. Just then, Ye Feng unexpectedly changed his approach. "It's over, Sanada." A brilliant purple light enveloped the court. After the flash, the ball landed in Sanada and Appo's half, leaving a semicircular mark on the ground. What just happened? Everyone was left in utter shock, completely unaware of what had transpired. Ye Feng emerged victorious, 3-0. Sanada failed to score a single point. Yet, despite this, significant differences were evident. This time, Ye Feng had employed numerous techniques. Had it not been for that, the outcome might have been uncertain. Compared to earlier, Sanada had indeed evolved tremendously. After the match, Ye Feng shook hands with Sanada. If you can harness your unique strengths more effectively, you may become even stronger. I will provide you with better advice after tomorrow and Oppo's match. You remain as formidable as ever. What was that last technique? Sanada inquired, accepting his defeat with grace yet filled with curiosity. That was one of my ultimate techniques, sealed. Sealed? The single-word technique piqued everyone's interest. However, Ye Feng offered no further explanation, waving his hand as he exited the court. All right, it's time for the next group. For what you wish to know, I will answer all after tomorrow's victory. The spectators watched Ye Feng's retreating figure, igniting their own fighting spirit. Now it's our turn. Indeed. Chapter 47. The Growth of Nayu Yukimura. Do not let your guard down, Nayu said, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Oh, is that you, Sanada? Yukimura replied with a gentle smile, casting a glance towards Sanada on the sidelines. At that moment, it seemed as if two Sanada Kenichiros had truly emerged. Nayu's imitation was remarkably accurate, with each movement mirroring Sanada's, even their gazes nearly identical. However, Yukimura did not feel flustered. Instead, he found the situation quite amusing. As was customary, Yukimura draped his jacket over his shoulders, opting not to remove it. He stood at the baseline with his racket in hand and declared, "Now, allow me to witness your true strength." Bang. So swift. Was that not the wind of Vice Captain Sanada? When did Nai become so formidable? The entire team was taken aback. And even Sanada himself felt astonished. He had never taught Nai his techniques, yet he executed them with such precision. This piqued Sanada and Oppo's attention significantly. This shot is already nearing my level. Hiss. Even Sanada acknowledged Nayu's prowess aloud, and Akaya gasped in disbelief. Ah, not again. Why is there another monster? Ye Feng chuckled at Akaya's reaction, feeling a mix of amusement and pity as he patted his head. Do not worry. You can become such a monster too, as long as you obey. Akaya, looking quite aggrieved, replied, Am I not obedient enough? Ye Feng and Oppo's expression turned serious as he shifted his gaze to the court. Focus on the match. Bang. Yukimura's return was exceptionally forceful, each shot landing at the most difficult angles. Yet, Naya managed to return such balls flawlessly, creating some trouble for Yukimura. I did not expect your progress to be so substantial, Yukimura said, a hint of delight in his tone. When he entrusted the team to Ye Feng, he had felt some unease, but witnessing the current state of play alleviated his worries. Everyone's skills had improved during this period. Now, let me see where your limits lie. Yukimura suddenly intensified his returns, altering the trajectory with increased spin. The moment Nina received the ball, the weight transmitted through his wrist felt heavy, compelling him to instinctively use both hands to return it. Yet, at the last moment, he executed a topspin shot with one hand. Such a move alone cannot win against me. Nayu, Yukimura chuckled lightly. Bang! The ball ricocheted past Nayu and Oppo's feet, a chasing ball. Naya glanced at the mark near his foot and took a deep breath. 1-0. The first point concluded thus. However, Naya remained undeterred. Next came Yukimura's serve. A swift and powerful delivery. The quality was high, and the spin was intense. Yet, in that instant, Nayu unleashed Sanada and Oppo's swift as the wind. With an invisible swing and a supercharged spin, he returned the ball forcefully. How fast? Nayu truly executed that shot. Could it be that he has mastered Vice Captain Sanada's signature move? Sanada remained composed, observing the match intently, particularly Yukimura's response, which he found quite intriguing. On the other hand, Yukimura seemed unfazed, casually remarking, Unfortunately, such a shot holds no significance for me. The ball will never disappear. Bang! With that maneuver rendered ineffective, Nayu unleashed an even more powerful technique, erosion like fire. Faced with such a formidable attack, Yukimura deftly moved his wrist to execute a slice, completely nullifying the original spin. The ball floated over the net, poised to drop. In that critical moment, Nayu closed in, moving as silently as the wind. I and Oppo's VE seen your blind spot, Captain Yukimura. With a calm demeanor, he countered the slice with a drop shot. Boom. 2-0. What? Naya had believed he struck the ball to a place Yukimura could not reach. Yet, in the next instant, a yellow-green beam whizzed past him. After executing the shot, Yukimura remarked nonchalantly, I have no blind spots. Tamagawa displayed admiration. As expected of Captain Yukimura, He is truly formidable. Akaya appeared exhilarated. Ah, this is one of the monsters I've always wanted to surpass. Naya should be out of options now, right? He has Nandapos. T used Nandapos. Thunder Nandapos. Perhaps he has Nandapos. T reached that level yet? Well, to have come this far, he is already quite strong. The team unanimously praised Nayu and Apos' performance. After all, Yukimura had been the strongest player at Rikkai, revered as the son of God, before Ye Feng and Apos' arrival. Nayu and Apos' growth had been evident to all during this time. However, at that moment, Naya suddenly broke into a bright smile. Haha. After shaking his head, Naya transformed. Tap, tap, tap. Naya's gaze shifted. Yukimura, allow me to show you something. This time, he seems to be imitating Captain Ye Feng. The sudden shift in Naya surprised even Ye Feng himself. A smile crept across his face, and he grew curious about the extent of Naya's imitation. His serving posture was nearly identical. Boom. That shot exceeded 210 kilometers h. Naya was truly adept at this. Yet, Yukimura still received the ball. After experiencing and observing Ye Feng and Apos' serves multiple times, he was well prepared for such speed. How about this? Naya entered the realm of Apos', no self, and Apos', unleashing a barrage of techniques with relentless fervor. Yet, Yukimura continued to respond effortlessly, undeterred by the onslaught. Well done, Naya, Yukimura acknowledged. Let's see this move. Naya aimed to deliver a powerful forehand return. However, in that fleeting moment, he stumbled slightly. The return transformed into a drop shot. Had he lost control due to the sudden change? Yukimura did not hesitate, concluding the match in 3 points. Yukimura Seishi triumphed, 3-0. Huff, huff. Naya's breathing was heavy, despite the brevity of the match. He had emulated exceptionally high-level players in quick succession. For Naya, who was attempting this for the first time, he had reached his momentary limit, unable to sustain the effort. However, given more time, Naya might undergo a further transformation after adapting. As he walked toward the sidelines, Ye Feng offered his praise. You are already quite strong. I believe by the latter stages of the national tournament, you will be able to execute such moves flawlessly. Of course, Rikkai has no blind spots, puff. Naya reverted to his original self. Yet, this version of him was even more intriguing. Chapter 48. The opportunity to defeat a senior. Next up is the match between Rennie Liu and Kiara Akaya. Rennie walks onto the court with an unhurried demeanor. Akaya, filled with excitement, holds his racket against his shoulder. Senior Rennie, if it's just 3 balls, I'll finish this battle quickly, he declares. Rennie smiles gently, his eyes narrowing. Is that so? Then come and try to defeat me. Akaya serves. Thud, thud, thud. Don and Apos, T underestimate me. Bang. The moment the racket connects with the ball, a muffled sound resonates. The force of the friction causes the ball to spin intensely, heading straight for the outer corner. Rennie remains calm. The probability of this ball being a topspin is 90%. He swiftly evaluates Akaya's serve and directs the ball to the forehand position, placing Akaya in a difficult spot to escape from the service position. You don't want me to leave, do you? Then here it comes. Akaya sidesteps to create space and unleashes a drop shot. Yet, it seems Rennie anticipated this. He rushes to the net, waiting for the ball's arrival. The likelihood of you executing a drop shot return is 98%. Immediately, Rennie applies force with a backhand smash. Bang. 1-0. In less than 30 seconds. He secures a point, causing Akaya to feel the pressure. For the second serve, Rennie prepares. Akaya is ready, a faint aura of heat radiating from him. Senior. Bring it on. In this heightened state, Akaya's confidence surges. Although it's Rennie's first encounter with such intensity from Akaya, he remains unfazed. On the sidelines, Yukimura speaks up. Rennie has faced opponents at the level of the Apos', no self and Apos' state before. Akaya should face some difficulties. Wasn't and Apos'. T it during your freshman year when you faced Rennie? Sonata remarks. Yukimura nods. Back then, in the first year, to compete for the team captaincy, Yukimura showcased such strength. Rennie, at that time, had yet to reach his current level. Facing a similarly spirited opponent again, Rennie perhaps feels a sense of nostalgia. Akaya, give it your all to defeat me. Of course. Bang. Akaya's speed and reflexes have soared to a new level. At this moment, Rennie remains composed. All the metrics have improved by at least 50%. Meaning I am now facing a Kiara with 1.5 times his usual strength. In light of this, Rennie adjusts his strategy, slowing the rhythm of his returns, allowing himself more time to observe. However, it seems Akaya sees through this. Senior, Now is not the time for you to study me. Kamaitachi. Akaya directly employs Rinnie's signature move. The ball hurtles forward at high speed, sharp as a blade, seemingly intending to slice through Rinnie's racket. This is Rinnie's first encounter with his own technique. Nevertheless, he maintains a calm mind, analyzing swiftly. My Kamaitachi is a diagonally spinning high-speed ball. Its spin is as sharp as a knife's edge. To neutralize it, the best approach is to use force against force. In that instant, Rinnie reacts. He draws back his racket with a grand gesture, yet his movements are incredibly swift. Like a knife cutting through, he slices the ball. As the ball crosses the net, it stirs up a gust of chaotic wind. On the sidelines, Ye Feng observes and praises, to counter his own signature move and add another layer of spin. Rinnie truly embodies the strategist of Rikkai. Senior, you are indeed impressive, but I will not concede easily. Akaya stands firm, confronting the incoming ball. He positions himself behind the landing point. At that moment, Yagyu Hiroshi adjusts his glasses. Akaya seems to have a great appreciation for my technique. Whoosh. This attack, akin to a laser beam, strikes left. Not only does it neutralize the Kamaitachi, but it also leverages the force to enhance the power of the laser beam. Through this play, Yagyu seems to have gained new insights. 1-1. With the scores tied, there are still 2 balls to play, and anything is possible. Akaya serves a standard fastball, yet it lands with remarkable precision, almost resting on the edge with merely half the ball in play. However, such speed does not pose a direct threat to Rinnie. He quickly adopts a preparation stance. Clap. At the moment of return, Rinnie rushes to the net. Akaya has already positioned himself at the net, and the two engage in a fierce volley akin to Ye Feng and Sonata and Oppo's S-net battles. Each return is aimed at difficult angles, attempting to leave the opponent unable to respond. This rally endures for nearly 3 minutes. Suddenly, Akaya spots a glimmer of opportunity. He focuses on Rinnie's left rear. Watch this. It's a high lob. No, this lob resembles that of Tamagawa and Oppo's S. Ye Feng quietly approaches Tamagawa Yoshio, whispering behind him. Tamagawa is surprised that Akaya can produce such a high-quality lob. This shot seizes the perfect moment. The height is impeccable, combined with rapid downward spin, making it difficult for the opponent to recover if they let their guard down. Bang! The moment it lands, the ball ricochets outward. Despite his best efforts to chase it down, Akaya cannot retrieve it. 2-1. Observing Akaya's exhilaration, Rinnie feels a deep sense of satisfaction. As a senior, he wholeheartedly acknowledges the growth of the next generation. He hopes that Akaya will soon reach their level of skill, so he can confidently hand over Rikkai's legacy to the next generation. Akaya. Rinnie's eyes gently open. In that moment, he exudes an ethereal aura, elusive and inscrutable, like a hollow cicada, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. For the 4th ball, both players rush to the net once more. Just as Akaya prepares to execute that high lob, Rinnie swiftly steps back. Akaya, with a devilish smile, exclaims, "Senior, you and Oppo's V fallen for it." It's a forehand drop shot. But in that instant, a flash of brilliance passes through. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Akaya glances to his left. The ball leaves a trail rolling on the ground. Empty cicada. Rinnie softly utters those 2 words. 2-2. For the final ball, each player has a chance. Akaya is determined not to relinquish the possibility of victory. In an instant, he serves and rushes to the net. It seems Akaya is all in. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. Only the strong are worthy of victory. Look. Beneath Akaya's feet, it's the domain. Bang. Here Akaya triumphs with a score of 3-2. Yay. I won. Akaya exclaims, bouncing in excitement. Rinnie, feeling a sense of pride for Akaya, gazes at him fondly. Well done. Chapter 49. The marvelous skill of Marui. Excitement bubbled within Akaya as he yearned to showcase his prowess before Sonata. Yet, Sonata remained stoic, reminding him that happiness was premature. There was no room for complacency just yet. At that moment, Marui had already grasped his racket. Now, it and Oppo's SR turn. Yagyu, he declared. Yagyu adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Don't you need a slice of cake first?" Marui, with a confident pop of a bubble, replied, "3 balls? I'm more than ready as I am." The two turned their backs to each other and proceeded to their respective halves of the court. Marui initiated the serve, a commendably swift one. Nevertheless, Yagyu easily received it. "Seems like you and Oppo's quite spirited, Marui," Yagyu mused inwardly. Following his serve, Marui swiftly approached the net, adopting an aggressive offensive strategy. At the net, Marui was at his most advantageous. Yagyu, anticipating a short return, stepped forward to counter Marui's potential volley. A sharp sound resonated as Marui executed a backhand drop shot. Without hesitation, Yagyu made a decisive move towards the net. However, in that fleeting moment, the ball struck the net tape, spinning rightward and rolling a meter or so before descending like a free-falling object. With a soft thud, a vibrant green bubble escaped Marui and Appo's lips. His bright eyes fixated on Yagyu. A marvelous technique, tightrope walking. Marui and Appo's earnestness at the onset startled Yagyu. 1-0, this marked the swiftest point scored thus far, taking only 15 seconds. Yagyu adjusted his glasses once more, positioning himself near the baseline to await the return. At that instant, Marui dashed towards the net again, brimming with enthusiasm. Marui-senpai. Your vigor is commendable, Yagyu thought, noting how rare it was to see him this fired up. However, Yagyu had yet to reveal his full potential. As the game unfolded, Yagyu struck a deep shot, restraining Marui and Appo's movements and forcing him into a stalemate at the baseline. Marui and Appo's clever maneuvers seemed momentarily thwarted. Oh, a statement from Kuwahara piqued everyone and Appo's curiosity, drawing attention back to Marui, who continued to rally from the baseline, seemingly searching for a breakthrough. Suddenly, Yagyu adopted a poised stance near the baseline. Laser beam. A swift yellow-green light zipped across the court. 1-1. Both players were now fully engaged, intensifying the competition. With a series of sharp sounds, Marui served a high-speed, spinning forehand. Yagyu quickly positioned himself, opting for a forehand return. The atmosphere shifted this time. It was Marui who crafted a strategy to keep Yagyu from approaching the net. Was he aiming for an unexpected drop shot? Yagyu furrowed his brow and exerted force, increasing the power of his return. Just as everyone speculated, Marui unleashed a high lob. Yagyu remained vigilant, waiting for the ball's bounce before striking it. Unexpectedly, Marui executed another high lob. Interesting, Leaf observed from the sidelines, recognizing the unfolding tactics. Yukimura, with a slight tilt of his gaze, acknowledged Marui's intent. Akaya, puzzled, leaned in. What is it? I can't discern Marui-senpai's strategy. Sure, just watch. Leaf gestured for silence. The two players had been locked in a stalemate for over 3 minutes, with Marui executing 9 high lobs, yet no resolution emerged. However, with the 10th ball, a new seriousness flickered in Marui's eyes. Here it comes, Marui's third remarkable skill, genius fishing. The ball soared high before plummeting rapidly, not towards Yagyu's backcourt, but landing midcourt. The astonishing spin rendered the ball motionless, tracing an arc reminiscent of fishing lines tugging against a catch. 2-1. What is this? How is it possible? Akaya exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I believe he has harnessed the principle of ultra-fast spinning lobs, integrating a unique side backspin. At the moment of release, Marui's racket was almost at a right angle to the ball, amplifying the spin. To execute such a shot requires exceptional sensitivity to rotation and timing, Rinji analyzed. So, this shot is solely within Marui-senpai's capabilities? Not entirely. If anyone else could master it, it would be. Rinji glanced towards Tamagawa Yoshio, known for his adeptness with lobs. With concentrated practice, he could indeed replicate this technique. What do you think, Yagyu? Marui smirked, a hint of pride in his expression. Yagyu had to concede. That was indeed an impressive shot. The innovation behind Marui and Appo's lob solidified his reputation as a genius. One more shot, and I shall conclude this, Marui declared, grinning. I have not yet surrendered, Yagyu responded as they resumed play. Yagyu took the initiative, serving first, and swiftly approached the net. Marui refrained from executing the genius fishing move, opting instead for a standard spinning lob. As anticipated, Yagyu appeared to have foreseen this, retreating in pursuit. At the moment the ball bounced, he executed a backhand return. Was he onto me? Marui smiled faintly. Why didn't Marui-senpai utilize that move earlier, even when he had the chance? Akaya inquired curiously. Leaf elucidated, that's because Marui and Appo's arm strength wasn't sufficient to reach that distance. He was merely testing the waters. Indeed, Marui's technique required his opponent to deliver a deep topspin ball to effectively leverage his strength. Rinji nodded, providing further insight. Yukimura admired the play, smiling knowingly. I suspect he drew inspiration from Akaya and Yagyu's earlier match. However, this means Yagyu can no longer effectively limit Marui's approach to the net, said Nayo, chuckling. Boom. Marui triumphed. The score, now 3-1. Applause erupted from the audience, celebrating the match and congratulating Marui on his growth. Next time, I shan't yield so easily. Yagyu adjusted his glasses. I look forward to it, Marui replied, blowing another large bubble. The final pairing of the first round was set, Kuwahara versus Tamagawa Yoshio. Once again, it was a face-off between a third-year and a second-year student. Kuwahara, don't falter, Marui encouraged, patting Kuwahara's shoulder as he passed by. Rest assured, I will guide him well. Kuwahara nodded confidently as he strode onto the court. At that moment, Yukimura turned to Tamagawa with eager anticipation and said, Show me your true strength. Let me witness the present you. Why yes, Tamagawa replied, feeling a surge of tension under Yukimura's expectant gaze. Chapter 50. The evolution of Tamagawa. Upon their entry onto the court, the two shook hands. Tamagawa, displaying a hint of shyness, smiled and said, I look forward to your guidance. Sugawara nodded in acknowledgement. Let us begin. Each retreated to their respective baseline, with Tamagawa serving first. The sound of the ball echoed as he launched a slow, spinning serve, focusing more on rotation. Oh, not bad at all, Akaya exclaimed, filled with excitement. It's just the beginning. Let us see how much he has improved, Ye Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Sugawara responded, evidently surprised by the intense spin. During their prior training sessions, Tamagawa had not exhibited such a level of skill. It seemed he had indeed begun to take the match seriously. Both players engaged near the baseline, predominantly aiming to keep their opponent confined to their side of the court. Tamagawa understood well that this was not the preferred style of play for the Wolf, Sugawara, who excelled at net play and whose volleys were exceptionally powerful. Yet, he had not attempted a single volley thus far, indicating that Sugawara was not playing to his full potential. Tamagawa felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, he stepped forward and took the initiative to approach the net, a move that was not typical of his usual strategy, which appeared rather peculiar. The two seemed to have exchanged roles. Interesting, Ye Feng observed with a slight smile. The unpredictability of the match was evident from the start, and spectators were curious to see how much Tamagawa had truly transformed. With a resounding strike, Sugawara maintained his usual level of play, striving to send the ball deep into Tamagawa and Appo's court. In response to the incoming shot, Tamagawa spread his arms wide and prepared his swing. Don't underestimate me, senior, he declared, executing a powerful forehand that completely overpowered Sugawara. The score was now 1-0. For the second serve, Sugawara's demeanor shifted as he prepared to serve. Ha! He exclaimed, taking a step forward, positioning himself near the center line. However, this also left him vulnerable, a precarious choice. Seizing the opportunity, Tamagawa struck a high-speed spinning lob. As the ball ascended, Sugawara swiftly positioned himself beneath it, his eyes filled with determination. He executed a backhand strike aimed diagonally. Tamagawa instinctively rushed forward, losing some balance as he managed to return a half volley, inadvertently providing Sugawara an opening to advance to the net. At the moment the ball arrived, Sugawara's muscles tensed in anticipation. Boom! The sound of his powerful shot reverberated, resembling cannon fire as it ricocheted, leaving no chance for Tamagawa to counter. Sugawara's volley seemed even more formidable than before. Recently, Sugawara has significantly intensified his strength training, with all metrics improving by at least 80%, Renji noted. Meanwhile, Marui, watching with a beaming smile, remarked, Sugawara is inherently one of the finest counterattackers. His volleying skills are a threat even to me. Now that the score was tied, the pressure shifted back to Tamagawa. If he could not devise a strategy to counter Sugawara's volleys, he risked losing this match. Before serving, Tamagawa inhaled deeply, murmuring, volleys. Volleys. He released the ball, delivering a swift serve to the outer court. Sugawara quickly reached the ball's landing point and struck it with powerful forehand. Tamagawa responded without hesitation, once again opting to approach the net. The spectators were intrigued by Tamagawa's intentions, knowing that he was generally less skilled at net play compared to Sugawara. After Sugawara returned the shot, he too charged toward the net, leading to an exchange of volleys. Right side. Sugawara suddenly spotted an opening, aiming for a passing shot. Yet, in that instant, Tamagawa anticipated his move and positioned himself in front of Sugawara. What? Sugawara gasped in surprise, instinctively redirecting his shot. Tamagawa had already foreseen this, pivoting to deliver a precise backhand down the line. Sugawara struggled to respond, nearly losing his balance as he bent low to make contact. Seizing the moment, Tamagawa showed no mercy. I'm sorry, senior. With a beautifully executed forehand volley, he placed the ball into Sugawara's weaker side. The score was now 2-1. Did he really just win a net exchange against Sugawara? Tamagawa's perception, reflexes, and adaptability had evidently improved. Data indicated that Tamagawa's performance metrics had surged by 120% within a month. Nani. Renji's revelation astonished everyone. A more than doubling of his capabilities was no trivial matter. At that moment, Tamagawa exuded an aura of unwavering confidence. Senior, let us finish this. Sugawara, somewhat intimidated by Tamagawa's resolve, felt a tremor of uncertainty as he prepared to serve, unsure if it stemmed from excitement or fear of Tamagawa's newfound spirit. Taking a breath, Sugawara steadied himself and served. Although his shot remained consistent, Tamagawa's posture was markedly different, suggesting a new technique. Huh, he exclaimed, unleashing a powerful forehand. The quality of his strength and spin was remarkable. Sugawara, undeterred, met the challenge head-on, and the two engaged in a fierce battle at the baseline. Suddenly, Tamagawa's white hair billowed as he swung upward, delivering a super-speed, spinning lob. The ball descended like a star falling from the heavens, crashing into the corner of the baseline with pinpoint accuracy. It barely bounced, spinning on the ground until it came to a halt. His lob technique has also evolved. Spectators noted, realizing that Tamagawa was progressing toward a higher level of play. As the match concluded, Tamagawa emerged victorious with a score of 3-1. The team's training selection process progressed swiftly through 3 rounds. Now, the final results are announced. First round matches: Ye Feng vs. Sanada Kenichiro, 3-0. Kikamura Seishi vs. Nio Masaharu, 3-0. Yenrenji vs. Kahara Akaya, 2-3. Yagyu Hiroshi vs. Marui Bunta, 1-3. Wolf Sugawara vs. Tamagawa Yoshio, 1-3. Second round matches: Ye Feng vs. Kikamura Seishi, 3-1. Sanada Kenichiro vs. Kahara Akaya, 3-0. Lu Lian vs. Marui Bunta, 3-1. Lu Shangbai Lu Shi vs. Hulang Sang Yuan, 3-2. Renwang Yaji vs. Yuchuan Liang Xiong, 3-1. Third round grouping: Ye Feng vs. Chia Yuan Chi Yi, 3-0. Xing Si Yuan Jing Shi vs. Yuchuan Liang Xiong, 3-0. Jin Decian E Lang vs. Marui Bunta, 3-0. Lu Lian vs. Hulang Sang Yuan, 3-0. Lu Shangbai Lu Shi vs. Renwang Yaji, 1-3. Chapter 51. The first match commences final point differential rankings. First, Ye Feng 8. Second, Xingsuan Jingji 6. Third, Zanata Shinichiro 6. Fourth, Lu Lian 5. Fifth, Renwang Yenji 4. Sixth, Wani Wentai 4. Seventh, Yuchuan Liangxiong 2. Eighth, Xie Yuan Chi Yi 1. Ninth, Lu Shangbai Lu Shi 1. 10th, Hulang Sang Yuan 0. Based on the rankings, the following players will compete in tomorrow's matches. Singles 3, Zanata Shinichiro. Doubles 2, Wani Wentai and Yuchuan Liangxiong. Singles 2, Xingsuan Jingji. Doubles 1, Lu Lian and Renwang Yenji. Singles 1, Ye Feng. The remaining individuals will serve as cheerleaders. After announcing the results, Ye Feng approached Inoue. Thank you for your hard work. Inoue scratched his head, smiling shyly. Not at all. I must thank you for allowing me to witness such an excellent match. The strength of your team, Rikkai, truly lives up to its reputation. Ye Feng smiled gently and turned to Shizaki beside him, asking, So, did you capture any satisfactory shots? Ah, let me check, Shizaki stammered, her heart racing as Ye Feng drew near. Inoue, puzzled, inquired, Shizaki, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? No, perhaps it and Appos. It's just too hot here. Shizaki quickly explained, fanning herself with a smile, her mind racing with thoughts. What is happening? Why am I captivated by this middle schooler's gaze? Yet he is undeniably handsome. With those clear eyes reflecting a maturity beyond his years, it's truly astonishing. If only I were younger. Oh dear, what am I thinking? While Shizaki was lost in her musings, Ye Feng had already engaged Inoue in a discussion about the upcoming details. The following day, Rikkai and Appos' first round match commenced. Their opponents, Higashi Junior High, remained as arrogant as ever, exuding an air of invincibility. However, they were set to face Sanada in the first match. One could only wonder if they should laugh or cry. With the insights gained from the previous day, Ye Feng harbored a singular intention, to ensure Higashi Junior High scored not a single point. Before the match began, Ye Feng addressed the entire team. I have but one thing to say, we must not concede a single point. Yes. The entire Rikkai team replied in unison. Rikkai Zanata faces Higashi's Tian Renji. The match for singles 3 is about to commence. Meanwhile, on another court, The Ice Emperor's match was underway. In the stands, Inoue accompanied Shizaki to watch the game. Once the players from both teams took the court, Ye Feng settled comfortably into the coach's seat. Rikkai will triumph. Rikkai will triumph. Rikkai will triumph. The cheerleading squad's voices resonated throughout the venue. Michiko led the Rikkai substitutes in fervent cheers. Even Chi Yi, Lu Sheng, and Hu Lang joined in, standing at the front row, waving their pom-poms. Why must we join the cheerleading squad? Chi Yi asked, looking down at his attire, embarrassed. Because we lost the match. Lu Xing responded, his glasses glinting in the light. But this outfit is a bit much, Hu Lang remarked shyly, bouncing slightly. At that moment, the three wore white tank tops on their upper bodies, appearing relatively normal, but below, they donned cheerleading skirts that were quite flamboyant. Michiko clasped her hands apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were joining the cheer squad, so I couldn't prepare anything. I don't want to stay here anymore. Chi exclaimed, eager to flee. However, a single glance from Ye Feng made him swallow his words. Come on, let us go. Rikkai will triumph. Rikkai will triumph. At this moment, the players from both teams stood at center court for a pre-match greeting. Only Tian Renji from Higashi Jr. High let out a maniacal laugh. Oh? You are Rikkai's vice-captain? Haha. I will easily defeat you. Zanata remained indifferent, replying. What are you saying? I will ensure this match concludes swiftly. Tian Renji, irritated, clenched his fists, ready to make the first move. Hey, this fatso is so arrogant. Chi shouted, visibly annoyed. What did you say? Tian Renji retorted, turning to intimidate Chi. Fatso, do you think I'm afraid of you? Chi shouted back defiantly. Just then, the captain of Higashi Junior High, Mushoyang Shilang, calmly stepped forward. Rikkai, I advise you not to act rashly. We have all trained in Okinawan martial arts. Shall we begin the match? Ye Feng looked toward the referee. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Mushoyang Shilang's forehead. In that fleeting moment, he sensed danger. Glancing at the tree behind him, he noticed a playing card. The King of Spades, pinned to it. A small mark appeared on the right side of Mushoyang Shilang's cheek. Ye Feng's display instantly silenced the Higashi players. In a decisive game, Rikkai and Appos, as Zanata served. Let us finish this swiftly. Zanata tossed the ball into the air. As it descended, he struck it with precision. Bang. 15-0. Tian Renji was caught off guard, sweat beading on his forehead as he stared at the ball's landing point in astonishment. By the time he turned back to Zanata, he was already preparing for the second serve. What was that? An invisible swing? Truly frightening. Tian Renji, focus. Don't be intimidated, urged his teammates from Higashi Junior High. Tian Renji concentrated, determined to see clearly once more. But in a flash, the ball had landed in his court. 30-0, 40-0. The game concluded with Zanata leading 1-0, having secured 4 consecutive aces. The Higashi team was left speechless. Their previous bravado vanished in an instant. Even Mushoyang Shilang fell silent. As the players switched sides, Tian Renji feigned calmness, saying, I'll let you win that game. Now I will be serious. Zanata remained silent, knowing such bravado was merely laughable. Meanwhile, the Higashi team regained their composure. That's right. Tian Renji, unleash your big explosion. Show this guy your strength. Encouraged by his teammates, Tian Renji felt exhilarated. Standing at the baseline, he grinned, ready to unleash his ultimate move against Zanata. Humph, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, Ye Feng thought, observing Higashi's demeanor with a smirk of disdain. Chapter 52 Effortless Victory. The players of Higa Junior High had yet to comprehend the monstrous opponent they were up against, mistakenly perceiving themselves as the strong ones. Perhaps this misplaced confidence was deserving of commendation, but it was, in reality, nothing more than foolish self-aggrandizement. Tian Renji stood at the baseline, deliberately tossing the ball high. Could such a large figure truly leap so high? It was indeed remarkable. In that moment, Tian Renji and Appos' vertical leap astonished many. Boom. He struck the ball with tremendous force, akin to a powerful smash delivered from great heights. The ball seemed to explode with tremendous power. However, as it descended, Zanata had already begun his swing. The strength was commendable, but alas, it was merely strength. Thud. With an effortless stroke, the ball was sent flying to the other side with doubled force. Just as Tian Renji was about to react, the ball had already struck the back wall and ceased to bounce. He had thought that his explosive serve would secure a decisive advantage and maintain his service game. But in that moment, he was dealt a significant blow. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The members of Higa Junior High looked on in terror, utterly bewildered. Was this truly the vice-captain of Rikkai, Sanada Janikura? Munehisa Yashiru furrowed his brow, sensing an extraordinary aura. This powerful presence was indeed astonishing. Now, Tianrenji had to face such a formidable opponent. He had assumed that starting against a player of such caliber would impose pressure on his adversary, significantly increasing the chances of winning the match while safeguarding his service game. Yet, everything had turned upside down. Sanada's prowess was not only evident in his service game but also in his ability to break serve, equally formidable. "Chief, are we miscalculating?" Chinen asked nervously. "Not yet. If this continues, even Sanada might struggle." Munehisa gritted his teeth, still confident in his team's strength. Bang. 30-0. Sanada scored again. Such serves posed no threat. Well done. This is how one should intimidate the opponent. The representative team from Okinawa would ultimately return home in defeat. Ye Feng murmured, then glanced aside. In this match, Higa Junior High had another coach overseeing the proceedings. He appeared equally portly and adorned with a garish golden necklace, exuding an air of tackiness. Damn it, impossible. How could my explosive serve lose? Tianrenji began to feel agitated. Tianrenji, calm down. Munehisa admonished loudly. Tianrenji managed to regain some composure, yet he still struggled to accept the unfolding outcome. He tossed the ball once more, resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the Great Explosion. Boom. It must be said, this serve was indeed a grand spectacle. Unfortunately for Sanada, it was merely another serve. Thud. The ball whizzed past Tianrenji's feet, evading any chance of being returned. The invisible swing of the racket was sufficient to leave Tianrenji utterly lost, unable to anticipate the ball and Oppo's trajectory. In that moment, he became disoriented and bewildered, resembling a bumbling clown on the court, continuously serving yet remaining utterly frozen. Thud. It was over. The game concluded. Sanada of Rikkai emerged victorious with a score of 6-0. It was an effortless triumph. Such an opponent posed no threat to Sanada, who had not even needed to exert his full strength. The two sides took a 5-minute break. Next up was the second doubles match. The opposing teams sent out Chinen and Hirabayashi, while the second doubles for Rikkai comprised Marui and Tamagawa. Before the match commenced, the two approached Ye Feng. There was nothing more to say. The mantra remained unchanged. Not a single point could be dropped. Understood. Ye Feng and Oppo's exhortation incited palpable irritation in the opposing coach, who felt belittled and rose, his eyes gleaming with menace. "Hey, you from Rikkai, you're rather arrogant." Ye Feng replied with a calm smile. "Is there an issue?" In a battle of glares, the opponent found themselves utterly outmatched by Ye Feng's composure. After just 2 seconds of staring, they instinctively averted their gaze. Soon, the players took to the court. Chinen had previously put forth an impressive performance against Rokaku, and Hirabayashi appeared to possess some unique techniques that could challenge Tamagawa. Ye Feng quietly evaluated the situation in his mind. Now, the second doubles match was set to commence, with Chinen serving for Higa Junior High. Chinen glared ahead, dismissive. "Humph. This match will be repaid tenfold. Watch me." The ball sped forth, a high-quality outside serve. Yet, Tamagawa returned it effortlessly, having already anticipated its trajectory and awaited its landing. However, it seemed Hirabayashi was preparing something significant. Akaya, observing from the sidelines, questioned, "What is that posture?" Kawahara explained, "It resembles a technique from Okinawan martial arts. It seems he is about to unleash a special move." Rice scoop. In an instant, the ball transformed into a yellow-green beam, hurtling straight toward Tamagawa. While it appeared to be a straightforward return, as Tamagawa swung to hit it, the ball's spin abruptly altered, twisting midair in an odd manner and bypassing him, traveling behind. Thud. The ball seemed to be under remote control, deftly evading the opponent. Not so fast. Tamagawa refused to concede. As the ball descended, he swiftly retreated 2 steps and, at the last moment, executed a high lob. Huh. He returned it directly? Hirabayashi was astonished, having never before witnessed someone counter this move on their first attempt. He stood momentarily stunned. Chinen quickly pursued the ball, delivering a powerful backhand diagonal strike. Alas, Marui smiled slightly, having already anticipated this opportunity at the net. A superb interception sent the ball back to the opponent and Oppo's side. The ball gently bounced several times at the net, offering no chance for a return. 15-0. Akaya leaped with excitement. "Haha, well done, Marui-senpai." The wolf smiled subtly, noting Marui's spirited performance today. The match was almost entirely under Rikkai's control. Despite the opponent's peculiar techniques, they posed no real threat. This match, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would be won effortlessly, just like the previous one. Chapter 53. despairing strength bang. The round concludes, and the score stands at 1-0 in favor of Rikkai Dai. Minister, Rikkai Dai is truly formidable. What should we do? Are we destined to lose? It seems hopeless, murmured the players. Although the spin of the spoon serve was intense, they regrettably encountered Rikkai Dai. Had they faced another school, they might have had a chance to achieve something remarkable. However, Rikkai Dai is under the guidance of the devilish coach, Ye Feng. Each player has endured the torment of his overwhelming spin, rendering them fearless in the face of such challenges. Yet, it seems the opposing team has no intention of surrendering. Chinomiya, I am about to employ that move, Pingu Chang declared with a furrowed brow. Clearly, this was a tactic he was reluctant to utilize lightly, indicating it was a laborious maneuver. Chinomiya nodded in agreement, acknowledging the strength of their adversaries. After a deep breath, both sides switched courts. Yutakawa's serve was once again a high-quality outside spin. With his towering physique and exceptional mobility, Chinomiya was unperturbed by this serve. Let me give you a taste of hardship. Chinomiya swiftly moved to the net, appearing as though he had leapt forward in a single bound. However, Marui and Appo's return was directed to the opposite side. Just as I anticipated, Pingu Chang exclaimed exuberantly, having been prepared. His movements became more pronounced, as if he were gathering some hidden strength. At the moment the ball bounced, his arm unleashed its power, striking the ball at a point closer to the center, creating immense friction that endowed the shot with a more profound spin. Great spoon serve. The spin of this ball was already pronounced by the time it crossed the halfway mark. Has it begun to change so quickly? Marui readied himself to receive the ball. Yet, its alteration was strangely deceptive, a significant upgrade from the previous spin. Pingu Chang exuded confidence, proclaiming, this spin is 3 times stronger than the spoon serve. Marui failed to return the ball. Bang! The ball landed behind him, bouncing up with new variations. Nevertheless, Yutakawa was more assured regarding the spin, especially as he had prepared more thoroughly from the back, observing with clarity. Not a problem, senpai, Yutakawa said, drawing back his racket. He struck the ball from below. What? He countered with a high lob, utilizing the spin from the great spoon serve. At that moment, Pingu Chang stood frozen, unable to believe such a move could be countered, especially by Yutakawa's return, which had produced this effect. Don't dawdle, Pingu Chang. Chinomiya rushed in to retrieve the ball, but it was easily returned by Marui. 15-0. The shift in mentality made it difficult for Pingu Chang to maintain control. With their current performance, they posed no threat. Having lost, his move was so effortlessly countered. Rikkai Dai. Even Mikut Ishiro had to acknowledge such defeat. The match concluded with Rikkai Dai victorious, the score being 6-0. At this moment, the surrounding audience was left utterly stunned. Hey, Higa Junior High didn't score a single point. Rikkai Dai remained as formidable as ever, incomparable to their opponents. Meeting Rikkai Dai so early in the competition assured their elimination. The spectators' discussions irked the Higa Junior High team, but the outcome left them with no rebuttal. The upcoming singles match would pit Higa Junior High and Appo's Kaiji Yujiro against the divine child, Yukimura. Even the perpetually confident Kaiji felt a sense of trepidation. Yukimura Seiichi, since entering junior high, had maintained an impeccable record, never losing a match or even conceding a single point. Mikut Ishiro gazed solemnly towards Rikkai Dai's bench. The gravity of the situation unsettled everyone. The implications of never having lost a point were clear to all. Thus far, Rikkai Dai's players had also not conceded a single point in their matches. Even Yutakawa, who had only recently joined Rikkai Dai's starting lineup, boasted a perfect record. All of Rikkai Dai's starting players possessed national-level prowess. With a glance at Kaiji, Mikut Ishiro advised, give it your all. The next match was about to commence. Higa Junior High's Kaiji Yujiro versus Rikkai Dai's Yukimura Seiichi. Yukimura approached Ye Feng, squinting with a smile. Minister, do you have anything to say to me? Yukimura, when did you start cracking jokes? Ye Feng chuckled. Yukimura gracefully made his way onto the court, maintaining his usual demeanor. Look at Yukimura, casually draped in his jacket. How nonchalant he appears. Even Yukimura had relinquished the position of minister. Just how formidable is Ye Feng? The audience could hardly fathom Rikkai Dai's growing strength. Winning this match would guarantee Rikkai Dai's advancement. Yukimura initiated the serve. No matter if you are a divine child or a heavenly being, I will show you. Bang. 15-0. Before Kaiji could finish his sentence, the ball zipped past his feet. How fast? Yukimura Seiichi is indeed as formidable as his reputation. It was simply astonishing. Rikkai Dai, guaranteed victory. Rikkai Dai, guaranteed victory. Rikkai Dai, guaranteed victory. At this crucial moment, the cheerleaders rallied fervently, increasing the pressure on Higa Junior High. Kaiji Yujiro furrowed his brow, sensing immense pressure. Suddenly, he altered his grip on the racket, holding the handle upwards, seemingly placing the racket face behind him. This unconventional grip was intriguing. Inoue-senpai, have you seen such a grip before? Shizari inquired. No, this is my first encounter, Inoue replied, shaking his head. On the court, Yukimura paid no mind to this attention-grabbing change, merely stating, fancy ideas are but the self-deceit of the weak. Bang. 30-0, 40-0. The round concluded. Rikkai Dai led 1-0. Kaiji had no opportunity to strike, losing the round outright. As they switched sides, Kaiji appeared undeterred. At the moment of serve, he quickly altered his grip once more. Yukimura smiled faintly. Bang. The ball shot straight down the forehand line. Kaiji immediately accelerated, exuding confidence. Humph, behold my pirate's horn. With this strike, Kaiji impacted the ball with the bottom of his racket. The spin was utilized, and the forceful hit at the center created a distortion. The ball's impact was enhanced, making the spin even more challenging to predict. This tactic was indeed somewhat unconventional. However, to Yukimura, it was merely a flashy display. Rinji adjusted his glasses, calmly analyzing the situation. Bang. 15-0. Once again, it was instantaneously countered. Chapter 54. The oppressive abyss. The match concluded with a resounding victory for Rikkai University. The score standing at 6-0. With this triumph, Rikkai has secured advancement to the next round. Subsequent matches are of little consequence, even a forfeit would suffice. Nevertheless, the opposing team appeared undeterred and spirited. Rikkai, naturally, was prepared to engage fully. Yet, it seemed their doubles players were lacking, as one unexpectedly withdrew mid-match. This left only the final match to be played. Oh, the moment has finally arrived for Captain Ye Feng to make his debut. On the other side, Mukai Aishir exuded confidence. In the stands, Inoue remarked, Mukai Aishir, do not underestimate this opponent. He dominated the Okinawa circuit this year, earning the moniker the Killer. Killer? That is not a title typically bestowed upon a tennis player, Jishaori interjected. As the doubles match was about to commence, both teams took to the court. Well, go. Young Master Ye Feng, victory is yours. Michiko cheered enthusiastically. Amid her fervent support, Chiye and the others discreetly slipped away to the side. Snap. Ye Feng snapped his fingers, and the cheers of the crowd fell silent. Mukai Aishir suddenly raised his racket and swung down with lightning speed. The racket hovered over Ye Feng's shoulder, and Mukai's gaze was filled with fierce determination. As the new captain of Rikkai, I have not heard of your reputation. I hope your skills are worthy of your title. Rest assured, I will satisfy your expectations, Ye Feng replied with a confident smile. Both players retreated to the baseline for Mukai's serve. Both wielded their left hands, resembling a duel between left-handed tennis players. Bang! An outside spin serve. Ye Feng, unhurried, positioned himself perfectly at the drop zone. Oh, your return seems quite powerful. Ye Feng remarked with a subtle smile. He increased the force of his return slightly. Thud. The two exchanged shots, creating a palpable stalemate. However, in an instant, Ye Feng altered his swing, drawing back slightly more than before. Boom. Stop posturing, I am. Mukai Aishir, upon receiving the ball, felt an overwhelming pressure intensifying on his racket face. He was compelled to grip the racket with both hands, barely managing to return the ball. The trajectory was evidently skewed. The force significantly diminished. Observing this feeble shot, Ye Feng shook his head. Still inadequate. Bang. 15-0. What just happened? Is the captain of Rikkai truly that powerful? Look closely. The spectators focused intently on Ye Feng and Appo's moment of exertion, noting the muscles in his arm bulging. It was undoubtedly a finely sculpted physique, incomparable to an ordinary middle school student. Inoue could not help but marvel at this display of strength. From a young age, Ye Feng had undergone systematic tennis training, even receiving guidance from world-class professional players. Since then, he had been honing his physique. In essence, Ye Feng had been training for over a decade. Jishaori gasped, covering her mouth. Inoue nodded, indeed. And the intensity of his training far surpasses that of ordinary players. Many professionals would struggle to endure such rigors, yet he has never faltered. Impressive. No wonder he could so effortlessly become the captain of Rikkai. Jishaori quickly captured a few close-up shots of Ye Feng. The match had turned decidedly one-sided. Ye Feng secured the first game. As they switched sides, Mukai Aishir cast a sidelong glance at Ye Feng. I advise you to prepare yourself. I am willing to employ any means necessary to secure victory. Is that so? Let us see if you can handle my shots, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. The second game commenced. Tap, tap, tap. Ye Feng prepared to serve. As he grasped the ball, he glanced at his opponent and casually warned, "I advise you to remain stationary." "What did you say?" With a shout, he unleashed the ball, which exhibited extraordinary deformation, clearly compressed by immense force, absorbing all kinetic energy. Boom! A beam of light sped past, rendering it nearly invisible. The court bore a distinct mark. 10, 15-0. Even the referee felt a wave of trepidation. Captain Ye Feng. That serve and amp, Oppo's, speed surpasses any prior shot, does it not? Tamagawa murmured. The speed reached 228 km/h, a level typically seen among professionals, Rinch reported, holding the speed counter. At that moment, all of Rikkai stood in stunned silence. Even they were oblivious to how much power Ye Feng truly possessed. Mukai Aishir remained rooted to the spot, even his feet reluctant to budge. The team from Higashi High School was drenched in cold sweat. Is this the true Ye Feng? Jishari quickly snapped more close-ups. No. This is merely a fraction of his ability, in no way commented. Are you still capable? Ye Feng inquired, preparing for another serve. Mukai Aishir. His teammates called out, hoping to rouse their captain from his stupor. At that moment, Mukai snapped back to reality, panting heavily, his brow furrowed in concentration, yet his tone remained steadfastly confident. Your serve is indeed swift, but such speed has a drawback. You cannot maintain it indefinitely. Is that so? Ye Feng replied with a nonchalant smile, then served once more. Bang! Rinch recorded the data, 229 km/h, even faster than before. Another serve followed. It has reached 230. The final serve, even quicker, 231. The round concluded. Rikkai leading 2-0. Mukai Aishir was utterly bewildered. Such rapid serves, controlled with such precision, and they continued to escalate. This was a level of skill he had never witnessed, nor anticipated facing. In this oppressive atmosphere, despair began to creep into Mukai and Oppo's heart, leading him to question his own abilities in tennis. What was happening to him? As it was Mukai and Oppo's turn to serve, he remained completely still. Yukimura analyzed. He is likely overwhelmed by Ye Feng and Oppo's prowess. This unprecedented sense of pressure and the disparity in strength has instilled a fear of tennis within him, eroding his fighting spirit. Sanada cast a sidelong glance at Yukimura, remarking, "That sentiment seems somewhat familiar to your own tennis." Upon hearing this, Yukimura shook his head. No. Ye Feng instills an overwhelming sense of fear in his opponents purely through his absolute prowess, akin to a descent into an abyss. In contrast, my deprivation of the five senses relies on a gradual application of technique to ensnare my adversaries in an escalating predicament. Strictly speaking, the kind of pressure he exerts is far more terrifying. As the match concluded, due to the forfeiture of Mikigami Yoshiro from the Mahama High School, Ye Feng of Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku emerged victorious. Chapter 55. The new face of Ice Emperor after Rikkai University achieved a resounding victory over Higa Junior High. Ice Emperor also advanced with an unblemished record. This outcome signified that the two teams would meet in the next round. The prowess of Ice Emperor appeared to have undergone substantial enhancement. Securing victory without any hesitation, they displayed remarkable strength. Post-match, Ice Emperor and Rikkai crossed paths. With a hint of smugness, Jibu walked ahead, offering a sly smile. Ye Feng, you'd best prepare for elimination the day after tomorrow. The current Ice Emperor is not the same as before. Is that so? Ye Feng replied with a faint smile. It's not just Ice Emperor that has grown stronger. Let our abilities speak for themselves in the match. With that, both sides departed, not lingering any longer. As night fell, everyone returned to their quarters to rest. Filled with anticipation for the impending match, Ye Feng was eager to personally gauge the extent of Jibu's growth. Unable to sleep, he rose and made his way to the tactical analysis room. The moment he flicked on the light, he sensed someone had followed him. Turning around, he was startled to find it was Lu Lianair. Lianair, why do you appear so mysteriously? Ye Feng inquired, somewhat taken aback. I merely saw the captain coming, and I wanted to check if you needed assistance. Lianair replied with narrowed eyes. Oh, nothing of the sort. I was simply contemplating the lineup for the day after tomorrow, Ye Feng stated, as he approached the board to jot down the names of both teams. The first position to confirm was the singles. Based on previous encounters, Jibu would certainly take the first singles match, so Ye Feng assigned that position to himself. Lianair, who do you think Ice Emperor and Oppo's second singles player will be? Ye Feng turned to ask, but at that moment, he suddenly lost sight of Lianair. The surroundings were eerily empty, leaving him alone. He wondered when Lianair had departed. Just as he was about to make a decision on his own, a voice floated from behind him. Perhaps the opponent might employ an unexpected strategy. Ashiba. Ye Feng turned around and shot Lian Air an irritated glance, saying, "Could you refrain from appearing so mysteriously?" Lian Air had written the name Kawada Takahiro on the whiteboard. It was evident that he believed Ice Emperor would send Kawada for the second singles match. This aligned perfectly with Ye Feng's own thoughts. Reflecting on the storyline he was familiar with, he deduced that if Ice Emperor were to face Seishin Academy, it would result in a showdown between Tezuka and Kawada. In this battle, Ice Emperor sought to employ an unconventional strategy to clinch victory. Kawada, on the other hand, aspired to make a breakthrough to alleviate pressure. Consequently, the third singles would likely still be Nanju Yuji. This implied that despite the differences on their side, Ice Emperor might adopt the same tactics against Rikkai that they would against Seishin. However, in a stricter sense, the true masters within Ice Emperor were rather few. Achieving victory over Rikkai with an unconventional strategy would be significantly more challenging than against Seishin. As for the third singles, Sanada would undoubtedly prevent Nanju from advancing. The three singles matches would certainly be secured. The strength of Sanada and Yukimura was unmatched, with no one else in Ice Emperor, aside from Jibu, possessing the qualifications to challenge them. With this in mind, Ye Feng could not help but smile with confidence. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as we unleash our full power, Ice Emperor remains a formidable yet conquerable opponent. Let Sanada experience Kawada's tenacity, and let Nanju feel the might of the Son of God. Meanwhile, as Ye Feng was finalizing the lineup, the rest of Ice Emperor, apart from Jibu, was buzzing with excitement, unable to sleep. They yearned for more training to maintain their fiery momentum. First, Fu and Ahito, followed by Nanju and Hinata. Even Shitru was found dozing at the edge of the court. The court was enveloped in darkness as the lights dimmed. It seems everyone shares the same thought. Ahito mused with a smile. Seems like only that guy is absent, Nanju remarked. In just a day, they would face Rikkai, a formidable adversary. Indeed. Each of them is strong. Defeating them won't be easy, but I still desire victory. At that moment, a figure emerged atop the platform. All team members are present. How could the captain possibly be absent? Are you afraid of the night? The team turned towards the familiar voice that echoed. Then I shall transform it into day, came the reply. With a clap, the lights illuminated the court as bright as day. The players gazed in astonishment at the figure standing high above. Clad in a red suit, Jibu Kyuga flashed a devilish smile. Kawada. Yes. Jibu turned to take a bouquet of vibrant red roses from Kawada. Etch this deeply into your memory. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the flowers into the air. The petals scattered gracefully, the gentle breeze causing them to fall slowly, akin to a rain of blossoms. Everyone looked up, entranced by the descent of the petals, savoring the beauty of the moment and the thrill in their hearts. This evening marked the commencement of the path to glory for Ice Emperor Academy. The curtain was raised on Chapter 2. Jibu threw his head back in wild laughter, overflowing with pride. Under this atmosphere, the team was swept up in an uncontrollable excitement. Ice Emperor's determination shone in each pair of eyes, with an intensified belief in victory surging within their hearts. At this moment, Ice Emperor had undoubtedly undergone a profound transformation. Perhaps they would indeed pose a significant challenge and threat to Rikkai. On the other hand, Ye Feng suddenly sneezed, as if sensing something. Captain, I believe it's getting late. You should rest early, Lian Air suggested before departing. Ye Feng, too, opted not to linger and returned to his room. A day sped by swiftly. The day of the match soon arrived. Both teams were assembled, and while awaiting Ice Emperor's entrance, they heard a familiar chant. The victors are Ice Emperor. The defeated are Rikkai. The victors are Ice Emperor. The defeated are Rikkai. Each match, Ice Emperor's cheering squad was resoundingly formidable. It could only be said that Jibu had allocated an ample budget, with over 200 club members present to offer their unwavering support. Even the typically boisterous Sakaya merely shrugged in disbelief, exclaiming, "Sigh, Ice Emperor and Oppos, as supporters are truly noisy." Yukimura, unfazed, simply smiled with narrowed eyes. It indeed feels like a home game for Ice Emperor. At that moment, the entire Ice Emperor team finally made their entrance. Chapter 56, The Emperor and Oppos. Suppression. Here they come. Outside the court, Tezuka leads all the starting players onto the stage. The current Ice Emperor, as one can discern from their expressions, is markedly different from before. With a confident and charming smile, Tezuka proclaims, "Let South take the court. The spectacle begins. Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor. Now, let the match between Ice Emperor Academy and Rikkai Daifuzoka commence." Both teams stand side by side, their gazes locked. each harboring an unwavering belief in victory. Coach Sakaki of Ice Emperor Academy surveys his team and delivers an address. Rikkai Dai has transformed since the last time you faced them. Their strength has significantly increased. Show your fervor for triumph, and victory shall belong to Ice Emperor. Yes. The team responds in unison. Nodding slightly, Coach Sakaki points to the right, indicating the first player, Nanazu. You may proceed. The referee announces. We are about to start the singles match between Ice Emperor Academy and Rikkai Dai Fuzoku. Play diligently, Sanada. Ye Feng encourages. Understood. After removing his jacket, Sanada steps onto the court. Nanazu adjusts his glasses, his eyes gleaming not with fear but with excitement. So, it's the vice-captain of Rikkai, Sanada Jiniker? The decisive game begins with Sanada serving. Sanada tosses the ball, subtly altering his preparation. Bang! Feng Changtao expresses concern. Such speed. I can barely see Sanada and Amp. Oppo's preparation. Tezuka, however, remains unfazed, offering a slight smile. This is merely child's play. Nanazu will not be easily subdued. At the moment the ball ascends, Nanazu discerns its trajectory. Such a thing cannot threaten me, he declares confidently. Sanada says little, positioning himself before the ball and Amp. Oppo's path. The two athletes engage in a back-and-forth exchange at the baseline. Their timing and returning skills impeccable. The spectators from Rikkai are taken aback by how effortlessly Nanazu can counter Sanada and Oppo's attacking play. It seems Ice Emperor and Oppo's strength has indeed amplified. Rinji remarks. Perhaps, but the victor will still be us. Ye Feng responds nonchalantly, then glances curiously to the other side. At that moment, Tezuka also looks over. And a brief spark ignites in the air as their eyes meet. Impressive strength, but Sanada's gaze sharpens, a glint of determination flashing in his hand. Boom. Rikkai Dai Fuzoku leads, 1-0. This time, it was a high-speed counterattack that left the ball invisible. The extent of Nanazu's improvement is evident. How swift. Rikkai's prowess remains formidable. He ponders. What should I do? This is too strong. Only the first point has elapsed, yet the Ice Emperor's supporters are already losing heart. For Nanazu, however, this is merely the beginning. An unusual aura begins to emanate from him. In that moment, his focus sharpens even further. Oh, it seems Nanazu has also entered a state of egolessness. How intriguing, Ye Feng muses. Nanazu tosses the ball high and delivers a powerful serve. Yet, for Sanada, this serve poses no threat. He responds with his swift return. This time, however, Nanazu's reaction is even quicker. He anticipates the ball's path and prepares to counter. Yet, his return appears unorthodox, unlike anything previously seen. Laser beam. Thud. 15-0. The speed of this shot surpasses even Sanada and Oppo's swift return, demonstrating formidable power. Nanazu has adopted an entirely different style, one he has never utilized before. Has he begun to alter his technique after entering the state of egolessness? Sanada ponders. Gaining a foundational understanding of the situation, then smirks disdainfully. Unfortunately, it seems you have misidentified your opponent, Nanazu. After conceding a point, Sanada becomes increasingly serious. Adjusting his cap, he prepares to receive the serve. This time, Nanazu's serve has undergone a transformation. A ball. Soulful. My heavy artillery serve. Feng Changtao exclaims. Delighted that Nanazu employs his technique. The speed of the shot is impressive. Thud. 30-0. Reaching a speed of 219 km/h, it is indeed an exceptional standard. As Rinji records. After losing another point, Sanada remains silent, readying himself for the next serve. Alright, let and Amp. Oppo's continue to score. Go, Nanazu. Defeat the Tennis Emperor. Victory belongs to Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor and Amp. Oppo's momentum swells, regaining the earlier fervor. However, the opposing team and Amp. Oppo's fervor does not sway Sanada and Amp. Oppo's composure. At this moment, Ye Feng turns to Akira and Tamagawa Yoshio, saying, Stop watching. Prepare for warm-ups. The match will conclude shortly. Isn't the vice-captain at a disadvantage? Akira questions. Initially keen to see Sanada's struggle. Ye Feng shakes his head with a smile. Stop with the nonsense. Such trivial tactics will not subdue Sanada. Boom. 30-15. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Sanada secures a point. The tide of the match shifts once more. Nanazu's serves lose their effectiveness. Sanada lifts his racket, pointing forward. At Rikkai, there are serves faster and stronger than yours. This level is no threat to me. Truly, Sanada is as imposing as ever. Rikkai Dai must win. Rikkai Dai must win. Rikkai Dai must win. Under Michiko's leadership, Rikkai's cheer squad begins to amplify their support. Nanaza grips his racket tightly, sensing an invisible pressure that makes him tremble with excitement. He tosses the ball high once more, adopting the same serving stance. Yet, the power in his arm reaches a new pinnacle. A ball. Soulful. This shot resembles a blazing fireball, leaving a trail as it grazes the net. Useless. Return to your side. Sanada's counterattack is like an inferno, advancing relentlessly. With an even fiercer flame, he overwhelms Nanaza's fiery resolve. Boom. 30-30. In that moment, Nanaza's conviction wavers. Even the state of egolessness dissipates in an instant. Without full concentration, maintaining such a state is impossible. At this moment, Nanazu finds himself mentally scattered due to Sanada's intense pressure. Although it is still early in the match, the outcome, as Ye Feng had predicted, is unlikely to change significantly. Nanazu. The entire Ice Emperor team watches Nanaza being suppressed, their hearts heavy with sympathy. Nanomiya muttered to himself, despite my relentless efforts in having reached such a level. Is it still insufficient? Sanada let out a dismissive snort and declared with authority, no matter how hard you strive, the status of Rikkai Daigaku remains unassailable. Chapter 57. The growth of both parties. As the match concluded, Rikkai Daigaku and Appos, as Sanada emerged victorious with a score of 6-0. Despite Anze Yushir and Appos' notable improvement, he was nonetheless overwhelmed by Sanada's absolute prowess. The once-spirited Ice Emperor began to fall silent, as such a crushing defeat left Anze unable to secure even a single point. This was indeed a significant blow to the Ice Emperor, who had initially harbored high hopes. What shall you do next? Ye Feng inquired, casting a glance towards Itobi. Rikkai and Appos' strength was undeniable, yet the Ice Emperor was not to be underestimated. Itobi, exuding confidence, glanced to the left. 5 minutes later, the match between Ice Emperor Academy and Rikkai Daigaku and Appos' second doubles team was set to commence. Anze Ryo and Kocho Taro versus Kahara Akaya and Tamagawa Yoshio. Both teams stepped onto the court brimming with confidence. In the midst of their warm-up, Akaya raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Don't take it lightly. Give it your all and excite me. Anze Ryo retorted, that and Appos' precisely what I intended to say. The teams took their respective positions. Ice Emperor and Appos' Kocho served first, determined to showcase his current prowess. Let them witness your strength now, Taro, Anze Ryo encouraged. He focused intently, preparing for the cheers that were sure to follow. As Kocho prepared for the serve, the anticipation lingered longer than usual. His gaze seems different, Ye Feng remarked. It appears he has a special trick up his sleeve. Yukimura mused with a slight smile. Launching the ball into the air, Kocho's form bent significantly, leaping higher than ever before. The serve unleashed was bound to possess formidable power. A ball, infused with spirit. Boom. A violent shockwave tore through the air, resembling a meteor descending from the heavens, igniting a blaze as it crossed the net, leaving a scorched mark in its wake. Akaya stood momentarily stunned by the incoming ball. Although he had previously faced Ye Feng and Appos' powerful serves, Kocho and Appos' delivery was equally formidable, enhanced by an extraordinary spin. Realizing the challenge ahead, Akaya chose to defend cautiously, gripping his racket with both hands for the return. Thud. However, the force bore down heavily on his racket, causing it to bow under the pressure. The immense force transmitted through his wrist was uncomfortable, and he feared injury if he continued resisting. Instinctively, Akaya relinquished his grip. Crack! The racket flew from his hands, skidding across the court before embedding itself into the protective barrier, a cloud of smoke rising from its heated spin. A hush fell over the crowd. Referee. It's time to score, Coach Sakaki of the Ice Emperor prompted. The referee regained focus. 10-15-0. Renji, that serve must have exceeded 220 kilometers h, right? Ye Feng queried, glancing to his left. 229 kilometers h, Renji responded calmly. Though slightly slower than your serve, the bounce adds significant pressure. Had Akaya not used both hands, we might have had to concede. Indeed, Akaya has matured. While he boasts confidently, he respects every opponent, Ye Feng praised. One could indeed witness Akaya's growth through such nuances. The former Akaya would never have employed a two-handed return from the outset. The unfolding match promised to be thrilling. What a spectacle! Renji chuckled. The second serve mirrored the first, catching everyone off guard. Not only Rikkai Daigaku was surprised by Kocho's enhanced serve, the Ice Emperor was equally astonished by Akaya's quick reaction. Once more, Akaya's racket was sent flying. The situation appeared bleak for Rikkai Daigaku. Yet Anze Ryo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What kind of training do Rikkai Daigaku undergo? They seem to intercept the ball so effortlessly, as the third and fourth balls were similarly unreturned. The round concluded with Ice Emperor leading 1-0. The team switched sides. As they passed each other, Akaya remarked to his teammates that serve was impressive. But the match has only just begun. Anze Ryo scoffed. Then let us secure the next points swiftly. In the second round, Akaya took the serve. The preparation time was brief, and his serve was swift, landing perfectly along the sideline. Yet Kocho received it effortlessly. Both sides engaged in a baseline rally. Suddenly, Akaya unleashed a straight shot. Let me handle this. Anze Ryo quickly positioned himself for the return. In that instant, Ye Feng felt a sense of déjà vu regarding Akaya and Oppo's stance. Thwack. The strike was powerful, with exaggerated spin. In mere moments, the ball was propelled with an intense rotational force, likely surpassing 2,000 revolutions per minute. Leave this to me. Akaya darted to the net, swapping positions with Tamagawa. However, as he prepared to strike, the ball bounced unexpectedly high off the ground, leaving no time for retaliation. 15-0. Hooray! The victor is Ice Emperor. The victor is Ice Emperor. The victor is Ice Emperor. The crowd erupted with excitement as Akaya's return ignited a fervor within the Ice Emperor team, as if victory was already within their grasp. Akaya glanced at the ball and Oppo's trajectory in the direction it had bounced, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, so it was a powerful topspin ball. Even if you comprehend it, you cannot intercept it. Anze Ryo exuded confidence. Is that so? Akaya turned to Tamagawa. Tamagawa, leave all his shots to me. Just manage the backcourt. Is that really okay? Tamagawa questioned, looking toward Ye Feng for reassurance. After all, in doubles, cooperation was paramount. Yet Akaya remained resolute. It's fine. I believe the captain is eager for my counterattack. With that, he glanced toward the sidelines. Ye Feng smiled gently, granting his approval with a wave. Affirmed. Akaya felt a surge of pride. Very well, let me impart some valuable lessons to you. Chapter 58. The suppression of Chiya upon the reserve. Chiya swiftly advanced to the net, intent on thwarting his opponent's offensive. He found himself in a direct confrontation with Akihito, their gazes colliding in a moment of electric intensity, as if the air around them crackled with a charred essence. Meanwhile, after exchanging several rallies with Taitaro, a precise forehand return allowed Akihito to seize an opportunity. He took a half-step back at the point of impact, drawing his racket back. With a forceful grunt, he unleashed a ball that spun with even greater intensity than before. Chiya, seizing the moment, prepared to intercept. Bang! Tap, tap, tap. Yet, at the instant of contact, the upward spin propelled the ball away at an astonishing speed. 30-0. This is intriguing. The rotation invigorates me further, Chiya mused, savoring the excitement that only manifested in his demonic form. Following another serve, Chiya employed the same tactic as before. Akihito, however, dismissed it with a scoff. Humph. Do you truly believe you can retaliate solely based on your own whims? Such naivety. Allow me to demonstrate. Chiya leapt upwards, harnessing the downward pressure to pull back his racket, aiming to suppress the formidable topspin he had generated. If the Ice Emperor's Jiro was renowned for overcoming adversity, then Chiya was determined to assert dominance from above. Bang! This downward strike imbued the ball with tremendous power. Come to me. In that fleeting moment, Akihito sensed a significant threat. Although he had anticipated the incoming shot, he realized he could not reach it in time. 30-15. Did he just counter my topspin with his own? Akihito marveled, gazing at Chiya with a newfound sense of pressure. This level of topspin was the result of relentless practice throughout the summer, yet it was countered in mere moments by Chiya. The impact on Akihito was undeniably profound. Senpai. Taitaro attempted to reassure Akihito, but found himself at a loss for words. He had been by Akihito's side during their grueling practice sessions. Fully aware of the effort they had poured into preparing for this national tournament, confidence in their hard work swelled within him. Yet it seemed that their growth still bore imperfections, preventing a straightforward victory. It's not over yet, Taitaro, Akihito declared, casting aside his cap, his gaze now resolute. Indeed, Taitaro affirmed with a serious nod. The two resumed their assault, stretching the rally. Akihito and Taitaro utilized their experiences near the baseline to slow Chiya and Tamagawa and Oppo's returns. Even as Chiya sought to rush the net, he was compelled to run back and forth. Every point demanded considerable exertion. Bang! The rally concluded, and it was now 1-1. A temporary stalemate. Following Akihito's service game, The threat level for Rikkai diminished significantly. They clinched another game, despite the expenditure of time and energy. Yet, Chiya and Tamagawa managed to win 3 consecutive games, extending the score to 3-1. As Akihito and Taidaro rested on the sidelines, they breathed heavily. While Chiya and Tamagawa maintained an outward calm, their breathing slightly accelerated yet still rhythmic. The opposing team and Oppo's stamina was unexpectedly formidable. It was imperative to conclude swiftly. Coach Sakaki advised. Akihito and Taidaro exchanged a glance and nodded. Next was Taitaro's service game. Tap, 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 tap. The service game must be secured. Taidaro inhaled deeply. With a powerful serve, he launched the ball as if possessed. The speed seemed slightly diminished. Ye Feng, observing closely, detected the change. Chiya's pupils adjusted. His exceptional dynamic vision revealing that this serve lacked its previous vigor. Can you no longer sustain it? 15-0. A high-quality return earned him a point. Landing perfectly in Taitaro's backhand zone, both angle and placement superb. Taitaro, don't be anxious, Akihito encouraged. In such moments, anxiety could hinder the display of their true potential. To achieve victory, they could not afford to lose this service game. Furthermore, Akihito noted that Chiya had taken the lead as the primary attacker, employing various strategies. While Tamagawa merely complemented Chiya's rhythm, was the highly regarded Tamagawa merely a supporting player? Even this speculation felt incredulous to Akihito. With a deep breath, Taitaro recentered himself and unleashed another serve, mirroring his initial ferocity. Yet, Chiya remained unfazed, even drawing back his racket with a serene composure. At the moment the ball soared, he executed a half-volley from below, the ball still not reaching its maximum spin. This skill rendered Taitaro's serve ineffective against Chiya. What? Akihito gasped, rushing forward. It's time to say goodbye. Chiya dashed forward, harnessing momentum for a ferocious smash. Not so easily. Taitaro returned the ball from the backcourt. However, Tamagawa had been poised for this moment, directing a cunning shot toward Taitaro's backhand, a persistent vulnerability. Despite Akihito's best efforts to intercept, he was unable to prevent the ball from descending again. 30-0. Rikkai, victory is ours. Rikkai, victory is ours. Rikkai, victory is ours. At this crucial juncture, Michiko and the cheers squad rallied fiercely, elevating morale. The situation appeared dire. Akihito felt an overwhelming pressure. Taitaro gripped the ball tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Frustration and anger were unmistakably etched across his face. What a joke. My serve cannot be so easily broken. One more. In the zone. Boom. Faster now. But Ye Feng chuckled softly. Out. A first serve fault. The moment the ball went wide, Taitaro furrowed his brow. Yet he was and amp. Oppos. Ready to concede, tossing the ball once more, legs coiling with power. Once more. Boom. Another fault. 40-0. It seemed the match was nearing its conclusion. Victory is imminent, Chiya proclaimed confidently. Boom. At last, Taitaro managed a successful serve, though its speed remained unchanged. Chiya's return was deftly executed. Akihito's super topspin shot was anticipated by Chiya. Go. Bang. The tennis ball transformed into a beam of light. The rally concluded. Rikkai led 4-1. Unless some extraordinary maneuver emerged, the outcome appeared all but certain. Yet, observing the current circumstances, Ye Feng sensed that matters were far from straightforward. Although the other party may exhibit some impatience, there is no hint of surrender in their gaze. Chapter 59. A step closer to victory as both sides exchanged court positions once more. Akutsu Ryo suddenly approached Coach Sakaki, asserting his desire to employ a particular technique. Have you thought this through? That move could cause you injury, Coach Sakaki replied, rising slowly from his seat with a serious expression directed at Akutsu. Yet Akutsu had made his decision. For the victory of the Ice Emperor, I am willing to pay any price. Coach Sakaki nodded slightly. Then proceed. No matter what. You will always be a core member of the Ice Emperor. A tremor of determination surged within Akutsu, invigorating him. Yes, at that moment, an extraordinary aura began to emanate from Akutsu, as though he had grasped an exceptional technique. In the service game of Chiba, he noticed a shift in the opponent and Oppos' momentum, surprising him slightly. However, he still did not foresee any significant changes in the match. At that moment, Atobi's gaze suddenly turned toward the direction of Rikkai Daigaku. Leaf Maple sensed it and exchanged a glance with him. Akutsu's strength was beyond mere appearances. He needed to open his eyes to see clearly. Atobi, filled with trust, anticipated the unfolding drama on the court. Bang! Chiba seized the moment and struck without hesitation. I thought there would be a change, but it seems nothing has altered. Thud. In that instant, Chiba could barely perceive a fleeting flash, completely failing to track the ball and amp Oppo's trajectory. He immediately turned to Tamagawa, asking, "Did you see that?" Tamagawa, equally astonished, widened his eyes and shook his head. It was too fast, and the spin was bizarre. Was that an evolved version of the super topspin? Leaf Maple and Oppo's gaze sharpened as he contemplated that last ball, focusing intently on Akutsu, searching for any exploitable flaws. At that moment, Sanada suddenly remarked gravely, "It is the untraceable shadow." This aura was familiar only to those acquainted with such abilities, and Sanada had surmised it upon first sensing it, confirming his suspicions through that shot. However, it was indeed unexpected that Akutsu could master such an elusive technique. The unpredictability of that ball trajectory proved to be quite troublesome. Chiba's expression darkened, seemingly aware of the shift. He raised his racket, pointing forward. "You dare to use the untraceable shadow against me?" Despite his efforts to suppress the inner turmoil, he found himself pushed to the brink of anger. Rinji, concerned, observed the match closely, only for Tamagawa to step forward and pat Chiba and Oppo's shoulder. While seething with rage, Chiba initially felt the urge to lash out at Tamagawa and Oppo's gesture. But he quickly regained his composure upon noticing Tamagawa and Oppo's unusual seriousness, not just in his expression, but a chilling intensity radiated from his dark eyes. In that moment, Chiba chose to trust Tamagawa, refocusing on the match. After serving, Chiba opted not to advance to the net, instead giving the opportunity at the net to Tamagawa. The game commenced. Leaf Maple remained composed, pondering whether they had altered their strategy. Akutsu contemplated this for a moment, yet he still unleashed his signature move, the untraceable shadow paired with the bizarre super topspin. Tamagawa stood still, his gaze fixed ahead. Chiba attempted a counterattack, but it was too late. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his fury, returning to the baseline to serve once more. Bang! Tar returned the ball, positioning himself near the baseline. Akutsu prepared for a counter, casting a sidelong glance at Tamagawa, contemplating whether to expose any flaw. "Then let this match be your demise." The rally concluded, Ice Emperor, 2-4. The rally concluded, Ice Emperor, 3-4. The rally concluded, Ice Emperor, 4-4. In no time, the Ice Emperor had leveled the score. Both sides returned to the starting line. Even if the previous rounds had been unseen, there would be little difference from this point onward. Suddenly, a multitude of onlookers from other schools arrived at the sidelines. Teams not competing today came to witness, including those from Seishin Academy and Shiten Hoji. Marui glanced outside. Unable to contain your curiosity about potential opponents? Leaf Maple smiled. Given the current situation, it seemed inevitable that Rikkai would face Shiten Hoji next. This early encounter between Rikkai and Ice Emperor mirrored the previous finals. Chitos from Shiten Hoji gazed in surprise at the scoreboard, noting the even match between Ice Emperor and Rikkai's doubles. However, in singles, Rikkai remains consistently strong, Shirashi mused, stroking his chin. Chitos nodded and looked toward the sidelines. Especially with Sanada, and Rikkai has a newly appointed captain this year, they may prove challenging. As for Leaf Maple, even after his overwhelming display of power in the first round, the extent of his hidden strength remained a mystery to all. Meanwhile, the Seishin team observed the unfolding situation intently. Bang! Chiba executed a deep shot, but Akutsu had already retreated swiftly out of bounds. "This shot is mine," Tamagawa declared, his body emanating a faint white glow. Boom! The ball spiraled upward at incredible speed before plummeting, landing firmly in the unguarded front court. Upon impact, it barely bounced, tracing a semicircle on the ground. A hammer from the sea, short rod. 15-0. With his first successful shot, Chiba erupted in excitement. "Well done, Tamagawa." Tamagawa finally unleashed his full potential, employing agile, deceptive drops that caught the opponent off guard. Akutsu and Oppo's technique lost its efficacy, and the advantage shifted back to Rikkai. Frustration surged within Akutsu as he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. The racket slipped from his grip. It seemed that the additional side spin required to execute the super topspin had caused significant strain during the shot. Rinji analyzed the situation, though you often squint. "I suspect you may be concealing your exceptional vision." Leaf Maple speculated with curiosity. "Heh," Rinji chuckled. "If that's the case, you should see it even clearer than I do." Maple. As the match concluded, Rikkai emerged victorious with a score of 6-4. This victory placed Rikkai on match point. They needed only one more win to conclude the competition. The next player to take the court would be one of Rikkai's aces, the child of God, Yukimura Seiichi. Although he had transferred the captaincy to Leaf Maple and assumed the role of team supervisor, he remained a formidable presence not to be underestimated. Chapter 60. A complete victory over the Ice Emperor. Come on, Kawachi, show us your true strength, commanded Tezuka with unwavering authority. Understood, Kawachi replied expressionlessly, gripping his racket tightly. In a decisive round, the serving game belonged to Saigaku and Appos Yukimura. With a swift motion, he tossed the ball into the air and served rapidly. Snap. Tezuka snapped his fingers and confidently directed, "Go, Kawachi." Boom. Kawachi returned the serve with remarkable speed and power. The two players exchanged shots back at the baseline. After several rallies, their rhythms synchronized, resembling two identical players in a duel. Sanada pondered. Kawachi of the Ice Emperor possesses the uncanny ability to perfectly mimic his opponent's style after just one observation. This seems to hinder Yukimura's performance. Akaya was astonished. Could it be that our captain is being restricted? Yamato remained composed. It's merely that Kawachi is still lacking. Tezuka cast a proud glance at Yamato. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Just enjoy the experience. Bang. Their movements were indistinguishable, whether executing forehand strikes or backhand rallies. Both players displayed perfect synchronization, as if competing against their own reflections. This is intriguing. However, your imitation may lead to your own downfall, Yukimura remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. 15-0. What just happened? Did you all see that? The spectators murmured in disbelief as Kawachi momentarily froze, losing his momentum. All were taken aback, particularly the Ice Emperor team, who exchanged bewildered glances. Tezuka quickly retraced the moments, his brow furrowing. In the identical stance and technique, Yukimura amplified his power and spin at the moment of impact, leaving Kawachi unable to respond, as if the mirror had shattered. Tezuka was equally surprised by this development, but only for a fleeting moment before he broke into laughter. Haha, truly the child of the gods from Saigaku. Such prowess surpasses Kawachi and Appos. Captain, what does this imply? Asked Otori. Tezuka replied, Kawachi and Appos' ability cannot fully replicate Yukimura and Appos' strength. This disparity will only slow Kawachi down, much like an aging machine cannot compete with the latest model. Aren't and Appos we doomed then? Questioned Akutsu. What can we do? Our strength is still lacking. If only I could win, grumbled Otori. No, it is my fault. Sanada is immensely powerful, and you have performed admirably. I should not have let you down with such a loss, Otori lamented. You two should cease your bickering at this moment. I have no intention of blaming either of you. If this is destined, then let it be, Tezuka stated nonchalantly. It appeared Tezuka was unfazed. Yet the team members bowed their heads in regret. They all understood how much Tezuka yearned to reclaim his honor today, to challenge Saigaku directly. Yet he found himself unable to even step onto the court. Despite the outward calm, Tezuka and Appos' inner turmoil was palpable, a sentiment his teammates could not overlook. Bang. The rally concluded. Saigaku led 4-0. Kawachi exerted himself in pursuit of the ball, striving to retaliate but found no avenue for success. To Kawachi, Yukimura and Appos' strength felt like an endless abyss, with no discernible limit. Oh, poor Kawachi, Yamato sighed, shaking his head. The current might of Saigaku was simply insurmountable for the Ice Emperor. While Yamato was eager to witness the full extent of Tezuka and Appos' prowess, the match remained just that, a match. Though Yukimura refrained from employing his sensory-depriving tennis, he nonetheless approached the game with utmost seriousness. This encounter would undoubtedly bolster Kawachi's skills. A rare and invaluable experience against an elite competitor. Yukimura of Saigaku is truly formidable, remarked Tachibana. Do you need me to tell you that? Kato retorted. You foul snake. Do you always have to talk back? Tachibana shot back. Ugh. You fool, Kato grumbled. The lively banter between the two from Saishin was interrupted as Tezuka fixed his gaze on the court, suddenly inquiring, Fuji, do you feel confident? Perhaps it's better to leave it to Ekizan, Fuji replied, squinting with a smile toward Ryoma. Tezuka contemplated, I will consider it. As the match concluded, Saigaku's Yukimura emerged victorious with a score of 6-0. With the final score announced, the match officially came to a close. Saigaku maintained their undefeated record. Since neither team was competing in the first round, a complete match was unnecessary. Winning 3 matches sufficed for advancement. Thus, the Ice Emperor was eliminated without a chance to retaliate. After the match, both teams exchanged handshakes. Tezuka, still brimming with confidence, looked at Yamato. Though you emerge victorious today, we will surely catch up next year. Our successors will not falter. Yamato beamed at his side, acknowledging Akaya and Tamagawa, exceptional second-year players poised as ideal successors. With such talents, Saigaku retained a commanding opportunity to dominate the national stage. I've heard this year's Seishin is quite strong. However, your next opponents appear to be gearing up as well. Tezuka remarked with a subtle smile, casting his gaze to the right. A team clad in vibrant yellow-green uniforms, exuding a casual flair, entered their line of sight. Oh, so it is the Shiten Hoji team, Yamato noted. Such a distinct uniform was unmistakable, recognizable at any moment. At that moment, the Shiten Hoji members brimmed with energy, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, that match was incredible! I want to play a game, exclaimed Kantake. Kaneda, they are our next opponents, Yamato reminded him. Really? That and Amp, Oppos, is fantastic. As the exuberant Kaneda bounded forward, he approached Yukimura with an eager grin. Come on, let's play a point. Yukimura, however, showed little interest. Just 1 point. I can end Oppos, to contain my excitement. Kaneda persisted. Apologies, Kaneda is simply overly enthusiastic. Shiraishi quickly intervened, pulling him back. Chapter 61. The new lineup, everything will be fine. We shall meet on the court, Ye Feng chuckled lightly. As the crowd dispersed, Jin-Taro appeared somewhat reluctant, yet gradually calmed down under the reassuring presence of Baishur. The match against the Shiten Hoji team was set to occur in 5 days, leaving ample time ahead. Upon returning to the hotel, Ye Feng began to reflect on his memories of Shiten Hoji. From what he recalled, the strongest player in their ranks was Yamayama Jin-Taro, followed closely by Baishur Kazunori. Yamayama's talent was exceptionally formidable, arguably surpassing that of Aoyama's Ekizen Ryoma. After only a year of playing tennis, he was already on the verge of reaching a flawless level of skill. In terms of playing style, Yamayama's approach seemed chaotic yet remarkably natural, harmonizing beautifully with his innate abilities. It was reasonable to anticipate that Yamayama would play singles 1, while Baishur would occupy the second singles slot. The third singles would likely be entrusted to the emerging talent Chitose Chihiro. However, the doubles team of Shiten Hoji posed a considerable challenge, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng recalled the duo of Kogen Koharu and Ichino's Yuji, but quickly shook his head to dispel the images. Nevertheless, it was clear that Shiten Hoji and Amp, Oppos' capabilities extended beyond mere appearances. Having witnessed the growth of Aoyama and Ice Emperor, Shiten Hoji was bound to have made significant advancements as well. With no clear intelligence on their strategies, Ye Feng felt fortunate to have a strategist within the team. He approached Rinji's door and knocked. Rinji, are you there? He called out. It's the captain, Rinji replied as he opened the door, squinting slightly. Come in. Ye Feng accepted the invitation and settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea. Captain, you must be seeking information on Shiten Hoji, Rinji stated. As expected from our strategist, your intuition is remarkable. I assume you are conducting your own research, too? Ye Feng sipped his tea, feeling relaxed. At that moment, Rinji turned on the television and projected the information from his phone. The screen displayed footage of Shiten Hoji's matches along with detailed analyses of each player. Ye Feng could not help but admire the extensive effort that one individual had managed to compile. After reviewing the materials, he inquired, So, how do you propose we arrange our lineup for the next round? Should we aim for a decisive victory or provide some opportunities for our juniors to gain experience? Rest assured, Rikkai will undoubtedly prevail. If we must grant the opponent any chances, it should only be under the condition that our strongest players are not participating. Rinji replied with a confident smile. Ye Feng candidly expressed his thoughts. I would like to see Akira play singles 1. It could prove to be quite intriguing. However, this meant placing the burden of advancement solely on Akira and Amp, Oppos' shoulders, which seemed perilously risky. Rinji furrowed his brow, disapproving of this suggestion. Upon further reflection, Ye Feng realized it might be too reckless. If Akira were to falter, Rikkai's 3-time championship streak could come to an end, and they might not even secure the runner-up position, a rather embarrassing outcome. It was clear that caution was warranted. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Ye Feng reconsidered. In that case, let Akira play singles 3. Chihiro should pose a sufficient challenge for him. Rinji nodded in agreement, having no objections. However, upon hearing that Chihiro had unlocked 2 gates, Ye Feng was taken aback. Previously, Chihiro had limited himself, believing his talent to be constrained, and had been unable to progress beyond a single gate. It seemed he had finally broken free from such limitations. Conversely, Akira was currently only at the level of having opened one gate, and it appeared the only way he could win would be through a breakthrough during the match. Renji, do you think Chihiro will compete in doubles? Ye Feng suddenly recalled that, according to the manga he had seen in his previous life, if Shiten Hoji were to face Aoyama rather than Rikkai, Chihiro would likely play in the doubles position. Renji seemed to share this line of thinking. Indeed, it and Appos, it's quite possible that Shiten Hoji will employ some unexpected strategies, which could complicate matters. If I am not mistaken, Baishur will take singles 3. Ye Feng spoke with seriousness. That would present a significant challenge for Akira. Not to worry, Ye Feng reassured him nonchalantly. Winning would certainly be ideal, but a loss would not be detrimental. For doubles too, let and Appos, assign it to Renji and Yagyu, he suggested. That's a splendid idea. We can have Sonata face off against their power player, Ishida Jin. Renji replied, momentarily taken aback by Ye Feng's proposal but soon wearing a satisfied smile. Once the lineup was confirmed, Ye Feng utilized his phone to notify all team members. 15 minutes later, everyone convened at the gymnasium. Ye Feng glanced at Renji, who nodded in understanding and stepped forward to announce. I have just confirmed the lineup for the next match with the captain. Now, I will reveal it to you all. Singles 3, Kichihara Akira. Yes. Akira beamed with excitement, pumping his fist in celebration. Don't celebrate too soon. If you lose, you'll face the consequences, Ye Feng reminded him. Your opponent is likely to be Shiten Hoji's captain. Known as the Amp, Appos, Bible, and Amp, Appos, Baishur Kazunori. Regardless of whether he is Baishur or Blackshur, I will take him down, Akira declared confidently. Renji continued, next. Doubles 2 will feature Renji and Yagyu. You may encounter their comedic duo, Ye Feng warned. Not an issue, they seem clever with their tricks, which should prove entertaining. Renji chuckled. Indeed, Yagyu added calmly as he adjusted his glasses. Singles 2, Sonata Genichiro. Your opponent will most likely be a power player, Ishida Jin. Ishida Jin? I will not let my guard down, Sonata replied with unwavering composure. It mattered not who his opponent was, for his confidence was unshakable. And now, for doubles. The remaining team members awaited with anticipation. Renji slowly announced, the duo will be Renji and Ye Feng. What? Captain, you and the strategist are playing doubles? The team members expressed astonishment, as they had never witnessed Ye Feng in a doubles match. Some even questioned his capability in that format. To this, Ye Feng lightly waved his hand. No need for such surprise. Even in doubles, I can effectively handle my opponents. And finally, singles 1, Sakakibara Seishi. As expected. Captain Sakakibara takes singles 1, they murmured, though it seemed that singles 1 was of little consequence in their eyes. Each member of Rikkai exuded an unwavering confidence. With 3 consecutive victories, the subsequent 2 matches could be approached with ease. That and Amp, Appos, S all for today. We shall observe the opponent and Amp, Appos, S matches tomorrow, Ye Feng concluded. Understood. Chapter 62. The spectacle at the Shiten Hoji temple the following day dawned bright and sunny, the court already basking under the relentless sun. In such warmth, the sweat-drenched matches only served to elevate one's spirits further. The teams from Shiten Hoji and Futamine had arrived, and Ye Feng, accompanied by the entire Rikkai Daigaka team, made their way to the venue. Oh, it's them. From a distance, the enthusiastic Kintaro Yama saw the Rikkai team and dashed over with excitement. Without hesitation, he approached Yukimura and stated directly, "Can I have a match with you?" At that moment, Shirashi quickly intervened, grabbing Kintaro by the arm. "What are you doing? You're about to take the court." But that's Yukimura, the legendary player who has never lost. He is like a monster that devours opponents, Kintaro exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I rarely come to Tokyo, and I really want to play against him." Shirashi urged, "Your match is starting soon. Let us go back." Kintaro persisted, "But can't I at least have a quick bout with him first?" Shirashi firmly refused. "No way." Kintaro threw a tantrum. "No, I want to play him." Shirashi's expression grew serious as he replied, "Then there's nothing more to say." He then raised his left hand and slowly began to unwrap the white bandages that encircled it. Kintaro's eyes widened in shock, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow, and he hesitated. You're going to take off the bandages? Well, what can I do?" "It's your fault for not listening," Shirashi said as he continued to unravel the bandage, causing Kintaro to panic and hastily surrender. Wait a moment, pause. "I don't want to face the poisoned hand. I'm not ready to die," Kintaro exclaimed, recalling tales from manga where the poisoned hand involved submerging it in scalding sand and poison for weeks, ensuring death for anyone it touched. Shirashi feigned seriousness and asked, "Kintaro, do you wish to die?" Kintaro shook his head vigorously. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Seeing that Kintaro was under control, Shirashi slowly lowered his hand. Listen, Kintaro, don't rush into a match with a master. If we win today's competition, you will soon get your chance. Really? Yay! Kintaro exclaimed, sprinting toward the competition area, filled with excitement. Shirashi meticulously rewrapped his arm, smiling gently. My apologies for the disturbance. The Rikkai team remained unfazed. Ye Feng chuckled softly. You certainly have a talent for intimidation. Shirashi laughed in return. If I didn't I wouldn't be able to keep that kid in check. Soon, they arrived at the competition area, where the lineup for the matches had been clearly established. Kintaro, in his singles match, was exuberant and displayed formidable strength. Futamine's Ibyu Shinji found himself utterly overwhelmed, collapsing in exhaustion before the match could conclude. Futamine, Ibyu Shinji concedes. The referee announced the outcome. Quickly, 2 team members from Futamine rushed to assist Ibyu off the court. Gasping for breath, Ibyu protested. I can still play. Please let me continue. Tachibana shook his head. No more bravado, Shinji. The next match featured Ishida Tetsu stepping onto the court, followed closely by Kamio. They faced off against Shiden Hoji's Ishida Jin and Otsuken. One was Ishida Tetsu's brother, while the other was the cousin of the speedster, Otsu Yushir from Hyodi. Keep up with the rhythm. Apologies, but I'm afraid your speed won't match my skill. The ball zipped past Kamio. Yet Ishida Tetsu was ready to execute a wave shot. He called out. Who taught you that move? Ishida Jin countered with even greater force, effortlessly scoring a point. However, the match was not entirely lost. Both Kamio and Ishida Tetsu emanated a unique aura, indicating a significant boost in their abilities at that moment. Unfortunately for Shiden Hoji, it proved insufficient. Ishida Jin and Otsuken quickly shed their weighted training gear. What? The Futamine team gasped in astonishment. In that instant, the force of their counters grew exponentially, their speed increasing dramatically. The two were unable to withstand this newfound prowess, collapsing to the ground, battered and exhausted. Futamine, Ishida Tetsu and Kamio concede. With 2 matches conceded, claiming victory in the next round would determine the advancing team. It was unexpected how effortlessly Futamine had succumbed, revealing that Shiden Hoji had yet to unleash even half of their potential. Ye Feng felt somewhat taken aback. Shiden Hoji's strength was undeniably impressive, warranting respect. As the competition progressed, all eyes turned to the match between Chitose and Tachibana. At last, we await the legendary duel of the Kyushu Titans, Ye Feng mused, observing both competitors. Long time no see, Chitose, Tachibana greeted. I represent Osaka, while you represent Tokyo, Chitose stated, gazing ahead. It's remarkable that we meet again in this manner for a one-on-one contest. Has your vision recovered? Tachibana inquired. Thanks to you, Chitose replied. No sooner had he spoken than a robust aura emanated from him. The realm of no self unleashed a fierce desire to win even before the match began, piquing Ye Feng's interest as he crossed his arms. Tachibana frowned. Chitose, it appears you've reached a new level. Listen, Tachibana, I'm serious. Don't hold back. Just before he could finish, Chitose sensed Tachibana had also released his limitations. The aura of a beast. Was this truly Tachibana's authentic self? Ibyu Shinji was astonished. Oh. This match is bound to be intriguing. Ye Feng chuckled, directing his voice toward the court. Tachibana, I advise you not to hold back. Your opponent wouldn't wish to defeat an incomplete version of you, would he? Tachibana cast a glance toward the sidelines and smirked. I'm also serious. The two retreated to their respective sides of the court as the referee announced. A single game to determine the victor. Chitose serves. Thud, thud, thud. Chitose prepared, tossing the ball high. Here it comes, he declared. With a powerful serve, it was of high quality, yet Tachibana met it effortlessly. Chitose rushed to the net, and Tachibana was unyielding. Both stood poised for a fierce exchange. The duel had officially commenced. Chapter 63, The Duel of Titans. This was a confrontation between the two champions of the 9 continents. They had always been comrades, evenly matched in strength, yet had never truly unleashed their full potential to determine a victor. Today, the moment had finally arrived. It was time to settle the score. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chitose's mouth, for he had long anticipated this day. Since the last time he had been injured, he had contemplated giving up. But ultimately, his pursuit of Tachibana Kippei reignited his motivation, leading to a profound transformation. Bang! Another forehand strike reverberated as the two engaged in a dialogue through tennis, expressing their long-held sentiments while simultaneously affirming that neither would evade the confrontation today. Little by little, it was time to showcase their true abilities. Chitose retreated a step in the left court, deliberately slowing the rhythm of his swing, utilizing spin to deliver a short ball. Huh? Sanbera glanced at Marui Bunta beside him. Surprised. Marui, when did you teach your signature move to someone else? I didn't, Marui replied, equally astonished. The ball fell gently, landing on the net. Barely stirring the air, and the spin caused it to glide about a meter before descending softly. Remarkable. To execute such a shot, he possesses a rather unique aura, Yamukawa remarked. Indeed, to perceive that so swiftly, Yamukawa, you and Appos, V made considerable progress. This energy derives from one of the 3 doors opened in the realm of selflessness. Ye Feng nodded gently, explaining. However, as the ball descended, Tachibana Kippei swiftly pursued it, launching it into the air. It was evidently a desperate save. Yet the ability to return such a shot was commendable. Nevertheless, Chitose leaped, having anticipated that scoring would not be so effortless. I thought your skills had declined. It seems I was mistaken. With a powerful smash from his left hand, Tachibana moved to the left, but showed no intent to counter. Bang! The ball struck Tachibana squarely on his right eye. The ball rolled to the ground. Kippei, Chitose muttered, surprised. He had not intended to aim for Tachibana and Appos, SI. Yet he had inadvertently blocked it with his vision, a sight he wished to avoid. Fortunately, Tachibana's eye remained unharmed. The ball's force had not reached such severity. However, it still left a mark on his right eye, suggesting that he would experience temporary blurriness and a likely reduction in his performance. I shall bear the responsibility for that moment, Tachibana proclaimed boldly. Responsibility for that moment? Cameo looked quizzically at him, though reluctant to recall the scene, and provided an explanation. It was during the first year at Shirshir High School, when my brother faced Chitose in a practice match. So that was the backstory? What transpired? Ibushincher inquired curiously. And continued, at that time, their match was fierce. My brother and Appos' temperament was not as placid as it is now. His tennis was wild, the kind that instilled fear. Who would have thought that our caring captain could have such a side? It's rather perplexing, Cameo remarked. Indeed, the contrast between then and now is vast. I can hardly believe it, and nodded. At that time, my brother had mastered a formidable move, yet he hadn't disclosed it. In a sudden moment, he injured Chitose's right eye severely, causing him to collapse, losing sight in that eye. In a flashback, Chitose, you've mastered that move. Couldn't you have mentioned it beforehand? Tachibana, I thought you would be fine. I never expected you to be so helpless. Team member A. What? Chitose is quitting the tennis club? Team member B. I heard he was injured in a practice match by Tachibana and can't see, so he can and Appos play anymore. Tachibana, Chitose, A month later. Brother, are you really going to quit the tennis club too? There's no need for you to leave. Tachibana, I took away my good friend S sight, robbed him of his tennis life. I must take responsibility. And, even so, Tachibana, no need to say more. Dad's work transfer has come through. It's time to leave. Brother, will this truly bring you peace? Your tennis lessons. Tachibana, I must take responsibility. In that moment, Chitose gazed intently at Tachibana, a smile gracing his face. This sense of pressure was nostalgically familiar. Yet being constantly underfoot was contrary to his nature. Serving anew, Chitose advanced with greater zeal. Observing the incoming ball, Tachibana smiled confidently, too slow. Yet, in an instant, the ball vanished from sight. His swing met only air. Tachibana blinked in surprise. It disappeared. Suddenly, Chitose's elusive move appeared. Shirashi smiled slightly. Today's performance is commendable. I shall continue my offensive. Chitose grinned confidently, serving once more. Once again, he executed the elusive move. Tachibana chased the incoming ball, reaching the drop point, yet failed to make contact as it bounced. This game was slipping away. Chitose chuckled. Kippei, you must have seen through it. Feel free to counter. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Tachibana responded, no need for your prompting. I will attack. Bang. As the ball reappeared, Tachibana was ready. If it's going to vanish, I'll strike before it does. Timing his return, he struck effortlessly. Watch me. But Chitose had already foreseen the trajectory, returning the ball with a backhand. Observing the seemingly straightforward path, Tachibana prepared to execute a backhand straight shot. Yet, in an instant, the ball vanished once more, leaving him astonished. The ball rolled gently behind him. Turning to see it, Tachibana pondered in confusion. At that moment, Chitose spoke. The elusive move is not limited to serves. You know. You haven't changed at all, Tachibana chuckled lightly. If that's the case, I shall unleash my full offensive. Chitose felt exhilarated. This was precisely what he desired. A crimson aura enveloped Tachibana, the essence of the beast within him, enhancing his agility, strength, speed, and reflexes. Chapter 64. The indistinguishable interpretation. The exchanges between the two players increased in frequency, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Kiyakawa charged toward the net, exuding an aura reminiscent of a Lion King. With a roar, the ball was launched, splitting into numerous illusions, making it difficult to discern the true trajectory of the ball. Chitose momentarily froze. By the time he reacted, the ball had already landed behind him. Frowning, he recalled a familiar sensation. The roar of the wild lion was now more potent than ever. Kiyakawa's face was filled with excitement. No need for formality, just attack me. This sudden elevation and intensity reignited Chitose's desire to unleash his full potential. He murmured, "If it's now, facing Kiyakawa, I am waiting. Waiting for the moment I step into the realm of selflessness." That unique energy finally ascended once more, enveloping Chitose in a dazzling wave of aura. His eyes gleaming with newfound wisdom. The predator and Appo's instinct was keenly perceptive, and Kiyakawa smiled knowingly. "This kid has been waiting for me all along." With confidence, Chitose declared. Seventh ball. Seventh ball. What does that mean? Cameo inquired. "I have no idea," Ibu replied. "How intriguing. Is it finally time to witness the brilliance of the selfless realm?" Leaf brushed his brow, a smile dancing on his lips. Long ago, it was said that Chitose from Shiden Hoji had opened the door to the realm of selflessness, blending it seamlessly with his own essence, executing it with remarkable fluidity. Sanada mused. Is this move truly formidable? Is it akin to what the captain demonstrated back then? Akaya questioned. "Just watch and see," Yukamura replied with a narrowed smile. Over at Shiden Hoji, Shiraishi noticed the movements of the Rikkai players. He felt no surprise at Chitose showcasing such prowess. Rather, it filled him with concern. Had Rikkai already witnessed such profound techniques? Shiraishi pondered. Meanwhile, Kiyakawa paid no heed, tossing the ball into the air and swiftly executing his serve. Both players returned the ball with exceptional quality, making it difficult to determine who would break the deadlock first. Fourth ball. Chitose sends a topspin shot. Kiyakawa found the ball and Appo's landing point first, unleashing the full strength of his arm. "Ha!" Cameo exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Here it comes." The wild lion's roar. Ibu clenched his fists. "All right, let us score." Facing this technique for the second time, Chitose remained calm, pausing momentarily before his pupils dilated in realization. "I see it. The divine concealment." However, Kiyakawa was prepared, exclaiming, "Too slow." Bang. The ball sped past. "No, not yet." Pop. The ball struck the net and fell into Kiyakawa's half. "Wow, he scored the seventh ball, just like when you trained with the captain." Akaya shouted exuberantly. "Duong." Silence. Sanada swiftly returned to a serious demeanor. Akaya quieted down and discreetly moved beside Leaf. Leaf then explained, Chitose is now utilizing his foresight in the game, activating his brain's cognitive abilities to simulate the match in an instant. It feels as if he has rehearsed this move many times before, arriving at the optimal outcome for victory. Renji summarized, Rikkai seems to have a profound understanding of the three doors to the selfless realm. Shiraishi's gaze turned vigilant, fixated intently. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, as Chitose stood with his back to the wind, his long black hair dancing in the air, obscuring his expression. He spoke slowly. "Since I entered the realm of selflessness, I have continually explored and researched. After relentless effort, I have reached this door, the pinnacle of brilliance. Now, through deeper self-exploration, I have awakened the latent energy within me, unlocking another door I was meant to enter, the extreme of tempered refinement." Hearing this, Kiyakawa remarked, "Chitose, I must admit, you have indeed grown significantly, but..." Suddenly, the breeze intensified. Chitose was compelled to lift his gaze, astonished. The aura emanating from Kiyakawa was even more formidable than that of a wild beast. Chitose could hardly believe it. "Kiyakawa, you two have stepped into a special domain." The deep crimson aura expanded, akin to flames from the inferno, ferocious and boundless. Unexpectedly, Kiyakawa had evolved his beastly aura to a deeper level. Leaf smiled faintly, a hint of excitement stirring within him. This degree of growth was precisely what Leaf wished to witness. "Captain, do you understand what is happening now?" Akaya asked curiously. "It is the aura of the inferno. After plunging into the abyss and enduring the torment of body and mind, breaking free from the shackles has granted him an elevation. One that is even harder to predict and counter than that of a beast," Leaf explained. Renji squinted, sensing the overwhelming intensity. Marui blew a bubble. Gazing at the scene, it was as if a pair of eyes from the inferno were fixed upon him. Akaya clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Last time he didn't even exert his full strength. The round concluded. Kiyakawa 3-3. The round ended. Chitose 4-3. The round concluded. Kiyakawa 4-4. As both players became entangled until the very end, their stamina was nearly depleted. The crucial moment arrived, and the situation began to waver. Kiyakawa leaped into the air, adopting a rather unique stance resembling an ancient martial arts posture. Chitose instinctively took a step back. Is he about to use that move? Explosive ball dance. Kiyakawa roared. With a swift swing, the racket served as the fulcrum, and in an instant, the rotation of his wrist transformed the ball, creating a unique spin and distortion. Compared to the wild lioness roar, the resulting afterimages were more numerous and unpredictable. The chaotic energy caught Chitose off guard, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. In a split second, Chitose instinctively raised his racket to block the ball. Tap, tap, tap. It was both fortunate and inevitable. Kiyakawa smiled, his aura calming. Feeling relaxed and liberated, the match concluded, with Shiten Hoji's Chitose emerging victorious, the final score being 7-6. The entire match ended with Shiten Hoji triumphing 3-0. Chapter 65, The Bible. Baisher Zhangzasuk. It is time to depart. Ye Feng smiled as he led the team away. Baisher's gaze lingered on the members of Rikkai University, reluctant to relent. The following day, in the preparation area of the national tournament semifinals, you all should be well aware of our next opponents. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Ye Feng paused momentarily before continuing. However, our three-time championship reign at Rikkai is unstoppable. Let us exhibit our prowess and seize victory. Yes. Observing the spirited demeanor of his team, Ye Feng could not help but smile with satisfaction. All right, after today and Oppo's victory, we shall indulge in a splendid barbecue to replenish our energy. Absolutely. Akira was the first to leap with excitement. Then he playfully patted Tamagawa's head, saying, Hey, Baichuan. Stop wearing that solemn expression. Tamagawa retorted, I am not. Besides, I am Tamagawa, not Baichuan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Watanabe Shu, the coach of Shiten Hoji, sat before his players with a toothpick in his mouth, calmly analyzing. I believe you are all aware of what kind of opponents Rikkai is. They have a new captain this year, and his strength is formidable. However, we are not without our chances. If we excel in doubles, we can turn the tables. The Shiten Hoji players listened intently, though Kintaro covered his ears, expressing his disdain. Ashu, your voice is rather loud. Upon hearing this, Watanabe burst into hearty laughter. Is that so? If we win, I shall treat you all to some delicious cold noodles. The team fell silent, a hint of awkwardness enveloping the atmosphere. Nanjira sighed. How peculiar. Ignoring the tension, Watanabe stood up, brimming with excitement. Now, I shall announce the lineup. For singles 3, Baisher. Hehe. President. It's up to you to secure a glorious victory. Baisher nodded slightly, contemplating. I will likely face Rikkai Sanada. At that moment, Ye Feng was also announcing the lineup. First for singles 3, although I considered switching in Sanada, Akira seized this opportunity and performed well. Yes. Akira's eyes sparkled with determination. Ye Feng continued, next, for doubles 2, Rawang and Yagyu. I have great faith in you. Rawang and Oppo's elongated eyes sparkled with an enigmatic smile. Rest assured, Captain. Yagyu adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement. On the Shiten Hoji side, Watanabe declared, doubles 2, Kosun and Ichishi. Go and make them laugh themselves to death. Absolutely. The two responded in unison, filled with enthusiasm. Ye Feng turned to the side. For singles 2, Sanada, unleash your thunderous power and shatter the opponent's formidable strength. Sanada responded with a solemn expression, I will not relent. At this moment, Watanabe, as expected by Ye Feng, proclaimed, for singles 2, Ashin. The opponent's choice in this position will undoubtedly be challenging. Give it your all. Ishida squinted, his silence radiating confidence. Next, for doubles 1, it is I and Rinji. The strongest captain and the most formidable strategist, truly invincible. This may be the most unlikely duo to lose in this tournament. Rikkai's members brimmed with confidence regarding Ye Feng and Rinji's partnership. Meanwhile, Watanabe unhesitatingly stated, doubles 1, Nanjiru and the genius Seizen-Kei. Singles 1 is entrusted to you, Kinaru. All right, witness my prowess. Half an hour later, both teams arrived at the venue, and the spectators finally began to fill the stands. The retractable roof of the arena slowly opened, allowing the summer sunlight to illuminate the entire space. Wow, it's so hot. Akira shielded his eyes with his hand. Glancing upward, the players lined up facing each other. The main referee entered the court. The national tournament semifinals between Kanagawa's Rikkai University and Osaka Shitenhoji was about to commence. The large screen displayed the names of both teams and their lineups. Ye Feng and Watanabe sat on the sidelines. Akira stood at the forefront of his half. Xiaohai, you must be thrilled since you Kuden and Oppos play singles in the last match, Yagyu remarked, observing the court. If we can secure the first win, we can conclude today's matches swiftly, Marui added. However, we must not underestimate our opponents, Renji interjected, watching Baishir stride onto the court. Last year, we easily defeated Shitenhoji. But he has yet to showcase his strength in singles. My intel is incomplete. His capabilities remain shrouded in mystery. As the match commenced, Rikkai and Oppos Kahara served first. Akira focused intently, delivering a tentative serve. Baishir's return stance was graceful, nearly flawless. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange along the baseline. After one return, Baishir suddenly charged toward the net. Akira, equally determined, countered. Their exchanges at the net grew increasingly frequent. Noticing Baishir and Oppos' side swing, Akira speculated, is he attempting to execute a passing shot? In the split second of his body and Oppos' reaction, he observed a change in Baishir and Oppos' motion. Although his mind had processed the response, the conflicting signals left his body unable to react in time. As he turned back, the ball had already landed, rolling gently a few times. Did he just exploit my instantaneous reaction to create a timing discrepancy? Akira frowned, realizing the complexity of the situation. The opponent before him was far stronger than anticipated. 0-15. Baishir, relishing the moment, inhaled deeply, as if savoring a refreshing aroma. Relaxed, he wore a confident smile, exclaiming, "What a delightful experience." On the sidelines, Kuwahara expressed surprise. Akira has been completely outmaneuvered. Sanada observed, there are nearly no flaws. Every move is executed with precision, devoid of any excess. Renji noted, hitting the ball to the far corners to draw the opponent's movement, swiftly seizing control at the net, and making subtle adjustments in the instant the opponent reacts, creating an inextricable dilemma, truly a textbook offensive rhythm. Marui added, to maintain such composure against Akira means. Sakaki concluded, the opponent possesses considerable strength, perhaps even beyond that. On the other side, Shitenhoji's Nanjira proudly declared, it is precisely due to our adherence to the fundamental skills of tennis that we have crafted this flawless technique, devoid of unnecessary movements. This is the essence of Shitenhoji. Indeed, as expected from the president, with this, Singles 3 has secured the first game. Zazen chuckled. Chapter 66, The Perilous Battlefield. Tap. A somber intensity enveloped Chiya's gaze as his fingers relentlessly compressed the tennis ball, causing it to contort into an irregular shape. Whoosh. Bang. As the ball soared over the net, it began to manifest the unpredictable energies it had absorbed, its erratic bounce rendering its landing spot nearly impossible to foresee. My shot cannot be anticipated in advance. Chiya smirked with a hint of pride. At the moment it touched down, the ball ricocheted sharply to the right due to its irregular bounce. Koharu's expression turned to one of surprise. It veered off unpredictably. Coach Watanabe, chewing on a toothpick, calmly reassured, fear not. This is merely a minor challenge for him. Shiraishi swiftly repositioned himself, skillfully executing a backhand return. However, by this time, Chiya had already advanced to the net, responding with a short backhand volley. Yet, Shiraishi and Oppos' nimble footwork allowed him to catch up to the ball with remarkable composure. Bang! A beautifully executed topspin shot sailed past Chiya, landing securely within the baseline. 0-30, Shiraishi mused, to counter with the same technique. He appears to be even more competitive than I imagined. Chiya furrowed his brow. This guy. Renji remarked, such solid fundamentals, his physical control is impeccable. Neo commented. With an opponent of this caliber, Koharu should relish the challenge. Sanada added, we must not become complacent. Neo quipped, Vice Captain, it seems you only ever say that, huh? Pfff. Sanada exclaimed, huh? Neo replied, yes, let us focus intently on the match. Duong. Sanada cautioned, do not let your guard down, or you'll become like Tezuka. Neo nodded. Chiya reoriented himself and served once more. Shiraishi's return remained consistent. The two engaged in a prolonged rally, genuinely entering the rhythm of the match. Yet, with each return, Chiya's posture appeared increasingly constrained, as if bound by invisible ropes. The more they rallied, The more rigid his movements became, revealing a weariness in each response. This mounting pressure began to weigh heavily on Chiya's psyche. Yukimura slowly opened his eyes, observing. Chiya is thoroughly suppressed. Sanada nodded. Indeed, this match is unlikely to be easy. Marui, blowing a bubble, remained confident in Chiya's abilities, believing he would soon retaliate, after all. Chiya was not one to concede easily. I must say, your play is rather dull. Such a scripture, it is quite vexing. Here it comes. A shroud of mist enveloped Chiya, emanating a searing aura. Tap, tap. Prepare to be torn asunder. Boom. Like an arrow, it shot forth. Imbued with intense spin and force. It was the captain and Appo's spiraling arrow. Yet, Shiraishi and Appo's demeanor remained unperturbed, his eyes seeming to pierce through everything. Bang. He returned it. Despite its speed, it could not match that of the captain. Chiya gritted his teeth, gripping his racket tightly, ready at the backcourt. It was time for that move. Laser beam. A rapid yellow-green beam shot straight towards Shiraishi and Appo's backhand blind spot. But in the next instant, the ball returned with doubled force and velocity, targeting Chiya and Appo's backhand side. Bang. Shiraishi claimed the game. 3-0. Kawahara exclaimed, how is this possible? He has effortlessly subdued Chiya and Appo's state of nothingness once more. Marui commented. The opponent and Appo's tennis is truly difficult to exploit. Rinji reminded, do not forget, Furinkin possesses the ability to unlock 2 great doors. Tamagawa added, the opponent has long been acquainted with a higher realm. It seems Chiya is in peril. Haraha. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed throughout the arena, leaving everyone perplexed. The referee seated above cast a bewildered glance at Chiya, questioning, are you all right, student? Can you continue? No need to worry. This kid is perfectly fine, Leafwind replied nonchalantly. Then turned his gaze toward Shiraishi, warning, do not underestimate. Our Koharu can be quite fierce. Indeed. The crowd erupted in astonishment as Chiya was enveloped in a layer of dark red energy, appearing most unusual. However, his pupil showed no signs of bloodshot. Recognizing that Chiya's state was not due to an emotional outburst, the spectators felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, Shiraishi gradually manifested a pale aura of his own, which delighted Leafwind. Oh, so you too shall unveil your hidden strength. This is truly exciting. Bang! Kuwahara exclaimed, so fast. Rinji noted, the ball and Appo's speed has significantly increased, and its power should have risen as well. Nevertheless, Chiya and Appo's reaction time had also accelerated, positioning himself ahead of the ball and Appo's landing. You wish to defeat me with such tricks? Let it be shattered. Chiya's forehand struck with formidable side spin, resembling a vortex from the abyss, intent on gradually shredding Shiraishi's scripture. Shiraishi executed a high lob with his forehand. Chiya dashed toward the net, seizing the moment. Clang. A flash of white light illuminated the court, reminiscent of divine radiance descending. Chiya's abyssal aura was entirely enveloped by this holy light. Bang. As Chiya attempted to retaliate, he found his racket slipping from his grasp, overwhelmed by the immense force. The racket flew out of his hand, landing in the backcourt. 0-15. At this moment, Shiraishi stood at center court, savoring a breath before smiling gently. Utterly exhilarating. Chiya stood momentarily stunned, feeling utterly drained as he was unable to score against Shiraishi in this state. Shiraishi tilted his head slightly, smiling as he said, do you possess any other techniques? Do not hesitate. You must unleash all your skills. Chiya and Appo's eyes glinted with a hint of malice as he retrieved his racket and pointed it at Shiraishi. With a cold smirk, he replied, Humph, we have only just begun. The sunlight intensified, becoming increasingly oppressive. Furinkin, thud, thud. Furinkin, thud, thud. Furinkin, thud, thud. The cheers from the opposing team grew ever more fervent, a clear advantage in morale. Shiraishi served. Chiya seized the moment, his eyes alight with a predatory gleam. Was that posture meant to move like lightning? Zzz. Bang. 15-15. Shiraishi glanced at the mark near his feet. Sanada and Appo's ultimate technique is certainly imposing. But how long can you endure? Bang, bang, bang. Rikkai Daigaku's Kahara took the game, leveling the score at 3-3. Marui blew another bubble, casually stating, we've finally caught up. Yagyu's glasses gleamed with a reflective light, revealing a look of concern. However, look at Chiya's legs. Yukimura turned to Sanada, speaking softly, if this continues, he may not be able to hold on. Sanada and Appo's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet he resolutely called out to Chiya, "Do not falter." This is the regal spirit of Rikkai Daigaku. Deputy Minister Sanada, with a spirited resolve, stands tall. Chapter 67. Reaching the limit, returning to the baseline, ready to serve. Chiya took a deep breath. For the sake of Rikkai's 3 consecutive championships, I shall never yield. Bang. Banshishi frowned. In such circumstances, can one truly maintain such mental fortitude? Chiya, you are indeed a formidable opponent deserving of respect. Move like thunder. Back you go. 0 to 15. In this moment, Chiya's footfalls had slowed. The power behind his shots was far diminished compared to when he was in peak condition. The situation was perilous. Chiya and Appo's eyes appeared somewhat unfocused, fatigue completely enveloping his body. Witnessing such a weary adversary, Banshishi had no intention of easing up. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Watanabe had eyes brimming with trust and pride, reminiscing about their journey thus far. Last year, Banshishi had felt regret for not being given a chance to play. Yet, as the team captain, he had kept silent, burying that dissatisfaction deep within his heart. His daily training grew increasingly focused, refusing to cease even when everyone else had departed. Despite being physically and mentally exhausted, he persisted, maintaining his skills at their former level. It was this fervent desire for victory that led Banshishi to meticulously hone both his body and technique. Watanabe raised his head, picking at a toothpick, and thought, "Banshishi, all of this is the result of your training. Win this match." Banshishi gazed upon the utterly fatigued Chiya, feeling a twinge of emotion. Nothing could be more tedious than perfect tennis. However, without securing 3 victories, the team would ultimately falter. Thus, the victor reigned supreme. Confronted with Chiya's resolute spirit, Banshishi resolved to unleash even greater strength. Bang. 0 to 30. Observing Chiya and Appo's disheveled state, Banshishi looked down and remarked, "I had initially thought my opponent today would be Sanada. Yet seeing you, I believed you at least possessed a level approaching that. Alas, I have overestimated you. Chiya, rise. Do not forget why you stand here." Everyone turned to the serious-faced HK. His words seemed imbued with profound magic. Even on the brink of exhaustion, Chiya dared not take it lightly. Straightening his posture as he gasped for breath, "Ninjutsu Kaien, how can you be so harsh on a player already so fatigued? Keiharu, the captain of Rikkai, is truly terrifying. It seems the match is about to reach a thrilling climax. Wooden and Appo's. Do you agree, Katsu?" Indeed. The entire Ice Emperor team was present, along with several other schools that had already been eliminated, all coming to spectate. Akutsu's gaze quickly found HK. HK noticed the attention and thought, "Akutsu, why are you here instead of fixating on your beloved Tezuka?" HK, I may not have the opportunity to challenge you directly this time, but I certainly have not conceded, Akutsu mused. At this moment, Chiya adjusted his mindset. His eyes shimmering with a reddish glow, pouring everything into defeating his opponent, surpassing Rikkai and Appo's. Ace, how could I possibly lose like this? Has something shifted in the atmosphere? The 18th rally. What? Chitose in the stands felt astonished. He never expected Chiya to unlock the door to his boundless talent. Banshishi was not particularly surprised. He remained confidently resolute. "Come at me. I have encountered this kind of prelude many times before." Bang. Bang. The two engaged once more, entangled in a fierce exchange. Whether at the baseline or at the net, their powers were remarkably matched. This kid has suppressed that strange aura, yet his physical reactions have become swifter. As if transformed from a demon redeemed from hell into an angel, wielding double the strength. Even Banshishi began to feel the pressure. The 15th rally. The 16th. The 17th. This shot aimed toward Banshishi's forehand corner, too late to chase down. Yet Banshishi still lunged to give chase. His steps faltered, but he managed to catch up. The tip of his racket grazing the ball. With a fierce shout, his arm muscles tensed. "Get over here." A slice shot akin to a serpent strike curved around the net. Could it be that the final prediction is shattered? No, not yet. Bang. Out. 15 to 30. Banshishi felt a pang of regret, surprised that he had fallen prey to Chiya and Appo's ultimate prediction. Chitose in the audience furrowed his brow deeply. Has Rikkai's prowess truly reached such heights? It must be the influence of that man, HK. Truly an unfathomable individual. I yearn to face him in battle. Fixating on HK, Chitose clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. That potent desire to fight exhilarated him to the point of losing control over his muscles. Beside Chitose, his sister sensed his fervor and was taken aback. Her brother, capable of such intense longing, he must be extraordinarily strong. On the court, The balance of power shifted back to an evenly matched contest. However, Banshishi was gradually regaining his rhythm. Known as the Bible, Banshishi KZ still found it challenging to disrupt the order within his mind. Bang! The rally concluded. Fudcan, 6-5. This is the end, Chia Chia. After serving, Banshishi advanced to the net, seizing the initiative. Chia unleashed a thunderous counterattack. Yet with his knees burdened, such a response lacked genuine threat. He had reached his limit. Chia and Appo's body gradually lost control, teetering on the edge. Bang! 0-15, 0-30, 0-40. The final shot. Banshishi tossed the ball into the air, maintaining a textbook posture, sealing the match with this stroke. The match concluded, and Banshishi KZ of FUD can emerge victorious, 7-5. As the referee announced the result, Chia remained rooted in place, his eyes fixed ahead, as if the battle had yet to conclude. From his eyes, one could see the undying flame of his desire to win. Rinji, Chia has lost consciousness due to overexertion. Sukiyaki, he has reached his limit. Banshishi is indeed formidable. Sanada, Chia. Ka stepped onto the court, patting Chia on the shoulder. It was the external interference that pulled Chia from that state, leading him to collapse into Ka's embrace. Sanada immediately jumped down from the stands to assist Chia off the court. For now, I will entrust him to your care, Ka said, releasing his grip and returning to the bench, sitting calmly. Rikkai's initial setback was not beyond Ka's expectations, though the upcoming doubles match was critical. Ka and Appo's expression grew even more composed. Chapter 68. The unassuming comedic duo after a brief intermission of 5 minutes for court preparation. The matchups were soon displayed on the screen. The upcoming contest was a doubles match featuring the illustrious Kei Shunichinos and Yuji from Shitenhuji against the formidable pair of Nayo Masaharu and Yagyu Hiroshi from Rikkai Dai. Nayo and Yagyu stepped to the sidelines, while Ye Feng, with a serious demeanor, addressed his teammates. You are well aware of the strength of our opponents in this doubles match. Do not squander this opportunity. Understood, they replied in unison. However, their adversaries appeared to still be in preparation. At that moment, an individual donned with an exaggerated wild wig and another obscured by a red mask that covered the upper half of their face finally emerged. Hello, everyone. We and Appo's, been waiting a long time for this. It and Appo's, as the doubles match featuring Kei Shun and Yuji. The duo from Shitenhuji approached the net, synchronously executing a ballet pirouette before embracing each other and commencing a lively dance, their movements captivatingly graceful. You two are just as eccentric as last year, Nayo observed calmly. Not quite, little fox, Kei Shun replied with a sultry tone. Little fox? Even Nayo found the moniker unsettling. Over the past year, we have adhered to our coach's guidance and have become inseparable, Kei Shun explained. Since our last defeat, we have not spent a moment apart. Due to our constant proximity, we can intuitively perceive each other's actions and thoughts, Yuji added. This could be deemed the infinite potential of doubles, wouldn't you agree? As they spoke, they remained intertwined. Kei Shun's finger playfully tracing Yuji's chest, while Yuji's hand gently caressed Kei Shun's face. Yagyu raised an eyebrow. Have you too? Indeed, they exclaimed in unison. Their excitement palpable. This is our unified training as a duo, right, coach? Watanabe suddenly pulled into the conversation, looked up in surprise, his eyes wide with confusion. Did I ever say that? Oh no. Kei Shun and Yuji lamented, visibly pained. The referee, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, announced, the match begins. Nayo serves. Both teams took their positions. Thud, thud, thud. Nayo quickly regained his composure. Though they appear amusing, their capabilities must not be underestimated. At this juncture, Kei Shun, poised at the net, bent gracefully while winking at Yagyu. You, with the glasses, are quite handsome. Target locked. Yagyu sighed. This is truly uncomfortable. I shall pretend I see nothing. Yuji, visibly irritated, admonished his teammate. Are you trying to be reckless? Ye Feng, unable to endure any longer, commanded, Nayo. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish this. With a resounding thump. What a powerful serve. Kei Shun swung her pink racket, deliberately sending the ball to the backcourt. There's an opening. Nayo glanced to the left corner, executing a forehand with a side spin. In an instant, Yuji appeared in that direction. You are indeed clever, but it's too early for celebration. Yuji retaliated, directing the ball towards Yagyu. Leave it to me. Whoosh. A beam of light streaked through the air. The beam of Yagyu's laser shot directly through the center of Kei Shun's wig. The wig soared into the air and fell to the ground. However, Shun had another surprise awaiting her. Beneath the wig lay an elaborate hairdo. Truly impressive, Shun. Ye Feng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. As expected, they remain unchanged. Yagyu remarked, "This is intriguing. They seem to have cleverly utilized my laser beam to enhance their performance." Nio added, "Yagyu, it seems we have been played." Yagyu adjusted his glasses. "Do not be fooled. We must not let them lead us astray." Nio nodded. "Agreed. It is time to showcase our true strength." With that, a mysterious white mist enveloped both players. The members of Shite and Huji suddenly felt an unusual pressure. Simultaneously, Shun and Yuji straightened, their demeanor now serious. "In that case, we shall not hold back." Resonance. Both pairs were exceptional in doubles. At this moment, the match had truly begun. Rinchi remarked, "Although we both employ resonance in our doubles, their level has notably improved over the past year, and they must not be underestimated." Nio and Yagyu's abilities should be formidable, Sanada added. "It seems the upperclassmen have grown stronger," Tamigawa noted. Nio served. Shun, smiling, returned the ball effortlessly. Yagyu, stationed at the net, was prepared, adopting a stance. "Another laser beam?" Shun anticipated, beginning to explain. "Though not the first time I and Oppos, VE encountered it, it is indeed a formidable technique. Hitting a ball with such rapid speed in doubles can provide a significant advantage. Incorporating a golf-like stance into tennis, leveraging height, and maintaining an optimal angle of 60 to 55 upon contact with the ball ensures the trajectory remains at its best diagonal line. Consequently, this method is at least 0.3 seconds faster than conventional strikes, increasing the distance based on proximity to the net by approximately 5.238, with the maximum distance extending to 10.096. This encapsulates the true essence of the laser beam." Bai Shi, observing from the sidelines, remarked, "While this may sound like mere rambling, Shun's calculations are based on overwhelming intelligence and far exceed even those of Rinchi." Shun swiftly retreated, timing her return perfectly as the ball reached its ideal height. Thud. 0 to 15. Bai Shi smiled contentedly. "Shun's IQ is a staggering 200. She is truly a genius." Marui said. Yagyu's laser beam was effortlessly returned. Kuwahara added, "They are indeed formidable opponents. One cannot gauge a person's abilities merely by their appearance." Yukimura remarked, "They will need to demonstrate even greater strength to contend with this round." At this moment, Shun, casually picking her nose, confidently declared, "Yagyu, an exceptional student from Rikkai Dai Fuzoku's Class 3A, born on October 19th, a Libra, standing at 177 centimeters, with blood type A, exuding an aura of absolute gentlemanliness. As a member of the student council, he approaches matters with great seriousness, while secretly being an introvert who enjoys detective novels. Despite wearing glasses, his myopia is not severe. It has simply worsened over time, and he wears them to maintain the image of a cultured gentleman." Yagyu, with a nonchalant expression, replied, "You seem to know far too much." Chapter 69. The menace of leaf juice. The atmosphere returned to a stalemate. However, at this moment, Yagyu and Oppos' expression seemed somewhat off. Was he still going to employ his signature moves? Yet, it was futile now. Ugh, so heavy. Even though he had received the shot, its force surpassed what Ko had calculated. With a resounding clap, the racket slipped from his grasp, the ball rebounding back into Rikkai's half. Seizing the opportunity, Nia leaped swiftly, executing a powerful smash that secured a point. Splendidly done. The two exchanged applause, their momentum building. "Let us continue winning like this, Pori." Naturally, they darted about the court, their rhythm and pace significantly elevated. "Yagyu, target the far left corner. I'll handle the right side." This unexpected voice caused Yagyu to hesitate. Nia quickly interjected, "No, that wasn't me." Yet, the swing of the racket was irrevocable, and the ball fell into the opponent's trap. Bang! Ichishi hit a stunning cross-court shot. 15 to 30. Yagyu glanced at Ichishi ahead, commenting, "That voice just now must have come from that guy, right?" Nayu chuckled relaxedly. "Haha, so you possess such a tactic? You too. I believe I mentioned we should wrap this up quickly, right?" Ye Feng furrowed his brows, his expression turning serious. "Do you wish to sample my latest specialty, leaf juice?" Both players turned to Ye Feng, who produced a cup brimming with a bubbling green liquid from behind him. Instantly, they gulped nervously, recalling the harrowing memory of being forced to drink it previously, leaving them incapacitated for 3 days. Even the typically composed Yagyu twitched at the corner of his mouth, expressing, I don't want to drink that." Naya also broke into a cold sweat. "I don't want to either, What's this latest concoction? Will it kill us? Under the pressure from Ye Feng, both players immediately heightened their focus to a staggering degree. Tamura stepped back in fear. Captain Ye Feng, you're truly frightening. You're still researching the latest version. Sanada clenched his fists, speaking gravely. Yukimura, I believe you would be more suitable as captain. Marui concurred. Indeed, that thing is simply. At that moment, Ye Feng seemed to have overheard their discussion, casting a sidelong glance. Ah, did he hear us? Marui became tense, hastily blowing several bubbles while averting his gaze. Watanabe Shu, the coach from Shiden Hoji, looked curiously at the cup in Ye Feng and Appo's hands. What on earth is that? It seems to possess considerable intimidation. In an instant, Ye Feng appeared beside Watanabe, as if he had heard his thoughts. Ninjutsu Kanzuya exclaimed. Ah, when did you arrive? Aoi from Rokaku remarked. Rikkai's Captain Ye Feng, this is bad. Ye Feng flashed a slightly sinister smile. Uncle, you seem quite interested in my leaf juice. Would you care to try some? Watanabe froze momentarily. His instincts warned him that drinking it might lead to dire consequences. After a brief contemplation, he quickly declined. No need for trouble. We're still in the match, and we mustn't disturb them. Don't be shy. This concoction is quite nourishing. Well then, referee, I would like to request that the opposing team refrain from interfering with my guidance of my players. Watanabe finally found a way out. The referee turned to Ye Feng, stating, This student, please return to your position. Ye Feng shook his head, sighing, What a pity. Had you tasted it, you would surely fall in love with it. On the court, the match intensified. Nayu transformed into a formidable force, unleashing his ultimate technique. How infuriating. The opponent had become so dominant. Was that strange substance truly that fearsome? Ko and Ichishi found it hard to fathom. Bang. The rally concluded, Rikkai leading 5-3. Only one game remained, and Shiten Hoji was struggling to cope. Well done, let us seize this final game. Yes, Yagyu and Nayu chimed in unison. They dared not linger too long on the sidelines. Even gazing at the peculiar color of the leaf juice was unbearable. All right, let us end it with this point. Nayu summoned all his strength, instantly transforming into another form. Then smugly stated, I advise you to remain stationary. What did you say? Ko and Ichishi were irked, not expecting to be so underestimated. But in the next moment, both stood frozen like statues. Referee, ISNT this point counted? Naya cast a triumphant glance upward. 10, 15-0. So fast. Has he truly reached this level? Rikkai's Nayu, 226 kilometers h, an astonishing display of mimicry. Everyone gazed at the LED screen behind the court, which displayed the speed of this serve. Too fast. Then let us dial it down a notch. Nayu spoke in Ye Feng's tone. He tossed the ball aloft, bending low and swinging with a reduced vigor at the moment of impact. Bang! Shirashi remarked. 220 kilometers h, indeed slower than he claimed, yet still an absurdly powerful serve. Chitose added, due to their unfamiliarity with the opponent's trajectory and the added speed, Ko struggled to calculate and react. Zazen stated, the primary reason is that no one has seen the true strength of the Nayu, mimicking Ye Feng. Ninjutsu Kanzuya fumed. How infuriating. The opponent possesses an almost cheating-like existence. Bang. The match concluded. Rikkai emerged victorious with a score of 6-3. Well done. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. He then raised the leaf juice, swaying it before the two players, narrowing his eyes with a smile, as a reward. Would you like to be the first to taste my latest creation, Leaf Juice 3.0? No, no. No thanks, Captain. Let us leave it to Vice Captain Sanada as a reward after the next game. Nayu shook his head vigorously. Yagyu quickly followed Nayu up to the stands. At this moment, Ye Feng cast a mischievous glance toward Sanada. Sanada instinctively turned his head away, picking up his racket, stating coldly, I'll go prepare. The arena's announcement echoed. Now, both teams will take a 10-minute break. The next match will feature singles 2, with Shiten Hoji's Ishida Jin versus Rikkai's Sanada Janikura. Watanabe Shu examined the lineup. Deep in thought, if Shiten Hoji's singles 2 is Sanada, then will Ye Feng be singles 1? In that case, would Yukimura be in the doubles lineup? Or perhaps Yukimura is singles 1, and doubles involve others, with Ye Feng refraining from participating in this match? However, even after much contemplation, Watanabe could not decipher Rikkai's lineup order. Chapter 70, The Resounding Counterattack of a True Man. On the sidelines, both sides exuded an intense aura. Ye Feng urged, Sanada, make it swift. Sanada, with an air of tranquility, replied, I shall not relent. Meanwhile, Watanabe spoke to Ishida Jin. The opponent's strength is formidable. Unleash your power without hesitation. Ishida, with a stoic expression, nodded in agreement. As Sanada took to the court, victory seemed assured. Indeed, he was one of Rikkai's aces, the indomitable emperor of tennis. The Rikkai players brimmed with confidence in Sanada. They had often faced his reprimands and were acutely aware of his prowess. Conversely, the members of Furinkin were equally exhilarated. Master, unleash your strength and bring down the emperor, they thought. Regardless of the opponent's role, in the face of their master's might, victory seemed a century away. The players took their positions, prepared for the match to commence. The referee announced, Furinkin, Ishida's serve. As Ishida prepared, the rhythm of the game intensified. When one possesses immense strength, it becomes nearly impossible to restrain its use, such is the nature of humanity. Bang! The ball twisted and contorted in an instant, morphing from a spherical shape into an elliptical vibration. Renji remarked, what a powerful shot. Yukimura observed, however, for Sanada. Bang! 0-15. Ishida furrowed his brow. He was caught off guard at that moment. Atobi smirked, Sanada's speed is increasing. Nanjiru added, it seems Sanada should easily secure this match. Shiraishi encouraged, Jin, show them more of your strength. The rhythm continued, and with a swift motion, Sanada executed a powerful return, scoring directly. 0-30. As expected of Rikkai's vice-captain, he was formidable. Ishida took a deep breath, his tone shifting slightly as he declared, but my wave ball has 108 variations. Boom. Just an accumulation of power. How amusing. Sanada felt a tinge of boredom. Bang. 0-40. The master was thoroughly suppressed. Sanada stood like an immovable mountain, utterly unshakable. What manner of monster was he? The members of Furinkin were intimidated by Sanada and Appo's presence. This aura and might were beyond their capacity to withstand. Even Shiraishi frowned, glancing at the bandage on his left hand, contemplating the necessity of removing it should he face Sanada in singles 3, though victory remained uncertain. Chitose trembled with trepidation, recognizing the overwhelming strength displayed. Even so, he willingly remained subordinate to Yukimura, who was in turn obedient to Ye Feng. What level of hierarchy was this? The round concluded with Rikkai winning the game, leading 1-0. Having lost the serve, Furinkin found themselves in an unfavorable position. As the players exchanged sides, a voice rang out from the sidelines. The previously unconscious Akaya finally regained awareness. Dazed, he scanned the court and exclaimed, the match, my match. Renji responded, Akaya, your match is over. Now it is Sanada's turn. Upon seeing the scoreboard, Akaya clenched his fists in frustration. What? How infuriating. I faltered at such a crucial moment. He then leaped over the stands to confront Ye Feng. Bowing his head in supplication, Captain, I have let the team down. Please punish me. The referee interjected, this student is still participating in the match. Please do not. Slap. Before the referee could finish, Sanada swiftly raised his hand, poised to leave a mark on Akaya and Appo's face, but instead hovered above his head, gently patting Akaya on the shoulder, and said, focus intently on this match. Yes. Akaya promptly nodded in compliance. Clap, clap. Ye Feng gestured to the chair beside him, stating, watch closely. Sanada will demonstrate what absolute strength is. Thank you, Captain. Akaya, taken aback, quickly settled into his seat. Ye Feng then rose and moved toward the stands, remarking, it's time for us to warm up. Renji nodded in agreement. Let's go. Ye Feng turned to Yukimura, instructing, for now, I leave this to you. Yukimura smirked and slowly descended from the stands, taking a seat beside Akaya. Yukimura, Captain, Akaya greeted. Watch the match with peace of mind, Yukimura softly replied. Meanwhile, the Furinkin team expressed their dissatisfaction with the situation. Watanabe furrowed his brow, pondering, is the new captain of Rikkai, Ye Feng, teaming up with their strategist for doubles? This is indeed surprising. Atobi, observing the retreating figures, smiled knowingly. Ye Feng, you intend to play doubles. How interesting. Chitose remarked. I never expected Ye Feng to prepare for doubles with this development, though he had withdrawn from the team. Chitose still felt a sense of worry for his teammates, especially regarding the combination of Nanjiru and Zazen, which left him restless. At that moment, Watanabe and Appo's gaze also drifted upward, meeting Chitose's, sharing a knowing smile. Chitose, you must be eager to take the court, yes? Against an opponent like Rikkai, would your spirit, yearning to compete with the strong, truly allow you to miss this opportunity? The explosion of a powerful shot resounded. The match had devolved into a one-sided affair. Ishida Jin unleashed his full strength. Yet Sanada and Appo's prowess eclipsed it. This level of power was insufficient to shake Sanada and Appo's steadfastness, and with a thunderous response, Ishida and Appo's efforts were utterly shattered. Even after exerting himself to the utmost, Ishida had fallen multiple times, covered in bruises, in his desperate attempt to keep pace with Sanada and Appo's speed. Struggling to contain his breath, Ishida gazed ahead, feeling the terror of his opponent. Continuing in this manner would yield no results. The match was drawing to a close. Sanada delivered a definitive proclamation of dominance. No, I still have one final strike, the 109th wave ball. The opponent's full power earned Sanada's respect. He adjusted his stance at the baseline, his gaze turning fierce. Very well, allow me to show you. Boom. The speed was astonishing, and even from where he stood, the intensity of the ball's spin was palpable. Like a tempestuous storm, it was formidable. Ishida refused to yield, raising his arm, channeling all his strength into his limbs. A silver aura, akin to flames, flickered around him. It was as though he were delivering a strike fueled by his very soul. Hiya! Bang! The force behind this shot was immensely powerful, its scorching energy causing a fierce collision and friction in the air. Crack! Crack! Sanada lowered his gaze, increasing the amplitude of his backward swing. He was determined to retaliate head-on, compelling his opponent to submit. This shot was extraordinarily heavy, and Sanada exerted every ounce of his strength. Boom! Ishida Jin could no longer grip his racket, rendered unable to make a move as he stood frozen in place. The match concluded with Sanada of Rikkai triumphing, the score being 6-0. Chapter 71. The unmanageable doubles. Vice Minister Sanada is formidable. Akaya, observing the match from such proximity, is filled with myriad emotions. This is not his first encounter with Sanada's prowess, yet the unwavering determination and the complete dominance displayed in defeating his opponent is a rare spectacle. Witnessing such overwhelming strength in an official match sends shivers of excitement coursing through Akaya. Unable to contain himself, he leaps to his feet, exclaiming, Vice Minister Sanada, I shall surely defeat you. Kaira Kaizen remarks, what is going on? That Chiharu from Rikkai dares to proclaim he will topple our Vice Minister at such a time. Atobi glances sideways. Jiro, I believe you should embody that kind of spirit too, shouldn't you? Nijiro replies, I am always prepared to rise against the odds. At this moment, the announcer declares, next, we will proceed with the doubles match. Ye Feng and Rinji return to the court. Oh, it seems perfectly timed. Sanada has performed admirably. I shall reward you with a special leaf juice later. Ye Feng pats Sanada on the shoulder. No, that and Appo's unnecessary. Sanada turns to leave. Akaya attempts to follow, but Ye Feng restrains him. Just sit tight and watch. Sakakibara smiles, arms crossed. Then, I shall oversee the battle. Let us secure victory. Rest assured. The goddess of victory skirt is already in my grasp. Ye Feng smirks. The probability of winning this match stands at 100%, Rinji proclaims confidently. At this juncture, the LED screen displays the lineup for both teams. This match features Saigaku's Kaizen Chiharu against Rikkai's Rinji Ye Feng. What? Chiharu's body trembles in disbelief. That is your brother's name. The notice must be mistaken. Chiharu, come here quickly. Watanabe calls out loudly. It's your turn. Brother, but I have already. Chiharu is tormented by indecision. Watanabe playfully chides. The tournament is not over. I cannot accept your resignation. If you wish to explore the world outside, it can wait until after you face the experts from Rikkai. Chiharu and Appo's expression tightens with apprehension, unsure how to decide. At that moment, a voice calls from behind, hurry over. It is Kan. It is only natural to let the stronger one take the court. Ninja confronts Chiharu. You wish to compete, don't you? To measure yourself against Rikkai's ace? Everything is in place. All that remains is for you to act. Go on, brother. Chiharu clenches his fists, no longer hesitating. The spectators from Saigaku gaze on eagerly. Kentaro leans over the railing, praising the coach. You really are something, Ashu. Watanabe, with his eyes closed, savors the moment. To modify the roster at the last moment was indeed the right call. Sakakibara murmurs to himself, Ye Feng and Appo's analytical skills are commendable. He truly guessed the opposing coach and Appo's intentions. On the court, Ye Feng waits patiently, satisfied. It seems nothing has changed. Let me hasten the pace of today's match. Chiharu finally steps onto the court as the match is about to commence. At this moment, Shirashi addresses Kaizen. Chiharu and Appo's abilities are best showcased in singles. I must ask you to bear with it a bit, Kaizen. Other than serving and receiving, step aside. Alas, it cannot be helped, Kaizen nods. Ye Feng wears a knowing smile. Glancing at Rinji, I entrust this to you. Renji eagerly agrees. Understood. Let me closely observe your prowess. This match is nominally a doubles, Ninzu observes. In essence, it has transformed into a singles match, Atobi adds. I am eager to see how much of his strength our minister can unleash against his opponent, Marui expresses. The depth of our minister's ability is unfathomable. I yearn to witness more of his capabilities, Kuwahara muses. Ye Feng, just how strong are you? Akaya gulps nervously. I hope this Chiharu fellow does not surrender too quickly. As the match commences, Saigaku's Kaizen Chiharu serves. Thud, thud, thud. Chiharu's eyes ignite with fervor, fixated solely on Ye Feng. Now, for the first point, the 50-second ball. Ninza's eyes widen. 52 balls? Must we engage in such a lengthy exchange? Shirashi remains calm. After all, the opponent is Rikkai's enigmatic minister. There is no other choice. Regardless of how many exchanges it takes. Kentaro beams. Indeed, it is the victors who reign supreme. Bang. Do not underestimate Rikkai's Ye Feng. The ball vanishes in an instant after bouncing. Chiharu shows considerable respect for Ye Feng by employing stealth from the outset. However, Ye Feng remains composed, unfazed as he prepares to return the shot. What? It vanished mid-flight. The crowd gasps in astonishment. Yet Ye Feng remains unperturbed, internally chuckling. Ichiro, I shall borrow your swiftness. Sanada smirks. Humph, what a show-off. You certainly possess some skill. Chiharu perceives the essence of this shot and draws back his racket to employ stealth again. Both players engage in a tug-of-war, exchanging high-quality returns. Even the referee feels overwhelmed, his eyes weary. Kaizen, unable to restrain himself, observes the back-and-forth with growing impatience. Contemplating. 52 balls is an excessive waste of time. Seizing the opportunity, he strides onto the court, confidently declaring, allow me to conclude this at the 17th ball. Swish. Ye Feng's return pierces through Kaizen's racket. This shot not only went uncontested, but nearly cost him an arm due to his excessive carelessness. Renji squints, arms crossed. Casually commenting, I suggest you behave. My minister is no benevolent soul. Hey, Renji, is it really wise to malign our minister? Ye Feng glances leftward, effortlessly returning Chiharu's shot. How could you playfully catch my ball? Chiharu feels an ominous premonition. Kaizen, drenched in cold sweat, kneels outside the court, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Ye Feng resumes the stalemate. Each exchange demonstrating remarkable quality. What a troublesome opponent. Chiharu, this is the 52nd ball, Ye Feng announces. Bang. Chiharu stands still, not attempting to intercept, confidently stating. My prediction shall not falter. Referee, 0 to 15. Chiharu's confidence evaporates instantly. Ye Feng grins. I apologize. You were indeed correct. Thank you for informing me of the exact ball at which I would score. Chapter 72. Play with seriousness. Sunlight streamed into the room as the eager spectators observed the match unfolding. Hirakawa Yudo reclined in his chair, astonished by the remarkable turn of events. Incredible. They completely reversed the predictions. Ninza Yuji glanced sideways, noting the formidable presence of both players on the court. That Ye Feng seems like a monster. Wouldn't you agree, Jibu? At that moment, Jibu's gaze was fixed intently on Ye Feng, having not diverted his attention since the match commenced. Tap, tap. Chitose maintained his unwavering confidence. After gripping the ball and assessing Ye Feng's positioning, he declared, next. It's going to be the 81st shot. Bang, bang. The two competitors once again fell into a relentless tug-of-war. The tennis ball darted back and forth with such velocity that it was nearly impossible to track. The rapid exchanges heightened the intensity of the match, leaving even the umpire perplexed, awaiting the final shot to render a judgment. Just what are these two doing? Akaya questioned. Relax your eyes, avoid excessive tension, and keep pace with their rhythm, Sakurai advised. I see. They're incredibly fast, Akaya responded. While you've opened the doors to the realm of no self, you still have much to learn from Chitose, Sakurai suggested. Perhaps I should observe the captain Ye Feng instead. It feels as though he is doing this on purpose, Akaya replied. Bang. A swift ball zipped past Ye Feng's feet. Ye Feng, seemingly with no choice, lifted the ball high. Chitose leaped confidently, exclaiming, that was the 80th shot, and now here comes the 81st. With a powerful smash, the ball soared toward the far corner of Ye Feng's backhand. Ye Feng stood still, a calm expression on his face as he remarked, you seem a bit too excited. Out. How could this be? Chitose's heart raced as he stared at the ball's landing spot for an eternity. In that moment, he felt as though an insurmountable mountain loomed before him, with Ye Feng's towering figure casting an even greater shadow. It felt as if he were trapped beneath Ye Feng's immense hand, unable to escape its grasp. Why? Ninja pondered, baffled. Has the secret of absolute prediction been unraveled by Ye Feng of Rikkai? Bai Shi observed solemnly. Perhaps it is because Ye Feng has also stepped through the door of unparalleled talent, with a deeper reservoir of experience. Right now, I feel as if you have me firmly by the throat. You are indeed a terrifying opponent. Chitos inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the turmoil within. 0-40. The rally concluded. Rikkai Dai's Ye Feng leading 1-0. The players switched sides. Chitos did not completely lose faith. He was merely contemplating his strategy. On the sidelines, Watanabe remarked to Chitos. The new captain of Rikkai Dai possesses unfathomable strength, but I know you have yet to reveal your full potential. Remain vigilant. Yes, Chitos nodded, his expression grave. Meanwhile, Ye Feng appeared relaxed. Sakurai inquired with a smile. So, how much of your strength can your opponent draw out? Akaya chimed in. Hey, Captain. You're doing this on purpose. Don't hide your abilities. I want to see more. Don't blink. You must pay attention, urged Kaido. Suddenly, Ye Feng's demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference. Very well, I shall oblige your request. Let us play with seriousness, Koharu remarked. The captain of Rikkai Dai is a bit too arrogant. I can't believe he insists on being serious, Ichi said. Bai Shi's expression turned grave. Perhaps his serious is far from simple. In the audience, Jibu wore an excited smile as he commanded, everyone, watch closely. You are about to witness an unmissable spectacle. An unmissable spectacle? Kawachi exclaimed. Indeed. The crowd was taken aback. Jibu's enthusiasm indicated something extraordinary was about to unfold. The players returned to the court. Ye Feng showed no signs of alteration, yet as he grasped the ball, an almost imperceptible aura began to emanate from him. Chitos, I must say you have grown significantly within this realm, but predictions extend beyond mere mental calculations of outcomes. Ye Feng's gaze was icy as he tossed the ball into the air, announcing, 1 ball. Impossible. A beam of light flashed, exploding at Chitos's feet. Boom. Umpire, did you see that? Ye Feng asked coldly. The umpire, trembling, recorded the score, 0-15. Ninzu exclaimed, look at the speedometer. Oh my god. That's unbelievable, exclaimed HCH Taro. This truly is an unmissable spectacle, Akaya stated, overwhelmed. 235 kilometers H, is this the true strength of the captain? Chitos felt devastated, his thoughts spiraling as his body trembled, not from excitement, but from a profound sense of dread. Bai Shi wore a worried expression. Chitos, just how much power does Ye Feng possess? Watanabe, too, had lost his earlier joviality. His face now serious. Perhaps I should not have allowed you to face such an opponent. He is not a competitor suitable for this level of competition. It was just the opponents who felt intimidated. Everyone from Rikkai was astonished by Ye Feng's prowess. With a single shot, he had utterly subdued Chitos's talent, showcasing an overwhelming presence. Even Sakurai could not guarantee that he possessed the ability to defeat Ye Feng. Speed alone may seem simple, yet the simplest things often wield the most formidable power. Ye Feng and Appos' words were directed towards Sakurai, but they resonated with the entire assembly. Jibu and Appos' eyes sparkled with excitement. His fists clenched tighter. Ye Feng, you are truly infuriating. I will not yield to you easily. Sakurai stood, unwilling to remain seated, yet his arms were subtly tensed. Ye Feng, my strength will not stagnate. Be prepared. Bang. The match concluded. Rikkai Dai's Ye Feng triumphed over Lu Lianair with a score of 6-0. As the match came to a close, Rikkai Dai stood victorious with a score of 3-1, advancing to the national finals. Hooray! Akaya was the first to cheer. Ye Feng returned to his usual demeanor, arms wide open as he laughed. Great. Everyone get ready. Let us go out for barbecue tonight. Let us go. I heard Saishin also made it through. Jibu glanced back one last time, saying, in the next match, we might witness an even more thrilling confrontation. It is truly something to anticipate. Watanabe apologized to Chitos. I'm sorry. Chitos replied, it should be me apologizing. I didn't expect my opponent to be so formidable. As they conversed, Ye Feng approached slowly, offering a warm smile. If you don't mind, please join us for tonight's barbecue feast. Kintaro beamed with excitement. Can we go too? Ye Feng nodded, of course. Kintaro asked, then can I play a match against my opponent, Sakurai, first? Bai Shi swiftly embraced Jin Tailang, exclaiming, little Jin, we have lost. At that moment, Yukimura approached and reassured, it's all right. A single ball won't take long. Bai Shi attempted to interject, but let him play. Otherwise, there won't be another chance next year, Yukimura interjected. Ye Feng cast a glance at the two, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 73. The terrifying power of one ball. Seeing that both Ye Feng and Yukimura had no objections, and with Kentaro's eager enthusiasm, Shiraishi chose not to intervene any further. The prospect of a single ball ignited a particular excitement in Kentaro, who joyfully bounced around. Wow, I can finally compete with you. Here I come. Let us go, Yukimura replied with his gentle smile. A soft breeze caressed the air, gently tousling Yukimura and Appo's smooth hair and causing his coat to flutter, as if it had become a part of him. Ye Feng took the opportunity to settle onto the umpire's chair. With the match hinging on a single ball, Kentaro served. At that moment, the wind fell silent. Tap, tap, tap. Here we go. Kentaro and Appo's serve spun fiercely, darting towards the outer corner. Yet, Yukimura's nimble footwork had him poised and ready. With ease, he executed a backhand diagonal shot. Kentaro remained exuberant, a grin plastered across his face as he dashed about. I and Appo's am coming. Bam! The ball soared once more towards the far corner, right into Yukimura and Appo's backhand territory. Tezuka chuckled softly. Ah, so early on the baseline to maneuver the opponent. It seems this kid is quite confident in his athletic prowess. Ninja Tutsui commented, but Yukimura from Rikkai Dai is not so easily dealt with. Tar noted. It's a high lob. On the side of Futamine, everyone wore smiles. Ninja Kin also remarked. Is he trying to set up a high ball to adjust the rhythm before counterattacking? But he seems to underestimate Kentaro and Appo's strength. Shiraishi nodded in agreement. Kentaro possesses the best physical attributes among us at Futamine. He doesn't need to wait for the ball to drop. Yukimura and Appo's calculations may be off. The moment arrived. Kentaro lunged forward, channeling his energy into the ground, creating a maelstrom of dust. Like a rocket taking flight, he leapt high into the air, spinning a full 3,600 degrees. The ultimate cosmic super indestructible technique, the Great Wheel. Mountain Storm. Boom. A radiant red light illuminated the entire arena, akin to a colossal meteor plummeting toward the earth. The scorching brilliance left everyone astounded. This spectacle threatened to obliterate the entire court. Even the members of Futamine felt concern for Yukimura. As the captain, Shiraishi immediately shouted, Yukimura, do not attempt to receive that ball. Boom. The arena fell silent for 3 seconds, engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris, while spectators nearby complained vocally. Cough, cough. What on earth is going on? This is outrageous. Everyone covered their mouths and noses, waving their hands to disperse the swirling sand. Bang, bang. Look, a voice called out, and all gazes turned to the court. The sounds that followed indicated that the ball had not yet been concluded. Soon, the dust settled, revealing both players once again. You are truly strong. Kentaro barely managed to chase down the ball. Shall we continue? Yukimura inquired. It's not over yet. Give it your all. Kentaro urged, gathering his strength once more. Then, swoosh. Kentaro suddenly swung empty, failing to return the ball immediately. With a furrowed brow, he agilely backflipped, executing a backhand return. However, it was evident that Kentaro's demeanor was somewhat off. Little Kentaro's gaze lacks focus. What's wrong with him? Shiraishi expressed his concern, shouting, Kentaro, pull yourself together. Whoosh. Bang. Yukimura struck again, the ball landing near Kentaro's feet. Yet, at the moment the ball bounced, sound began to fade. Kentaro's eyes were vacant, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise, responding only to the last fleeting information his senses registered. It was over. Yukimura executed a slice. Tap, tap. Invisible and inaudible, Kentaro fell into an abyss of despair. It felt as though he were submerged in darkness, unable to catch a glimpse of light. This overwhelming sense of nothingness chilled him to the bone, akin to plunging into the deep sea. Fear overwhelmed him, rendering him powerless on the ground. Little Kentaro. The members of Futamine leaped from the stands and rushed onto the court. Shiraishi quickly lifted Kentaro, stroking his head to soothe him. It's all right. The match has ended. That was terrifying. Truly terrifying. Seeing Kentaro in such a state, Ye Feng leaped down from the umpire's chair. With a swift motion, he knocked Kentaro unconscious. Don't worry. He'll be fine once he wakes up, he reassured. Then turned to Yukimura. You truly have a heart of stone. You unleashed such power for just one ball, yet held back against me? Because distant mountains are my opponents. Even if it is just one ball, utilizing my strength is a matter of respect for him. Yukimura replied with a faint smile, casting a meaningful glance at Ye Feng. Haven't you also refrained from showcasing your full strength against me? Ah, with one ball concluded, it's time we relax. Tonight's barbecue feast is on the house for everyone. Ye Feng laughed heartily, promptly shifting the subject. Akaya cheered, Yay. I'm going to eat 10 servings. Everyone set off for the barbecue restaurant. Meanwhile, news arrived that Seishin Academy had also successfully advanced to the finals. Moreover, each member had significantly elevated their abilities, showcasing a stark contrast to their previous selves. 2 hours later, Rikkai Dai and Futamine had all tidied up, donned casual attire, and arrived at the largest barbecue restaurant near the main venue. As the door swung open, a crowd was already seated inside, all eyes converging immediately. Smack! Ye Feng quickly closed the door. I must have opened it incorrectly. Let us try again. The next moment, the door opened once more. Ah, Rikkai Dai and Amp, Appos, Ye Feng, come on in. Invited Ryazaki Jin, the coach of Seishin Academy. Ye Feng then commanded, all right, everyone. Eat to your heart's content today. Marui blew bubbles, surveying the surroundings. Wow, this place is huge. It can actually accommodate all of us. Yagyu adjusted his glasses. Not just us from Rikkai Dai, but Futamine, Seishin, and even some from Higa Middle School are here. At that moment, Ye Feng glanced around curiously. Hey, where are the members of Ice Emperor? Tezuka should have arrived early. Turning to the side, he asked, Tezuka, did you see a Toby? You should know we are here and wouldn't miss it. When we got here, everyone was already present, but we Haven and Amp, Appos, seen Ice Emperor, Oishi chimed in. That's strange. Ah, I know. Ye Feng suddenly recalled that this restaurant had VIP rooms. Just then, a series of sliding doors opened. Thud, 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 thud. A Toby swaggered in, shaking a crystal glass in his hand. Hey, 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 how could this party be complete without me? Huh. Chapter 74, The Barbecue Party. Sonata let out a cold sneer. Humph, still so fond of showing off. The members of the Ice Emperor immediately immersed themselves in the lively atmosphere outside. The marinated meat sizzled on the grill, the heat causing the oil to hiss and releasing a tantalizing aroma. Everyone forgot the fatigue of their journey, allowing themselves to relax and relish the joy of indulging in hearty portions. Nua, Nua, Nua. Eiji was enjoying a large piece of perfectly grilled meat. Suddenly, he noticed Ryoma Ekizan across from him dipping his meat in salt before taking a bite. Eiji curiously remarked, Hey, Shorty, you Haven and Appos, used any sauce since earlier? Chewing thoughtfully, Ryoma replied with his cheeks bulging, I prefer just salt. It and Appos, fresher and tastier. Eiji pouted, Humph, such a little brat. Ye Feng was also happily devouring his share of grilled meat. Fudo leaned in, narrowing his eyes and said, I never imagined that Ye Feng from Rikkai would eat barbecue without sauce. Hearing this, Tezuka paused, putting down his chopsticks, his brows furrowing as he remarked, Fudo, so you're a sauce advocate? How surprising. Fudo raised a dish of sauce, passionately explaining. The rich and spicy flavors of the sauce create a magnificent symphony, igniting my very soul. I can hardly resist this exhilarating sensation, growing increasingly animated. He even opened his ice blue eyes wide, disdainfully declaring, Salt can wait until you're older. Tezuka replied solemnly, It seems you have yet to grasp the essence of it. On the side, Kaji was proudly bouncing between sauce and salt. I'm a fan of both. Ye Feng quickly chimed in, wrapping an arm around Kaji's neck. Hey, that's not right. The best way is to enjoy them separately, savoring the freshness of salt first, then relishing the richness of the sauce. Isn't that better? Just then, a commotion arose at another table as Haidang accidentally spilled sauce. Tachibana seized Haidang by the collar, shouting, What did you say? A man should dip generously in sauce. Haidang retorted defiantly, What a racket. I said dipping in salt is just fine. Tachibana, you want to fight? Haidang, I'm all for it. Let us see who's right. Meanwhile, Yagyu, his glasses glinting, elegantly picked up a piece of meat, evenly coating it with sauce before savoring it. A satisfied expression on his face. This is the most enjoyable way to eat barbecue, isn't it? Ninomiya remarked, What a child's choice. I want both. Sakakibara suddenly opened his eyes, gazing ahead. Sonata, you seem to dislike sauce. Are you a salt person? Sonata, yes, clean and straightforward barbecue is the best. Ye Feng, do you really understand the essence of barbecue? At that moment, a chilling wind swept through. The usually silent Oishi lowered his head, his face darkened. You lot. Tell me the name of this dish. Name? The crowd was taken aback. Is it called sauce meat? Or salt meat? No, it's called barbecue. Haidang and Tachibana immediately ceased their scuffle and stood at attention, answering the question. Suddenly, an aura akin to a field enveloped Oishi. Do you understand what this signifies? With a loud thud, an enraged Oishi slammed his hands on the table. Listen well, you lot. Shaking his head furiously, his fists clenched in frustration, he admonished. The most crucial aspect isn't the sauce or the salt. It's the grilling. At that moment, Oishi's expression was terrifying. His eyes widened in fury, and he erupted. The essence of barbecue is the meat juices, the very lifeblood of it. In that instant, the crowd seemed to see a furious bull behind Oishi. The flames of rage burned within him. He had become the spokesperson for barbecue, feeling indignant and enraged for every piece of meat not receiving its due treatment. Then, he swiftly wielded his chopsticks, directing the entire scene. Ekizan, the surface of the beef tongue should be grilled for 30 seconds, and the other side for 15. Yes, replied Ekizan. Tachibana, who grills meat like that, slathering sauce indiscriminately. Sorry, Tachibana apologized. Ojiro, the spicy flavor needs to be enhanced with gochujang. Ah yes. Ojiro responded. Tezuka, the beef tripe needs more grilling for a richer flavor. That makes sense, Tezuka conceded. Ye Feng from Rikkai. The beef tenderloin has barely grilled for a few minutes. It's not done yet. Oh, I know, Ye Feng acknowledged. You lot. Akaya exclaimed, how terrifying. Sanada, look, that egg-headed kid from Saigaku is fuming. Rinji added, that must be their Saigaku's special domain, Oishi's domain. Tezuka corrected, no, it should be the barbecue commissioner. Under Oishi's intense scrutiny, everyone took their grilling seriously while keeping track of time. However, there were a few who were less inclined to obey. Hirakawa from Higaku scoffed, humph. Just eat it in large bites, that's all that matters. Kai chimed in, exactly, eating barbecue like them is just being overly delicate. What did you say? Tachibana and Haidang stood simultaneously, glaring menacingly at the two from Higaku. Kishinoyama's eyes glinted as he smirked ominously. What, do you want to compete? Akaya shouted. If it's about eating barbecue, Rikkai 1T back down. Sanada crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance. In any situation, we will not slack off. Upon hearing of the competition, the lively atmosphere ignited Eiji's spirit, and he suddenly found a microphone in hand. Now, let the inter-school barbecue eating contest begin. Live commentary will be provided by me, Eiji Kikomaru, alongside Yoshimitsu. Mitsu, looking serious yet slightly awkward, waved his hand dismissively. What's with the theatrics? Eiji continued. Each school will send out 6 representatives proud of their astounding appetites. First up, Saigaku. When it came to big eaters, there was no one more fitting than Tachibana. With a confident wink, he declared, I absolutely cannot lose. Eiji proclaimed, the boastful super rookie, Ryoma Ekizan. Ryoma looked at the cameras, saying, hello. Eiji continued. The renowned barbecue commissioner, Oishi Shuichiro. Oishi clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. The meat juices are my lifeblood. Eiji stammered. Today we can't resonate together. Next is Kaji. Kaji adjusted his black-framed glasses, the gleam in his eyes affirming his confidence and determination. Chapter 75, The Spirited Academies. Eiji. Next, the genius, Fuji Shusuk, is he capable? Fuji maintained a crescent-like smile and nodded gently. Eiji, lastly. We have the captain of the Seishin Academy tennis team, Tezuka Kunamitsu. The stoic Tezuka earnestly encouraged everyone. Let us concentrate fully on our efforts. Eiji, moving on to Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku. How formidable will the newly appointed captain, Ye Feng, be? Ye Feng, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, I advise you to surrender quickly. Eiji, just like Tezuka, the serious Sanada Janikara. Must one remain solemn even while enjoying barbecue? Sanada turned to Tezuka and stated gravely, the victor will be Rikkai. Eiji. Next. The one with a devilish physique, Kihara Akaya. He appears rather adorable, doesn't he? Akaya instantly ignited with determination. Darn it. I shall prevail over all of you. Eiji. Following him is the ever-genteel, Yagyu Hiroshi. Can one maintain their gentlemanly demeanor while eating barbecue? Yagyu adjusted his glasses and donned a scarf, of course. Eiji. The formidable Kirikawa. He seems quite capable. Kirikawa nodded. Bring it on. Eiji. Lastly, the elusive trickster, Naya Masaharu. Naya slowly turned, his demeanor shifting, and seriously remarked, then, we at Rikkai shall also concentrate fully on our efforts. Sanada was about to reprimand him. Naya dodged and smugly quipped, Vice Captain, that trick 1T work on me. Sanada. Next, we move to Higa Junior High. Eiji. First up is the assassin, Cute Ijiru. What antics will he conjure? Cute adjusted his glasses. Seriousness enveloping him. It would be wise for you to awaken to reality sooner rather than later. Eiji. The pirate S-horn, Kayujiru. I presume he even wields chopsticks in a reverse grip? Kaiyujiru, naturally. AG, a native of Okinawa yet daunted by bitter melon, the lone wolf, Higuchiba Rin. AG, ominously cloaked in an aura, the unpredictable Chinin Hiroshi. AG, the breath-holding diving expert, Shiranui Chimi. AG, and the one with the highest acclaim. Sure to triumph in solo battles, Tanenishi Satoshi. Tanenishi declared enthusiastically, watch my prowess. Next, we transition to the closely knit Rokaka Junior High. Ninomiya Yuji took the stage. First up is the first-year president, Aoi Kinaro. Aoi, with an innocent expression, said, I look forward to your guidance. Ninomiya Yuji, known as David, the meat-devouring Tenehara Hikaru. After stating this with a grave expression, Tenehara could not suppress a chuckle. Teammate Kuroba Haruke stepped forward, teasing, what is so funny about that? Ninomiya Yuji, bemused, urged, just keep the jests coming. Continuing in his gentle yet emotionless tone, Ninomiya introduced, next, the excessively handsome, Siki Terajiru. Siki frowned, what do you mean by excessive? Ignoring Siki, Ninomiya proceeded. Following him, the incredulous breath, Kiku Tsubasa. Huff, puff. Kiku complied, exhaling audibly like a train and Appo's whistle. Ninomiya Yuji, finally, is there not much presence here? Is that all right? Shuto Satoshi. Ninomiya Yuji. Now, onto Osaka Shitenhoji, Captain Shiraishi Kuranasuke. Shiraishi slowly opened his eyes, caressing his forehead with an indulgent demeanor. Ah, this is bliss. Ninomiya Yuji, the Osaka speedster, known for his rapid eating, and Ninomiya Kenta. Ninomiya Kenta shot a glance at his teasing older brother, huffing. Ninomiya Yuji, brimming with talent, the infamous Muga, Chito's Chihiro. Chito smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped. Ha ha, what an entertaining competition. I'm glad I haven't quit the club. Ninomiya Yuji, the heartbroken imitator, Ichii Yujiru. Upon hearing this, Ichii's cool facade crumbled, revealing a pained expression. Ninomiya Yuji, the fluctuation ball specialist, Ishida Jin, who habitually uses his right hand for eating. Ishida made a gesture of respect and nodded. Ninomiya Yuji, the formidable rookie from Kansai, Toyama Kinaru. Kintaro, eager and excited, pointed at the camera. I can't wait to compete with them again. Ninomiya paused momentarily, regaining his composure before continuing. Lastly, we have the Ice Emperor. Will there be meat to his liking? Atobi Kigo, exuding royal confidence, his noble aura evident in his gaze. Before the introduction could conclude, a figure leaped from behind. Ninomiya quickly announced, here comes the moonlit somersault expert, Hinata Gakudo. But this has nothing to do with eating, right? Next, Akutagawa Jiro, who rarely opened his eyes, appeared more spirited. Ninomiya shook his head. This fellow must doze off after a mere snack, right? Then came the rebellious Hayoshi Wakashi. Hayoshi struck a stance reminiscent of ancient martial arts, silently chanting, enemies, retreat. Ninomiya Yuji. Next is the resolute Maido Ryu. May your efforts and perseverance lead you to success. Maido declared solemnly. Losing would be too embarrassing. Ninomiya Yuji. Up next, Hoshino Takahiro. Hoshino replied, yes, observing their lineup. Ninomiya scratched his head. I have a feeling we might not win. He then began to explain the rules. Ninomiya addressed the crowd. The rules are simple. The team that consumes the most within an hour shall be deemed victorious. Shiraishi confidently stated, the victor shall be the king, or rather, the eater shall be king. Snap. Yufune suddenly snapped his fingers, rising to take AG's place as the host. The atmosphere darkened as he smirked. However, after consuming the first round, each team must drink a special beverage crafted by a can, and after every 10 rounds, they must imbibe my specially prepared Yufune drink. Akaya, you must be joking, Captain? Kawamura Dakashi, we absolutely cannot lose. Tanenishi, you will never defeat us. Atobi, foolish mortals, the winner shall be us, the Ice Emperor. Kintaro, I can't wait to devour some beef. Everyone was buzzing with excitement as Ninomiya raised the timer. Ready. Fight. The first drink was Akane's distinctive vegetable juice. Kinaru, it looks rather delicious. Ninomiya Kenta, then, allow me to take the first sip. Aoi from Rokaku, it seems rather perilous. As captain, I shall go first. Woa. Aoi dashed out, tripping at the entrance. Aoi Kintaro. Eliminated. Chapter 76. A variety of eliminations. Upon witnessing the scene, the confident sunlight of the Ice Emperor remarked, you all are being rather dramatic. It's merely vegetable juice. Wait a moment. Sunlight. Tezuka interjected. Woa. Sunlight urine sprinted forward, tripping and executing a somersault to land on his back. Eliminated. I don't want it anymore. You drink it. Kintaro promptly seized it, pushing it towards others. Nanatsu, with a sudden inspiration, placed it on the right side. Hey, Shirashi. Aren't you particularly health-conscious? Shirashi, with his left hand on his forehead and eyes closed, replied solemnly, I'm in excruciating pain. Ichishi Yuji grinned mischievously. Then you shun tea come to eat meat. Suddenly, a vibrant aura emanated from Chitose, who confidently declared, 7 minutes. This is the time frame we have for our internal strife. Yamamoto's eyes lit up as he raised his cup, smiling and reaching out, then let Chitose drink it. Chitose exclaimed, wait a moment. Chitose Chisato eliminated. Next. With a smile, Fuji drank it all in one gulp. Ah, indeed, quite delightful. I can't wait to try Ye Feng's Ye beverage. Eiji remarked, oh. Saishin has swiftly finished their drink. They're starting on the barbecue. Tenejinshi called out, another cup. This slight bitterness is beneath me. Observing other schools finishing their drinks. Ye Feng surveyed the surroundings. Then, this cup the entire Rikkai team chimed in. You, the captain, should drink it first. Alas, you truly lack discernment. Ye Feng gazed at everyone with a look of regret before resolutely stating, very well, for the victory of Rikkai, leave it to me. Gulp Ye Feng downed it in one go, not spilling a drop, maintaining his composure. Akaya remarked, as expected of the captain, so formidable. Renji mused. Perhaps the power of the cayenne juice is still insufficient. However, at that moment, Ye Feng's other hand, hidden beneath the table, was firmly pinching his thigh. Yet, he nodded solemnly, a mere trifle. Eiji announced, all right, Rikkai has begun their barbecue as well. Suddenly, Eiji turned to the side. Whoa, the competition is intensifying. Tanijinshi from Higa is quite ferocious. Tanijinshi was relentlessly scooping large portions of meat into his mouth. Nanatsu looked over. What? Rikkai's Renwang is also imitating Tanijinshi. But can his stomach truly keep up? Tezuka commented, Fuji, what manner of eating is that? Fuji, startled, opened his eyes wide, then grimaced. It's truly nauseating to behold. Motokazu's competitive spirit surged. We can't let the other schools outshine us. We must eat as much as possible. Ekizan hurriedly stuffed meat into his mouth, chewing vigorously while mumbling. Rua. I'm already eating, Otto-senpai. Ah. The furious Sushi returned, glaring and commanding. You lot. Grill it a little longer. This isn't flavorful enough. At that moment, Tezuka rested one foot on a chair, propping his knee with his hand, and called out with his magnetic voice, Kawachi. Present. As if in sync with Tezuka's thoughts, Kawachi picked up the tongs from the table, imitating Tanijinshi's eating style. At this instant, all three parties were employing tongs to consume their food. With mouths agape like bottomless pits, a powerful vortex continuously devoured the meat chunks. Eiji exclaimed. These three are eating far too quickly. Nanatsu's gaze shifted to the other side. What? Kikamaru, look over there at Futamine. Every time someone takes a piece of meat, Shirashi fills in the gap with more meat, flawlessly. Truly commendable. Not a single morsel wasted. Shirashi basked in the praise, winking and smiling confidently. Absolutely exhilarating. Bang. Tanijinshi suddenly banged the table. I'm the first to finish 10 plates. Kawachi, unwilling to be outdone, waved his tongs in acknowledgement, having accomplished the same feat. Renwang continued with his imitation. I too have finished 10 plates. But soon, Renwang succumbed, sitting aside. However, I can eat no more. Seeing others finish 10 plates, Nanatsu promptly presented a glass of reddish-purple liquid, his gentlemanly gaze directed forward as he explained. Next up, the beverage is Eiji interjected, punishment tea. The third generation of Ye Feng beverage, a new concoction combined with cayenne juice. Nanatsu confirmed, indeed, this drink is sour yet spicy yet bitter, and bitter yet astringent. Just by looking at it, one can be lured into a terrifying abyss. I assure you before he could finish, Tanijinshi from Higa raised his nearly empty cup. Another glass. What? He finished it all in one go again. Seeing the incredulous expressions of the crowd, Shinin from Higa produced a bottle of red hot sauce, grinning maniacally. Island-produced chili sauce is even spicier than that drink. Nanatsu remarked. Higa is already gearing up for their second round of 10 plates. Eiji queried, so, who from the Ice Emperor will drink this one? After a few moments of silence, a voice rang out. I shall take this one. Eiji, responsible for recording the event, immediately focused the camera on the speaker. It was Meiho. With a demeanor that suggested a fearless descent into hell, Meiho stated calmly, to ensure the Ice Emperor's victory. We cannot allow Kawachi to remain in slumber. Koharu from Futamine, with eyes sparkling, swayed enticingly. Oh, what a man. At that moment, Taiga's eyes glistened with tears, as if bidding a final farewell, his fists clenched. Meiho, I shall never forget your loyalty. Meho turned his head slightly. His gaze resolute. Farewell, Taiga. Meho. Meho performed a series of agile flips, landing atop Chito's eliminated. Eiji chuckled. And now, who from Rikkai will drink this one? Everyone immediately turned their gaze to Ye Feng. Akaya promptly flattered, Captain, you're so strong. You'll be just fine, right? Renji analyzed. If it's a drink you developed yourself, you must have tasted it beforehand, correct? Gulp. Ye Feng instinctively swallowed hard, his lips twitching slightly. Internally, he grumbled. How could I have developed this for my own consumption? The next moment, he turned to the right, smiling as he pushed the drink towards Yukimura. Ekizan. Your body requires further nurturing. Yukimura, allow me. Sanada, with a serious expression, was about to grasp the cup. However, the previously silent Tamagawa unexpectedly snatched the cup away, stating, I've actually been wanting to try it for quite some time. Let me. Gulp gulp in a decisive manner, he downed it in one go. 3 seconds later, Tamagawa dashed downstairs, crashing into sunlight eliminated. Following that, Fuji effortlessly finished another cup of beverage, finding it even more enjoyable. Chapter 77. The barbecue night of no return. When it was Shiden Hoji's turn, Yuji Ichinos confidently lifted his cup, suddenly mimicking the tone of Fuji with a squint and a smile, proclaiming, this drink will vanish. He took a sip, and within 3 seconds, Ichinos dashed downstairs in a frenzy. Elimination. Yusuke Nitsuzuki shook his head. What is the point of disappearing oneself? To mimic taste as well is an unreasonable demand. Well, oh, who? At that moment, the faces of everyone from each academy turned crimson, flames seemingly spewing from their mouths. As if they were ignited. Eliminated. 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 Eiichi remarked, several contestants have been unexpectedly eliminated. What exactly transpired? At this moment, Eiji Makute from Higaku Nation had a strange white light reflecting off his glasses, ghosting away from his position, swaying between schools and stealthily adding island-produced spicy sauce to the dipping sauce. Meanwhile, Shiden Hoji's Jinga Ishida consumed a piece of meat drenched in the spicy sauce, his eyes widening in shock, bloodshot, letting out a furious roar. Vibration. Ryuichi Kawamura looked on in disbelief. A vibration ball came from his mouth. Baishi, a silver. Ishida. Eliminated, and Appos. However, Makute and Appos' antics had already been discovered. Everyone united in condemnation, only to be met with ridicule. Makute, unfazed, smugly declared, it's time to change the net and continue with a new barbecue. Kai, full of enthusiasm, proclaimed, leave it to me, the horn. Wait. There is still barbecue on top. Makute's warning came too late. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone was struck by the scalding barbecue landing on their faces. A self-destructive net change. Eliminated. Without Tainichi from Higaku Nation, the Ice Empire's Hachida recklessly devoured the barbecue. With only 2 contestants left in the Ice Empire, Tezuka confidently rose and stated, what will the next drink be? I shall personally partake. Eiichi promptly presented a cup of coffee-like beverage, steaming as if fresh coffee. What is this? Ordinary hot coffee. Without hesitation, Tezuka lifted it to drink. Wait. Yusuke urgently interjected, gloomily explaining, that cup is no ordinary coffee. Eiichi elaborated from behind, indeed. This is powdered evil secret stomach, with caffeine 30 times that of regular coffee. At that moment, Tezuka's expression froze, resembling a painting devoid of emotion. Everyone turned to look. Tezuka slowly stated, Tezuka, even if you were to sit down in place, would you still wish to reign supreme? Kentaro, lounging on the sofa, quipped. I doubt he was ever reigning over anything. Baishi continued the jest, he merely lost consciousness. Oh ho. In the next instant, Tezuka regained his senses. Swiftly tossing aside the cup, gasping for air. He would likely develop a preference for tea over coffee from this day forth. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone erupted in applause. Yusuke praised, truly the king, he has returned to his senses. Then, speaking of the king, the Ice Empire and Appos' next challenge was, the king of beef, Chateaubriand steak. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Has the good stuff finally arrived? Tezuka's gaze shifted. Ye Feng, surely you recognize it? Ye Feng turned his attention elsewhere. I do. But it seems someone has a deeper understanding of it. At that moment, Aoi and Appos' Kinji K dryly adjusted his glasses, confidently stating, Chateaubriand refers to the central part of the tenderloin, which can only yield about 4 kilograms from a single cow, a mere 600 grams of a luxurious delicacy. It is a superior taste that you commoners could never savor. As Kinji became increasingly enthusiastic, even delving into the history of the Chateaubriand family, a voice interrupted him. I thought I finally encountered meat that suits my palate. Tezuka chuckled softly, but could not deceive the keen eye of the great lord. It was counterfeit. Counterfeit. Kenji instantly fell into embarrassment. Even the shop owner shuddered. Then, Tezuka glanced at Ye Feng, then at the meat on the plate, saying, for one accustomed to this meat, the quality and distribution of the fat are immediately apparent, right, Ye Feng? Tezuka directed his gaze at Kenji. You have never tasted it, have you? In that moment, countless images of ridicule flashed through Kenji's mind. Tezuka continued with a smile. Here, only I and Ye Feng know the true taste of the genuine article. I wish to know the flavor of the authentic. A peculiar thought sparked within Kenji's mind as he fixated on Tezuka and Appo's mouth, instinctively pouting, his cheeks flushed, leaning forward. Suddenly, his foot slipped. He soared into the air, losing control mid-flight. Watch out, Kenji. Tezuka reacted instantly, rising to grab him. Pop. Kenji and Appo's pants suddenly loosened, revealing his smooth backside. Tezuka had no choice but to turn his head away and shut his eyes. A beam of holy light descended. Sizzle. Hiss. Athe. Kenji's future happiness was likely in jeopardy. Yuichin promptly proposed, President, let us change the net. Next, both sides exerted themselves, mimicking each other's eating styles. Plates of barbecue piled high, seemingly endless. Meanwhile, Hachida's actions came to a halt, clearly reaching his limit. Kentaro exclaimed, Oh. With only Tezuka left in the Ice Empire, they can catch up. Tezuka sneered, Humph, come forth, little minions. Tezuka, let us have a showdown. Wait. You grabbed the wrong dipping sauce. Thick smoke enveloped Tezuka instantly, quickly spreading throughout the establishment, obscuring everyone's vision. Tezuka was momentarily dazed. Isn't the smoke a bit excessive? Yusuke replied, It's far too much. Fuji glanced over instantly. There, on the jar beside Tezuka, was inscribed the character for leaf. Ye Feng promptly cautioned, Everyone, let us postpone the outcome for next time. That jar contains a concentrated leaf juice sauce that I developed with Kenji. It's still experimental, but its potency surpasses that of leaf juice by tenfold. Tezuka urged, Everyone. Focus, let us escape outside. Sanada warned, Do not let your guard down, quickly. Cough, cough, leave this place. Yukamura remarked, It seems, it may be too late. Due to the eliminated contestants blocking the exit, more and more piled up, completely unable to escape. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone, eliminated. Author's note: thank you to all the readers who supported the updates. I wish every reader who loves this book the ability to find their door to truth in 2022. And to hit a super good ball. Chapter 78, The Finals. A Dialogue of the Strong. 3 days later, the team from the Cursed Barbecue restaurant departed. Arriving at the main venue for the national competition, the arena was packed with spectators, eagerly anticipating the final match of the year. The players from Rikkai Dai and Seishin Academy stood face to face on the court, each striking a pose. On the stands, the cheerleading squad of Rikkai Dai, led by Michiko, waved colorful pom-poms, cheering for their team, victory. Rikkai Dai. Victory. Rikkai Dai. On the other side, the players from Seishin Academy were equally spirited, chanting, Seishin. Fight. Seishin. Fight. At this moment, Shiraishi, the captain of the Tsubame team, observed the two teams with a serious expression, stating, honestly, Rikkai Dai's strength this year is remarkably exceptional. If anyone can prevent them from achieving a three-peat, it's these guys from Seishin. Ye Feng glanced at Seishin Academy, particularly noting Ryoma Ekizan. Upon realizing Ryoma was present, he felt reassured, knowing his arrival had spared him from the ordeal of amnesia. Ryoma, noticing Ye Feng's gaze, slightly lifted his eyes, and the two exchanged a brief smile. Meanwhile, the announcement began. The finals between Rikkai Dai Fuzhong and Seishin Academy will now commence. The first match, Singles 3, Rikkai Dai Fuzhong, Sanada Janikura vs. Seishin Academy. Fuji Susuke. The two players swiftly took their positions on the court, their eyes locked, the atmosphere tense. Sanada's gaze sharpened as he turned away, declaring, This time, I won't let you off easily. A fierce light emanated from his eyes, and Fuji instantly opened his icy blue ones, entering a serious state from the outset. Akaya remarked, Vice Captain Sanada seems filled with fighting spirit. Beside him, Renji squinted, expressionless. Tamagawa looked to Ye Feng on his right, asking, Captain Ye Feng. The opponent's aura seems different from last time. Ye Feng nodded, responding, Fuji now appears to take his victories and defeat seriously. Sanada must remain cautious. In this decisive round, Sanada prepared to serve. Allow me to lead you to the abyss of defeat. With a serious expression, he tossed the ball into the air. Yeah, Fuji swiftly followed, returning with a backhand. Sanada exerted his strength, sending the ball across the court with a sharp wind that rustled the grass. Behold my swift winds. Karen displayed surprise, exclaiming. He is already using the wind, forest, fire, and mountain techniques from the start. Kato felt the pressure as well, noting his swing is faster than anticipated. However, Fuji was equally formidable from the outset. Whoosh! The sound of the ball resonated. Marui declared, Fuji has unleashed his signature move from the very beginning. Ye Feng calmly stated. The phoenix flare. The tennis ball seemed to ignite like a phoenix, soaring forward. Yet, Sanada remained unfazed, executing a drop shot at the net. Watch this. As gentle as a breeze, Renji explained, this technique renders any skill powerless, easily neutralizing it. The ball landed softly near the net. Kawahara smirked, it's hanging there. Fuji should struggle to. Before he could finish, Fuji swiftly intercepted and executed a high lob. Seeing Fuji's response, Sanada's legs propelled him into action as he spun and leaped, utilizing his waist strength to swing his arm mightily, a fiery whirlwind descending with overwhelming force. As aggressive as flames, this attack was fierce, reminiscent of raging flames eager to consume all. Yet, in the next moment, Fuji's racket appeared at the net, not allowing the ball to touch the ground. Akaya's eyes widened. What? Even such a fierce attack? Fuji declared, Kirin descends. Sanada responded. And one more move, immovable as a mountain. Yagyu adjusted his glasses, explaining, like an impregnable fortress, it cannot be breached. The two remained locked in a fierce exchange. Sanada attacking with relentless ferocity. Fuji countered, utilizing the power of Sanada's offense to retaliate in kind. The balance seemed evenly matched, neither side yielding. Horyu excitedly shouted. Fuji Sr. has managed to suppress the opponent's attack. The situation is favorable. No, Tezuka intently observed the court, noticed Fuji's footwork. He has team moved from his position. He is completely locked down by Sanada's offense. Momoshiro's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that Sanada from Rikkai intends to? Kane furrowed his brow, indeed, using a powerful offense to break Fuji's defense through sheer force. Fuji was once again forced to execute a high lob. Sanada leaped mightily. Take this, Fuji. Boom. The fiery tennis ball bombarded the opposite side. In Fuji's eyes, a golden light flickered. This time, he didn't defend. Instead, he countered Sanada's smash with a counter smash. The blazing flames surged towards Sanada's backcourt with doubled intensity. However, in an instant, like a flash of lightning, Sanada swiftly moved to the backcourt, raising his racket high. As if enveloped by the power of thunder. True to the samurai spirit, he responded with an absolute frontal counterattack, delivering a decisive strike. Crash. The thunder roared, exploding beside Fuji's feet. The brilliant lightning cast a shadow across Fuji's face. In that fleeting moment, Fuji looked astonished, unable to react. 15-0. Sanada slowly lifted his head. Behold my move, moving like thunder. Oishi remarked, that's the technique Sanada used to easily defeat Ekizan in the Kanto tournament, thunder. On the Rikkai side, Renji elaborated, thunder strikes with the speed of light, like a bolt from the blue, capable of casting opponents into a terrifying abyss. Once unleashed, the opponent may even lose their will to fight. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the corners of their uniforms. The atmosphere was eerily quiet as Fuji stood frozen. Sanada, brimming with confidence, prepared to serve. At that moment, Fuji unexpectedly smiled coldly. An impressive display of skill. What? Sanada was taken aback. Eiji, filled with pride, clenched his fist. I'm afraid our genius from Seishin, Fuji, won't be easily intimidated by thunder. Kato's eyes widened. This has ignited his fighting spirit. Tezuka nodded slightly, indeed. At that moment, a golden aura enveloped Fuji, and as he slowly raised his head, it seemed his eyes emanated a golden light capable of seeing through everything. Observing this, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and whispered, the nascent form of the eye of the heart? Fuji. At this moment, however, Boer found himself momentarily perplexed upon observing the situation on the other side. There, Sanada emanated a dark crimson aura, more profound than the initial glimpse of the Ice Emperor's enigmatic door, having attained a deeper understanding of this ultimate essence. This was precisely what he had been sealing away until now. It was an unfathomable shadow. Chapter 79, The Offensive. Yukimura, without revealing a hint of weakness. He suggests the possibility of various tactical maneuvers, thereby thwarting any attempts at discernment or prediction. Ye Feng, it seems that Sanada has sensed that Fuji has some plans in mind. Efren Kazan, This is the true essence of all my techniques. The atmosphere around Sanada swirled and surged, waves of energy radiating outward, as if transforming the surroundings into an unpredictable haze, stripping away its original hues. At this moment, Sanada revealed a slight smile. What is wrong, Fuji? You look rather pale. Witnessing this formidable aura, the Rikkai Dai cheering squad rallied once more, chanting in unison, Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. Sanada launched a full-scale assault. The invasion was fierce. Fuji attempted to counter, but Sanada activated his lightning, retaliating in an instant with breathtaking speed. Crack. Fuji could hardly react, merely watching the ball was past his feet. At this juncture, as Fuji awaited the serve, he activated the aura of his hard SI once again. However, upon sensing this, Sanada enveloped himself in his own ominous energy, rendering all predictions of his next move utterly inscrutable. Sanada tossed the ball high into the air and declared, "It's futile." Fuji seized the moment to return a backhand shot. Yet, Sanada offered no chance, unleashing the power of thunder once more. Boom. Kaboom. Bang. Zzzzzzzzz. The relentless onslaught completely subdued Fuji. Rikkai Dai Sanada claimed this round, 1-0. Horyo, Fuji-senpai, you actually didn't even touch the ball. Sanada advanced slowly, gripping his racket, gazing ahead with a confident glint tinged with mockery. Your dazzling techniques crumble before my lightning, and your unexpected moves are thwarted by the very shadow I intended for Tezuka. Quite the predicament, isn't it, Fuji? At this moment, Fuji, slightly fatigued, locked eyes with Sanada, breathing heavily. The match had gradually slipped into Sanada's rhythm. Boom. Another flash of lightning struck. Rikkai Dai Sanada secured this round, 3-0. Renji squinted and remarked, "It's only natural that this is the outcome. Sanada's training during this period has been evident, surpassing the limits expected of a junior high student by far." Ye Feng nodded. Even being hailed as the emperor of high school tennis, he remains relentless towards himself. This is the essence of Sanada's tennis. At this moment, Sanada rested his racket on his shoulder, smiling confidently. "Humph, you have no path but defeat, Fuji. What will you do next?" Fuji gazed forward and replied solemnly, "It appears that all my defensive counters have proven ineffective against you. Sanada, have you conceded defeat?" "Fuji, but that does not mean that all my offensive maneuvers are incapable of overcoming you." "Sanada, how laughable." Fuji disregarded Sanada's derision as he approached the sidelines, accepting the brand new racket handed to him by Tezuka. They exchanged a knowing glance, a silent communication passing between them. Returning to the court, Sanada's serve showed no sign of leniency. He boldly proclaimed, "Our Rikkai Dai's three-peat is without flaw." Bang. Fuji countered with a backhand. Sanada retaliated fiercely, shouting, "Move like thunder." But at this moment, Fuji had already positioned himself at the net, seizing the opportunity to intercept before the full force of the ball dissipated. Boom. 0-15. What? Sanada turned to the point of impact, astonished. At this moment, a golden radiance enveloped Fuji. In his ice-blue eyes lay a glimmer potent enough to annihilate all. If defense and counterattack are futile, then I shall take the initiative, unleashing power beyond your imagination. In that fleeting instant, Fuji recalled a recent twilight training session with Ekizan. Memory. Ekizan, Fuji-senpai, what will you do if your defensive counters cease to work? Fuji, that shouldn't happen, should it? Ekizan, are you perhaps being overly confident? If you face Sanada, would you still guarantee such a thing? Fuji, Sanada. Ekizan, if you can attack such that your opponent cannot retaliate, wouldn't that be the best defense? Perhaps the quickest way to victory? Or has it been that you, Fuji-senpai, never truly considered that you must win? Fuji, offense is indeed the best defense. Perhaps you are right. Ekizan, let us put it to the test, Fuji-senpai. On the court, Sanada frowned and served again. After Fuji returned, he advanced to the net, escalating the offensive. Sanada quickened his pace, undeterred. Gritting his teeth in barely concealed anger, "You wish to challenge me in an offensive duel? I can assure you, that is merely a fool's dream." Boom. Ye Feng, the author has been captured by me and is hastily updating. Chapter 80, a pinnacle duel akin to a swordsman. Boom. Once more. Fuji executed a lethal intercept at the net, delivering a penetrating shot. 0-30. Sanada felt a surge of anger. The transformation of Fuji was indeed considerable. At this moment, it seemed as if Fuji had morphed from a gentle, delicate fox into a phoenix ablaze with fervor. Bang, bang. Sanada unleashed a series of direct assaults. But Fuji responded with equal ferocity, showcasing his formidable net skills. The exchange concluded with Aoyama and Appos, Fuji winning the game, 1-4. Phew. Phew. At this moment, Sanada and Oppo's breath became somewhat erratic. Fuji slowly lifted his gaze, his ice blue eyes brimming with confidence. At the stands, Atobi stood with arms crossed, observing the court. His magnetic voice resonating. The genius Fuji has finally begun his counterattack. He then glanced at the expressionless Tezuka beside him and chuckled. I presume you are equally eager to witness this version of Fuji, Tezuka. Shiraishi from Fudomin gently stroked his forehead, a smile gracing his lips. In that last rally, Fuji has significantly elevated his speed, power, and mental fortitude. It is a truly unexpected metamorphosis. Momashiro, invigorated, clenched his fist and shouted encouragement, as expected of senior Fuji. This is how it should be. Bang. The rally concluded. And Aoyama and Oppo's Fuji claimed the game, 2-4. On the court, Sanada still aimed to crush Fuji with his frontal assaults. Yet, in this state, Fuji and Oppo's prowess had surpassed that displayed in the Kanto tournament. Aoyama and Oppo's coach Ryuzuki sat on the bench, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. This was the true Fuji. He resembled a phoenix that had long been dormant, finally reborn from the ashes, releasing his hidden strength. This fervor even permeated every member of Aoyama. After speaking, Coach Ryuzuki and Oppo's gaze shifted slightly to the other Aoyama players. They were all imbued with an unwavering belief in victory, ready to launch a vigorous assault against Rikkai today. Fuji was in an intensely fiery state. A gentle breeze ruffled his flaxen hair, yet the brilliance in his eyes remained unmasked. Enough with the jest. Sanada persisted, relying on his lightning technique to overpower Fuji. Bang. What? A lob? Chitos looked up. The aggression was palpable. Sanada tightened his muscles, unleashing a powerful smash. Fuji not only stood his ground but showed no intention of defending. Ekizan was somewhat astonished. What is he planning? Yamabuki furrowed his brow, wondering if it was the wind strike technique? Does he possess such strength now? Ekizan, you were right. Offense is the best defense. The light in Fuji and Oppo's eyes intensified, radiating an incredible golden aura. Boom. The ball exploded in the backcourt with doubled speed and power. In that fleeting moment, their clash resembled two relentless swordsmen. If Sanada was a diligent practitioner, meticulously honing his skills to reach the upper echelons of mastery, then Fuji at this moment was a genius awakened to the essence of the sword. Wielding lethal techniques and delivering a powerful counterattack against an insurmountable foe. That smash was akin to a razor-sharp blade in Fuji and Oppo's hand, piercing through Sanada and Oppo's sword-wielding arm, its edge glistening. The rally ended with Aoyama and Oppo's Fuji victorious, 4-4. What? Seeing the profound mark left by the previous shot and the unusually serious expression on Fuji's face, Sanada and Oppo's muscles trembled, an uncontrollable thrill surging within him. Suddenly, Sanada slowly closed his eyes, seeking to calm his inner turmoil. Reflecting upon his past training in the sword arts and the tempering of his spirit, he understood that he must not waver at this moment. The scales of victory must not tip in favor of his opponent. Upon reopening his eyes, a deeper, richer crimson aura enveloped Sanada. At this moment, he resembled an emperor emerging from the depths of hell. He gazed ahead, speaking in a detached tone. I once believed there was a considerable gap between you and Tezuka, but today, I must commend your courage in challenging me. In that instant, Fuji involuntarily stepped back a half-step, a primal fear gripping him. At that moment, he perceived in Sanada and Oppo's gaze the vision of his own defeat, which instilled uncertainty within him. That previous strike had not shattered the emperor's spirit. Rather, it unveiled his true nature. At this juncture, Atobi's gaze sharpened, and he spoke again, Sanada Kenichiro. The title of Emperor of Tennis is not merely a moniker bestowed by the masses. It is a glory earned through relentless battles, akin to an ancient general conquering the battlefield with his prowess. As he spoke, all eyes turned to Atobi, then to Sanada on the court, feeling an immense pressure. Tezuka fixed his gaze on Sanada, softly uttering Fuji's name, Fuji. It sounded like both concern and anticipation. Tap, tap, tap. Fuji was not entirely intimidated by this overwhelming aura. Instead, he steadied his mind and positioned himself to serve from the baseline. Bang. Yet this time, Sanada and Oppo's speed was even swifter. With his arm and Oppo's strength coalescing, he executed a powerful forehand strike. Boom. The ball was even influenced by Sanada and Oppo's aura, cloaked in a dark crimson essence that rendered it elusive and unpredictable. However, in the next second, Fuji still reacted. But the spin on this shot was beyond imagination. Its weight burdened Fuji and Oppo's Sonada's arm beyond its limits. Boom. The racket flew from his grasp once more, and Fuji and Oppo's right arm ached intensely, trembling uncontrollably. This power began to instill trepidation within him. Should he continue to struggle? If this persists, he might be unable to hold a racket for a long while. Sonada offered this caution. Yet, Fuji still picked up the fallen racket, preparing to receive the serve. Bang! Bang! The two were locked in a stalemate once more. Sonada's aura expanded instantaneously, merciless. Boom! I cannot betray the trust that Tezuka and everyone else have placed in me. The weight was the same, the pain relentless for Fuji. He even had to grip the racket with both hands for leverage, yet still struggled against the oppressive force of the ball. Time and again. Fuji and Oppo's racket was struck from his grasp, yet he retrieved it each time. Already disheveled, he refused to surrender. Boom. Who would have thought that Sonada harbored such strength? What trials had he endured? Shiraishi from Fudomin instinctively glanced towards the Rikkai coaching bench. Chitos felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his temple. Even with Fuji evolving to this level, he remains unable to overcome Sonada's might. Truly, he embodies the aura of an emperor, commanding immense authority. At this moment, the Aoyama players wore expressions of concern. Tezuka's demeanor shifted. Fuji. Oishi's eyes brimmed with empathy. Fuji. Ekizan, Senior. Momashiro, Senior. Fuji. Aaron, Fuji. Bang. Fuji lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. Sonada, having regained his composure, approached wearily, looking down at Fuji and saying, I hope that next time, I shall have the opportunity to compete with you once more. Fuji smiled in response. Next time, I will not be defeated by the same person. The match concluded. Rikkai's Sonada emerged victorious, with a score of 6-4. Chapter 81. The doubles after the formation change. OHHH. The arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating the remarkable performance of the two players. Such exhilarating matches truly ignite excitement and anticipation in everyone. Sonada slowly approached the sidelines, his steps noticeably unsteady. Ye Feng immediately stepped forward to support him. You've worked hard. Though few words were exchanged, they were sufficient for Sonada. The members of Rikkai Dai also gathered at the sidelines, with Yukimura assisting Sonada and placing his hand on his shoulder, guiding him to the rest area. Observing Sonada's already burdened knee, Chiye spoke with fervor, Vice Captain. We'll take it from here. Meanwhile, Tezuka from Seishin personally escorted Fuji back to their resting area. Despite the loss, the entire team applauded Fuji and Oppo's splendid performance. Everyone. Fuji felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart, now filled with renewed faith and purpose. After a 10-minute intermission, the arena's announcement system crackled to life once more. The National Championship Finals were about to commence, featuring the second doubles match, Seishin Gakuin's Oishi Shuichiro and Kakumaru Eiji against Rikkai Dai Fuzoka's Yanagi Sawa and Kahara Chiye. As expected, Ye Feng was not at all surprised by this lineup. Just as I anticipated, Seishin opted for a strategic shift in doubles as well. A confident smile remained on Ye Feng's face. After all, with Rikkai Dai's strength, if the opponents did not deploy their strongest players from the outset, they might not even have a chance to strike back in the end. Ye Feng held unwavering confidence in the partnership of Renji and Chiye. With a strategist renowned for his prowess and Chiye, who had learned to harness his inner demons for his own advantage, there was little reason to believe they would falter against Seishin's formidable duo. However, the outcome of the match remained uncertain until witnessed firsthand. As both teams took to the court, Oishi and Renji exchanged friendly handshakes. Chiye flashed a proud smile, licking his lips. So it's you guys. The egghead from Seishin and the bouncy fellow. 15 minutes should be more than enough. Eiji immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. What did you say, you kelp-headed brat? Chiye shot a glare in response. Oishi promptly pulled Eiji behind him, locking eyes with Chiye, and declared with utmost seriousness, we will win. From the very onset, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Despite being familiar opponents, the moment was rife with anticipation, each side eager to showcase their desire for victory. In a single game to determine the victor, it was Rikkai Dai's Renji serving. Both teams took their positions. Tap, tap, tap. Renji prepared to serve. Oishi cautioned Eiji, who stood at the net. Their strength is formidable. We are not the only ones growing stronger. Be cautious, Eiji. Understood, Eiji nodded, centering his focus. Here, Oishi called out, as he anticipated the ball's trajectory towards the inner corner and moved swiftly. However, just as he was about to return the shot, the spin on the ball abruptly altered its path. What? The ball veered unexpectedly towards the outer corner. 15-0. Caught off guard. A bead of cold sweat formed on Oishi's brow, while Renji remained with his eyes narrowed, unperturbed. Eiji approached Oishi, patting him on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry about it. Oishi. Right. Oishi nodded. Renji served once more, and Oishi's concentration sharpened as he focused intently on the incoming ball. This time, the ball flew towards the outer corner, and Oishi reacted swiftly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ball's spin caused another unexpected shift in direction. Bam! 30-0. Another surprising turn. Oishi furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the pressure from their opponents. At that moment, at the sidelines, Kaido gripped the railing tightly, his gaze fixed intently through his glasses. Renji, you have truly grasped Oishi's inner choices. How much data do you possess? On the third serve, Renji tossed the ball high. Bam! This time, Oishi's thought shifted. It should be a reverse spin. With heightened awareness, he awaited the ball and Appo's descent, stepping back. Bam! The ball dropped straight into the inner corner. What? No change. Oishi hastily pursued the ball, having anticipated the timing and space too late, leaving himself vulnerable. Although he managed to reach it, he could only awkwardly lob a high ball back. Here it comes. Chiya exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air and twisting his body, delivering a powerful smash. Boom. Not so fast. Eiji executed a series of backflips, returning the ball to the baseline. Yet, Renji had already predicted the ball's trajectory, waiting in the backcourt. Bam! With a swift scythe-like strike, he sent the ball rocketing past Eiji, firmly pressing it down at the baseline. 40-0. Chiya pointed triumphantly at Eiji. You have been completely read. Surrender willingly. No response. However, at that moment, a palpable synergy began to emanate from Oishi and Eiji. Ye Feng calmly remarked, the true match is just beginning. Renji cautioned, Chiya, it's time to take this seriously. No problem, let us disrupt their resonance. Chiya licked his lips again, brimming with confidence. Bam! Renji added another layer of spin to the ball, but Oishi's reaction had noticeably quickened, seizing the ball's path. He returned it with precision. Well done, but Chiya intercepted at the net, executing a drop shot. Eiji reacted quickly, diving to return the shot from below. Renji darted swiftly to the opposite side, sending a straight shot. Oishi was already prepared, dragging his racket back and creating a hissing sound. Bam! The ball soared to the far corner. Hori can't help but shout. Here it comes. It's Oishi-senpai's moon-climbing interception. 40-15. Next, as Renji prepared to serve, he noticed Oishi and Eiji standing in a perfect line. An Australian formation? Renji served towards the center line. Oishi received the ball, positioning himself at the net while Eiji took his place in the backcourt. The shift from their previous formation showcased remarkable adaptability. Chiya's line of sight was obscured, preventing him from discerning Eiji and Appo's next move. Bam! As the ball approached the center line, Oishi swayed to let it pass. Chiya faced the ball head-on, lifting it skyward. What an opportunity! The Seishin first-year cheer squad shouted in unison. Kikumaru light beam. Eiji soared high, performing a somersault in midair, quickly executing a smash. Hiss! The rally concluded, with Rikkai Dai's Yanagisawa and Kahara emerging victorious, 1-0. What? That was just Renji's signature move, the empty cicada. Qianjinji adjusted his glasses and, with a serious expression, remarked, it appears that Lian Air has also exerted his utmost in this match. Chapter 82. You have already won victory. Rikkai Dai. Let's go. Rikkai Dai. Oishi, Eiji, this is our final doubles match. Eiji, thank you for everything. Oishi, now, let us begin. Eiji, As they exchanged a high five, a unique brilliance surged within them once more. This extraordinary glow aligned their energies perfectly, synchronizing their breath, expressions, and movements in an almost indistinguishable manner. Even their gazes became intensely focused. Bang! Oishi served the ball. Akaya responded with a hint of disdain, effortlessly returning it. Eiji intercepted at the net. Renji directed the ball to the backcourt. Oishi executed a moon-climbing interception. With such limited strength, your defeat is certain. Akaya sent a forehand drive through. Oishi swiftly pursued, using a backhand to lob towards the far corner. Renji calmly awaited the return. The probability of missing that shot is... What? Renji, initially poised to strike straight, suddenly saw Eiji blocking his path. With one avenue closed, he redirected towards the center line. Bang! 0-15. Renji frowned, astonished that Oishi could swiftly advance to the net and deliver a beautiful cross-court shot. At the sidelines, Ye Feng observed intently, murmuring, the further evolved resonance of synchronization allows them to communicate without words, understanding each other's intentions, effectively compensating for each other's weaknesses with their strengths. Your progress is truly remarkable. At this moment, despite their relentless back and forth on the court, it appeared as though every step had been meticulously calculated. Their thoughts were beyond the reach of external prediction. Simply relying on data was no longer sufficient to gauge their next moves. In this scenario, 1 plus 1 no longer equaled 2. It became greater than 2, even exponentially so. Momo, seniors, both your mental fortitude and latent physical strength have fully erupted. Kato, this is the essence of true doubles, an infinite realm of possibilities. Within Oishi and Eiji's hearts, memories of their journey together flooded back. From their initial meeting to this pivotal moment, it was a blend of coincidence, inevitability, fortune, and fate. Eiji, Oishi, would you like to partner with me for doubles? Oishi, doubles, with Kirihara? Eiji, blushing. I suppose I'm still not worthy, am I? Oishi paused, then shook his head with excitement. No, I would love to. Let us play doubles, Kirihara. Eiji raised his hands in joy. That's wonderful. They continued to rally, each strike igniting an incredible energy. In singles, neither could conquer Rinji or Akaya alone. Yet in doubles, their extraordinary synergy and unified cooperation elevated their potential to unprecedented heights. Bang! The rally concluded. Saigaku took the game, 2-4. Damn, they are indeed a tough challenge. Akaya felt frustrated, gripping his racket tighter, and the possibility of unleashing his inner demon loomed. Akaya. Rinji grasped Akaya's arm. Senior, we must win. Akaya turned back with a serious expression. A hellish aura began to rise, enveloping him. His dark curls turned stark white in an instant, and his eyes became bloodshot. Yet, Akaya maintained his rationality. Approaching Ye Feng at the sidelines, Captain, I want to win. I want to win. Ye Feng paused, then, under the watchful eyes of the others, sighed, Go ahead. In this moment, Akaya was calmer than ever, even as his presence grew increasingly ominous and fearsome. Rinji attempted to dissuade him. Captain, in this state, Akaya. Ye Feng interrupted. This is Akaya's choice. If he is not allowed to pursue it, he will surely regret it. Go ahead. After a moment's contemplation, Rinji returned to the court. At the sidelines, Kato warned, Seniors, be cautious. Observing Akaya's aura, he felt concern for Oishi and Eiji. Beside him, Momo clenched his fists, just 2 more games to win. Hang in there. Bang. Akaya unleashed a powerful serve, faster and more complex than before. In this synchronized resonance, Oishi and Eiji moved in perfect harmony, adeptly dealing with such shots. But just as Rinji prepared to strike, Akaya and Appo's pupils contracted as he rushed to the net. Senior, leave it to me. Boom. The ball shot towards the center, and Oishi and Eiji sensed its ferocity, sharing the same conviction as they swung their rackets simultaneously. Clang, clang. 15-0. Their rackets were sent flying, as Akaya's strength had at least doubled. Rinji couldn't help but glance sideways. Akaya may seem mischievous, but he never slacked off in training. To keep up with us, he has put in more effort, and now the results are finally showing. Bang, bang, bang. 3-4. 4-4. Suddenly, with Akaya and Appo's overwhelming performance, the score was tied. Cough, cough. But then, Akaya abruptly coughed twice. The Rikkai members displayed sudden concern. Ye Feng stood up, but seeing Akaya regain his stance, he refrained from stopping the match. Saigaku, you have 5 minutes left, and I will eliminate you. Akaya taunted, glaring ahead. Bang. Eiji served. Akaya moved swiftly, anticipating the drop point. Bring it on. Akaya. In this moment, Akaya embodied the fierce momentum of Sanada. However, exerting such a forceful move under these circumstances would only burden his body further. Ye Feng's expression turned grave as he approached the referee. Thud. 15-0. 30-0. 40-0. As Akaya relentlessly unleashed his power, the strain on him intensified, and hallucinations began to cloud his vision. Bang. Eiji served again, aiming for the far corner. Akaya instinctively reacted, seizing the moment. I will defeat you with this move. Boom. In that instant, the ball seemed to be stained with crimson. A flash of red light accompanied by an eerie presence surged forth. Oishi. Eiji. We will not surrender. The power of Akaya's shot exceeded their expectations, its spin utterly peculiar, as if imbued with a force capable of sweeping all away. Oishi and Eiji's rackets were repeatedly overwhelmed by the fierce rotation of the ball. Boom. Hissing. The ball embedded itself deep into the grass at the backcourt. This forceful impact drove the two from their synchronized resonance. Cough, cough, cough. Blood dripped from Chiya's mouth as he collapsed backward in an instant. Ye Feng rushed forward and caught him. Chiya, referee, we forfeit. Ye Feng declared the abandonment of the match immediately, recognizing that Chiya and Apos' overexertion had severely jeopardized his health. In a daze, Chiya, filled with reluctance, murmured, Minister, I. Ye Feng interrupted firmly, no more words. You have done enough. You have won. Upon hearing this, Chiya revealed a serene smile, but soon succumbed to unconsciousness. The doctor arrived, lifting Chiye onto a stretcher and transporting him to the hospital for treatment. The court fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Ye Feng slowly removed his outer jacket, picked up Chiya and Apos' tennis racket, and stepped onto the court. Could it be? The captain of Rikkai Daigaku, Ye Feng, is actually playing singles too. Chapter 83, Minister versus Minister. At this moment, Ye Feng closed his eyes, awaiting the commencement of the match. 10 minutes later, the official announcement resonated throughout the venue. The third match of the national finals, the singles of doubles 2, is about to begin. Representing Rikkai Daigaku, Ye Feng faces off against Seishin Academy's Tezuka Kunamitsu. Hearing the announcement, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes and stepped forward. Upon taking his position, he and Tezuka silently regarded each other. In the stands, tension filled the air. Tachibana clenched his fists tightly, his palms already slick with sweat. The match had yet to begin, yet an overwhelming sense of pressure loomed. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Neo focused intently on the two competitors. Even Itobi from Hyodai couldn't contain his excitement as he moved to the front of the stands. Watching the two on the court, he pressed his right hand against his forehead, his gaze sharpened, a slight smile gracing his lips. Tezuka, just how much strength do you possess? This match is your opportunity to truly gauge it. Do not disappoint me. Moments later, Ye Feng slowly retrieved a headband from his pocket, tying his long, flowing hair back, leaving only a few strands loose. In Rikkai and Amp, Apos' resting area, a loud pop interrupted Marui and Amp. Apos' bubble, his surprise evident as he exclaimed, the captain is tying his hair up. He means business. Sanada slowly remarked, after all, his opponent is Tezuka. I believe he wishes to give his all. Following this, Sanada cast another glance at Tezuka, his heart filled with anticipation. Neo, curious, inquired, why is Captain Ye Feng competing in singles too when both captains are in this category? Did they agree on this? No. Yukamura interjected, because he said he believes we will never lose. Renji added, indeed, regarding this lineup, Ye Feng expressed his confidence in our success, wishing to personally secure the championship for us. As for Akaya, I imagine he is struggling internally right now. At that moment, by the Rikkai court, the cheerleading squad led by Michiko was passionately rallying support. Go, Master Ye Feng. The victor is Ye Feng. The victor is Ye Feng. The victor is Ye Feng. Hearing these cheers, Ye Feng glanced sideways before addressing Tezuka. Give it your all. I will not hold back. Tezuka and Apos' expression remained serious, devoid of words, yet the pursuit of victory gleamed fiercely in his eyes. The decisive game commenced, with Ye Feng serving. Tezuka, this is a match I have long anticipated. To show my respect for you. Standing at the baseline, Ye Feng suddenly switched his racket from his left hand to his right. What? No way. Gasps filled the crowd. Ye Feng of Rikkai has always been right-handed. The spectators were taken aback. The powerful serves he previously delivered. Matsuyoshiro, who had once lost to Ye Feng, was plunged back into a state of dread. This guy has been hiding this from me all these years. Itobi seethed, bellowing at the court, Tezuka, teach this guy a lesson. Thud, thud, thud. Whoosh. It's on, Tezuka. Ye Feng tossed the ball high into the air. His leg muscles taut in an unprecedented leap. Boom. The serve erupted, each moment seeming to transcend dimensions, its speed unrelenting. It generated waves of impact, as if slicing through the air, igniting a brilliant display of fireworks. Boom. Crash. The ball detonated at Tezuka and Apos' feet, leaving a scorching mark still glowing. 10. 15-0. The referee, momentarily stunned, confirmed the mark repeatedly before tremulously announcing the score. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent, as if time itself had frozen. All eyes were fixated on the numbers displayed on the speedometer on the big screen. Kato gulped, unable to comprehend, is this real? Tachibana pinched himself, forcing a smile. It must be a trick. I feel no pain. How could he possibly serve at 240 kilometers h? Even professional players struggle to achieve that. That and Apos. That's because you pinched my hand, Tachibana. Ekizan remarked, exasperated. Meanwhile, Kira pulled out his notebook, explaining, indeed, some can reach such levels. Roddick from America has recorded serves exceeding 240 kilometers h multiple times. Tachibana questioned, "Are you implying that Rikkai's captain has reached professional standards?" Kira replied, "In terms of serving. Indeed. That and amp, Appos, s terrifying," remarked Fuji. Ryazaki, the coach from Seishin, furrowed his brow deeply. "Ye Feng, when we first met, you claimed to only know a little. How deceptive you are." Thud, thud, thud. Ye Feng served again. Boom. The speed was nearly identical. The ball seemed to teleport to Tezuka's side the instant Ye Feng swung his racket, leaving no time for adaptation or return. 30-0. 40-0. The round concluded, with Rikkai's Ye Feng securing the game, 1-0. As the players switched sides, they brushed past each other without a word. Suddenly, a silver aura emanated from Tezuka, gradually enveloping him. Kaise glanced in astonishment, that is. Chito's from Futamine widened his eyes, a gateway to the realm of no self, the peak of relentless refinement. Look, Ye Feng is emanating the same aura. Tezuka wasted no time transferring the energy to his left hand, unleashing a powerful serve. With this enhancement, Tezuka and Appos' serve possessed remarkable speed and force. However, Ye Feng remained unperturbed, calmly pulling back his racket to strike towards the far corner with doubled strength. Yet, Tezuka stood immobile at the center line. Boom. The ball ricocheted upwards, drawn by a tremendous force, hurtling towards Tezuka. It's Tezuka and amp, Appos' domain. The Seishin crowd erupted with excitement. Feeling assured, huh? In response, Tezuka concentrated the energy of relentless refinement in his hand, infusing it into the tennis ball with a swing. At this moment, the ball resembled Tezuka's eternally unyielding icy demeanor, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Yet, as the ball crossed the halfway line, it suddenly altered its trajectory, propelled by another force. Inuzuka, unbelievable, using domain to counter domain. Mizuki, the captains of Rikkai and Seishin are truly monsters. Within the court, two whirlpools seemed to form, clashing and tearing at each other. The stalemate at the baseline prolonged the match from the second game onward. But suddenly, Ye Feng tightened his grip on the racket. "I refuse to waste any more time with you." Boom. A flash of brilliance. Zzz. Bang. Tezuka's proud domain shattered, the ball flying towards the outer edge. However, he quickened his pace to chase it down. Ugh. Tezuka's expression darkened, the pressure on his hand overwhelming. Boom. 15-0. Ha. Ha. Picking up the racket that had been sent flying, Tezuka was already drenched in sweat, striving to regulate his rapid breathing. Chapter 84. The counterattack of self-sacrifice. After a brief respite, Tezuka served once more. The moment Ye Feng retaliated, Tezuka unleashed his domain, drawing the ball to his feet. Huh. Bang. 30-0. This time, Ye Feng did not hesitate, effortlessly shattering Tezuka and Appos' domain with a single stroke. The intense spin and power far exceeded the gravitational pull of Tezuka and Appos' realm. Tap, tap, tap. Tezuka remained unfazed, his expression calm. Tossing the ball, he radiated an entirely new brilliance, a manifestation of his utmost talent. The 33rd ball, was that truly necessary? Ye Feng, too, emanated an aura of extraordinary talent. With icy eyes fixed ahead, he calmly declared, "This is the ball." Boom. 40-0. Tezuka stood rooted, his gaze fixed, yet his body failed to respond in time. Eiji stomped anxiously, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Horio wore a troubled expression. All of Tezuka's techniques are known to the opponent, and they are even more powerful. What are we to do? Fuji also wore a worried look. Tezuka, your strength should not be limited to this. The anxious expression on Itobi's face was palpable. Swish. Bang. Serving again, Tezuka summoned two waves of energy, attempting to double his counter and break Ye Feng and Appos' suppression. Yet, at that moment, a more potent light ignited in Ye Feng and Appos' eyes. It's futile. The path to your defeat begins here. Boom. The rally concluded, and Rikkai and Appos' Ye Feng claimed the game, 2-0. On the sidelines, Tamagawa remarked, "The captain has completely suppressed Tezuka." Marui added, "As expected of the captain, his strength is indeed formidable." Sanada observed, "Yukimura, his power surpasses our imagination." Yukimura agreed, "Indeed, it is beyond expectation." Ekizan, transforming into Chiba, hehe. "This is the power of Captain Ye Feng. I reckon Tezuka and Appos' match is nearing its end." At this moment, Saigaku felt an overwhelming pressure. As if a colossal mountain weighed upon them, making it difficult for each individual to breathe. Bang, 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 bang. For consecutive aces, Ye Feng and Appo's serve was astonishingly stable, winning the game outright. The score now stood at 3-0. For Tezuka, the situation was growing increasingly dire. If this continued, defeat was imminent. At that moment, a figure slowly descended from the stands. One hand on his hip and the other tucked within his open black robe, he greeted the front with a casual wave. "Hey, old lady." Coach Ryazaki did not turn around but already knew who had arrived. She spoke softly. "Nanjur, have you come to watch your son play?" Nanjur, the samurai Nanjur, the legendary professional tennis player. At this time, Ryoma was intently watching the match, completely disregarding Nanjur and Appo's arrival. "No, I came specifically to see that kid," Nanjur replied, shifting his gaze to Ye Feng. "You know Ye Feng?" Not exactly, but he owes me something." Nanjur thought to himself. That kid must have forgotten about the photo album he promised. I had to come all the way here myself. I currently have no time for you. The situation for Saigaku is quite severe, Coach Ryazaki said with a serious expression. But Nanjur merely smiled slightly, saying, "Don and Appo's, worry. I sense that young man on the court is concealing a power that is soon to be unleashed." Momo immediately asked eagerly, "Uncle, are you saying the captain has yet to reveal his true strength? Just watch for yourselves." But the kid on the other side is no simple opponent. Nanjur did not provide a direct answer. On the court, Tezuka took a deep breath, gazing forward as he solemnly stated, "Since your ball possesses such power that I cannot receive it, then I shall not attempt to." At that moment, he recalled a certain evening. Ekizan questioned, "Why not utilize Tezuka and Appo's domain to make the opponent and Appo's balls go out of bounds?" Tezuka decisively replied, "Impossible." As Ekizan donned his attire, he inquired, "Why not?" Tezuka paused in his task of organizing the wardrobe and explained, "In singles, if one stands at the center point of the court, 23 meters from the baseline, rotating to defend grants a reach of approximately 5 meters. Even if the opponent strikes the ball to the farthest corner, by imparting the appropriate spin, the ball can be coaxed inward by 6 meters on either side, enabling Tezuka's domain to function. Conversely, to send a tennis ball out of bounds, when the ball approaches the center, one must impart a spin that moves it outward by approximately 2 meters. This may be a bit challenging for you." "Oh." Tezuka turned slightly, noticing a unique smile on Ekizan's face. "Does that mean it might be achievable?" Bang. Tezuka heightened his focus and served swiftly. Ye Feng did not hesitate, using his forehand to strike the ball towards Tezuka and Appo's opposite direction. Tezuka activated his domain once more, drawing the ball towards him. Yet, he still had to run to intercept it. Channeling all his strength into his arm, he executed a backhand return. There is still a way to counter. "Send it my way." Ye Feng retaliated with renewed vigor. However, Tezuka remained unmoved, a vortex of reverse spin forming around him, expanding throughout his half of the court, emanating an eerie red glow. Coach Ryazaki instantly recognized the peril and shouted, "No, Tezuka." But it was too late. The move had been executed and could not be retracted. Boom. Out. 0-15. What? Watching his ball inexplicably divert from its intended path, as if guided by a mysterious force, it veered out of bounds. Moreover, it landed outside the doubles line. Ye Feng immediately grasped the situation, staring ahead and murmuring, "Tezuka-'s phantom, you have finally resorted to this move." Out. Out. Saigaku-'s Tezuka secured this game, bringing the score to 1-3. Atobi, who had been intently observing, finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace his face. "Tezuka, you have finally begun to counterattack." Yet, he also felt concern for Tezuka, however. At that moment, Rikkai Sanada could no longer contain himself, stepping forward. As the one who understood Tezuka best, Fuji's gaze trembled. "Tezuka, once again, you are willing to sacrifice yourself for Saigaku's victory." Ye Feng's gaze was cold as he addressed Tezuka. "You are well aware of the burden on your arm from imparting more than 60% of spin beyond Tezuka's domain. But have you considered the future of your tennis career?" Tezuka fell silent, yet his expression remained unchanged. Tezuka, do you believe this will secure your victory?" After Ye Feng coldly uttered this remark, a dark red aura ignited around him. Everything around seemed to turn to a shade of ashen white after this aura emerged. This presence is astonishingly even more immense than that of Tanaka and Appo's just moments ago. Chapter 85. Unleashed Power Boom. 15-0. Ye Feng and Appo's serve remains insurmountable. Even with the presence of Tezuka and Appo's, As phantom, it cannot be executed if the ball is unreachable. If Tezuka cannot decipher Ye Feng and Appo's service game, his efforts are in vain. What's wrong, Tezuka? Have you lost your fighting spirit? As he spoke, Ye Feng tossed the ball again. Bang! It was fleeting, swift, and imperceptible. Tezuka attempted to counter, but his body only moved half a step before the ball hit the ground and bounced away. 30-0. 40-0. At Rikkai Daigaku, Ye Feng claimed the game, making it 4-1. The members of Seishin Academy were filled with concern for Tezuka. At this rate, even President Tezuka. Is there truly no way? The captain of Rikkai is undeniably formidable. Yet, Tezuka remained resolute on the court. Swish. Bang. The ball was directed towards the corner, infused with additional side spin. Rebounding outward. Realizing something was amiss, Ye Feng anticipated the movement, swiftly positioning himself in front of the ball's trajectory and unleashing a powerful forehand. The air crackled with the immense energy contained within the shot. Tezuka once again employed his domain to draw the ball towards his position, gathering all the kinetic energy into his left hand. He executed a backhand stroke, imbuing it with even more reverse spin. Ye Feng had anticipated this move, but he felt an overwhelming irritation instead. Easily receiving the ball, he shouted, Tezuka, when will you awaken to reality? Sacrifice will not bring you victory. It will only lead to your own destruction, causing anguish for all who have faith in you. Boom. The ball surged straight towards Tezuka. Just when everyone assumed it would veer out due to Tezuka's phantom, it broke through the layers of gravitational constraints and liberated itself from all confines. How is this possible? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ice Emperor Zatobi was momentarily stunned, expressing disbelief. He actually shattered Tezuka's intense reverse spin. Shiraishi from Fudomin wore a grave expression. His power is indeed overwhelming. Tachibana from Fudomin, after a prolonged silence, murmured, this is the true nature of Rikkai. A truly formidable opponent. Well then, what other tricks do you possess, Tezuka? Ye Feng glanced across the court. At this moment, Tezuka had fallen into silence. His mind raced with countless images and recollections of words spoken to him. Tezuka, you must become the pillar of Seishin. With you as president, we will surely prevail. If it's President Tezuka, we won't lose. Tezuka Kunamitsu, he is highly regarded by professional players. This vivid, kaleidoscopic imagery began to coalesce within Tezuka, gathering an enigmatic power. Sensing Tezuka's transformation, Ye Feng did not stifle it. Instead, he encouraged it. Do not suppress yourself any longer. You should have embraced this long ago. For the sake of victory, unleash your full potential. Suddenly, a brilliant emerald light illuminated the entire court, casting a radiant glow. Almost everyone shielded their eyes, unable to bear the brilliance of the moment. Only 5 individuals remained wide-eyed and unshielded. In the next instant, a soft luminescence radiated from Tezuka, his gaze grew clearer, and his chestnut hair floated gracefully. Even the expression on his face underwent a profound transformation. Slowly lifting his left hand, he pointed forward with a serious demeanor and declared, focus completely, Ye Feng. Chitos from Fudomin was taken aback. This is the third gate of the realm of no-self, the ultimate seamless state. Shiraishi shook his head slowly, remarking, I once thought that Koji was the most talented among us, close to that gate, but it seems Tezuka has already mastered it. Sanada, gripping the railing tightly, felt his joints turn pale from exertion, his eyes filled with indignation. Tezuka, how could you still be holding back such power? Tap, 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 swish. Bang. The ball appeared to travel straight, yet its speed was staggering. However, such velocity was insufficient to confound Ye Feng. Even receiving rapid-fire serves from 10 machines posed no challenge to him, let alone a single ball. Bang. Hiss. What? Just as Ye Feng prepared to intercept, the ball did not bounce. Instead, it rolled in the opposite direction, leaving a mark on the ground. 15-15. Tezuka, you. Atobi was utterly astonished. This non-bouncing serve was nothing short of invincible. Momo shouted excitedly, incredible! What was that serve just now? Did you see it, Ekizan? Ekizan, momentarily dazed, gazed at the court and murmured, President Tezuka, that seems to resemble a zero-type slice, but executed as a serve, it's simply outrageous. Coach Ryazaki expressed concern. Such powerful spin could inflict severe damage on your arm. However, sensing Ryazaki's apprehension, Nanjira reassured, do not fret, old lady. This young man is in perfect form now. Yet, I wonder when that fellow across the net will finally unleash his strength. Bang. Seishin's Tezuka won this game, making it 2-4. Impressive, as expected of you. Let me feel more of your prowess, Ye Feng remarked, beginning to feel exhilarated. He tossed the ball higher, even obscured by sunlight. In the moment it descended, Ye Feng leapt, soaring as if taking flight. This is my gift to you, the spiraling arrow, full draw boom. The shot, imbued with tremendous force and sidespin, surged forward like a fiery tornado. As it crossed the net, it seemed poised to ignite it. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed throughout the venue. Amidst the thick smoke, Ye Feng spotted a streak of golden light racing towards him. Without hesitation, he charged the net to intercept. Yet the ball was returned once again. At this moment, everyone witnessed the flawless exchanges between Ye Feng and Tezuka as they engaged in a relentless rally. Suddenly, Tezuka directed the ball to the left backcourt. Ye Feng, moving like lightning, retreated swiftly. Crash! Tezuka would not yield, executing a zero-type slice at the net. Rapidly closing the distance, Ye Feng lofted the ball back to the backcourt. Yet, Tezuka and Appo's footwork was even swifter, delivering a decisive smash. In the service game, Tezuka showed no mercy, concluding with 4 consecutive aces. The round ended, and Seishin's Tezuka emerged victorious, leveling the score to 4-4. Haha. Yet at this moment, Ye Feng burst into laughter. Nanjira chuckled softly, saying, "Humph, has this young man finally had his fill of play?" Momo inquired, "Uncle, what do you mean by that?" Kaita gasped, hiss. "Are you suggesting that Rikkai's Ye Feng has been playing around?" "Impossible. Buzz, what is this scorching golden light? How could it outshine even me?" "Ye Feng, what on earth?" Ye Feng's eyes radiate a golden glow. His once-tied long hair now cascades down the center, flowing gracefully with the aura that envelopes him, shimmering with a golden sheen. His entire demeanor resembles that of a divine being. Tezuka, truly savor this moment. Chapter 86. Ladies and gentlemen, I have triumphed. Bang! Hiss! A gust of wind swept past, tousling Tezuka and Appo's hair. Yet he could not perceive the trajectory of the ball. His body remained utterly immobilized. The taut nerves gradually relaxed, leaving him to gaze at the ball's landing point. Frowning in concentration. "Referee, don't lose focus. Just wait a moment." This serve was not only swift, but its trajectory was also elusive. The Hawkeye technology on site immediately replayed the captured footage, confirming that the ball indeed landed within the lines. There was no dispute about this call. Once receiving the signal, the referee announced the score, 15-0. Kanzaki and Appo's hand trembled slightly as he grasped his notebook. This ball, was it truly so swift that it could not be captured? Chitos clenched his fists, speaking in a low tone. "I never imagined that the opponent I faced previously was already a formidable player who had crossed that threshold. I am eager to know when exactly." 2 years ago. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. Everyone turned to see that the speaker was Inoue, who often reported from various schools. Momoshiro from Seishin Academy immediately inquired, "Senior, when you say 2 years ago, does that mean that Rikkai's Ye Feng had already entered the third door of the realm of selflessness at that time, achieving the utmost perfection?" Inoue, noting the eager gazes from the crowd, provided clarification. "The Ye Feng you see now is the same Ye Feng I witnessed 2 years ago. He awakened his intellect at the age of 3, began training under professional tennis players at 5, traveled across Europe at 7 to witness many masters, and by 10, he had received guidance from several of the world's top professional tennis players. It was during those 2 years that he started competing internationally. And that was when I first met him." "What? How could there be no information about him?" The crowd was astounded. They had never heard of such a figure as Ye Feng. Kanzaki frantically flipped through his phone, searching for details. Yet, he still found no record of Ye Feng and Appo's participation in any tournaments. Inoue explained again. At that time, he competed under the English name, Ralph. Fuji squinted, resting his chin in contemplation. "Ralph? Why does that name sound so familiar?" At this moment, Ekizan suddenly spoke up. "Wreck-It Ralph." Momoshiro's eyes widened in confusion. "Ekizan, you know?" Ekizan nodded slightly. "Yes, I heard about it by chance while I was in America." Just then, Kanzaki's glasses reflected a sharp gleam, indicating he had discovered some information. Ekizan was right. That was indeed the name of the main character in the game, Wreck-It Ralph. I believe it is also how Ye Feng describes himself. "Look here. Ag, huh?" Before the age of 15, he had already won the youth titles at Wimbledon, the Australian Open, and the French Open. In various other regions and Appo's under 16 tournaments, he was undefeated. Momoshiro, no way. It says here that Ralph has never lost since he began competing, causing countless young players he defeated to withdraw from the sport in fear, earning him the title of the Terminator of youth tennis due to his overwhelmingly aggressive style. The Destroyer. Fuji, most importantly. This next point, Ye Feng and Appo's junior world ranking is currently 3rd. Inoue added, Yes, as of early last month, he was still first, having dominated the tournaments. Thus, even after nearly a year without any competitive record, it would be difficult for anyone to surpass him significantly. Strangely, however, the only tournament he did not participate in was the US Open. With that, Inoue cast a meaningful glance at Ekizan. Oishi wore a bitter expression, Tezuka. To be facing such an opponent. Boom. Ye Feng executed another powerful smash. 15-30. At this moment, the pressure on Tezuka intensified. He had to secure his service game to maintain any hope. However, the relentless zero-type serves had already taken a toll on his arm. Even with the seamless technique, he could not withstand the decline of his body. Ye Feng stared ahead, calmly stating, Tezuka, you can no longer execute your zero-type serve, can you? Tezuka glanced at his left hand, still tossing the ball into the air. Bang! This serve remained highly threatening, with an intense spin that caused it to drop rapidly as it crossed the net. Yet, it ultimately created a bounce angle. Ye Feng seized the moment. Golden electricity flickering in his pupils. You possess greater potential, but your physical training still falls short. Boom. Hiss. 30-30. The ball left a scorched mark on the ground. Sonata and Appo's pupils constricted instantly. And Appo's Ye Feng and Appo's signature move, seal. Renji commented slowly. Utilizing the super backspin of the zero-type serve to execute a super sidespin, this shot requires precise control over the ball's rotation. This means Ye Feng had already reacted at the moment of contact. Such an impeccable sense of the ball is not merely a gift, but requires countless sessions of high-quality super backspin training. Tezuka slowly closed his eyes, recognizing that his body's fatigue was undeniable at this moment. The seamless technique could only unleash the potential within him, pushing his energy to the limit, but ultimately, the ceiling was determined by oneself. Meanwhile, Ye Feng possessed an energy limit that surpassed Tezuka and Appo's. The entire arena fell silent, all awaiting the final outcome. Tap, tap, tap. Tezuka glanced at his teammates from Seishin, calming his thoughts as he tossed the ball high once more. Ye Feng, give it your all. As you wish. Bang. No longer a zero-type serve, yet it still held considerable power. Ye Feng retaliated head-on, unleashing a fierce forehand smash. Tezuka pursued with all his might, even employing a double-handed backhand. Refusing to give up, the sound of rapid exchanges echoed as both players sweat profusely, savoring this exhilarating moment. But ultimately, one must prevail. The match concluded with Rikkai's Ye Feng emerging victorious, the score standing at 6-4. Exhausted, Tezuka collapsed onto the court, devoid of any inclination to move, until Ye Feng crossed the net, helping him up and raising his hand high, as if to proclaim to all that this match belonged to both his winners. Applause erupted throughout the crowd, all standing in appreciation. It was a match of utmost brilliance. Tezuka, the captain, Momashiro shed tears of emotion. Fuji personally assisted Tezuka back to the sidelines. Meanwhile, the members of Rikkai gazed at Ye Feng, who slowly approached the sidelines, raising his racket and smiling at his teammates. Ladies and gentlemen, I have triumphed. Chapter 87. The stalemate. The atmosphere was devoid of excessive noise and clamor, yet the faces of the team members radiated smiles seldom seen in their daily lives. At this moment, Chie, receiving treatment in the hospital, gradually awakened to the news of victory broadcasted over the airwaves. With the match now at halftime, lasting 15 minutes, Leaf Maple observed the players who had completed their match and instructed, "Go keep Chie company. We cannot allow that lad to make a hasty return to the hospital while still injured." Understood, several responded promptly, following his command. After the recent match, the final stood at 2-1. If they could clinch victory in the next doubles game, Rikkai Daigaku would secure a third consecutive championship. Just then, a shadow clad in black stealthily approached Leaf Maple from behind. Sensing an unusual aura, he swiftly turned around, only to be greeted by a somewhat disheveled face adorned with stubble and a mischievous grin. "Hey, kid, that was quite the match. However, it seems you and Appo's forgotten something." Nanger squinted at him. It was then that Leaf Maple recalled his prior promise to Nanger. With an animated roll of his eyes, he smiled and whispered, "No need to rush. The previous ones were nothing to behold. I've heard a limited edition will be released this month." "Not bad at all." Nanger and Appo's eyes sparkled momentarily before he cautiously glanced around and urged, "Just don't forget, this is my address." With that, he slipped a note into Leaf Maple's hands and, feigning nonchalance, rejoined the group from Seishin Academy. Coach Ryazaki raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Nanger, it seems you have quite the interest in that kid. Did you really not know him before?" I don't know him. I merely went to collect payment. He has tea settled for the pastries he bought last time. Nanjur continued to befuddle everyone. Humph. Yukimura couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, turning his face away. Meanwhile, Leaf Maple glanced at the note in his hand, chuckling inwardly. It would indeed be an opportune moment to have a match. That last shot had left him wanting more. Soon, the 15 minutes elapsed. The announcer's voice echoed again, signaling the commencement of the fourth match. The doubles game. Representing Rikkai Daigaku, it would be the duo of Sanada and Marui against Seishin Academy's Kiryu and Kato. Suddenly, Tachibana seized Kaitu's shoulder with urgency, declaring, "You absolutely cannot lose this match." Kaitu turned back, his expression grave. "Do I need you to remind me?" He then produced a headband from his pocket and handed it to Tachibana. Releasing his grip, Tachibana tied the headband around his wrist, a smirk gracing his lips. "Let us go, you venomous snake." With everything on the line, Kiryu prepared to serve. "Kiryu, Kaitu, it's about to begin." "Kaitu, right?" Kiryu tossed the ball high into the air. With his impressive height of 184 centimeters, he leapt, striking the ball from an advantageous position. Cascade. Boom. Sanada was ready to receive, but as he swung his racket, the ball ricocheted away with astonishing speed. It was akin to witnessing a waterfall cascading from the heavens, swiftly engulfing Rikkai's half of the court. 15-0. Whitestone exclaimed, "A speed of 230 km/h. What a swift strike." Chitos remarked, "That sea urchin-headed player from Seishin isn't too shabby." Fuji commented, "While he may not reach Leaf Maple's level, Kiryu's height, just 3 centimeters shorter than Leaf Maple's, affords him an exceptional advantage." Meanwhile, Marui glanced back at Sanada and said, "Don't worry, just play it safe." Sanada nodded in agreement. Tap tap. Boom. Once again, Kiryu unleashed a powerful serve, and Sanada failed to react in time, despite having faced Leaf Maple's rapid serves numerous times. Receiving one was an entirely different challenge. 30-0. Boom. 40-0. Another serve. Another serve. Another serve. The Seishin cheer squad erupted in enthusiastic shouts, their fervor temporarily overshadowing Rikkai. Without hesitation, Kiryu executed movements that had become second nature, his actions nearly flawless. Boom. The rally concluded. Seishin claimed this game. 1-0. Hooray! Eiji exclaimed, brimming with excitement, reminiscent of a lively kitten waving its arms in the air. The team switched sides. From the outset, the pressure seemed to rest heavily upon Rikkai. Leaf Maple surveyed the unfolding situation, his heart unwavering. Had he sent out Renwang and Yanagi, their chances of victory would undoubtedly have increased, yet Marui and Sanada had been sidelined for too long. As captain, he understood their deep-seated desires. Moreover, he firmly believed that they possessed the strength to overcome any adversary. Bang! Sanada served, showcasing impressive speed. Yet, it was a ball that could be handled. "It's time to unleash my technique." Kaitu positioned himself in the backcourt, ready to execute his ultimate move. ZZZ. The racket glided across the ground, leaving elongated marks in its wake, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Yes." Hiroki shouted, "Here comes Kaida-senpai's vortex snake ball." Boom. The power of the shot was formidable. Although Sanada kept up, the spin of the ball rendered him unable to adapt instantly. 15-0. 30-0. Seishin secured this game, 2-0. The momentum increasingly favored Seishin. Marui and Sanada returned to the sidelines, wiping the sweat from their brows as Leaf Maple approached them. "Don't fret. It appears Kaitu has indeed made significant progress. But I believe it's time for you to showcase your true capabilities." "Right," they replied in unison, confidence renewed as they returned to the court. Now it was Kaitu's turn to serve. Bang. "Watch this." Marui adjusted his stance, returning the ball with a forehand. Kaitu, 2 steps to the right. "Strike at an angle of 35 degrees. "Understood." Bang. As Marui prepared to move, he found himself cornered near the baseline. "Strike down the center with all your might." "Okay." Kaitu obeyed, channeling his strength into the shot. At the net, Sanada reacted swiftly. "Fire mouse cannon." Boom. With a fiery trajectory, the ball surged forward. 0-15. Seishin. "Don't underestimate us," Sanada said, his expression unwavering. At that moment, Kiryu adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, "The same goes for you." The match unfolded as 2 opposing forces clashed, the court seemingly divided into a yin-yang formation. The 2 powers clawed at each other, engulfing one another. In this dynamic, Seishin transformed into a venomous snake adorned with spectacles, while Rikkai morphed into a bat engulfed in flames. It was akin to a battle between 2 distinct creatures. Yet, Even the fully ablaze mouse could not outmatch the cunning, venomous snake. The match concluded with Seishin and Amp, Oppos, Kiryu and Kaido emerging victorious, the score reading 7-5. Thus, the finals between Rikkai and Seishin ended in a stalemate at 2-2. Approaching the final stage. Chapter 88, The Son of God vs. the Prince. 15 minutes later. The highly anticipated national tournament finals in singles is about to commence. The match features Seishin Academy's Ekizan Ryoma against Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku's Yukimura Seiichi. The players step onto the court, with Yukimura still donning his outer garment. Ekizan, gripping his racket with his left hand, gazes across the net. He speaks first. Are you sure your body is completely fine now? I think it's better not to overexert yourself. Yukimura smiles faintly, a splendid gaze. Ekizan, puzzled, retorts, what do you mean? That's not even an answer. Yukimura, not bothering to elaborate, turns and walks towards the backcourt, the fabric of his coat billowing gently behind him. However, Ekizan, observing this, remains unfazed, resting his racket on his shoulder, his eyes radiating confidence as he turns away nonchalantly. This match will determine the champion of this tournament. With all schools that reached the top 16 gathered along the sidelines to witness, Tachibana looks into the court, exclaiming, have we finally arrived here? Seishin. His gaze catches the teams led by Kanemitsu from St. Rudolph and Aoi Kintaro from Rakaku, alongside the likes of Yukimura and Akutsu from Yamabuki. All schools that have crossed paths with Seishin or Rikkai. Tap, tap. Ekizan grips the ball tightly, lifting his head with a smile that peeks from beneath his cap. Then, I shall not hold back. Whoosh, bang. Fujiyuta, the younger brother of Fuji Shusuk, excitedly leans over the railing. He starts off with an outside spin serve. Hiss. The ball spins rapidly before soaring high towards Yukimura's forehand side. Yet, Yukimura, unhurried, leaps into the air and delivers a powerful smash. Hey, as the ball travels, Ekizan swiftly slides towards the net, seizing the moment to leap upward with momentum. He returns with a volley. However, this posed no threat to Yukimura, who once again sends the ball skyward. Ekizan refuses to give up, his leg muscles bursting forth as he leaps high, twisting his torso. Hyuga immediately recognizes the move. That's the cool volley. Unfortunately, in the next instant, Yukimura's eyes flash with intensity as he strikes a penetrating shot, exploding in the backcourt. 0-15. Hyuga reveals his astonishment. That was too easy. Mokahi Yashiro chimes in. Moreover, the ball landed precisely on the baseline. Oh, you are quite capable, Yukimura acknowledges. At this moment, Ekizan, now drenched in sweat, reveals a smile after landing. But hey, your coat has fallen off your shoulder. Yukimura glances at his coat on the ground, then returns his gaze to Ekizan. On the sidelines, Dry Dadaji cannot help but analyze. I see. He first used an outside spin serve to throw Yukimura off balance, then followed up with a volley that made Yukimura lift his shoulders, and ultimately executed the cool volley to cleverly make Yukimura's coat drop. Truly a reflection of Ekizan's style. Meanwhile, the others from Rikkai, under Akaya's strong insistence, return to the court. Yukimura notices everyone's return, and Sanada steps down to retrieve the coat, returning to the resting area, draping it over Akaya's shoulders. Yukimura refocuses his attention. Little brother, this is not a match to drop your coat. Ekizan stands on the court, his racket resting on his shoulder, proclaiming with some pride, is that so? Then I suppose this match is mine to win. The troubled little brother. After a brief moment of sarcasm, Yukimura becomes more serious, preparing for the next serve. Despite Ekizan's impressive play, he is yet to score. As the mother of Seishin, Oishi remains deeply concerned. This match is turning unfavorable. Ekizan's signature moves have all been countered by Yukimura, and even the ace move, the cool volley, has faced a rebuttal. At that moment, as Yukimura prepares to receive the ball, he suddenly notices two faint energies forming beneath Ekizan's feet. The air around Ekizan becomes heated as the space seems to warp. You still have much work to do, Yukimura observes. Oishi, here it comes, the realm of no self. At this moment, confidence radiates from Ekizan's face. Then I shall advance, son of God. Mokahi's eyes widen. That S. Tainichi's explosive strike. Ekizan leaps into the air. His body light as a feather, twisting entirely, channeling his strength. Yeah. Boom. A cloud of dust erupts around Ekizan, akin to an explosion, propelling the ball forward. However, in response to this formidable serve, Yukimura holds his racket with both hands and counters. Although the ball possesses great strength, it is too straightforward. Next, Ekizan unleashes his ultimate technique, instantaneously creating dozens of illusory afterimages. Kamiyo's eyes widen. This time it's Tachibana Senpai's storm of explosive balls. Yukimura, unwavering, gazes ahead, calmly stating, "The ball cannot split. There is only one physical entity." In an instant, he identifies the real ball and effortlessly returns it. Ekizan responds with a backhand stroke. The members of Fudumin immediately discern the underlying strategy. It and Appos, Chitos and Appos, invisibility. Unfortunately for Yukimura, this remains mere child and Appos, play. Once more, he pursues the ball and Appos, trajectory. His violet blue eyes easily capturing the subtlety. The ball will never vanish into thin air. Oishi's expression turns serious. "No, Ekizan." Chitos nods in agreement. Yukimura can see through the essence of the technique. This trick one and Appos, work on him. The ball swiftly passes by Ekizan, completely suppressing him. Looking at the dumbfounded Ekizan, Yukimura states coldly, "How long do you plan to continue like this, kid? The realm of no self will only waste your stamina." A gentle breeze tousles Yukimura's soft hair and raises his collar, yet the sharpness in his gaze suggests he could deliver a lethal blow to his opponent at any moment. Zing. Suddenly, Ekizan retreats like a flash of lightning, catching up to the ball. "You really are a realist." Ugh. In the instant he swings his racket, he unleashes a thunderous strike. The ball explodes swiftly on Yukimura's right side. 15-15. Sarayu, Ekizan has leveled the score. Hori, Ekizan, well done. Even the thunder of the forest has. Yukimura's mood slightly darkens as he subconsciously glances at Sanada on the sidelines. Yet, he did not expect that Ekizan would grasp the essence so quickly after witnessing it from the sidelines. Yamabuki suddenly speaks. "Yukimura, this should be no challenge for you, right?" Reflecting on the training he underwent after recovering from the hospital, Yukimura contemplates. If Ekizan could master such techniques after witnessing a single match, he too had long since understood their intricacies. The two players engage in a fierce exchange from the baseline once more, with Ekizan opting to unleash lightning. The rapid lightning surges toward the front court. Alas, this time, it fails to pose a threat. Too naive. Yukimura's pupils widened in astonishment as he seized the moment with exquisite precision, executing another backhand strike with both hands. The members of Siren were left in utter disbelief. Kawamura exclaimed as he returned the lightning. Chapter 89. The power to perceive the essence. This strike resembled a retaliatory blow delivered with doubled intensity. The pressure akin to dark clouds bearing down. At that moment, Ekizan's gaze sharpened, as if he could see through every corner of the court, emanating a chilling aura that rendered all motionless. This icy sensation pierced the court like a myriad of ice cones formed in the dead angles. Yet, in the next instant, all the ice cones shattered, their fragments illuminating Yukimura's strength even more brilliantly. Yukimura stared ahead and slowly proclaimed, "I have no blind spots." However, Ekizan persisted in executing various techniques. Spinning his body, he leaped into the air, rolling continuously and conjuring a terrifying whirlwind. That is. The members of Futamine were equally astonished. The cosmic super invincible thunderous move, the Great Wheel. Mountain Gale. Boom. The entire court was engulfed in dust and debris. This was an undeniably powerful move, but unfortunately, Yukimura had already experienced it. As the scene cleared, everyone beheld Ekizan, fatigued, struggling to support his body as he knelt on the ground, his breath rapid and labored. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Oishi clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "So strong. Is this Yukimura Seishi?" At this moment, Yukimura cast a sidelong glance at the panting Ekizan on the ground, devoid of any pity. Embodying the essence of his title as the son of a god does not show mercy to mortals. In shock, Momoshiro exclaimed, "Ekizan." Kiribane frowned. "This is bad. His stamina is plummeting after consecutive powerful moves. What's wrong? Is it over so soon?" Yukimura turned, a hint of mockery in his tone. At that moment, Ekizan entered a state of egolessness once more, a searing aura returning to him, but this time, it was more immense and potent. Tezuka's expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze was fixated on Ekizan. The limit of tempering through relentless training, Ekizan unleashed this level of power. He propped himself up, slowly lifting his head, and smiled. "You're still far from it." Both sides returned to the baseline. Witnessing Ekizan's display, Yukimura fell into deep thought. The gateway to the state of egolessness. Concentrating this power in a specific part of his body to enhance it, allowing for a temporary surge of strength, such a technique. Yukimura glanced at the right side, where Ye Feng stood. "Our Rikkai needs to delve deeper into this research." Ugh. Ekizan served with all his might. The ball sped significantly faster. Yet in the next moment, Yukimura had already anticipated the trajectory. Such a move posed no threat to me. Boom. The round ended. Rikkai Fuzoka 1-0. Bang. Bang. The round concluded. Rikkai Fuzoka 2-0. Bang. The round finished. Rikkai Fuzoka 3-0. Each time landing in nearly the same spot. No matter what technique Ekizan employed, he could not secure a single point from Yukimura. On the sidelines, Ice Emperor's Anze couldn't help but exclaim, Yukimura of Rikkai truly embodies the essence of a divine son. Perhaps it is still too early. Atobi stood with hands in pockets, gazing down with a regal demeanor akin to that of an emperor. He has reached that level. Sanada could not help but remark, indeed. The growth of Aoyama's first-year student has been remarkably rapid. It is due to his extraordinary talent that he can assimilate the techniques of every opponent he faces. Yet, look at his demeanor. He cannot fully master the state of egolessness. Ye Feng offered the final assessment. Ekizan's egoless tennis is ultimately but a fleeting illusion. In that fleeting moment, Ekizan yearned to exert every ounce of strength to pursue the ball. He leaped, yet still could not reach it, collapsing to the ground, his racket flying away. Yukimura calmly stated, continuing further is futile. It would be better to concede now, for your own sake. However, Ekizan appeared resolute against such advice, slowly rising, removing his cap. His green eyes radiated an unwavering determination, devoid of any inclination to surrender. Absolutely. I will triumph over you without a word of rebuttal. Upon witnessing such resolve, Yukimura's expression transformed. No longer the gentle glimmer from before, he spoke with a hint of shadow. What a stubborn little brat. Ekizan positioned himself at the baseline, awaiting Yukimura's serve, emanating a resplendent aura. With pride, he declared, the next ball shall be concluded in 6 strikes. Yukimura paid it no mind, tossing the ball into the air. Bang! Ekizan executed a forehand return. The Aoyama cheerleading trio began counting. 2. Yukimura responded with a backhand, striking diagonally. 3. Ekizan, utilizing his tempered energy waves, accelerated to chase the ball. Momashiro shouted in excitement. 4. Yukimura pursued the ball, internally acknowledging, this kid indeed possesses latent potential. I can concede that. And his unwavering perseverance in the face of adversity. However, bang! Yukimura deliberately struck a high lob with sidespin. The Aoyama seniors shouted in unison. 5. Ekizan was already prepared, leaping high. This was the perfect opportunity for a powerful smash. Tension filled the air as everyone's expressions turned grave. This shot would determine Ekizan and Appo's challenge against the divine son, success or failure. 6. Ekizan announced as he unleashed his final blow, his arm swinging forward with great force. Boom! The ball soared like an artillery shell, flying straight ahead and crashing into the audience seating. Confusion flickered in Ekizan and Appo's eyes, unable to comprehend the blunder. Haidang remarked, Ekizan, how could such a mistake occur? In the next moment, Ekizan stumbled and collapsed, his foot twisting, lurching forward. Ekizan, Momashiro called out loudly. Little brat. Eiji was equally frantic. What is happening? My body, it one team move. Ekizan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if ensnared by some unseen force. Ye Feng observed the court with a shifting gaze. Yukimura, you have begun again. Is everything all right? Seeing Ekizan unable to rise, the audience began to worry for his condition. A mediocre player would not find themselves in such a disheveled state. Yukimura looked expressionlessly at the fallen Ekizan. Eiji, little brat. Oishi, what on earth happened? The referee, slightly flustered, glanced at Ekizan and asked, Are you all right? Ekizan swayed but managed to stand. I'm fine. TCH. I was so close to scoring on the 6th ball. This book and Appo's update group. Ye Feng and Appo's private kitchen. 223546312. Chapter 90. The Prince and Appo's impeccable attire dashi. Ekizan. Eiji, are you all right, little one? You're bleeding. The members of Seishin Academy were filled with concern. Upon hearing Eiji's reminder from the sidelines, Ekizan looked over in confusion, then touched his nose only to find it stained with blood. He was taken aback. Really? I had no idea. Sakakibara gazed at Ekizan with a serious expression. Under such an intense scrutiny, Ekizan felt even more perplexed and rubbed his nose to clean the blood. What's wrong? This isn't you're doing. At that moment, Sakakibara spoke slowly. It seems you have lost your sense of touch. Ekizan's expression turned to one of bewilderment, his pupils wide with surprise. The once powerful Kentaro Yamayama trembled slightly as he recalled the situation. his voice tinged with fear. Indeed, that's it. This guy's tennis is truly terrifying. All the tennis players watching felt a heavy tension, sensing the unusual pressure on the court. Ekizan adjusted his breathing, remaining at the baseline, ready for the serve. Bang! After receiving the serve, Ekizan dashed forward to intercept. Sakakibara stood at the backcourt, engaging in a direct counterattack with Ekizan. Yet with each return, Ekizan felt as though his body was slipping out of his control. Even the sensation of connecting with the ball vanished. With one strike, although he made contact, Ekizan's body froze, as if his arm had lost all feeling. Is this how it is? I can no longer perceive. This is the deprivation of touch. As the greatest repository of knowledge at Seishin, Kaneda suddenly spoke up. Deprivation of touch? Dashi was bewildered. Kaito immediately turned to Kaneda. Kaneda continued to explain. Yes. Touch encompasses pain perception, proprioception, pressure sensitivity, vibration sensation, as well as the ability to perceive three-dimensional space. Sakakibara is stripping Ekizan of all his sensations. Momo shook his head vigorously, fists clenched in disbelief. How could such a thing be possible? Kaneda crossed his arms, his tone somber. Logically, it seems so. Yet Ekizan has made errors even he could not foresee. After falling to the ground, he did not even notice he was bleeding. How do we explain that? Bang! With another return, at the moment Ekizan prepared to strike, visions of previous points scored against him flashed in his mind. Bang! This time at his backhand position. He similarly recalled moments of being scored upon. Kintaro reluctantly reminisced. That's right. No matter where the ball goes, it will be returned with mechanical precision. This impression lodged itself deeply in his mind, and fear grew within him as he anticipated the ball crossing the net. His body became increasingly immobilized. Ninja, this is simply yips. Behold, yips, a condition caused by psychological factors that prevents players from performing normally, leading to a profound sense of having their senses stripped away. This is the true nature of Sakakibara and Appos, as tennis. Bang! Bang! With a direct hit, Ekizan barely managed a reaction, raising his racket to shield his face in a desperate defense. What is wrong, kid? Sakakibara and Appos' voice was cold. With your tentative style of play, you won and Appos' defeat me. Ekizan, frustrated, retorted, I don't need your interference. He launched another shot towards Sakakibara and Appos' backhand. Yet at that moment, his vision suddenly blurred, the light before him gradually consumed by darkness. Ugh! What is happening? Ekizan looked around in confusion, but every direction was enveloped in pitch black. Soon, he sensed the ball approaching. His feet moved swiftly, still able to make a return. The sound of the ball resonated in his ears. Then, he simply closed his eyes, even without sensation or sight. The rhythm of the ball had seeped into his very being, as long as he could still hear. In an instant, Ekizan's entire world vanished. The Seishin members shouted in unison, attempting to rouse Ekizan from his lost state. Momo's eyes brimmed with sympathy. Could he have lost his hearing as well? Eiji yelled, pull yourself together, little one. Yet none of it had any effect. Sakakibara served again. But Ekizan was utterly lost in this dark realm. His feet moved involuntarily forward. The ball raced toward him. Danger, Ekizan! Dashi shouted, leaning over the railing. Bang! Ekizan could not react in time and was struck in the face by the ball. Falling backward. The round ended. Rikkai died 4-0. Ekizan remained oblivious, feeling nothing, yet he took a spare ball from his pocket, preparing to serve. He swung and missed. Again. He tossed the ball into the air but failed to control the force, and it fell behind him again, swinging at nothing. 0-15. Where's the ball? Ekizan searched anxiously. Even the notorious killer, Mokuhu Yushiro, found it hard to watch. How disgraceful. Ekizan searched for the tennis ball, but stumbled once more. You lost, Sakakibara said slowly. Even if I say this, my voice can no longer reach you. In that moment, Ekizan seemed to hear Sakakibara's words echoing in his world. Then, he questioned himself internally. I lost. Will I lose? Why is this so painful? Before his eyes, a figure appeared, one he never expected to see in such a situation, his father, Nanjiro Ekizan. Are you happy? Nanjiro Ekizan asked. Upon hearing this voice, Ekizan opened his tear-filled eyes, his heart startled. Dad. Meanwhile, Ye Feng spoke to Sakakibara. The match is not over yet, Seishi. Continuing like this may prove meaningless. Sakakibara replied indifferently. No, what you must conquer is yourself. Sakakibara furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Ye Feng gazed across the court, stating, soon, that it should have gained some insight. Prepare yourself to conquer your own self. At that moment, Ekizan slowly rose to his feet, gripping the tennis ball. A sense of resolve surged within him. This unwavering determination astonished Sakakibara. In such a state, no one would wish to continue. Yet this boy, Ekizan, Tezuka felt it too, calling out sternly. Suddenly, the court shimmered with an astonishing green light. As the radiance swept across, Ekizan's demeanor transformed dramatically. His dark green hair glimmered softly, a light aura enveloping every part of his body. The once naive look in his eyes now resembled a warrior wielding a sharp blade. Is this the limit of the impeccable attire? I shall see through it. Yukimura smiled faintly, brimming with unwavering confidence. Chapter 91. The dust settles. Tezuka remained expressionless, yet his gaze held a glimmer of anticipation. Become the pillar of Seishin, Ekizan. Yes, Ekizan made no elaborate preparations. He simply raised his hand to toss the ball into the air, executing a swift and decisive strike. Boom! Sakakibara stood motionless, merely blinking, unable to trace the ball and Appo's trajectory. Tap tap. The ball had already landed behind him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yagyu Hiroshi's forehead. What just happened? Akaya, equally astonished, remarked, that shot. Even Captain Sakakibara couldn't react in time. Ekizan pointed forward and asked, referee, did the ball not go in? At that moment, the referee appeared tense, calling upon Hawkeye to review the situations, ultimately declaring the score, 15-15. The dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. A smile spread across Ekizan's face. Well then, I shall take it a bit slower this time. Bang. 30-15. Bang. Bang. The round concluded, Seishin's Ekizan leading 1-4. Sakakibara, feeling the pressure from Ekizan's relentless assault, found it difficult to express his full potential in this bewildering state. Bang. Bang. The round concluded, Seishin and Appo's Ekizan now at 2-4. Chitos, frowning, observed that Ekizan fellow has completely overpowered Sakakibara. At this moment, images of being relentlessly countered flooded Sakakibara's mind. The overwhelming pressure made him feel as though he were sinking into the depths of a vast ocean. Gasping for breath amidst the anguish, the internal blow caused him to rapidly lose confidence. Everything around him began to fade. But just then, a sharp voice pierced through. Sakakibara Seishi, this is not where you belong. Wake up. The weighty, piercing voice of Ye Feng made Sakakibara's body tremble in that instant, as if it were a command that penetrated his very soul. Inhale. Exhale. In a fleeting moment, Sakakibara's once dazed eyes regained clarity. As if he had resurfaced from the depths, breathing in fresh air. He discerned the ball's path, yet retaliating was still no easy feat. Bang. The round concluded. Seishin's Ekizan at 4-4. Coach Ryazaki expressed satisfaction with Ekizan's growth, turning to his companion, your son has finally reached your level, Nanjiro. However, Nanjiro glanced towards Ye Feng in the distance and softly replied, he still has a long way to go. Tap tap tap. Ekizan prepared to serve with ease. Huh. Sakakibara steeled himself, endeavoring to catch up. Though he responded, he was decidedly on the defensive, struggling to maintain precision in his movements. Ekizan, on the other hand, appeared increasingly at ease, as if every aspect were under his control. Hoenn Sangara expressed disbelief. Is this real? I've never seen Sakakibara like this. Nyan, with a serious demeanor, remarked, at this stage, he is beginning to show signs of vulnerability. Sakakibara's hair was damp with sweat. This was the most exhausting match he had ever played. The sensation of being relentlessly pursued was alien to him, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Bang. The round concluded, Seishin's Ekizan at 5-4. Ekizan glanced ahead with a hint of pride. Are you enjoying tennis? Momo cheered exuberantly. Hooray, we've taken the lead. Horio joined in, shouting, if we win this next game, we are champions. Seishin, victory is ours. Seishin, victory is ours. Seishin, victory is ours. The fervor of Seishin's cheers seemed to envelop the entire arena. As Sakakibara approached the bench, he accepted the towel Ye Feng offered, wiping away the sweat. Sakakibara, it must be difficult to feel so constrained, isn't it? Ye Feng inquired. What do you mean? Sakakibara's emotions fluctuated. Ye Feng placed a hand on Sakakibara's shoulder, gazing into his eyes. Forget the pain. Do not bind yourself. You need not fear any power, nor rely on external forces. Your confidence is your greatest weapon. Sakakibara. The suddenly raised voice startled Sakakibara. Your joy lies in victory. Enjoying triumph is the essence of your tennis. You are inherently destined for success. Reflecting on every victory over the past 2 years, the images of rewards following effort flooded his mind. From this, Sakakibara unearthed his own joy, that unique sense of belonging surged within him. To relish victory, to win. A triumph no one could take away. Thud. Thud. At that moment, Sakakibara's heartbeat became strikingly clear. The blood coursing through his veins seemed to resonate with the renewed belief returning to his being. This was the invincible conviction belonging to Sakakibara, the son of the gods. Go forth, truly conquer yourself. I must admit, as a captain, I am quite satisfied with you. A rare smile of relaxation graced Sakakibara and Apos' face. Returning to the court. Even in the face of Ekizan's impeccable aura, he felt no pressure. To embody the state of selflessness, to radiate energy throughout his being. Achieving the greatest returns with minimal effort, reaching a realm of freedom and spontaneity. Sakakibara gradually articulated the profound essence of selflessness. After settling his thoughts, there emanated no distinct aura from Sakakibara. Instead, he exuded an extraordinary tranquility. It was almost unsettling. Even at this moment, Ekizan could not perceive or predict Sakakibara's intentions. Then, let us begin anew. Whoosh. Sakakibara tossed the ball high into the air. This time, he bit low at the waist, employing a serving technique he had never used before. Bang. Sizzle. As Ekizan prepared to receive, he saw the ball spinning on the ground, unsure of when it might bounce back up. Upon witnessing the change, Ekizan hastened to keep up. Ha! Bang! 15-0. Momo exclaimed. What? Fujisaki noted in that instant. Sakakibara had already positioned himself at the net, executing a perfectly precise volley. Kayan added, not only that, but even Ekizan couldn't react in time. As if struck at his core. Watching from the sidelines, Nanjiro Takashi took a rare step forward, resting his hands on the railing, observing Sakakibara's relaxed and unrestrained counterattacks. Nanjiro remarked, that kid has grasped his own path in tennis, truly an extraordinary youth. His own path in tennis? The others exchanged puzzled glances. Nanjiro sighed, closing his eyes momentarily, then reopening them with a piercing gaze, explaining, each player and Apos' tennis possesses unique characteristics. Initially, one enhances their abilities by learning from other experts. But to truly ascend to the pinnacle, one must discover their own path, the truth of tennis that best suits them. Tezuka, unusually, chimed in, young man. You speak wisely. Nanjiro glanced at Tezuka. Momo, looking perplexed, asked, but there are already 3 players mastering selflessness here. Isn't that the strongest path? Not at all. Nanjiro shook his head. This is merely because they are more suited to this path. However, he cast a glance at the area of Rikkai Dai. That lad across the way is somewhat difficult to assess. He seems to still be in pursuit. While everyone else was lost in contemplation, Nanjiro had vanished without a trace. Bang. The round concluded. Rikkai Dai and Apos' Yukimura triumphed with a score of 6-5. Tap tap. Yukimura prepared to serve. Bang. Ekizan proactively advanced to attack. The two sides engaged in a prolonged rally at the net, the speed of the ball escalating to a point where even the referee could no longer keep up. Suddenly, Ekizan broke the stalemate, aiming for the rear corner on the right. Yet, in the next moment, Yukimura's figure appeared in the trajectory, swiftly altering his path. And likewise was intercepted. He executed a backhand lift. Ekizan sprinted vigorously, summoning all his strength to leap. In midair, he assumed a stance reminiscent of a samurai drawing his sword, gathering energy. Samurai slash. The ball spun rapidly, striking the steel cable that supported the net. Splitting it in two, Leaf Maple shouted, Yukimura, do not hesitate. Boom, boom. 2 clouds of dust erupted as Ekizan descended, and as the dust settled, the match concluded. Rikkai Dai's Yukimura emerged victorious, the final score being 7-5. Chapter 92, U17 Training Camp Wonderful. Minister Yukimura, Akaya exclaimed, filled with excitement. Momentarily forgetting his injured state, Yukimura approached slowly, extending his hand for a handshake with Ekizan. Both appeared at ease, content with their encounter. Ekizan suggested, if given the chance, let us compete once more. Yukimura smiled gently, replying, next time, let us engage in an even more delightful match. They returned to their respective teammates, overwhelmed with emotion. Akaya tearfully exclaimed, Minister Yukimura, I am so touched. Yukimura affectionately ruffled Akaya's hair, saying, no need for such dramatics, is there? Sonata approached, personally handing over a prepared towel to wipe the sweat from his face. The entire Rikkai team entered a celebratory mood. Rikkai, 3 consecutive championships. Rikkai, 3 consecutive championships. Rikkai, 3 consecutive championships. With a snap of his fingers, Ye Feng commanded the attention of the crowd and announced, to celebrate today's victory, I have prepared a lavish feast for everyone. Enjoy. Wow, whoa. At that moment, on the stands, Atobi gazed silently at the scene below, his eyes lingering. He then turned, leading his team into the tunnel, commanding, "The banquet is over. We shall depart." The members of Hyodai exited the arena. The remaining teams, now witnessing the awards ceremony, looked on with anticipation for the following year. Mizukawa from St. Rudolph confidently rested his chin on his hand, saying, "Hee hee. Next year, we shall be the ones standing there." Fuji Yuta glanced over and quietly remarked, "But Mizukawa-senpai, you are a third year now. You won't be here next year." Mizukawa turned back, asking, "What did you just say?" Fuji quickly smiled and replied, "Nothing. Nothing at all." Meanwhile, Chigasaki from Yamabuki spoke to his teammates. "This is your time to shine. I eagerly await your progress." The first year Tantaichi responded enthusiastically, "Yes." However, Chigasaki, who had just been serious moments before, was suddenly distracted by a lovely girl nearby. "Ah, how fortunate to find such a cute girl." Ten cried, "Wait, Chigasaki-senpai." But before he could finish, Chigasaki had dashed off. The members of Futamine, filled with hope for the future, also left the venue. Meanwhile, teams outside the top four returned to their respective places. On the court, the tournament chairman began presenting awards, starting with the fourth-place team, Nagoya Cider from Aichi Prefecture. Third place went to Shiten Hoji from Osaka. Second place was claimed by Seishin Academy, representing Tokyo. First place was awarded to Rikkai Fuzoku from Kanagawa. As the captain, Ye Feng stepped forward to receive the flag personally presented by the tournament chairman. He turned to face his teammates, their eager expressions warming his heart, and raised the flag high. The national tournament concluded splendidly, marking the dawn of a new beginning. 2 months later, ding ding ding, master, their essay call for you. At this moment, Ye Feng was enjoying a vacation under the sun with Atobi. Michiko, preparing juice nearby, answered the phone. "Hello, I understand." She handed the phone to Ye Feng. "Master Ye Feng, it's a call from an older gentleman." "Hmm? Oh." Ye Feng paused, recollecting the situation. After he took the call, a rugged voice came through. "Hey kid, I heard you led your team to the national championship. It's time to visit the U17 training base and meet some old friends, right?" "Understood, you old drunkard," Ye Feng said before abruptly hanging up the phone. He then smacked Atobi on the back. "What was that for?" Atobi sprang up, anger flashing in his eyes. "Atobi, something has come up. I need to return to Rikkai, and you should hurry back to Hyodai too." Atobi looked puzzled, but soon received a call from Coach Sakaki of Hyodai. The next day, on the road to a remote mountain base, several buses leisurely transported selected players from various schools. However, the Rikkai and Hyodai members were notably special, having been flown in early by Ye Feng and Atobi via helicopter. At 10 in the morning, everyone had gathered. The high school students already in training began to murmur about the arrival of the junior high schoolers. Just as curiosity filled the air, an announcement blared through the camp. Court 13 is off limits for chatting. Murata has been demoted to Court 14. Yes, yes. All eyes turned upwards to see a long-haired man in a white suit holding a megaphone, surveying the crowd below. "I am Kurobe, temporarily appointed as the strategic coach during the absence of the head coach. As you may have heard, we have selected 50 junior high students from a pool of 246 high school students. While some of you may disagree, I assure you that the level of junior high tennis has been on the rise." Kurobe's tone grew serious. "Everyone, we must engage in earnest sparring. Our goal is to elevate the overall strength of the U17 Japanese national team." Observing the serious expressions of the crowd, he continued, "Furthermore, the head coach has asked me to inform you. The count of 300 seems a bit excessive." At that moment, a plane flew in from the distance, showering the area with tennis balls. Only 250 balls fell, and the 46 who failed to catch one quickly vanished, creating a frenzy among the players. High school students eagerly reached for the falling tennis balls, resulting in a chaotic scramble. The junior high students also sprang into action, quickly seizing the balls on the ground, with Akaya clutching a dozen in his embrace. "Why hasn't Team Minister Ye Feng arrived yet? At least I have plenty of balls," he thought. Sanada, with a serious demeanor, held one ball tightly, pondering how their captain would make his entrance. Meanwhile, the members of Hyodai were equally perplexed. Ninzu Yushir surveyed the scene, questioning. "It seems our captain is also missing." Hinata Yuki suddenly speculated. Could it be that they planned to jump down from the sky? Just as Yuki finished speaking, another helicopter appeared overhead. 2 figures descended from the sky. Ye Feng. "Atobi, I'll take the lead." "Atobi. Humph, I won't be outdone by you." With a simultaneous release of their parachutes, They floated down gracefully to their teammates below. Ye Feng swiftly snatched a tennis ball from Akaya and Appo's grasp. Thanks, little seaweed. Too relaxed. Sanada admonished. Ninja gently rubbed his forehead, gazing at Itobi. Your dramatic entrance remains as extravagant as ever. Chapter 93. Initiating the challenge. Hey, you middle school brats. A burly high school student with curly hair approached with evident displeasure. No one is allowed to hoard so many balls. If you can't snag one, then vanish. Don't you understand the rules? Ye Feng's gaze was sharp, akin to a glimmering sword. What a pity. You might as well roll up your mat and head home. Chi taunted, equally smug. Among the 296 participants, including the 50 middle schoolers, nearly half failed to secure a ball, and they were all high schoolers. At that moment, Hey Boo, observing the situation from the monitoring room, cast a cold, merciless glance and immediately declared, those who have not secured a ball, disappear at once. Now, let us commence practice. Hey, this isn't fair, is it? Are you brave enough to settle this with the balls you've taken? One of the challengers shouted. Anyone can step up. Do you dare to take me on? He spat, pointing at Ye Feng. You there, the one who just parachuted down, don't think your wealth makes you special. You look like you lack any real strength. Do you dare? Ye Feng replied, What's this? It seems someone feels looked down upon. It's clearly you I'm referring to, retorted the challenger. Ye Feng slowly walked onto the court, holding his racket and surveying the surroundings. Come on, arrogant brat, watch me. Hey, Sasaki, leave this to me. A confident high schooler wearing a forward-facing cap stepped forward. Upon seeing him, Sasaki responded with a mocking tone, Matsumura, your opponent is a pampered rich kid. Be gentle. However, Matsumura was already prepared to serve. Unfortunately, I don't know how to go easy. Magnum shot. Bang. All right, let us see the kid tremble in fear. The high schoolers were filled with fervor, but the next moment, silence enveloped them. Boom. The ball rebounded at double speed, leaving Matsumura without a chance to catch up. Are you still unaware of the situation? The remaining high schoolers quickly turned their attention away from Ye Feng, challenging other middle schoolers one after another, yet each faced defeat. At that moment, three figures slowly approached. With round glasses and curly short hair, the stylish yet somewhat endearing Rikkai University scoffed. Attacking without assessing your opponent's strength, such a shallow move. Beside him, the red-haired Onijiro shouted angrily, how embarrassing. Those who failed to snag a ball, disappear at once. Seeing Onijiro lose his temper, the high schoolers dared not hesitate further and swiftly packed their tennis bags to flee the scene. During the U17 team training, participants were ranked based on strength and divided into courts numbered 1 to 16. Thus, the lower the court number, the stronger the player. And only those who emerged victorious could advance. The survival rule here was to eliminate your opponents. After greeting everyone, Iri Kanata elaborated on the training rules and introduced himself. I'm Kanata from Court 3. I'm Oni from Court 5. Upon hearing this, Chi grew excited and pulled the silent Tokugawa Yasuha aside. You must be strong, right? Let us compete. Before he could finish, Tokugawa cast a serious gaze at Chi from above. Do you wish to disappear? What are you saying? Using that gaze to intimidate us from Rikkai Dai comes with a price. Ye Feng stepped forward, shielding Chi. Tokugawa regarded Ye Feng, who was of similar height, with a look of confusion but said nothing more, merely turning to leave. Let us return to training. However, as Oni walked past, he bumped into Akutsu. Hey, that hurt. Akutsu exaggeratedly raised his voice. Yet, Oni merely glanced back with disdain. Don't rush to your demise. Akutsu frowned and glared. Are you instructing me on what to do? Kawamura, sensing the tension, quickly stepped in to prevent Akutsu from acting impulsively. Humph. A derisive laugh echoed among the crowd. Ye Feng raised his racket, pointing forward. Is all you can do intimidate with words? After scaring our little seaweed, do you dare take a shot at me? The three challengers halted. Tokugawa turned back. Court 1. Tokugawa. Onijiro's expression remained scornful. Wait until you're qualified to be here before you talk. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Heibu was observing the unfolding scene. Just as he was about to speak, he received a mysterious phone call. Heibu, there's a kid, if he understood. Heibu hung up and announced via the intercom, Rikkai Dai Junior highest participant, Ye Feng, if you are unwilling to abide by the rules. The price for initiating a challenge is to leave the training camp upon losing. It's a best of 3. You must win 2 games. This match is private. Only Oni and Iri may observe. Others must leave. Ye Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, so they're relaxing the rules for me. It must be the old drunkard's doing. Tokugawa's expression turned puzzled, his curiosity towards Ye Feng growing. Captain, Chi expressed concern. recalling how he felt ensnared in darkness after that piercing gaze. Even with Ye Feng's extraordinary strength, his opponent was from Court 1. Don't worry. It's just one ball. Ye Feng smiled, reassuring Qi Yi. In a fleeting glance, his eyes bore no emotion. As they watched Ye Feng's departing figure, Sanada inquired. Yukimura before he could finish, Yukimura interjected confidently, "You will win." Humph, what a show-off. Ninzu, you all seem rather similar, don't you? However, his protectiveness over his teammates truly befits Rikkai Dai's captain. 3 minutes later, on Court 1, both sides stood ready, observing Tokugawa's seemingly lackluster demeanor. Ye Feng offered a reminder. If you underestimate any opponent, you will pay the price. Tokugawa furrowed his brow instantly. Oni and Irie stood at the sidelines. Irie asked, "What is your take?" Oni shook his head. This kid may possess some skill, but he is still too arrogant. With that, Oni approached the referee's table and declared, "It will be a best of 3. As the challenger, you may serve first." Oni tossed the ball to Ye Feng. "Doesn't he matter? I'm bound to win anyway." Thud, thud, thud. Ye Feng tossed the ball skyward, his posture perfect. "Allow me to present you with a welcoming gift." Boom. Chapter 94. Special attention. What? The speed and explosiveness of this ball far exceeded the expectations of both Gue and Rui Jiang. Faced with such velocity, Tokugawa was compelled to focus his attention. Bang. "Tokugawa, is this all the strength you possess?" A glint of cold light flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. Boom. Tokugawa was caught off guard and lost the first point. This kid appears to be more formidable than anticipated, Gue thought, reassessing his view of Ye Feng. However, Tokugawa should be able to conclude this match swiftly. Rui Jiang remarked. Tap, tap, tap. Ye Feng served again, maintaining that incredible speed. Without hesitation, Tokugawa concentrated his power at a single point the moment he returned the ball, infusing it with a golden glow. Tokugawa. Gue intended to intervene, but Tokugawa had already struck. The ball soaring forward with remarkable speed. Clearly, he aimed to quickly dispatch Ye Feng, and the glowing ball indeed looked exceptionally dazzling. "Return it," Ye Feng shouted. As he prepared to receive the ball, swiftly channeling strength into his arm. An even more ferocious energy coalesced within the tennis ball. During its flight, the ball became severely distorted. Yet, Tokugawa showed no signs of fear and managed to return it with a forehand. However, his swing was somewhat sluggish, not as fluid as he had envisioned. Rui Jiang, observing from the sidelines, was slightly astonished. It's surprising that Tokugawa's return faltered. The two players were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war at the baseline, each stroke fueled by immense power. Suddenly, Tokugawa exerted himself once more. This shot radiated an even more intense brilliance. Was he still holding back? Ye Feng smiled slightly, recognizing that his opponent was now serious, and he too must respond. It's only natural to reciprocate. The golden glow flowed steadily in Ye Feng's eyes. Clang! A beam of golden light surged forth, striking Tokugawa's backhand. Did he just return Tokugawa and Appo's previous shot? And with even greater force. However, Tokugawa had anticipated this move. As the ball bounced, he executed a powerful slice. Zing! Ye Feng dashed forward, retrieving the ball from below. But in the next instant, Tokugawa had positioned himself at the net, ready to intercept. His expression was even more solemn than Tezuka's, devoid of warmth. Bang! A penetrating shot exploded in the backcourt. The score was now tied at 1-1. Ye Feng said nothing and retreated to the backcourt, tossing the ball to Tokugawa. Clap! Upon receiving the ball with his right hand, Tokugawa understood that Ye Feng wanted him to serve. He was not concerned. Tap, 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 whoosh, bang. A high-quality serve. Yet it was not difficult to return. The two resumed their exchange at the baseline. Ye Feng struck each ball deeper, consistently targeting the same point. Rui Jiang remarked, "Gue, have you noticed?" Gue nodded. Indeed, his control is astonishing. While I have seen players achieve such precision, to do it so effortlessly is quite rare. As Tokugawa faced the increasingly pronounced indentation in the court where the ball landed, it began to bounce irregularly. Tokugawa attempted to disrupt Ye Feng's rhythm, moving back and forth between the net and the baseline. "It seems you have no intention of unleashing your true strength against me," Ye Feng said slowly. Tokugawa was taken aback, sensing that Ye Feng was about to make a move. Suddenly, Ye Feng amplified his swing. A light ball, this is how it's done. A silvery brilliance began to coalesce, resembling a vortex gradually filling the tennis ball. Boom! A mysterious and unfathomable trajectory formed. Although Tokugawa reacted, he was a fraction too late. Having withheld his full strength from the start, A sudden shift in strategy would not salvage the situation. You appear to be concerned about something, but it doesn't matter. Ye Feng hoisted his racket and departed from Court 1. At the training ground, Qi Yi and others awaited news from Ye Feng. It's Minister Ye Feng. Upon hearing this call, the others turned their gazes toward him, especially Tezuka and the others, who were eagerly anticipating the outcome. Seeing so many waiting for him, Ye Feng's expression shifted to one of gravity as he walked forward, forcing tears from his eyes. Without raising his head, he embraced Qi Yi. Minister, what are you doing? Could it be? Qi Yi felt a sudden chill, sensing that something was amiss. Sanada's expression was serious. Ye Feng, what is going on? Yukimura's demeanor changed. You didn't win, did you? Minister. Everyone was quite concerned that Ye Feng might leave them. Observing their worried faces, Ye Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Oh dear, what is the matter with you? I never said I lost. Qi Yi retorted, feeling deceived. Enough of that. We should pack our bags and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings, as training officially begins tomorrow. Ye Feng commanded promptly. Yes. As the members of Rikkai departed, Tezuka addressed the group. We should be on our way as well. Atobi scoffed. Humph. What a playful fellow. Let us go. At this moment, in the monitoring room, Coach Kurobe was accompanied by another individual. The U17 mental coach, Saito, inquired, what do you think? This young man named Ye Feng seems quite spirited. It's rare to see someone receiving special attention from the head coach. Even I cannot fully comprehend him. Yet, what surprised me was his other identity. Look at this, Saito. Kurobe's gaze shifted to the table. After entering some text on the touch screen, Ye Feng's entire profile appeared on the large screen. What a splendid record. His statistics are remarkable. Unlike anything I have seen before. Kurobe remarked. Saito was equally curious. This data certainly provides a significant advantage for those under 14. I wonder how evolved he is now. In any case, our task is to analyze his weaknesses as thoroughly as possible. At this point, Kurobe's expression turned serious. Saito also focused on a particular detail in Ye Feng's profile that caught their attention. Ye Feng hails from Huaxia. This implies that in the upcoming U17 World Championship, Ye Feng will not represent Neon Country but will return to Huaxia instead. Ye Feng will be their future opponent. Now is the perfect opportunity to study this adversary. Let us prepare. I believe I'll soon gain further insights. Kurobe stated coldly.